My name is Yu Shifeng. I went on a blind date today. The man across from me kept talking about how I would need to work after marriage and how big his family's house was. He stared at me in a way that made me uncomfortable. I didn't care much about what he said. I was more focused on the steak in front of me. It was fresh meat, something I hadn't had in a long time. In my past life, food was scarce, and black bread was all we had to survive. After quickly finishing my meal, I finally looked at him. He seemed familiar. Then I remembered, this was someone I had known before the world changed. Without thinking, I asked, "You're not dead?" He looked at me like I was crazy, but I didn't care. When he got angry and started yelling, I grabbed his finger and twisted it back. He fell to the floor, begging me to let go. For a moment, I thought about ending him right there, but I held back. Instead, I walked away, leaving him in pain. On my way home, I passed a cake shop, filled with delicious-looking desserts. The sight of so much food overwhelmed me, but I had more important things to do. I needed to go home. At home, my stepsister Yang Siju was surprised to see me. She asked about the blind date and mentioned how her father thought the man would be a good match for me. I ignored her and went to our father's bedroom. Inside, I found a locked box with my late mother's belongings. Using a hairpin, I quickly unlocked it. Inside were property deeds and jewelry, things that rightfully belonged to me. Yang Siju tried to stop me, accusing me of stealing. I told her it was my mother's, not hers. She looked scared and angry, especially when I took a particular bracelet she seemed obsessed with. She threatened that our father would be mad, but I just smiled and left. Today, I realized I'm not the same person I used to be. I won't let anyone take what's mine anymore. I went to check out the apartment listed on the property certificate. It was on the top floor, and as soon as I walked in, I could see dust floating in the dim light. My nose felt itchy, an allergic reaction. It reminded me that my current body wasn't the one that had suffered through hunger, cold, and violence. Back then, allergies were the least of my worries. I pulled open the curtains and sunlight flooded the room. I was really back. This place wasn't unfamiliar to me. In my past life, when the flood destroyed my stepmother and stepsister Yang Siju's home, they moved here because it was one of the few buildings that survived the disaster. Even though the apartment was small, they took over everything, leaving me to sleep on the cold floor in the living room. I got sick and almost died, but eventually I learned to fight and bring back food, which helped me survive. This time, things would be different. I took out the bracelet and examined it closely. It was made of different colored beads and had a tiny gold key attached. I once saw my stepsister eating ice cream with my stepmother, even though our home had no power for months. They pretended nothing was wrong, acting like they were struggling just like everyone else. But I knew better. They were living well while I suffered. I decided to test the bracelet. I pricked my finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. At first, nothing happened, but then the gold key absorbed the blood, and suddenly, I found myself in a grayish space. Inside, there was a small house and a rectangular yard with soil where I could grow crops. I realized the space could freeze time, meaning anything I stored wouldn't spoil, while crops would grow much faster. Excited by my discovery, I put all the jewelry from the box into the space. To my surprise, the space expanded. The small house grew into a large flat with extra rooms, and the planting area increased significantly. However, the price was all my jewelry, which could have been worth a fortune. But I figured expanding the space was more valuable than cash. Now, I had a plan. First, I needed to renovate the apartment before the floods came. I counted my savings, 560,000 yuan from my job and side business. I sold the commercial property from my mother's inheritance for 2.4 million yuan, even though it was worth more. I needed the money fast, and the agent happily closed the deal. I hired a renovation team and paid extra for speed. I got security upgrades, heating, and ventilation installed. I also took out loans and maxed out my credit cards, gathering another 590,000 yuan in cash. With all the money in hand, I was ready to make sure this home would be safe and comfortable for the future. Time was running out. The flood was coming soon, and I had only 2 weeks to prepare. I went back to my rented apartment near my workplace. Before the disaster, I lived here alone after graduating from school. All my belongings were still here: clothes, shoes, bags, important documents, and everyday items like my computer, makeup, and cooking appliances. I packed everything into my space, even the leftover food in the fridge: chicken, fries, and ribs, along with snacks and instant noodles. I cooked a bowl of mushroom chicken noodles, added eggs and sausages, and enjoyed every bite. It reminded me that coming back was worth it. After clearing out the apartment, I returned the keys to the landlord and got my deposit back. My work in this city was almost done. I booked the earliest train to the next city, Seong City, where I planned to buy supplies without attracting attention. Once I arrived, I rented a cargo truck and drove to nearby villages. Buying directly from farmers was cheaper. I disguised myself with heavy makeup and a scarf to avoid being recognized. The farmers were happy to sell, and I bought tons of rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, eggs, and chickens over 2 days. In total, I collected 5 tons of rice, 2 tons of sweet potatoes, and even over 400 fresh chickens. I stored everything in my space when no one was around. The village head's wife was friendly and even gave me homemade smoked duck as a gift. Before leaving, she introduced me to her nephew, who worked at a pig farm. With his help, I bought 20 large pigs at a good price. Fresh meat would be priceless in the future, as food scarcity would become severe. At the village market, I bought even more fish, ducks, geese, and dried foods like peanuts and dried fruits. I told people I was buying supplies for a construction site, which seemed believable. As the night fell, I parked my truck near a farmhouse and slept inside, feeling satisfied with my progress. The world still seemed normal, with plenty of food and safety, but I knew it wouldn't last. I could only hope that all my preparations were unnecessary and that disaster wouldn't come. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. The next day, I continued my shopping, focusing on meat supplies. I ordered pigs and arranged for them to be delivered at a discounted price. Looking at the healthy pigs, I felt relieved. Fresh meat would become a luxury once the disaster struck, and I was determined to stock up as much as possible. With supplies filling up my space, I checked my list and planned my next moves carefully. I had to make sure I was ready for anything. I decided to buy cows as well. 1 cow costs as much as 7 pigs, but it's worth it because beef will be even rarer in the future. I bought 2 cows and transported them along with the pigs. With so much meat, I could even make my own oil, but to save time, I bought 600 pounds of cooking oil from an oil press shop. I also purchased 20 tons of coal briquettes, which took up a whole section of my storage space. With all these supplies, I felt a little more at ease. I survived 7 hard years in my past life. This time, with everything I've prepared, I should be able to last at least 10 years without going hungry. But food alone wasn't enough. I wanted to live better. I rented a warehouse near the wholesale market in Seong City, where I wouldn't be recognized. Changing my appearance again, I put on a heavy disguise and rented a different truck to avoid suspicion. I ordered essential items first: clean drinking water, canned foods, and compressed biscuits. I bought boats, bicycles, camping gear, and survival tools like raincoats, sleeping bags, and first aid kits. I also stocked up on hygiene products, warm clothing, and power supplies like generators and solar panels. For safety, I bought stun batons, knives, and pepper spray since firearms were restricted. I plan to visit a shooting range later to check for better options. Next, I focused on food supplies. Salt is essential and valuable for trade, so I bought 50 cases. I stocked up on sauces, spices, and instant noodles in every flavor. I even found a discounted box of chili sauce, which turned out to be perfect for my taste. At the fresh food market, I bought semi-prepared foods like fries, chicken nuggets, and frozen meats that could be cooked quickly. Even got 10 tubs of Haagen-Dazs ice cream as a treat. The store threw in 2 small ice makers as a bonus. I also bought all kinds of seeds. In the past, many crops stopped growing due to climate disasters and mutations. I remembered seeing giant, aggressive rats that could tear people apart. Many fruits became rare, only appearing in canned form or on the black market. Looking at my growing stockpile, I felt more prepared, but I knew I had to keep working. I needed to be ready for anything the future might bring. I bought a truckload of sweet oranges at a low price to stock up on vitamins. After unloading them at the warehouse, I continued buying more fruits, sugar mandarins, lemons, apples, pears, and peaches. I also bought crispy winter dates, mangoes, persimmons, grapes, and even expensive off-season fruits like durians and dragon fruits. In total, I ended up with hundreds of watermelons and cantaloupes. My bulk order of bottled drinking water arrived, but transferring it to the large storage tanks was too time-consuming. I hired 2 temporary workers, Su Zhao and Li Mingyu, to help with the heavy lifting. They were curious about why I needed so much water, but I ignored their questions and continued working. At night, I drove around, pretending to transport goods while secretly storing everything in my space. Later, I went around Xiong City collecting gasoline. Since diesel was hard to find, I visited 16 gas stations and managed to store 3,200 liters of fuel in my space. Medications were another challenge. Many were restricted and required online consultations. I bought as much as I could, stocking up on vitamins, cold medicine, and essential medical supplies. I also visited a shooting club and, posing as an archery enthusiast, bought 3 high-quality compound bows and 500 arrows. They were expensive, but worth it. At the bustling night market, I bought an absurd amount of food, fried snacks, grilled skewers, and sweets. I didn't hold back, spending 200,000 yuan on food alone. I even rented extra vehicles to avoid suspicion. With all the food tucked away in my space, I felt satisfied. The temporary workers were still curious, but I paid them and left without answering their questions. With 20 tons of drinking water stored, I was set for at least 10 years. I planned to gather more water from natural sources later. That night, I cleared out the warehouse and left Xiong City without looking back. Meanwhile, back at home, my so-called father, Yang Rong, had returned from a business trip to find my stepsister, Yang Siju, crying in their bedroom. She told him I stole things from the house and attacked her. My stepmother, Su Qingru, played the innocent, acting like she wanted to protect me, but subtly fueling my father's anger. Yang Rong believed every word and blamed me for everything, convinced that I was just like my late mother, useless and troublesome. They thought they could push me out of my own home and keep everything for themselves. But they had no idea what I was planning. Yu Shifeng studied very hard during her 3 years of high school. She was alone in school every day and stayed up late into the night. But her grades were always at the bottom, far inferior to Yang Siju, who had average grades. Yang Siju didn't take her seriously. She even felt superior because Yu Shifeng studied hard, but still couldn't compare to her. A fool, of course, can't learn. Until the mock exam before the college entrance examination, Yu Shifeng's grades were always at the bottom. Su Qingru and Yang Siju let her take the college entrance examination with confidence. The worse Yu Shifeng did, the more it could highlight Yang Siju's excellence. Who would have thought that this witch would actually become the top scorer in the province? It wasn't until 2 colleges called home and competed to extend an olive branch to Yu Shifeng that her family knew her grades. She had been pretending. Yang Siju almost broke her teeth. That was an ungrateful person who could never be tamed. It was a waste of her mother's kindness to her. Su Qingru leaned on Yang Rong's shoulder with a sad look on her face. She was well-maintained, and it was hard to tell that she had given birth to 2 children, which was very rare for Yang Rong. Su Qingru half lowered her eyes, and in a place where Yang Rong could not see, she glanced coldly at Yang Siju. Yang Siju quickly adjusted her expression and pretended to be angry. My sister took away all the things in the house. The box seemed to contain the property certificate and jewelry. There were at least a dozen exquisite jewelry, all of which she had never seen before. Especially the beaded bracelet. Every time Yang Siju thought of it, her heart would tremble. When Su Qingru heard about the property certificate, a gleam flashed in her eyes. Yang Rong was shocked and did not even bother to comfort Su Qingru. This is impossible. She can't open that lock. He did not even let Su Qingru touch the key. Over the years, most of his family wealth came from selling that box of jewelry. He only sold 2 items, which was enough for him to live smoothly for more than 10 years. That was his heirloom, and he wanted to pass it to Yang Silong. Sister opened the box.
Yang Sisu stammered. Yang Rong stood up and pointed at Yang Sisu.
Aren't you at home? Why didn't you stop her? She stole things. Wouldn't you call the police? Those were antiques. Su Qingru hurried to smooth things over. Of course, Zhu stopped her. She always respects her sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to fight back even when Yu hit her. The bandage was still wrapped around Yang Siju's head. Yang Siju held her head with tears in her eyes. She looked shaky. Dad, then call the police now? Yang Rong glared at her fiercely. What's the point of calling the police? It's impossible to explain where the box of things came from. If Yu Shifeng knew anything and asked her to bite back, it would be a loss. And the real estate certificate, that's a storefront in the city center. Just thinking about it made Yang Rong feel heartbroken. Rascal. Su Qingru saw that Yang Rong didn't want to call the police. She thought about what Yang Siju said, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. That's your sister. No matter how wrong she is, there's no reason for a family to report her. Wrong, I didn't give birth to her after all. She looks at me with a layer of distance. You are her biological father. You should talk to her, and she has always wanted to be close to you. She will listen to you. Yang Rong thought about it and felt that Su Qingru's words made sense. He is Yu Shifeng's biological father. How could Yu Shifeng rebel? Yang Rong searched for a long time before he found Yu Shifeng in the list. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. He didn't give up and continued to call. 40 minutes later, Yang Rong's face turned blue and red and blue again, like a palette. He was blocked by Yu Shifeng. Kiki, Ya County. Yu Shifeng returned to his mother's old house, and the house had changed a lot. The glass was replaced with thick bulletproof glass, which was strong and reassuring. The decoration team told Yu Shifeng that the lock of this door could not be pried open, and the key was difficult to match. They told Yu Shifeng to keep the key well. A radiator was added to the room. Manager Chow said, "With this, the house is just like summer. You can eat ice cream at home even if it snows. It just consumes electricity." Lincheng is located in the south, and few houses have heating. Yu Shifeng explained, "I am born with a cold body and I am very afraid of cold." The second bedroom was converted into a gym with treadmills, spinning bikes, dumbbells, and horizontal bars. The alloy door looks very solid, and even a kitchen knife cannot leave a mark on it. According to Yu Shifeng's opinion, smart surveillance was installed at the entrance, corridors, stairways, and even outside the balcony. There is a screen at the entrance for viewing. The video will also be synchronized to the mobile phone, and once it recognizes that a human is approaching, it will send a text message to the mobile phone to remind it. After a round of acceptance, Yu Shifeng felt that it was good and readily paid the final payment to the decoration team. She bought 5 more cameras as backup. At this point, Yu Shifeng only had 20,000 cash in her hand. She slept in the bedroom. She dreamed of her mother, who was holding her tenderly and humming nursery rhymes. She could have sold this house. Maybe she could find a better place. But the jewelry was used up, and this house was the only legacy of her mother. She hoped her mother was watching her. She slept well. It was daybreak, but there was no sunshine outside the window. Clouds gathered, and big raindrops fell. Yu Shifeng watched quietly on the balcony for a while. The rain was not heavy, and it looked no different from every previous rain. The road was still busy with cars and people. Only Yu Shifeng knew that this was the prelude to a catastrophe. In her previous life, she struggled to live to the 7th year. What would happen next? It was the reconstruction of human civilization on this land. Or it will be overturned and become the dust of history. Yu Shifeng didn't know. But she knew that she had to survive, and survive by any means. The cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yu Shifeng thought it was a courier and picked it up. It was Su Qingru, her stepmother, on the other end of the phone. "Xiao Yu, has your work been going well recently?" Su Qingru said on the other end of the phone. "Have you encountered any difficulties? It's not easy for you to work outside alone." You can tell your father and aunt if you encounter any problems. Yang Rong's voice came from the other end. Get back here. You dare to steal things from home. You are such a shameless girl. Who will dare to marry you in the future? Then Su Qingru persuaded Yang Rong. You Shifeng. You two are playing the good cop and the bad cop. Try some new tactics. Yang Rong was furious. You dare to take my things, I'll beat you to death. Or you can die outside. Don't worry about it. You haven't taken care of me for so many years, and Su Qingru came to me to be a good person. I have long regarded my father as a dead man. Yu Shifeng said indifferently. Also, that's not yours. Mom's property is all premarital property, and I am the designated heir in the will. You have occupied things that should have been given to me when I was 18 years old for so many years. I didn't ask you for interest, but I have already included the money for your funeral. In this life, until you are in the coffin, I will not owe you anything. But Yang Rong probably can't get into the coffin. Can he survive the flood and be transferred to the shelter by chance? Is there enough food? Can he get medicine when he is sick? If he is not warm enough, will he freeze to death in the extreme cold? What does this have to do with her? Yang Siju and her daughter will definitely take good care of him. Yu Shifeng's mouth curled up into a strange smile. Su Qingru's words sounded very sad. Xiao Yu, how can you talk to your father like this? He is your biological father. You also know that you are not my biological mother. Yu Shifeng said. Su Qingru was choked. She couldn't figure out why Yu Shifeng, who had always been taciturn, became so sharp-tongued. Across the phone, she couldn't figure out Yu Shifeng's true attitude. She said, Xiao Yu, you are my eldest daughter, and you are the same as Yang Siju in my heart. These words can only coax my cheap father. If you want to coax him, just coax him, there is no need to call me specially. Since you gave me diarrhea medicine before the high school entrance examination, I knew what kind of person you are. Yu Shifeng hung up the phone and put Su Qingru on the blacklist. And Yang Siju and Yang Silong, this family makes people feel unlucky. Her time is very tight. There is no need to waste it on insignificant people. The weather forecast was playing on TV. It is expected that a typhoon will pass through in 5 days, accompanied by continuous heavy rainfall. Yu Shifeng took out 20 mobile hard drives from the space, all of which were of maximum capacity. She turned on the computer and downloaded all the videos on the internet, variety shows, movies, TV series, short videos, and various tutorials to the local computer and stored them in the USB flash drive. Yu Shifeng did not choose, just downloaded as many as she could. The computer was always turned on, and Yu Shifeng went to check the download progress every once in a while. Yu Shifeng loved reading novels when she was in school, so she searched for many archives on the internet. There were many 18-plus novels in the archives, so she didn't choose carefully and clicked to download all. With a tablet and mobile phone she bought, these are her future spiritual food. Famous works and papers from ancient times to the present. With the development of the internet, many papers can be easily browsed and found, and many problems can be solved through search engines. But the era of information explosion will soon be over. The books in the library were buried, dug out, and burned in the extreme cold, and many things were lost from generation to generation. Civilization regressed and returned to slash and burn farming. Yu Shifeng thought about it, and she borrowed a CNKI account from a classmate who was studying for a master's degree. The papers covered everything. It was likely that she would never understand it in her life, nor would she be able to use it. Out of a subtle psychology, Yu Shifeng created a new folder in the USB drive and downloaded as much as possible. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the clouds were continuous. Even during the day, there was only a faint light outside. There is a 5-star buffet next to the community. Yu Shifeng has been very frugal in recent years and rarely has high consumption. As for now, it's better to spend money if you don't spend it. The 5-star buffet looks really good. There is a wide variety of food, including steak, seafood, pizza, stir-fry, sushi, and desserts on the rotating display stand. Yu Shifeng ate very happily. She ate 3 bowls of boiled shrimp, a plate of clams, a plate of cuttlefish, a plate of scallops, and 5 servings of abalone and garlic vermicelli. 2 large steaks, a lamb chop, a salt and pepper duck leg, and 2 small stacks of salmon. After having enough meat, Yu Shifeng went to order a cup of lemon fruit tea, which was sweet and sour and appetizing. She also took a Napoleon cake and a few small Western pastries, all of which tasted good. The satisfaction brought by the food made Yu Shifeng happy. She took a walk in the rain with an umbrella to digest her food. There are many supermarkets around Cocoa County. There is one at the entrance of the community. Yu Shifeng walked around and took some frozen dumplings and potato chips. Before going home, Yu Shifeng went to the property management and paid 500 yuan for water, electricity, and gas. By the way, she scanned the code to join the owner group. Building 1 where Yu Shifeng's home is located has a chess and card room on the first floor. There was a crisp sound of cursing and mahjong colliding from inside. Aunt Lu sat at the door of the chess and card room with her grandson in her arms. She didn't play cards, but cracked the free melon seeds inside. Aunt Lu is also a resident of this building. She lives on the 12th floor. Seeing Yu Shifeng coming in, she raised her eyelids critically to look at Yu Shifeng. The grandson in her arms stared at Yu Shifeng's potato chips. "Little girl, is the upstairs your home for renovation?" Aunt Lu said. "Yes, no one has lived there for a long time." Yu Shifeng shook off the water splashes on her umbrella and started waiting for the elevator. "It's making quite a noise. Is this your house? Why do you live alone at home?" Aunt Lu asked. "Potato chips. I want to eat potato chips." Her grandson started to make a fuss and shouted regardless of anything. Aunt Lu gently patted her grandson's hand. "Those are my sister's potato chips. My sister gave them to you so that you can eat them. Do you know?" After saying this, she looked at Yu Shifeng with a smirk. The child is still young and doesn't understand. Children can distinguish whether adults are really angry or just pretending. After Aunt Lu finished speaking, the child made even more noise. Someone started talking in the chess and card room. "Just give the kid some potato chips if he wants them. They're not precious." "Yes, yes, we're all neighbors." Aunt Lu showed a reserved smile of determination, as if she had prepared a fake excuse. Yu Shifeng leaned over slightly and stared at the child. "These are my sister's potato chips. If you want to eat them, ask Grandma to buy them for you. Only after Grandma buys them can you eat them. Do you understand?" Aunt Lu sat on the chair, her face slightly blue. She slapped the child, this time with real force, and the child burst into tears. "Eat, eat, eat. You want to eat everything. If you want to eat the moon in the sky, I'll pick it down for you?" Aunt Lu scolded. She glared at Yu Shifeng fiercely. Yu Shifeng smiled, as if he hadn't heard anything, and stepped into the elevator. "Look at how stingy she is. She'll die if she gives my grandson a piece of potato chips. She looks like a fox. She must be someone's mistress kept here." Aunt Lu muttered as she waited for the elevator to go up. When she got home, she put the key in the entrance hall. Yu Shifeng knew Aunt Lu, who was a person who never got enough of taking advantage of others. As a result, the child was also taught badly by her, thinking that everyone should give him things. Yu Shifeng went to the bedroom to check the download progress of the computer first, and then started to cook. She would cook for herself when she was in college. After working for 3 years, she would learn to cook on the internet on her days off. The lunch boxes she brought on weekdays were shared with colleagues to try. Colleagues praised her cooking skills and said that she could apply for a chef position. Yu Shifeng had a lot of kitchen utensils, including a wok for the stove and a large soup pot for steaming and boiling. There happened to be 2 stoves in the kitchen. The rice cooker, pressure cooker, and air fryer were all connected to electricity. She liked to drink pork rib soup, pork rib stove water, washed corn, and adjusted the settings of the pressure cooker. Before long, the sweet aroma of corn wafted into the room. Although she had eaten a lot at the buffet today, Yu Shifeng still served herself a bowl and tasted it slowly. The extra was packed into the container in the space, and then the next pot was stewed. Compared to stewing soup, the rice cooker is faster, and a pot of rice can be cooked in less than a quarter of an hour. The air fryer is the most convenient. Yu Shifeng has stockpiled several boxes of semi-finished chicken nuggets, French fries, and grilled sausages. Just put them in and heat them up. The stove is not idle either. Yu Shifeng prepares the brine according to the proportions on the internet and prepares to make stewed dishes. Stewed potatoes, stewed fish, stewed shrimp, stewed chicken legs, stewed ham sausages, steaming hot, boiled one pot after another. The brine is supplemented with a small amount of bitter herbs, and the smell is fragrant but not greasy. Even the heat is not wasted. Yu Shifeng puts a bunch of glutinous rice cakes on the steam. When a pot of stewed dishes is ready, glutinous rice cakes are almost ready. In the intervals between stewing soup, cooking rice, and stewed dishes, Yu Shifeng can find a way to make a stir-fry from time to time. Wash the rice, wash the ingredients, cut the knife, use the stove water, and marinate what needs to be marinated. Pack up the cooked food and repeat the process over and over again. Occasionally, I would pick up 1 or 2 pieces to taste, and they were all pretty good. For 5 consecutive days, it rained heavily, and the weather forecast issued a typhoon warning. Yu Shifeng stayed at home to cook. Braised spare ribs, grilled steak, braised pork with potatoes, fish slices with pickled cabbage, and lemon chicken feet. These are all big dishes that require a lot of skills. Like stewed dishes, these dishes are all fragrant. Although there is a fresh air system, the overbearing fragrance still spreads far in the air. In a few days, this kind of dish can no longer be made. Yu Shifeng cherishes time. At first, when cooking rice, Yu Shifeng tried to add some sweet potato beans to it, and it tasted good. She also tried to cook the braised fat beef with rice. The rice was dipped in soup, and it was full of meaty aroma. So Yu Shifeng began to concentrate on stewing rice. A large pot of fat beef topping is enough to cook 10 pots of stewed rice. She followed the online tutorials and made shrimp paste stewed rice, kung pao chicken stewed rice, and tofu and minced meat stewed rice one after another. Among them, the tofu and minced meat tasted particularly good. The white and tender soft tofu was wrapped in a rich meat sauce and mixed with rice, which was salty and fragrant. Yu Shifeng ate 2 large bowls as a midnight snack. Let the soup cool down for a while and pour it into a plastic bucket. The braised dishes were served in plastic bowls, and the stir-fried dishes were served in packaging boxes. There were many and various things in the space. Next to the desserts, Yu Shifeng specially set aside a cooked food area. Yu Shifeng was immersed in it, watching the cooked food that was increasing little by little in the space, and his anxiety was gradually soothed. Late at night, I was so hungry that someone in the owner group asked, "Is there anyone who runs a restaurant in our community? It smells so delicious. I'm greedy and want to place an order. The fried chicken I ordered for takeout suddenly doesn't smell good. When will the rain stop? Is there anyone who wants to buy rain boots with me? I don't have any shoes to change. Every day when I go to work, my shoes are wet. I'm convinced. I smell the smell of braised pork and beef. Who is having a picnic on the rooftop? The smell is too good. I'm losing weight, don't me? Sell it or not, I'll give you 50. I can give you 100. The beeping of the mobile phone kept ringing. Yu Shifeng took a look and ignored it. There was indeed a store in the community doing lunchbox business. Hearing this, he promoted his own lunchboxes in the group. The group thought the smell was caused by the store and placed orders one after another. No one noticed him, and Yu Shifeng was also very happy. 2 days later, the typhoon officially landed and was named Afu. The official notice was issued. Relevant provinces reduced activities and enterprises suspended operations. The city was silent in the continuous rain, and unprecedented and rare heavy rain poured down. Yu Shifeng went downstairs to check the situation in the community and the corridor. By the way, she also checked the rising water level. It was raining heavily and she couldn't go out, so the chess and card room on the first floor was even more lively. As soon as the elevator door opened, a strong smell of cigarettes hit her face. There were many more people returning home in the community. Umbrellas could not withstand such heavy rain, and many people's shoulders and trouser legs were soaked. Yu Shifeng wore a raincoat and rain boots, walking through the community, with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Kekia County is already a high-altitude location, and there is water accumulation. I'm afraid other parts of the city have already started to suffer from the disaster. She needs to confirm whether the direction of natural disasters in this life is consistent with that in the previous life. Will there be any new changes? Among the neighbors who were embarrassed and wet, with water wrung out of their shoes, Yu Shifeng took off her raincoat under the eaves. Although she put on her raincoat, the dampness in the air still wet her face. Yu Shifeng bought 10 sets of fully armed raincoats and neatly stacked them in the space. Aunt Lu glanced at the raincoat in Yu Shifeng's hand. This is not cheap. Young people nowadays just love to spend money recklessly. This rain can last for a few days, and when it stops, this raincoat will be useless. The grandson in her arms glared at Yu Shifeng fiercely. Yu Shifeng ignored him and folded the raincoat with his head down. Aunt Lu made herself look unhappy and talked to old lady Yu next to her. Sister Yu, your son and his wife are back. Did they go to buy groceries? Old Mrs. Yu nodded. Yes, they work hard and usually eat takeout. They need to eat well. Vegetables are really expensive today. The price of chili has risen to 15 yuan per caddy. Aunt Lu was shocked. Why is it so expensive? I bought it for more than 1 yuan the day before yesterday. Someone in the chess and card room answered. It's raining so hard. It's worrying. Every time I go out, my clothes and shoes get wet. The weather is humid and the clothes can't be dried after washing. There is a bad smell when I enter the house. Our place is still good. My brother's place is flooded to his chest, and the house is about to be soaked. The mahjong rolled onto the table, making a shuffling sound. Ma Tian is also a resident of this building. He won the game and happily accepted the money from the 3 families. He said carelessly, "It's a typhoon day, just these few days." After returning home, Yu Shifeng checked his phone for a while. Among the top 10 hot searches, 7 were about holidays. The official notice calling for people to store food at home was suppressed. Starting tomorrow afternoon, all industries in Lincheng will have a 3-day holiday. A considerable number of people are happy about the arrival of the typhoon because they have paid leave, and some people are proudly showing off their company benefits on social media. Some people complain that their things have been delayed, but they are also beginning to enjoy this holiday. Students cheered for the suspension of classes. For many people, this is a rare holiday after all. This will also be the last holiday. Yu Shifeng put away his mobile phone, turned on the stove, and put the washed potatoes and eggs into the stew pot. For dinner, he had a braised beef rice and a braised potato. This night, Yu Shifeng was at full power and stayed up all night. He made 40 stewed rice, 150 braised potatoes, 87 braised eggs, and 106 steamed glutinous rice cakes with the stewed dishes. 10 pots of braised pork with potatoes, more than 5 pounds of black pepper chicken nuggets, and 30 grilled sausages. Yu Shifeng was very tired. After dawn, someone in the group said that he dreamed of eating a full banquet last night. Yu Shifeng put the sauce for making braised food into the space. Braised food has a strong taste. After staying up all night, he will not make it again in the short term. He cleaned up the kitchen before going to bed. He slept until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The heavy rain was still falling, and the wind outside was stronger. Yu Shifeng was lying in bed and saw the news in the hot search. The subway was forced to stop, and 1/3 of the passengers on Lincheng Line 5 failed to escape from the carriage, resulting in a major tragedy. The reporter said that he would continue to pay attention. The subway line was urgently repaired and was no longer open to the public. Urban traffic was paralyzed. Yu Shifeng was not surprised. She looked at the wind direction on the internet and put away her mobile phone. After 2 hours of training in the gym, Yu Shifeng was sweating profusely. She wiped it with a towel and took a shower. The fresh air system has been running all night, and the rich fragrance in the house has almost dissipated. When Yu Shifeng checked the situation in the community, he was afraid that the elevator would have an accident, so he did not take the elevator and went down the stairs. The rain has been falling for nearly half a month, and many people have taken their clothes to the corridor for ventilation. Even the stairs are filled with the smell of clothes drying in the shade. Yu Shifeng did not force himself and took out a mask and put it on. The further down you go, the more humid it is. The air is wet and sticks to your body, almost solidifying into substance. The water has already flooded the countertop on the first floor, and the owner of the chess and card room has no choice but to scoop water out with a ladle, but with little success. The legs of the mahjong table are soaked in water, and there is a circle of mold on the surface. The weather is not good to go out, and many people gather on the steps on the first floor. Aunt Lou gloats over other people's misfortune, and she points and talks while eating melon seeds. Boss, can't you do this business anymore? When I bought the house, I asked someone to calculate it, and the feng shui of the first floor here is not good. The boss is a divorced widow, quite pretty, and everyone around her calls her Sister Yun. Sister Yun was moving the tables and chairs outside, and when she heard the words, she put the chairs down heavily. You come to my place every day to steal sunflower seeds and candies. I don't want to bother with you, but you're still getting excited. Lou is not happy with this and started to rage on the spot. Your chess and card hall has no business. No one will come if it is flooded. I am old, and I am here to support you, but you are just thinking about your melon seeds. You are so tactless, and you deserve not to make any money. Sister Yun threw the melon seeds on the ground and rushed over to beat her up. You are a shrew who takes advantage of your age. You will be so proud if I give you some face. She grabbed Aunt Lou's hair and pulled her to the ground. Aunt Lou screamed, Su Yun, which people around hurriedly grabbed Sister Yun. Sister, calm down, calm down. This room is not clean yet. Business matters are more important. Aunt Lou, you should also stop talking. After a long period of noise, Aunt Lou climbed the stairs and went home with a grin. The rain hit the window grills, and the first floor accumulated more water. Sister Yun no longer scooped water in vain. She was ready to move all the furniture that could be moved to a higher floor. Ma Tian on the third floor was very enthusiastic. Sister Yun, you can't live here, so move to my place. I happen to have a vacant room. This Ma Tian obviously had bad intentions. Yu Shifeng lowered her eyes and suppressed the disgust in her eyes. In the previous life, this person had been very aggressive, like a fly, very annoying. Sister Yun did not agree. It's too troublesome to move to your place. A friend of mine happens to have a vacant room on the 15th floor and asked me to rent it out. I'll go there for 2 days. The 15th floor is next to Yu Shifeng. Hearing this, Ma Tian stopped his hand when he was about to help and stood there without moving. Sister Yun didn't mind. She had a lot of strength and quickly dragged the bedding, tables, and chairs into the elevator. There was no excitement to watch, and people gradually dispersed. Yu Shifeng was also ready to turn back. For girls rushed in from the rain, soaking wet. Little Sister Yu, why are you here? One of them said in surprise. The one who spoke was Tan Wanwan, who lived on the 12th floor and was studying in the same city. Tan Wanwan introduced them to Yu Shifeng enthusiastically. They are my roommates. It was raining too hard, and the dormitory was on the first floor. It was too damp to live in, so I brought them home. She introduced them to her roommates. This is the sister who used to be my tutor. Sister Yu is super awesome. She graduated from B University. These girls are still on campus, and it is the time to worship academic qualifications.
Wow.
Hello, Sister Yu. Sister Yu is so beautiful, and she goes to a good school. There must be a lot of handsome guys chasing after her. Qianing came to Yu Shifeng and wanted to hold Yu Shifeng's hand. Yu Shifeng carefully looked at the girls' faces, and her eyes fell on Qianing. She took a step back and avoided Qianing's contact. She nodded slightly to Tan Wanwan and turned back home. The roast duck rice she had for lunch was a takeaway ordered from Xiangshi. There were 3 compartments in the roast duck rice, one for braised duck leg meat, one for shredded potatoes, and one for cabbage. It was just warm enough when I took it out of the space. After dinner, I packed up the garbage and put it back in the space. Yu Shifeng cut an orange and ate it, then took a cup of pearl milk tea and drank it slowly. There were more and more people in the building, and Yu Shifeng didn't plan to make strong-flavored stewed dishes anymore. She focused on cooking rice, steamed cakes, and glutinous rice cakes. Now I can still go out, and takeout can also come in. The aroma of rice and noodles is not unnoticeable. In the interval between steaming cakes and cooking rice, Yu Shifeng picked a few seeds and planted them in the flower bed of the space. Durian, cherry, mangosteen, watermelon, red grapes, and coconut. Yu Shifeng has no shortage of staple foods, and she planted these because she loves to eat them. She has no experience in planting, but fortunately she bought a lot of seeds, and she plans to take it slow and try them all. The seeds planted had their tips sprouted in 2 days, and they all looked very good. Yu Shifeng began to peel sweet beans. There were hundreds of kilograms, and it didn't take much brain power to peel them. Sprinkle a handful and cook with rice, and even the rice is sweet. She put the tablet on the table and peeled the beans slowly while watching TV. The TV series was a high-scoring series from the past 2 years, with a heart-wrenching story of love, hatred, and revenge. Yu Shifeng watched and gradually became fascinated, but her hands never stopped moving. As she was peeling, Yu Shifeng suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking down, she saw a handful of sweet bean shells in the bowl that was originally used to hold the beans, and the edible beans were in the trash can. Yu Shifeng. Fortunately, the trash bag was newly replaced, and Yu Shifeng picked them up one by one. In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, Yu Shifeng simply stopped throwing the peeled sweet bean shells into the trash can and took a new plate. After watching 4 episodes of the TV series and peeling a large bowl of beans, Yu Shifeng stretched her body to stretch her muscles, still not satisfied with the TV series. There was a knock on the door. From the surveillance video, it seemed that it was Sister Yun who moved in today. Yu Shifeng opened the inner door and asked through the lattice door, "What's the matter?" Sister Yun seemed to be startled by the alloy door. "Can you lend me some salt? I'm halfway through cooking. Just give me the bottom of the spoon." This was a normal interaction between neighbors. Yu Shifeng thought about it and put a bottle cap on it. There was a vertical railing on the top of the alloy door, so it was no problem to hand over a bottle cap. "Thank you. It's really hard to go out on this typhoon day. Otherwise, I would go downstairs to buy some." Thinking of the previous life, when he had partnered with Sister Yun, which was quite pleasant, Yu Shifeng suggested, "After cooking this meal, wait until the typhoon is over and buy more for the family." "Well, of course, the rice and flour at home are almost gone. Buy more and then I won't go out." After seeing Sister Yun off, Yu Shifeng washed the rice, poured in a spoonful of sweet beans, turned on the pot, boiled eggs in the pot, and glutinous rice cakes in the steamer. There was also another bowl next to it to steam the sweet beans and adjust the heat. Yu Shifeng worked out in the gym for an hour. He came out once in the middle and ate a small bowl of sweet beans and a boiled egg. After taking a shower, the second pot was almost ready. After becoming proficient in the work, these simple cooked foods were no longer a big deal. Yu Shifeng lay on the bed and browsed his phone. The wind was howling, and there was a creaking sound of windows outside the corridor, a hissing sound of drafts, and constant ping-pong sounds, coming from nowhere. The property management group said all kinds of things. At property management, "My car is soaked in water. The drainage in the underground garage is so bad. Property management, don't play dead." "That's right, I spent tens of thousands to buy a parking space, and I still pay so much property management fees every year. All the clothes on my balcony were blown away. I can't order takeout. I'll have to eat instant noodles for 2 days. My child was scared and cried. I feel that this year's typhoon is not right. Yes, it's the first time in more than 10 years. Does anyone raise Australian lobsters?" Picture the nickname of the person who posted the picture is Chinchin's father. In the picture, this person has chicken, duck, beef, and everything else. Chinchin's father also took close-ups of steaks and seafood. In the corner of the picture, rice and noodles are piled up high. "These shrimps are longer than my legs. King Shrimp's big brother is awesome. Chinchin's father is really rich. Big brother, can you finish all the rice you bought?" Chinchin's father: "I asked a friend to air freight this lobster from Australia. It just arrived yesterday. I had booked it for the hotel to process it, but the typhoon came, and this thing is dead and no longer fresh." Chinchin's father: "Oh, the rice was bought by my wife. I was so tired to move it back. She spends money lavishly and buys so much at a time." I'm really impressed, Yu Shifeng sighed in her heart. It's not that she envied Chinchin's father's food. She had no shortage of rice, flour, and meat. Even if she didn't cook, the cooked food she bought and stored these days would be enough for her to eat for half a year. What's more, the cooked food reserves are still increasing. The food that Chinchin's father posted is nothing now. But there are nearly 700 people in the group. When food becomes scarce in the future, it will be a different story when you think about it. By then, Qinchin's father may drag down the whole family. Yu Shifeng read the news again. On Weibo, the entertainment section was quiet and many places were engaged in disaster relief. Many netizens are saying that if they hold on a little longer, the typhoon will not last, and it will be fine after these few days. Yu Shifeng turned off her phone. She wanted to drink soy milk tomorrow. Yu Shifeng soaked some soybeans in a basin, cleaned the pots and pans, then returned to bed, rolled up the quilt, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. The rain was crackling, the quilt was dry and warm, and she had a good night. I slept until I woke up naturally. The rain got heavier, covering the sky. Even though the community was well soundproofed, I could still hear the loud noise. It was like a hole in the sky, and the rain was pouring out. There were no pedestrians on the road. Yu Shifeng looked down from a high place, watching the trees in the distance being blown down by the wind and the billboards falling heavily to the ground. It was the 6th day of the 11th month of the lunar calendar. There were strong winds and heavy rains. It was suitable to stay at home and not go out. For breakfast, Yu Shifeng squeezed soy milk for himself. The soy milk machine was very noisy, but compared with the heavy rain, this noise seemed nothing. The capacity was 1.5 liters at a time, and it took half an hour to filter the bean dregs. Yu Shifeng didn't plan to waste these bean dregs, so he prepared to mix them with flour to make soybean cakes. 2 baskets of hot buns were steamed on the stove. After drinking a cup of clear and mellow soy milk and eating 2 meat buns, Yu Shifeng put the extra soy milk and buns into the space. Today I will continue to cook rice, steam glutinous rice cakes, and flatbreads. These are staple foods. After they are prepared, they are placed in the space. You can eat them for the rest of your life. Yu Shifeng doesn't think too much is enough. Someone in the property group posted a video of the community. The landscape trees in the community were broken in half, lying across the road, blocking the gate of the community. The property, which had been playing dead for a long time, finally responded. Property, family members, remember to contact the insurance company to apply for compensation for losses caused by force majeure. If you have difficulty in obtaining evidence, you can actively contact us. The weather is bad. Family members should not go out unless necessary. A bunch of nonsense, it's useless. Get lost. I'm in Building 2, 1201. Is there any resident in Building 2 who can sell me some food? There is no pot at home. It's best to have bread and instant noodles. I'm willing to pay double the money. I'm on the 5th floor. I have a few bags of snail noodles. If you want to eat, you can come down and take them. Thank you. I'll treat my brother to a restaurant after the typhoon is over. Yu Shifeng didn't look at the group chat again. The typhoon went all the way north. As netizens said, it would not stay in Lincheng for more than 3 days. The typhoon will go away, but the rain will not stop. Yu Shifeng counted the stockpiled goods in the organized space. The food area had takeout, drinks, cooked food, desserts, and fruits. Clothes for all seasons. Daily necessities. Weapons, various tools, and building materials. The express deliveries that had not been opened in time were opened one by one and sorted and classified. Some kitchen waste from the past few days was also in there. The space was an extension of Yu Shifeng's thoughts. She seemed to be just leaning on the sofa with her eyes closed, but sweat was oozing from her forehead. After spending most of the day, the space was much tidier and more capacity was freed up. The ground in the city was in a mess. Lincheng was inland. After the typhoon, someone picked up sea fish on the road. The scope of the typhoon can be seen. The rain was knocking on the window, and Yang Siju woke up from her dream. She picked up her mobile phone, and the internet was talking about Typhoon Afu. It is hard to imagine that a typhoon that landed from the south and raged all the way has such a gentle name. Afu, also called Afu. The light from the mobile phone screen hit Yang Siju's face, which was pale. She grabbed her phone and rushed out the door, heading straight for the nearest supermarket. The wind had stopped. Yu Shifeng was wearing a dark raincoat, almost blending into the night. The street lights that should have been on seemed to have been scrapped in this typhoon, and the water level had already reached her thighs. The water was very cold, and there were many things floating in it. Yu Shifeng brushed away the steel pipes, and there was great resistance with every step. After walking out of the community and making sure that no one saw her, Yu Shifeng took out a kayak from the space. She had a clear purpose and went to the nearest business district. There was water everywhere, but fortunately Yu Shifeng was very familiar with this area. About 2 hours later, she arrived at her destination. The business district was darker than ever before, and the stores were locked. Yu Shifeng took out a fire hammer from the space and smashed it hard. With a loud, the glass exploded. It was inconspicuous in the sound of the gurgling rain. This is a ready-made clothing store. Yu Shifeng has no shortage of clothes, but she is not interested in them. This seems to be a very expensive brand. She went into the store and picked out a few pairs of sneakers. Then she opened the door from the inside and groped her way into the business district. Next to it is a milk tea shop. There are a lot of milk tea powders in the cabinets, boxes of coconut milk, pearls, and various jam drinks. Good stuff. Yu Shifeng took them all away, even the ice maker and ice cream machine. Nail salon, Yu Shifeng continued to the back, a mobile phone brand. Not knowing whether the display cabinet was a real machine or a model, Yu Shifeng took a circle and did not stay for long. A bedding store. The bedding felt very comfortable, latex pillows and mosquito nets, with built-in brackets, and the light green lace looked very beautiful. Yu Shifeng could not help but took a few sets of each. On the 3rd floor of the business district is a large fresh supermarket, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters, which is also the destination of Yu Shifeng's trip. The water level will continue to rise, and it is only a matter of time before the 3rd floor is flooded. If the things in the supermarket are not moved out, most of them will be soaked in the water and turned into mud. With the existing space available to Yu Shifeng, which is less than 200 square meters, there are too few things that can be taken away. Most of the jewelry boxes are gold, silver, jade, and stones. I think those can allow the space to be further expanded. Yu Shifeng went to the underground 1st floor, where there was a gold shop. The underground floor was completely submerged in water. Yu Shifeng put on a diving suit and an oxygen tank. She had used this in her previous life, a simple version, and she had to float up to breathe after staying underwater for at most 5 minutes. It was far inferior to the one Yu Shifeng was wearing. The security measures of the gold shop were much stronger, but unfortunately, the camera and electronic lock were soaked in water, and Yu Shifeng easily pried open the door. It was not very strenuous in the water, but it was much more difficult to pull up the rolling door than to unlock it. Gold, silver, platinum, colored gold, and various high-priced jewelry. The display cabinets were locked tightly. The outer glass was bulletproof glass, which could not be chiseled open by a fire hammer. Yu Shifeng did not intend to chisel it. The display cabinets went in and out of the space. The cabinets were still in the same place, but the gold ornaments inside were empty. In the same way, all the cabinets entered Yu Shifeng's space. There were about 7 or 8 gold shops here, and Yu Shifeng cleared out all the gold and silver. The space seemed to have changed. Yu Shifeng sank his consciousness into it and saw an extra bathroom and a staircase to the 2nd floor. Good news. The cottage has a 2nd floor. Bad news. She only has stairs. The front area seemed to have increased a little, about 10 square meters. Yu Shifeng was very dissatisfied with this increase. He spent dozens of kilograms of gold, but it only increased by less than 20 square meters. The housing prices in the 2nd ring road are not so expensive. Yu Shifeng thought about it and roughly knew where the problem was. These jades and golds are not bad, but too new. The jewelry in my mother's box is a legacy from her ancestors and is very old. Gold, silver, jade, and space can also be eaten, but what is more needed are old objects that have accumulated history. Yu Shifeng felt a little toothache. She floated up, exited the underground 1st floor, and took off her diving suit. Since she was here, the supermarket was right in front of her, so she had to go. There was a store on the 2nd floor that sold all kinds of chocolates, sold by gram, and the unit price was very high. Ferrero, raw chocolate, cream chocolate, strawberry, all kinds of patterns. Yu Shifeng took them all clean. She threw a strawberry-filled chocolate into her mouth. It had a silky texture, sweet but not greasy, and worthy of its price tag. Next to it was a store that sold soft candies, which were colorful and in all shapes. Just the things in these two stores made Yu Shifeng's trip worth it. The cosmetics store, big name lipsticks, foundation, concealer, eyeshadow, makeup remover. Yu Shifeng collected a lot. The purpose of taking these cosmetics is not to dress up. The survivors do not need them. Instead, when necessary, they make themselves look similar to others. After all, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Near the supermarket, Yu Shifeng pried open the door of the supermarket and saw the carts at the checkout counter. The carts can be stacked together, which is good for storage and transportation. Yu Shifeng took 6 or 7. Daily necessities area. Yu Shifeng took away all the wet wipes and toilet paper and picked and chose some towels, toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and cleanser. The space is limited, and these things can be used for 2 months in a bottle. Yu Shifeng also bought a lot of express delivery before, so she is not short of them. For maternal and child products, Yu Shifeng took a few cans of milk powder. This is canned, and it can still be preserved after being washed. She just took a few cans to try it out, and there is no need to compete with the survivors who came later. She doesn't like milk powder either, and she always feels that it has a milky smell. Lotus root powder, sesame paste, bean powder, nuts. Yu Shifeng was no longer polite and swept them all into the space. There were so many that they filled up an annex room, and they were less than 1/10 of the supermarket. The supermarket's power supply system was still running, and the freezer was intact. Yu Shifeng happily took away yogurt and drinks of various flavors. Yu Shifeng picked and stuffed fresh fruits and vegetables into the space. Dragon fruit, red grapes, mangoes, lemons, jackfruits, durian, bananas. Eggs, rice, mung beans, flour, glutinous rice flour, salted eggs, sweet potato vines, water spinach. Pork, beef, mutton, chicken, fish, shrimp, turtle. Yu Shifeng piled up diving suits, life jackets, and various cleaning supplies in the bathroom. The corridor was piled with self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, instant noodles, and various instant fast foods. Yu Shifeng continued to move forward and soon came to the canned area. Baby cabbage, kimchi, bean paste, lao gan ma, all of which were sealed and preserved, and Yu Shifeng put them into the space together with the shelves. This supermarket is large in scale, and after collecting these, the annex room has been filled. Spicy strips, instant noodles, sausages, potato chips, biscuits. Yu Shifeng was like a mouse that fell into a rice warehouse. Yu Shifeng handled countless things, and she was like a machine, scanning them to do a quality inspection and throwing them into the space if they were suitable. She touched the supermarket's freezer. The freezer was tightly closed, and Yu Shifeng's heart flashed with joy. They were all fresh meat. There were too many, and Yu Shifeng's space was getting fuller and fuller, and the fresh meat was almost overflowing. In the storage room, Yu Shifeng pried open the lock and was overjoyed. Compared with the scattered supplies outside, the things in the warehouse were stored very tightly and stacked layer by layer. The inventory in the warehouse alone was enough to fill Yu Shifeng's space. Yu Shifeng picked them up. Yu Shifeng swept away all the vacuum-packed rice, flour, and sugar. Sweet potato vines, lettuce, several large bags of tomatoes, more than 200 kilograms of cucumbers, red dragon fruit. The space was completely full. Yu Shifeng was still trying to stuff things into the gap. The inventory in this large supermarket is still endless. It won't be long before this place is flooded. Yu Shifeng felt a sense of unwarranted pain. It was such a waste. There might not be another store after this one. Is there any way to take it away? Originally thought, I could use the gold shop in the business district to expand the space, but who would have thought that the space would swallow up but the return was limited? Antiquities, old things. Yu Shifeng thought of a place to go. She lowered her head and checked her phone to confirm the coordinates of the lynching museum. It's not too far. It's not too close either. At the speed of the kayak, it will take at least 2 hours. When she got there, it was probably dawn. Yu Shifeng looked up at the sky. She had planned to return to the community before dawn, but it seemed that she had to stay outside for another day. Having made up her mind, Yu Shifeng got back on the kayak and headed for the city museum. On the way, she saw a wet cat standing on driftwood. Yu Shifeng touched the cat through her gloves. There was no one around, so she took out a small piece of fresh meat from her space and threw it over. She had just returned from the supermarket with a full load, and the space was about to overflow with supplies. It wouldn't hurt to give a little. The water was surging, and although the cat stood very steadily, it inevitably drifted downstream and disappeared under the light of the flashlight. After paddling for nearly 3 hours, the gray sky was shining. There were voices coming from the front. Yu Shifeng saw from the telescope that it was the rescue team, so she immediately took a detour and avoided them intentionally. It's better to have less trouble than more. Yu Shifeng couldn't explain why she appeared here at this time. Yu Shifeng arrived at the museum. Most of the museum was soaked in water. Yu Shifeng turned around several times according to the map before he was sure that he had found the place. The water here is much stronger than the business district. Yu Shifeng turned around and saw a sign in the water. The Lost Ancient Civilization, Mayan Civilization Epic Exhibition Lynching Field. It seems that a touring exhibition was originally held here. Yu Shifeng broke the window and rode into the museum. This is an empty room. Judging from the multimedia devices, it looks like a video room. The tables and chairs are soaked in water and empty. Yu Shifeng judged that this should be the second floor. Once inside, it was not convenient to kayak. Yu Shifeng put away the kayak, put on a diving suit, and control herself to adjust the direction. The water was surging, and in the darkness, there was only the sound of Yu Shifeng groping and stirring. She dived down along the elevator handrail and estimated that she had reached the first floor. Under the searchlight, the exhibition hall was flooded, and the objects that were originally placed on the high platform for people to admire seemed to have returned to their original appearance. The clay sculpture was just a ball of mud, and the silver comb was just a comb. They floated with the water and seemed to be no different from other sundries. The museum is a gathering place for cultural relics, but the cultural relics are too small compared to the museum. Yu Shifeng tried her best to salvage. No matter what she touched, she would put it in the space to take a look, and the useful ones would be kept, and the useless ones would be thrown away. There were more than a dozen pieces in a row, and the things looked very exquisite and simple, and they looked very realistic. The space didn't react at all, and Yu Shifeng realized that this was the cultural and creative store at the entrance of the museum. No wonder they were all fake. Yu Shifeng swam deeper. Something floated in the water, and Yu Shifeng brushed it away with her hand. It was a group of algae of unknown composition. There was a piece of rag inside which was full of threads. Based on the principle of killing by mistake rather than letting go, Yu Shifeng threw it into the space. The space was like boiling oil in water, and suddenly became excited. After a commotion, the second floor was no longer a lonely staircase. Going up the stairs, there was a hall of nearly 50 square meters. Yu Shifeng didn't really understand the aesthetics of the space. She had just touched it and was sure that it was just a handful of wet rags. After being soaked in water, it might have grown mold. There was a wooden sign next to the rags. Yu Shifeng picked it up and took a look. The handwriting was a little blurry, and the small handwriting was completely blurred and unrecognizable. The 4 big characters could still be recognized. Note nodding.
Excuse me.
It is estimated that the piece of cloth just now can be traced back thousands of years. Her guess was correct. What the space needed was not limited to gold, silver, jade, and stone. Objects were not important. Antiquities that carried human history were truly useful. This small step was worth all the 7 gold shops. Yu Shifeng stretched her stiff neck and felt that she could still fight in the water for 3 days. Having tasted the sweetness, Yu Shifeng began to investigate more carefully, even grabbing the steel handles that passed by and sifting them into the space. In this way, the time was inevitably extended. Yu Shifeng thought about it and took out the fishing net from the space. She pulled one end of the fishing net and walked from the east side of the exhibition hall to the west. The salvage results were gratifying. Useful objects fell into the space and flashed a faint light, like stars and rays. Yu Shifeng found a well-preserved exhibition stand in a separate room. Inside was a golden silk piece, and there seemed to be a text introduction next to it. Yu Shifeng did not look at the densely packed origins and history. She put her hand against the glass exhibition stand. The water flooded it and was squeezed open again. The booth returned to its original position, and the golden silk piece merged into the space. Yu Shifeng did not check carefully, but grabbed the fence on the traffic line and floated to the next booth. Until the exhibition hall was emptied. From the time she came out, it has been 1 day and 2 nights. Extreme fatigue made her brain dull. Through a waterproof mask, Yu Shifeng took a last look back at the empty exhibition hall and slowly floated up. She was too tired. But this trip was not over. She did not forget that there were nearly 4/5 of the supplies in the supermarket left. If they were flooded like this, it would be painful to think about it. Besides, now, every extra supply is a guarantee of future survival. Yu Shifeng came back from the 7th year of the apocalypse, and she didn't know which year it would end. What if this deadline is 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years? It will never end. She always feels that it is not enough. And now, she needs at least half an hour of sleep. Afraid that someone would come, she didn't dare to stay in the museum for a long time and planned to find a nearby door to go out first. As for where to rest, Yu Shifeng had to look around again. If she couldn't find it, she would prepare to drink coffee. Yu Shifeng floated up, returned to the kayak, and leaned against the wall to rest. Only then did she pay attention to the changes in the space. The space had changed. Originally, the space showed a sense of dead silence, like a corner forgotten by time. Even if Yu Shifeng put something in it, everything inside was still. Before, Yu Shifeng attributed this to the magic of the space itself. Now Yu Shifeng doesn't think so. After the space swallowed up the museum's cultural relics, Yu Shifeng felt a vigorous and indescribable vitality when her consciousness sank again. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as clear air. For a moment, she felt the wind. Then she noticed the changes in the space. The second floor showed its full picture. The second floor alone is nearly 400 square meters. A corner of the roof can be vaguely seen, with ridge beasts carved, and the style is simple and majestic. The front yard seems to have reached its limit, about 150 square meters, and the courtyard wall is enclosed. The area of the planted flower bed is also more than 20 square meters. There was a backyard of more than 700 square meters, and the spring water flowed down the stone wall with a clear sound. Yu Shifeng was refreshed. There was water in the space. The space seemed to come alive. Yu Shifeng's heart moved, and the next second, her body appeared in the space. Her legs were really on the ground. The supplies were still piled in the space: rice, noodles, meat, and fruit. There was an hourglass in the room. The fine sand was continuous, and Yu Shifeng estimated that it would take about an hour to walk. Yu Shifeng had a little enlightenment in her heart. She could stay in the space for an hour. It was absolutely safe here. No one would disturb her, and no one would spy on her. Yu Shifeng seized the time and made a bed with a quilt. Then she lay down on it. She thought that she would find a chance to get a mattress in the future and leave at least one room in the hut for rest. Yu Shifeng closed her eyes and fell asleep the next second. Half an hour passed in a flash. Yu Shifeng opened her eyes, and there were only 15 minutes left in the hourglass. Yu Shifeng had never needed an alarm clock since she was a child. She knew how long she could sleep and how long she could sleep. She could wake up at the right time. She ate a sticky rice cake, drank some water, and washed her face with the spring water in the backyard. This refreshment made her mental state much better. When there were 5 minutes left on the hourglass, Yu Shifeng returned to the kayak. Sure enough, as soon as she left the space, the hourglass stopped and stopped flowing. On the way out of the museum, Yu Shifeng passed by an art exhibition. The painting style was abstract, giving people the illusion that she could do it. Yu Shifeng tried to put it into the space, but the space was indifferent. How did the art painting get in, and how did Yu Shifeng throw it out? There were many such paintings floating in the water, and the painting style was the same. These paintings were not only useless but also blocked the view, and visibility was not high underwater. Yu Shifeng circled a few times and found that she was still in the same place. Yu Shifeng simply put all the paintings that blocked the way into the space and successfully touched the exit of the museum. Before the space upgrade, there was no spare capacity for her to do this. Now, the space capacity is enough. It is so generous. After leaving the museum, Yu Shifeng rushed back to the business district. Now the space cabin, the front yard, and the backyard together are nearly 2,000 square meters. With such a capacity, there is more than enough to fit an entire supermarket. Such a heavy rain will continue for 3 months. Now is the best and last chance. Yu Shifeng found a pharmacy. Many medicines were soaked in water. Yu Shifeng put all the undamaged medicines into the space. Next to it was a post station, with large and small express deliveries piled up. Yu Shifeng waved her hand and took them all away. When passing by several convenience stores, Yu Shifeng did not stop. Convenience stores are small and time-consuming. She saw the cat again, huddled under the railing, holding a big fish in its mouth. Yu Shifeng glanced at it and didn't care. She took out the map and corrected the direction of the kayak. The cat was approaching Yu Shifeng. It had amazing jumping power, and after a few moves, it had already arrived in front of Yu Shifeng. Wet and wet. Standing on the driftwood next to the kayak, it did not move forward. The cat spat the fish in front of Yu Shifeng and licked its paws modestly. Is this a thank you? Thanking her for the fresh meat? Yu Shifeng stared at the cat for a while and patted the kayak. The cat was quite human-like and understood that it had permission, so it jumped over. It wrapped its tail around its front paws and squatted beside it obediently. Yu Shifeng took a plastic bag to cover the cat and ignored it. While paddling, he kept an eye out. When he saw a hardware store, Yu Shifeng's eyes lit up. She broke the door neatly and took away the various bits and pieces inside. Water pipes, screws, torsion bars, and an electric saw inside were particularly popular with her. The lethality is another matter. Just holding it in your hand is enough to deter some people with bad intentions in the early stages of a natural disaster. Yang Siju went to the supermarket and bought a lot of rice, flour, grain, oil, vegetables, fruits, compressed biscuits, and canned food. She didn't have much savings, so she asked Yang Rong for pocket money, but she only got 10,000 yuan. She asked the supermarket to arrange for the things to be delivered to the door of the house. The neighbor's old lady Zhang looked around and said, "You bought so many things?" Yang Siju signed for them and smiled slightly. "I bought them if I wanted to." Old lady Zhang nodded thoughtfully. "Cabbage is 7 yuan a pound. Money is not easy to spend." Yang Siju thought, what do you know? A sense of superiority rose in her heart. In the dream, the rain would continue to fall, and it would become very difficult to buy food later. Because of those intermittent dreams, Yang Siju has been particularly lucky since she was a child. It was also because of her advice that Yang Rong avoided risks in the business field several times. She is the little lucky star of the family. Yang Siju believes that this time will be the same. As for the things that Yu Shifeng took away, Yang Siju sneered in her heart, and soon they would become a pile of scrap metal. Yu Shifeng will get nothing. What's wrong with Jing Qingfan? A witch like Yu Shifeng, even if she has a good education and a good job, is only worthy of marrying a. Thinking of this, Yang Siju felt better, but when she thought of the bracelet beads, she felt like there was a thorn in her heart. An indescribable sense of loss surged in her heart. On the other side, Yu Shifeng returned to the business district, and in less than a day, the water level rose again. After returning from the museum, living things can enter the space, and these living things have no time limit. This time, she took away all the live fish in the water tank. The cat followed her not far away. Yu Shifeng thought about setting up an area in the backyard to raise some chickens and ducks, and take the sustainable development route. After most of the day, Yu Shifeng emptied all the fresh food in freezers in the supermarket.
Species strip, instant noodle, ham sausage, potato chips, biscuits, braised eggs.
Compared with the staple food, Yu Shifeng's space could not hold so many snacks in the supermarket. Now, Yu Shifeng will naturally not miss it. Just looking at these things makes people feel good. Yu Shifeng accepted them all without hesitation. It took her nearly 6 hours to finally empty the supermarket. She was very satisfied with the space she had gained. When she was about to leave, she was blocked by a cat. The cat fell at Yu Shifeng's feet, biting her trouser leg and dragging her in another direction. Yu Shifeng followed in confusion. Only then did she see that there was a door behind the container, which seemed to be a warehouse. Yu Shifeng slapped her head. She was really stupid. She almost forgot that such a big supermarket could not have a warehouse. The cat was covered in black mud, and Yu Shifeng patted the cat's head. She said, "Remember your merit." After removing the lock, Yu Shifeng quickly pushed open the door of the warehouse. Unlike the supermarket, which was divided into categories, the various goods in the warehouse were piled high and compactly. Various fruits, rice, flour, seasonings, dried fruits, bread, canned food, and cooking oil were all sealed in packaging boxes. One box was stacked on top of another and one bag was next to another. Including the shelves, the efficiency of storing things in the space is unprecedentedly high. Yu Shifeng thought it will be enough for her to eat for a long time. This time, she came out with a lot of goods. When leaving the warehouse, Yu Shifeng looked around in the space and opened a can of salmon for the cat. The cat ate it very happily. After the cat finished eating, Yu Shifeng walked out of the supermarket, and the cat followed him obediently, flicking its tail. Set off for home. Meow the cat was not willing to stay on the kayak, honestly. It jumped around in the water with ease, stopping and looking back from time to time. The cat found the warehouse, and Yu Shifeng thought that it might find something good, so he followed it. After turning 2 corners, the speedboat stopped in front of a pet supplies store. Meow the cat stopped moving. Yu Shifeng was happy. "You have arranged it clearly for me. I underestimated this kitten. I was originally planning to take the cat back and now I run into a pet store, so I might as well stock up some for it." The pet shop mainly sells cat and dog supplies, such as canned cat food, cat strips, cat litter, and cat toys. Yu Shifeng took them all. The cat was visibly happy, and its tail swung back and forth. "Let's go. I'll wash it for you when I get back." Yu Shifeng took the cat and hurried home. Along the way, even though Yu Shifeng tried to avoid people, he still bumped into them at a bend. He was wearing a uniform and was an official. Fortunately, Yu Shifeng had changed out of her diving suit and was not far from home. When the man saw Yu Shifeng, the speedboat accelerated in front of Yu Shifeng. "Girl?" Yu Shifeng couldn't pretend not to hear it and sighed inwardly. "No food at home?" He took out 5 compressed biscuits from his backpack and gave them to Yu Shifeng. "The water is strong. It's best not to go out at this time. It's very dangerous. Come with me to register and leave your address. If you need anything at home, I will arrange for someone to send it to you. We have requisitioned this speedboat." This man's rank is a superior, and his words are strong and cannot be refused. In such weather, his conditions are already very generous, and ordinary people should not refuse. Yu Shifeng naturally would not be stubborn. She gave him a kayak. In her space, in addition to 10 speedboats, she also has 9 kayaks. The registration office is a hotel that was temporarily requisitioned as a rescue point. The rescue team came and went in a hurry. The man who led Yu Shifeng to the registration office was called Captain Wang by others. Yu Shifeng lowered his eyebrows and filled out the registration form obediently. He brought back a bag of vacuum-packed rice and a very large can of beef hot pot. Captain Wang took a glance and finally saw Yu Shifeng clearly. The first impression was that she was good-looking, a little thin, and looked weak. It seems that young girls nowadays like the kind of thin figure that can run when the wind blows. Captain Wang was a little disappointed. "At this time, where are your family members? Why did they let you run around outside?" Yu Shifeng said softly, "There is no one at home." Captain Wang paused and glanced at Yu Shifeng's registration form. "Kekia County, on the way. I'll take you there." Captain Wang probably misunderstood something. The more he talked, the more mistakes he made, so Yu Shifeng stopped trying to explain. "This cat?" Captain Wang said.
"Oh, mine."
The cat was dirty, and Yu Shifeng couldn't explain it. He couldn't say that he had robbed the supermarket, picked it up, and emptied the pet store for it. Captain Wang had the responsibility to maintain public order. If he knew, the first thing he would do would be to control her. He simply shut up and said nothing along the way. Captain Wang felt sorry for her being alone and gave Yu Shifeng 2 kilograms of noodles. Captain Wang was a good man. Good people have a harder life. Yu Shifeng didn't refuse. After all, in Captain Wang's eyes, she risked going out for food. It was indeed for food. The kayak paddled over the top of the community gate and stopped at Building 1. Building 1 was very busy. After the chess and card room, more than half of the second floor was flooded. Unlike Sister Yun, those few households happened to have a friend who rented out a house. They didn't want to squeeze into the shelter, so they just rolled up their bedding and moved into the corridor. The elevator was no longer usable. All the way up, there was everything in the corridor, including eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. The smell was terrible. Captain Wang remained calm. What surprised Captain Wang was that Yu Shifeng didn't show any strange color on his face, and his expression was calm. Many people in the corridor stuck their heads out to inquire, and when they saw Yu Shifeng, they wanted to talk but stopped. When they saw the man in uniform next to her, they looked a little embarrassed. Since the water accumulated on the lower floors and many households moved into the corridor, many people began to investigate the residents in the building. Those who had already moved out wanted to stay with them, and those on the third and fourth floors also wanted to take precautions. In the 2 days since Yu Shifeng came back, several people have knocked on Yu Shifeng's door. As the water level rises from low to high, the top floor is naturally the safest. Many people also asked Sister Yun for help, but Sister Yun's friend disagreed and declined. Another family on the top floor, a family of 6, 3 generations living together in a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, couldn't ask for help. Seeing Yu Shifeng coming back, I don't know how many people thought of staying at Yu Shifeng's house. Captain Wang sent Yu Shifeng to the door of his house. When he saw the double-layer door, Captain Wang praised, "This door is good. The rescue team is so busy, and Captain Wang will only be busier." He turned and left. Yu Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. This man was so upright that the sneaky Yu Shifeng felt a lot of psychological pressure. Captain Wang stopped and turned back. He took out a pen from his pocket and hurriedly wrote down a number. "This is my personal number. You can call me if you have any questions." Yu Shifeng was stunned and looked up. There was no extra expression on that resolute face. Yu Shifeng had no idea what was going on. She thanked him in a restrained tone. Captain Wang really left this time. After closing the door, Yu Shifeng put the supplies he had brought back in the entrance hall and raised his hand to press his temple. In the past 2 days, most of them were still soaked in water, and the total rest time was no more than 4 hours. This intensity was nothing before the end of the world. Everyone went through it this way. Now, this body can't take it. Yu Shifeng fell into the bed. The cat that followed him back carefully walked around the house and lay down next to Yu Shifeng's face. Yu Shifeng had a dream. In the dream, she sank under the water, and a bunch of water grass covered her face. Yu Shifeng lifted it up, and the grass seemed to have its own consciousness. After a while, it came up again. Then Yu Shifeng didn't care, and the fatigue pulled her down. She slept until noon the next day. Yu Shifeng opened her eyes, and the cat was next to her pillow, with its dirty tail on Yu Shifeng's face. She got up and found a pile of mud spots in the house, all brought in by the cat. "How dare you sleep in my bed like this?" Yu Shifeng glared at it. She took the cat to the bathroom and gave it a bath first. The cat was not happy, and the splashing water splashed Yu Shifeng's head and face. "If you move again, I will throw you out," Yu Shifeng said viciously. The cat seemed to understand and stopped struggling. The water rushed down. Yu Shifeng thought the cat was a gray tabby cat before, but after washing it, she found that it was actually a bright orange cat. The water that came out was black. Looking back at the mud spots on the quilt and the floor, he couldn't bear to look at them anymore. Yu Shifeng resigned himself to removing the quilt cover and washing the sheets. He did a thorough cleaning of the house. He hung the washed quilt cover and sheets in the dryer and stuffed the cat into the pet dryer. The dryer blew out hot air with high power, which caused the temperature of the house to rise a lot, and it was warm. Yu Shifeng was only wearing a thin sweater and mopping the floor. The doorbell rang. Outside the door was Ma Tian and his pregnant wife. The surveillance camera is connected to the internet and has built-in recognition. As long as a face is recognized, a message will be sent to Yu Shifeng's mobile phone. Yu Shifeng flipped through her mobile phone. Ma Tian came 5 times in the past 2 days and knocked on the door twice last night. She was sleeping soundly and didn't hear it. Yu Shifeng opened the door to the inside. Outside the door, Ma Tian said with an apologetic smile, "You are Xiao Yu, right? I live downstairs. My name is Ma Tian, and this is my wife Chen Kaifeng. We live on the third floor." Chen Kaifeng, with a bulging belly, stretched her head to look into the house. "Sister, it's so warm in there, and the weather is not cold at all. Why do you turn on the air conditioner?" Yu Shifeng didn't respond. Her expression was cold. "Are you guys okay?" Ma Tian hunched his back slightly, glancing at Yu Shifeng's face from time to time. "It's like this, there's water downstairs, and my house has been flooded. You're the only one living in your family, so I thought of lending you a room to live in, and when the water recedes, we'll move back."
No.
Yu Shifeng refused without even thinking about it. Ma Tian said, "Girl, are you worried? Then can my wife go in? I'll stay outside. Yes, we women all have this experience. Please help us, and we will remember your kindness." Chen Kaifeng chimed in. Yu Shifeng tilted his head. "We are not familiar with each other. What's the use of your kindness?" Ma Tian said lightly. He would go back when the water receded. The rain would last for 3 months. Why should she live with a stranger for 3 months? Moreover, if the wife came in, Chen Kaifeng would have to open the door for her husband. Yu Shifeng couldn't guard her 24 hours a day. It was just for fun. With the experience of the previous life, Yu Shifeng knew this couple very well. In the previous life, Chen Kaifeng was pregnant and bought a lot of milk powder for the child before the natural disaster. Ma Tian now said that he was doing it for his wife, but later on, he went out to hook up with women with milk powder without telling his wife. That was the food for his child. Ma Tian was still talking, looking humble. "It's not easy for my wife to be pregnant. I can't let her live in the hallway with me. So, can I pay for it? 100 per night." He kept talking about his pregnant wife, but his eyes were glued to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng felt it was ridiculous and disgusting. She must be crazy to agree to let these two people stay with her.
Norent.
Yu Shifeng stretched out his hand to close the door, but Chen Kaifeng blocked it with her body. "Do you have any sympathy at all? We all bought the same house, and we are all residents of the same building. My house is not available, but you feel so comfortable living on the top floor? My husband has paid for it. What else do you want? I'm pregnant. Will you be happy if I die at your doorstep?" Yu Shifeng smiled. "According to what you said, I have no money on hand, and you still have money in your bank card. If you don't give me half, do you have the nerve to spend it? Your husband has paid for it, so I have to rent it? He is the king of heaven who has come down to earth, and I must give him this face. Go back and look in the mirror to see if you have such a big face. The child you are pregnant with is not mine. Why are you making a fuss here? You and I are not related in any way. Even if you want to die, I cannot stop you. There are so many households in the building. Why did you choose my doorstep? Do you think I am young and thin-skinned, and that I am a soft persimmon that is easy to bully, right?" Yu Shifeng has a very gentle face, and she is born with a smile and speaks softly. Her words are very sharp, making Ma Tian and Chen Kaifeng blush and turn pale, and stammering. She didn't say a single curse word, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Chen Kaifeng held her stomach and fell to the side. Ma Tian caught her in time. "Mr. Yu, if you don't want to rent it, then don't rent it. Stop being sarcastic here." Yu Shifeng nodded. "Yes, I don't want to rent it. I have always said it very clearly. Do you understand this time?" Ma Tian's eyes were gloomy. He held Chen Kaifeng's hand and looked at Yu Shifeng unwillingly. Yu Shifeng had taken a liking to her on the first day he came to this building. Her delicate face made people's heart itch. He could tell at first glance that she was a scholar. If they could live together, it would be a great opportunity. This woman is really useless. Yu Shifeng is the same. She is a witch and shameless. He glanced at his wife in his arms with disgust and pulled Chen Kaifeng's hand, half hugging and half dragging her. Behind Ma Tian, there were many people from the same building. Now that they can't go out, the range of activities is so limited and many people will walk on the stairs. Ma Tian ran to the 15th floor many times in the past 2 days. There was a pregnant woman following him, going up and down, which was very eye-catching. Many people followed him. Aunt Lu was pointing and talking behind him, and her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for Yu Shifeng to hear. Young people nowadays are really vicious. What's wrong with a pregnant woman staying here for a few days? We are neighbors living in the same building, but they are unwilling to help with such a small matter. Yu Shifeng was about to close the door when she heard this and shouted, Sister Kaifeng, you can go to Aunt Lu's house. Although she said that she can help with just a wave of her hand, you can't think so. You have to remember Aunt Lu's kindness. Aunt Lu's house is on the 12th floor, and the water will definitely not flood it for a while.
Aunt.
Chen Kaifeng looked over expectantly. How can it be possible? Aunt Lu took a step back. What a joke. If a pregnant woman goes back, who will be responsible if something happens? She will definitely not touch this big Buddha. People always talk without any pain in their waists. Seeing the people around her sneering, Aunt Lu quickly made up for it. I am taking my grandson with me. My son will be back in 2 days. There is no extra space. She glared at Yu Shifeng fiercely. But you, a girl, living in such a big place by yourself, what's wrong with making some space for the pregnant woman? Aunt Lu, look at what you are saying. My family will have relatives coming over in a few days, so there is no extra space for them to stay. Aunt Lu said quickly, what's the big deal? Your house is empty now. When your father comes back, Kaifeng can move out. Yu Shifeng smiled slightly and said, Aunt Lu, I remember your house has 3 bedrooms. There are 2 types of apartments in Kekia County. The 3-bedroom and 1 living room house is about 120 square meters, which is Aunt Lu's house. The house left by Yu Shifeng's mother is a 2-bedroom house, which is only a little over 90 square meters. The 3-bedroom house is much more spacious than my house. Your house is empty now anyway. Sister Kaifeng, you can move in, and when her son comes back, you can move out. Yu Shifeng sent back the words as they were. Aunt Lu's face froze, and when she looked at Chen Kaifeng, who was hesitant, she wished she could go back to what she said before and slap herself in the face. I shouldn't have said that. She was even more annoyed with Yu Shifeng, who had gotten her into trouble, and began to make trouble. You live alone. Why don't you let a room out, pushing and shoving, doing business in the house? I saw it yesterday. A man came over so late and gave you a big bag of things, and now you have to go out to buy something. It's not easy. The man she was talking about was Captain Wang. Since Aunt Lu had seen it, it was impossible for her not to recognize the uniform of the rescue team, but she still said it deliberately. Yu Shifeng retorted, What business? I don't understand what you are saying, Aunt. You know so much about it. You must have done it before. Why don't you tell everyone about it so that we can gain some experience? What nonsense are you talking about, you? Aunt Lu rushed over and wanted to slap Yu Shifeng. She had disliked Yu Shifeng for a long time, and she didn't feel that she was spreading rumors when she said this. Aunt Lu asked the property management and found out that the woman was the owner, Yu Shifeng herself. She emptied her savings to buy this house in Coco County for her son. Aunt Lu has always been proud of her fussiness. What right does she have to do this to this woman? Which girl can have her own house, and at such a young age? She must be selling her ace outside. Her grandson wanted to eat some potato chips from her because he respected her. Anyway, she looked down on such a dirty woman. Through an alloy door, Yu Shifeng grabbed Aunt Lu's hand and pulled it. Aunt Lu's nose hit the alloy door. She never expected that Yu Shifeng would be so strong. He pulled her hand like a pair of pliers. Aunt Lu's head was squeezed on the door rod, and her face was distorted with pain. Murder! She howled at the top of her lungs. Yu Shifeng increased the force. Yu Shifeng's expression was calm, and he didn't show any fierce look. The more so, the more frightening it was. The people around him looked at each other. If I hear you talking nonsense again, I won't be as polite as I am now, Yu Shifeng said. Aunt Lu's nose was hurt, and she started bleeding. Her face was blue and purple, not to mention how embarrassed she was. She took a few steps back, and her grandson cried loudly at her feet. You lunatic! Aunt Lu screamed. Yu Shifeng didn't refute. Lunatics are good. No one dares to mess with them, and they can do whatever they want. The onlookers dispersed. Yu Shifeng closed the door, humming a song, and continued to mop the floor. The cat dryer was ready, and she let the cat out. It was a long-haired orange cat with beautiful features and quite good-looking. From now on, your name will be Xiaoju. Yu Shifeng said casually, turning it over. Hey, it's a male. Xiaoju got up from the ground, shook his fur, and ran away. Yu Shifeng set up a cat litter box and prepared a cat bowl in the toilet. For dinner, Yu Shifeng cooked a big pot of noodles for himself. As usual, he scooped out a bowl for himself and packed the rest into the space. In the space, the sand in the hourglass became more. I didn't enter the space yesterday, and now I can stay in the space for 2 hours with today. Yu Shifeng cherishes this time and plans to save it well. He won't go in person unless it is necessary. If he just organizes the supplies, he can rely on his mind.
If you know how to do it, you can do it.
Yu Shifeng mixed a spoonful of hot sauce into the noodles and tore open a boiled egg and threw it in. After dinner, Yu Shifeng continued to store cooked food in the space. She wished she could cook enough food for her whole life. While she still had a store, she could cook as much as she could. She paid so much for electricity and gas, and it couldn't be wasted. After returning from the supermarket this time, Yu Shifeng was able to make a lot more ready-to-eat products. Dumplings, buns, steamed buns, flour rolls, pizza. The stove was on full fire and the rice cooker continued to steam and cook rice, and she was busy until almost 12 o'clock. Yu Shifeng collected the last pot of rice and washed the kitchen utensils. Before going to bed, he played an old game in bed, fruit cutting. Each game lasted 1 minute. Every time he cut a fruit, he would accumulate points. If he cut a bomb, the game would end. He was lucky in this round. He cut several bananas with double points in a row. His points were good, and he was about to break the record. In the last 20 seconds, Yu Shifeng carefully avoided the bombs, cheered up, and concentrated on cutting the new fruit. A furry paw reached out and pressed on the tablet. Yu Shifeng's breathing stopped suddenly. The bomb exploded. The game was over. Xiaoju stepped on the tablet and put his head against Yu Shifeng's chin, rubbing it flatteringly. Go away. Yu Shifeng grabbed Xiaoju's neck and carried him from the bed to the door. He closed the door with a snap. Yu Shifeng returned to the bed and started again. He was not so lucky in the next few rounds. He only cut a few prop bananas. Even if he didn't cut a bomb, his points would still not break the record. I wish I could drag Xiaoju back and give him a beating. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. The new bedding was what she brought back from the business district. It was soft, warm, and very comfortable. Perhaps because she had slept enough the day before, Yu Shifeng tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. She took out her phone again. The messages in the property group were 999 plus, and they were refreshed very quickly. The corridor is so cold. How long will this rain last? It's been closed for 5 days, and there are only 2 bags of wontons left in the refrigerator. How long will this rain last? Takeout delivery costs 2,000 yuan. Why don't you go and grab it? Is there anyone who wants to share the order with me? You still have 2 bags of chaos, and I only have water left. Building 1, does anyone have food? I'm willing to pay 5 times, no, 10 times the price. We're both in building 1. Is there any kind-hearted person who can share some food with me at Chinchintababa? Can I buy a bag of your rice? I'll give you 200 yuan. The car is soaked in water, and I bought a new car last month. I'm almost starving to death, and I have to work online. I can't even attend this B shift. Does the government just eat for free? So many people are trapped in the community, and they don't help them. Yes, the rescue team passes by our door every day. Are they going to watch us starve to death? Funing supermarket is still open. Who can lend me a kayak? I'm willing to pay 200 yuan a day. Do you have kayaks for sale? You can't buy one now. It was 500 or 600 yuan before, but now it's been sold for 30,000 yuan. Spending 30,000 yuan on a broken boat, you're really rich. It won't be useful once the rain stops. You have to live until the rain stops first. How can you talk like that? You think you have a little money? If you have the guts, tell me your house number. I'll see if you can live until the rain stops. You look like a dog when you're so helpless and furious. Smile. IU% and. Okay. Stop arguing. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. I'm on the 4th floor of building 2 now. If you have the guts, come over and show me the news. There are all kinds of things. Yu Shifeng yawned, and Xiaoju's unwilling meow came from outside the door, drowned in the sound of the drizzling rain. Yu Shifeng pretended not to hear it. Yu Shifeng was scrolling through her phone until she felt sleepy. She didn't even know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she couldn't tell what time it was. Her phone was still on the property management group. The people in the group were really good at chatting. The two people who quarreled in the group actually cursed each other all night. They were all in the same community, but they cursed each other all night without even meeting up offline? Boring. I want to know who can still afford breakfast now. I used to lie down and only had one meal a day, but now I feel like I'll really turn into a corpse if I lie down anymore. I now have 2 meals a day, and I treat them as diet meals. Chinchin's dad. Building 2, if you really have nothing to eat, you can come to my place. There's not much food, just half a pound of rice. We're all neighbors in the same building, so I won't charge you. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please forgive me. Big Brother Gao-yi. Big Brother Gao-yi. Big Brother Gao-yi. Big Brother Gao-yi. The group was flooded with thumbs up. Chinchin's dad, Yu Shifeng, has met him once. She thought about it and asked to send a message in the group. Fortunately, everyone in the group was anonymous, and no one knew who was behind the avatar. Lucky. Chinchin's dad, have you discussed this with your sister-in-law? Her words were very abrupt in the group. Chinchin's dad, your sister-in-law has long hair and short knowledge. She is always unhappy and is giving me a bad face. Chinchin's dad, ignore her. Haha, brother, you are like this thumbs up. Brother, the status of the family is very different. That's right, women know nothing, they only care about trivial matters all day long. Building 2, Chinchin's home. Chinchin is a little boy less than 6 years old. He is very white, and his clothes are clean. The woman pushed Chinchin into the room. Chinchin, be good. Go to the bedroom to play with building blocks and build a big house for your mother to live in. Chinchin nodded obediently, and the bedroom door was closed by the adults. Chinchin's mother took a deep breath and looked at the man on the sofa. Why do you want to give away the rice at home? This is a timely help. I have already said it. Don't embarrass me. The man said. I'm embarrassing you? What time is it now? Others can't buy food even if they ask for help, but you just wave your hand and give it away. Have you discussed with me? What will we eat after you give it away? What will Chinchin eat too? The man lay on the sofa and scrolled through his phone, motionless. Chinchin's mother endured it again and again. When others praise you a few words, you really think you are a big shot. The man finally put down his phone and gave her a look. A little rice, do you care? Look at your face. Don't you look like a crazy woman? Chinchin's mother seemed to have been bitten by the rabbit's tail. She was hysterical. I was driven crazy by you. Did you discuss with me that you wanted to give away the rice? Why don't you pay off our mortgage if you are so rich? I'm embarrassing you. Mom smiled, which was uglier than crying. The most embarrassing thing in my life is that I chose a man like you. The room was silent for a while, and the porcelain bowl fell to the ground and exploded on the floor. I can't live like this anymore. Get out of here. Yu Shifeng saw in the group that someone complained that half a pound of rice was not enough and wanted to eat some meat. Everyone in the group knew that Chinchin's father had posted pictures of lobsters and steaks in the group. Brother, can you give me a piece of steak? I'll pay for it. No, half a piece is fine. Yes, white rice doesn't taste good at all. Yu Shifeng sneered. In peaceful years, a lobster and a steak are enough for one meal. The things that Chinchin's father showed off looked good and were eaten very quickly. Originally, his family could have survived the natural disaster for a longer time. If you ask me, the above is almost enough. People are willing to share rice with you at this time, which is already a good deed. People should have some shame. No way, half a pound of rice can make you lick someone's stinky feet. I'll give you 500 yuan. How about you kowtow to me? He has so much at home. Isn't it right to share some? It's not something valuable. Yu Shifeng was too lazy to look at it. She put on a yoga mat in the gym and did a set of high leg raises to warm up. After jogging for 20 minutes, she was covered in sweat. For breakfast, I had tea, eggs, and a Longjing mousse cake. I bought them in Xiong City. It was the first time for Yu Shifeng to eat Longjing mousse, so I silently gave it a bad review. The outer circle of chocolate was bitter, and the mousse inside was sweet. The two did not play a role in reconciling, and it only made people feel that there were two worlds of ice and fire. But the tea eggs were very fragrant. When I took them out of the space, the eggshells were still hot. The egg whites reflected the veins of leaves, the color was bright, and the taste was fragrant. Yu Shifeng ate 2 in one breath. Xiaoju also came over and wanted to share a piece of the pie. Yu Shifeng used to have a roommate who had a cat at home and vaguely remembered that cats can eat eggs. Yu Shifeng didn't have many tea eggs in stock, and this one had a strong aroma and was not easy to make by himself. Yu Shifeng took out a boiled egg he made himself. The egg white was more tender than the egg yolk. Yu Shifeng ate the egg white himself and left the egg yolk for Xiaoju. You can only eat so well if you follow me. Yu Shifeng pulled a handful of Xiaoju's long hair and praised it. You have good taste. Xiaoju finished eating the egg yolk and was unwilling to go back to eat the dry cat food. It stuck to Yu Shifeng's legs and acted coquettishly. It was quite cute. Yu Shifeng played with it for a while with toys and went to the stove to steam buns and boil eggs. Boiled eggs are good things, the more the better. After cooking a pot, Yu Shifeng had almost digested the food and returned to the gym for strength training. At the beginning of the training, I felt sore all over, but now my body is used to it. Yu Shifeng pinched the lines on his arms and felt that they were much tighter. Yu Shifeng increased the intensity by 20%. Sweat all over. Yu Shifeng wiped the sweat off his face and went to check the situation in the community and the corridor. On the 11th floor, he ran into Ma Tian's family. Chun Kaifeng was holding her big belly and chatting happily with Tan Wanwan and others. When she saw Yu Shifeng, Chun Kaifeng's eyes flashed with resentment. Although they were quite far away, one could guess what Chun Kaifeng would say to others with one's toes. It was nothing more than being unreasonable and not helping someone in need. You were born by your mother but not raised by her. No wonder you don't know how to behave. Chun Kaifeng squinted at Yu Shifeng and raised her voice 8 degrees higher. Yu Shifeng paused and ignored the sarcastic Chun Kaifeng. His eyes fell on Tan Wanwan. Tan's mother would not hire someone of unknown origin to tutor her daughter, so it was not surprising for Tan Wanwan to know that her biological mother died young. She had tutored Tan Wanwan for a year and raised her chemistry score from 30 to 85. She thought she was worthy of the tutoring fee given by Tan's mother. When the typhoon passed, Yu Shifeng was embarrassed to speak. She was thinking about finding an opportunity to remind Tan Wanwan. Her roommate should not be supported by her. Tan Wanwan could not afford it at all. She was a very gentle and kind person. The look she gave Yu Shifeng at this time was full of disapproval and a hint of condemnation. She didn't even say hello to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng glanced at her roommate who was huddled together with Tan Wanwan and smiled faintly. In the previous life, Ma Tian and his wife also ended up living on this floor. Yu Shifeng stared at Chun Kaifeng's belly with an ambiguous look on his face. I hope your child will be born and raised by a mother. What are you talking about, you black-hearted idiot? Chun Kaifeng slammed the table and glared. You are still so arrogant even when you are pregnant. You are a bad mother. Don't let your child get involved. Yu Shifeng left this sentence and walked away lightly. Tan Wanwan chased out indignant. Teacher Yu, you're going too far. Back then, Tan's mother gave a generous amount of tutoring fees, which made Yu Shifeng, who had just entered college, a lot more comfortable. For the sake of Tan's mother, Yu Shifeng turned around. Since you still call me Teacher Yu, I will teach you one last thing. I know you still have money. Your parents are out of town. If you still want to meet them, take advantage of the fact that we haven't fallen out yet and call a kayak to send your roommate away.
Send him as far as you can.
Tan Wanwan frowned. Why are you saying the same thing as my mom? I've had roommates come to my house before. It's no big deal. Even his own mother couldn't persuade him, so what could Yu Shifeng say? Everyone has their own destiny.
So be it.
Tan Wanwan was full of disappointment. How can you talk to Sister Kaifeng like that? She's a pregnant woman. Yu Shifeng turned around and left. After one night, the water level had risen to the 3rd floor. The sewers overflowed, and the drainage system could no longer be used normally. The garbage produced by the residents of the community was thrown directly out of the windows. The further down you go, the stronger the stench of fermentation becomes. The entire community seemed to be soaked in a garbage pool, and insects the size of fingernails crawled in and out of plastic bags. This reminded Yu Shifeng that the city's drainage system had collapsed due to the continuous heavy rain. Not only could it not drain water, but it would also overflow, accompanied by various insects that like shade and humidity. The density was enough to cause a claustrophobia attack on the spot. Turning back from the corridor, Yu Shifeng took out cement from the space and built a drain. Yu Shifeng glanced at Xiaoju faintly. From now on, cat litter is not just for Xiaoju. The doorbell rang, and Yu Shifeng recognized from the surveillance that it was the resident on the second floor. He knocked on the doors of the top floors. Li Qingchu put his hands on his hips, and his voice resounded throughout the building. Shame on you. The garbage is piled up at my doorstep, and I still have to live in my house. I remember everyone who threw garbage. Either come to my house to clean it up after the water recedes, or pay compensation. He was yelling there alone, and the doors of every household were closed, like quails, and no one opened the door to answer. Yu Shifeng's domestic garbage was piled in the corner of the space and never thrown out. Li Qingchu seemed to be particularly resentful of the top floor, and Yu Shifeng naturally could not explain the existence of space to him. It was just like when the teacher criticized the whole class in school. As long as he didn't mention anyone by name, he would just treat it as a. Yu Shifeng went into the bedroom, watching a TV series while picking water spinach. The phone kept beeping, and the group was in an uproar. Idiot. I just threw it away. What can you do to me? It's so funny. If you don't throw it down, do you throw it in your own home? Li Qingchu was also in the group, and he called the property management on the spot and turned off the anonymity in the group. Li Qingchu shouted, "You are all clean people. You can't touch any garbage. Throw it all here. Don't be so selfish. The community is so smelly. How can your upstairs be so fragrant?" The residents living in the corridor advised, "There is nothing we can do about it. It's no different to pile it in the corridor than to throw it down. Besides, when the water recedes, the property management will definitely clean it up. The property management is a brick, and it can be moved wherever it is needed. Lily, don't you also throw your own garbage downstairs?" Compared with the natives living on the upper floors, the guests living in the corridors are the main force, throwing domestic garbage downstairs. The corridors are only a few square meters, and they lack everything for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Asking the natives to borrow water and electricity every day, there are generous people like Tan Wanwan, but most people will find it troublesome to some extent, and it is inevitable to squeeze them openly or secretly. The two sides are constantly rubbing against each other. Li Qingchu cursed upstairs, not without the intention of venting his grievances. "The downstairs is my own room. Of course I can throw it however I want." Someone said, "The first floor belongs to Sister Yun." What did Sister Yun say? Who are you here? The quarrels did not produce any results. When it was time for dinner, Li Qingchu wanted to borrow electricity as before, but the natives unanimously told Li Qingchu to be turned away. Yu Zifengmo steamed rice and made rice at home. He rolled palm-sized with a rolling pin and wrapped meat floss, vegetables, and eggs inside. Yu Shifeng opened several packages of seaweed, wrapped them in a circle and cut them, and then made sushi in a proper manner. The quarrel in the corridor did not reach the top floor. The glass window on the 15th floor was broken, and the draft in the corridor was fierce. It had never been repaired. Those residents whose homes were flooded would not choose the 15th floor, even if they had to live in the corridor. Yu Shifeng had a quiet place to hide. Mid-December. After the typhoon, the heavy rain had been falling for a whole month. There was still no sign of stopping. The water level rose to the 6th floor, and the corridor was too crowded. Many people moved to the shelter. Li Qingchu also went there, and within 2 days, he came back by kayak. The reason was simple. Compared with the corridor, the shelter was even more crowded. If the person in front of him tilted his head back, his hair would be stuck in the mouth of the person behind him. On the first night that Li Qingchu stayed in the shelter, someone took away the package he brought with him while he was taking a nap. He called the rescue team, but they were too busy to take care of such a small matter. With so many people, more and more people were rescued and transferred to the shelter. Li Qingchu stayed there for 2 days and couldn't hold on any longer. He used the cash he kept on his body to find someone to send him back by kayak. When he left, he had quilts, clothes, food, oil, rice and flour. When he came back, he was left with only the clothes he was wearing. Those who had originally thought about going to the shelter gave up the plan after hearing what Li Qingchu had seen and heard. That night, Yu Shifeng suddenly opened his eyes. In addition to the sound of rain, there was a rustling sound at the door. There was someone outside the door. Yu Shifeng took out a sickle from the space, held it in his hand, and walked to the door quietly. The man wrapped himself tightly, and his face could not be seen clearly on the mobile phone surveillance. Open the door and fight with the person, or scare him away with a loud noise. Yushi weighed the sickle in her hand, feeling that it was difficult to control the degree of attack now. Calculating the time, the official supplies will arrive in 2 days. If she kills now, it will be more or less troublesome when the official arrives.
Who?
Yu Shifeng shouted. The man stiffened and turned around and ran away. Yu Shifeng stood at the door and did not chase him. She thought about it, downloaded the surveillance video, and sent it to the property group. Late at night, there were sporadic replies in the group. Oh my God, is this person from our building? It must be, it's so rainy. It's obvious that someone has come. The matter fermented the next day. Someone's house was robbed. It was Mrs. Zhao who lived on the 9th floor. The thief did not steal money, but looted Mrs. Zhong's kitchen and refrigerator and even took away the onion pots planted on the balcony. There were many people crowded in the corridor outside Mrs. Zhao's door. Li Qingchu lived on this floor. If a thief wants to get into Mrs. Zhao's house, he must first squeeze in through the corridor. In other words, the theft was either done by someone in the corridor or condoned by someone in the corridor. People living in the corridor are psychologically unbalanced. Everyone lives together in a crowded place, so why can the original residents remain unscathed? You have to look at other people's faces when you borrow water or electricity. When the theft happened, many people were gloating in their hearts. This is going to kill me. Mrs. Zhao beat her chest, and her husband beat his crutches hard. Also, very angry. The group was very silent. No one helped and no one blamed, but everyone could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the building was getting worse and worse. 2 more thefts occurred later. One was a young woman living alone, and the other was a widowed old lady. Previously, they had rejected requests to stay. Everyone was in danger. When Yu Shifeng went downstairs, the people he met looked covetous and defensive. However, after the video was released, everyone knew that there was a surveillance camera installed at the door of Yu Shifeng, and no one had any plans to target Yu Shifeng for the time being. Yu Shifeng came back from checking the situation in the community and found that Chen Kaifeng had moved into Tan Wanwan's house. Ma Tian leaned against the door and smoked, staring at Yu Shifeng, not hiding his wanton look. He must have participated in the theft. Once the bottom line is broken, it is difficult to return to the past. In the corridor, the new order is vaguely outlined. Disorder, violence, and blood. Yu Shifeng looked back at Ma Tian and slowly smiled. Old Lady Zhao knocked on doors from house to house, begging for a meal in the building. She was not the first nor the last. Li Qingchu had knocked on Yu Shifeng's door before, but Yu Shifeng did not open the door. He knocked for a long time and then went to the next house. At this time, it is very dangerous to expose that you have surplus food. No matter how much food Yu Shifeng has stored, he will not use it to support the residents of a building. Many people in the group are at Chinchin Tababa. Big brother, I'm starving, please be kind and open the door at Chinchin Tabar. 1 bowl, half a bowl of rice is fine at Chinchin Tabar. I'm not picky as long as it's edible at Chinchin Tabar. Big brother, don't just watch me die. I smell the fragrance of rice at Chinchin Tabar. You have so much food store at home. Just give me a bite at Chinchin Tabar. At Chinchin Tabar. At Chinchin Tabar. At Chinchin Tabar Building 2, Chinchin's home. The door outside has been knocked all day and night. First begging, then cursing, followed by threats. You Yuan%, are you still a human being? Everyone is hungry. How dare you hide in there and eat alone? Believe it or not, I will set fire to your house, and we will die together. Get out of here, you rascal. Most of the people here have received half a pound of rice from Chinchin's father. The kitchen knife scratched the door. Mom hadn't had a good sleep for a few days. Chun buried his head, ate the rice in the bowl with care, and carefully licked the last drop of chili oil from the pickles. Chinchin's father put down the bowl and muttered, "Why is it just this little?" Facing the woman's disgusted eyes, Chinchin's father lowered his voice, finished the meal in a few bites, and locked himself in the bedroom. Yu Shifeng was lying on the bed. She didn't cook anymore. The aroma would attract people in the corridor. It's better to do less than more. The cooked food in the space is enough for her to eat for a while. The roast duck rice for lunch, half a roast duck leg cut into slices, kelp strips, and shredded potatoes. After the meal, Yu Shifeng cut herself another orange. After eating, she packed the garbage and put it in the space. In the afternoon, I rewatched a childhood cartoon. While watching it, I washed and picked lettuce. It's okay not to cook, but to simply handle the ingredients. Anyway, I'm free. The 36th day of the rainstorm. In the morning, Yu Shifeng worked out in the gym. After taking a shower, he decided to open the express in this space today. There was nothing to do, anyway. As soon as the express paper box was taken out, Xiaoju grabbed the paper box, looking very happy, and his claws made a clicking sound. Yu Shifeng took a pair of scissors, cut the tape, and a bunch of flowers bloomed from the first express box. It looked like a carnation, with curled and overlapping petals. Yu Shifeng sighed, and was a little disgusted. It looked beautiful, but useless. Yu Shifeng threw it back. Orange got into the paper box, and Yu Shifeng ignored it and picked up the scissors to open the second one. A pair of jeans. 3XL. Useless. One after another, a Bluetooth speaker, a kettle, a blanket, a cup, and sour plum soup paste were opened. At this point, Yu Shifeng got up and boiled a pot of hot water for himself. The soup paste was like jelly, melting in water. The taste was sweet and sour. Yu Shifeng felt much better holding the half-homemade sour plum soup. In such gloomy weather, you need something to make yourself feel better. Unpacking express delivery is a very fun game. Just like unpacking a blind box, you don't know what will be in the next box. Yu Shifeng plans to keep the rest to play slowly. Last time she went out, she collected an entire Sinyao station, which was enough for her to unpack for a while. Orange pounced on the box, bit it with his teeth, and kicked it with his feet. Seeing that Orange liked it, Yu Shifeng piled the cardboard boxes on the kitchen balcony and let him drill up and down in it. Yu Shifeng hasn't entered the space these days. The space can accumulate 1 hour of time every day, and now it has been 15 hours. The fruit tree seedlings planted in the flower bed have grown up, and it is not far from maturity. Yu Shifeng's consciousness is immersed in the space, looking at the live fish collected from the supermarket thoughtfully. When she collected it, she threw it into the spring pond in the backyard. Yu Shifeng had no fish food in her hands. Half a month later, the fish in it were still alive and kicking. It seemed fatter than before. She wanted to eat grilled fish. She had to save up time to enter the space. The flower bed could be used to grow crops, and the pond could be used to raise fish. Yu Shifeng thought about it and pulled the orange out of the carton. In a flash, the orange appeared in the space. The orange was frightened, and the cat's fur exploded, looking around in fear in the space. Like the fish, the cat would not waste the time Yu Shifeng saved by staying in the space. The orange carefully circled the house, squatted by the pond, and stared at the fish in it, his eyes fixed. After observing for a while, it stretched out its claws and fished out a fish in a lightning speed. The fish was half the size of the orange's body, and its tail was swinging. Yu Shifeng let the orange out of the space. The fish jumped high on the ground. After the orange came out, it chased the tail and looked for the fish in a circle, with confusion in its pupils. I am such a big fish. Yu Shifeng threw the fish back into the pond with her mind and reached out to touch the fluffy cat's head. In order to compensate Orange, Yu Shifeng picked out a can of food from the pile of pet supplies to fool Orange. Fortunately, Orange ate it very happily and forgot about the live fish in a blink of an eye. Yu Shifeng remembered the batch of fertilized eggs she had bought before and planned to enclose a piece of land in the backyard of the space to raise chickens, ducks, and geese. She had stored a lot of wheat bran. Just build a fence along the back of the hut to prevent them from going to the front yard. The incubator is brand new. Yu Shifeng placed the eggs in it according to the instructions and adjusted the temperature and various parameters. Every day someone in the group asks when the community will help. Many families can't even make ends meet. The property management said at first that they would help ask, but after being tagged so many times, they simply started to play dead. Yu Shifeng turned the eggs in the incubator over at the right time and used the matching flashlight to observe the fertilized eggs in the dark room. She could see that the glued mass inside gradually had an outline. Yu Shifeng had corn and pork rib soup noodles for dinner. The corn and pork rib soup and noodles were both prepared now. They were stirred together to let the noodles soak in the soup, which added a hint of sweetness to the taste. She took the time to take a look at the developments in the property group. Someone found a way to get a kayak. Someone was tagging someone in the group to form a team, with a fee of 2,000 per person. It was said that there was a Funing supermarket behind the community that was still open, so we went there to buy things together. The kayak can carry 3 people at a time. The next day, Yu Shifeng looked down from the balcony of the second bedroom, and sure enough, someone was riding a kayak, swaying and sliding out. After most of the day, they came back with a boat full of food. Aunt Lu squeezed at the door of the corridor. Xiao Zeng, my grandson hasn't eaten for 2 days. You bought so much. Can you give me some? Xiao Zeng smiled, revealing a bandit spirit. He pointed at the kayak. 2,000. He picked up a bag of rice. 31 kilograms. Andy, how much are you going to spend? Aunt Lu said with a sullen face. Why is it so expensive? I'll starve to death. Xiao Zeng carried his things into the building, bypassing Aunt Lu without even looking at her. Aunt Lu saw that no one was buying her. Hey, I'll pay 100 yuan and buy 5 kilograms, okay? No one paid attention to Aunt Lu, but she didn't feel embarrassed and muttered to herself. More and more people went out to find ways in the heavy rain. Those who had ways rented kayaks, some used wooden boards to carry them, and some relied on their good swimming skills to swim all the way to the supermarket to buy food. People came and went in the corridor. There were also many people like Aunt Lu who half begged and half cheated to ask for food. As the days passed, fewer and fewer people were willing to give food. The weather forecast predicted that the weather in the next half-month would still be extremely heavy and continuous. The gloomy weather made people see no hope. Yu Shifeng soaked a pot of beans in the kitchen, preparing to make some bean sprouts for herself and find an opportunity to make fried noodles. There was a knock on the door, and the surveillance showed that it was Sister Yun. Yu Shifeng roughly guessed what it was. To make sure that nothing that shouldn't be there would appear in the house, Yu Shifeng opened the door for her. Sister Yun didn't come in. She looked back at the corridor and lowered her voice. Shifeng, are you free now?
Come to my house and chat?
There was already someone in Sister Yun's room, Hu Qiangyong, who lived on the same floor. Hu Qiangyong was bald, and the tattoos on his hands looked very fierce. The house was very clean, and there were small cakes and dry goods such as melon seeds on the table for hospitality. It can be seen that her life here is not bad. Before the typhoon, I went out in the rain. I was only planning to buy some seasonings.
But you reminded me.
I thought about it and decided that I would have to buy some sooner or later anyway. Sister Yun closed the door and said, thanks to your reminder, I brought back 20 kilograms of rice and some snacks, which is why I've managed to hold on until now. Sister Yun is a smart person. Yu Shifeng smiled and did not tell her about her own situation, waiting for Sister Yun's next words. The news said that the rain will last at least the second half of a month. There is a supermarket on West 3rd Road that is still open. I want to buy some more. Do you want to come with me? Sister Yun got a kayak. She does have some connections. It's also true that chess and card halls are a gray area. It is difficult for ordinary people without background to run them. Yu Shifeng did not refuse. She is not short of food, but she lives in the same community and has no reason to refuse such an opportunity after being blocked for a month. Instead of letting people secretly guess whether the family has hoarded a lot of things, it is better to go out and replenish them appropriately. Sister Yun said, I borrowed this boat from a friend. It's 15,000 yuan per person. Do you think you can accept this price? It was a very fair price, so Hu Qiangyong didn't say anything. The kayak will not arrive until 3 days later. Hu Qiangyong looked embarrassed. Sister Yun, can you come earlier? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow is fine. There are many people in my family, and we are running out of food. Su Yun smiled bitterly. The fact that we can meet in 3 days is the result of queue jumping. The people in front are not something I can get past. Is that so? Hu Changyong scratched his head and readily prepaid the kayak rental. If you can call me, I will remember your favor. If you encounter any problems in the future, just find me. We live on the same floor, and we can take care of each other in the future. Sister Yun smiled brightly. Brother is right. I will give you a pack of compressed biscuits. When we go to the supermarket, we can buy more, and we can get by. Sister Yun was trying to win over Hu Qiangyong, Yu Shifeng thought silently. The recent events in the corridor made Sister Yun feel dangerous. Hu Qiangyong obviously didn't think so much, and sat on the sofa and sighed. I passed by the supermarket when I came back from work, and I should have bought more that time. His family of 6 was stretched to a tight budget. Sister Yun's words were thoughtful, which made people feel no resentment. The 3 of them agreed on a time. Considering the limited capacity of the kayak, they agreed that Hu Qiangyong would take 40% of the supplies brought back, and Sister Yun and Yu Shifeng would each take 30%. The money was paid by each person. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of departure. Yu Shifeng put on her raincoat, waterproof goggles, and carried a small bag. Her things were all in the space, and she carried a bag just to hide her identity. When she walked out of the room, many people gathered at the entrance of the corridor. Although some people had already taken kayaks to buy supplies, there were less than 30 families in total. Sister Yun's ability to get a kayak was still rare and enviable. Sister Yun said, "Your raincoat is really good." Yu Shifeng smiled. The domestic garbage in the community was piled in the water, emitting a foul smell. It was pouring rain, the water was covered with yellow mud, and the visibility was less than 3 meters. The scenery outside was no longer familiar to everyone. Hu Qiangyong and Sister Yun tried to steer the boat, but they bumped, and they couldn't steer the kayak in the direction they wanted to go. It was not until Yu Shifeng got the hang of it that the kayak sailed out of the community smoothly. It was the first time that Hu Qiangyong had been outside the community in so many days. He looked around and was amazed. My God, how many things are flooded by this water? The corridor. Hu Qiangyong gave Yu Shifeng a thumbs up. You are this. It's a good thing to have you. Otherwise we would have made a fool of ourselves even if we had a kayak today. The heavy rain hit them, and the vision was very poor, but Yu Shifeng's hands were very steady. Following the direction given by Sister Yun, they arrived outside the supermarket in about 40 minutes. There were many kayaks gathered outside the supermarket. In addition to kayaks, there were also many homemade vehicles. Yu Shifeng saw lifebuoys and kayaks floating in the water. You help watch the kayak here, Brother Hu, and I will swim over. If you want to buy anything, tell me. Sister Yun arranged. Yu Shifeng had no objection. Please buy me a few bottles of insecticide. There are cockroaches in my house. Sister Yun nodded and swam into the supermarket with the help of the lifebuoy. Yu Shifeng was waiting outside. She was wearing waterproof goggles, so her vision was relatively unrestricted. As soon as Hu Qiangyong and Sister Yun entered, Yu Shifeng felt that several people were looking at this side. She didn't see it but felt it. The kind of malicious feeling of being coveted. Yu Shifeng sat silently on the kayak, adjusted her seat calmly, put her right hand into the bag, and held the dagger she took out from the space. After a while, Sister Yun and the others hadn't come out yet. Someone intentionally or unintentionally approached the kayak where Yu Shifeng was. The kayaks outside were sold at a very high price, no less than the gold bracelets before the rainstorm. There was a lot of noise around, and people were pushed into the water after grabbing things, and they couldn't even shout. So, what if someone heard it? It was raining so hard, and if someone came over by boat, nothing would be found. Wu Yuan held the iron rod tightly, aimed at Yu Shifeng's thin back, and made up his mind. The iron rod came down on his head, and Yu Shifeng seemed to have eyes on his back. He bent his waist and dodged it. Wu Yuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Seeing that the stick did not hit him, he said angrily, "Get out of here, do you hear me?" Yu Shifeng rowed the boat with one hand and kicked the man in the jaw. The kayak was not very strong due to its material. The kick made the man's boat move a little, relieving some of the force. Yu Shifeng quickly adjusted his center of gravity and quickly stood on the man's kayak. which, you're looking for death. Wu Yuan raised the stick high. The stick did not come down. Wu Yuan only felt a pain in his chest and looked down in surprise. A dagger was stuck in it, and blood oozed out of it and mixed with the rain. He opened his eyes in disbelief and fell heavily. The last scene before his death was Yu Shifeng's condescending eyes. Those eyes were calm and indifferent to the extreme. Regret and fear brought Wu Yuan into the abyss of death. Yu Shifeng kicked him again. A string of bubbles floated up beside the kayak. The moment Wu Yuan's body sank into the water, Yu Shifeng reached into the water. The body disappeared completely. Through the rain curtain, this scene was blocked by Yu Shifeng's back, and no one saw the dagger on the man's chest. The water surface was turbid, and large and small raindrops hit it. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see the surging bottom of the water. No one saw that Wu Yuan's body disappeared out of thin air. Yu Shifeng returned to Su Yun's kayak, grabbed the leash of Wu Yuan's kayak in his hand, and sat back down. It was as if nothing had happened. After waiting for nearly an hour, Hu Qiangyong squeezed out of the crowd panting. Carrying 2 large bags, a rough visual estimate showed that there were at least 60 kilograms of rice, a large bag of potatoes, sweet potatoes and noodles, as well as flour and glutinous rice flour, with eggs and green vegetables on top. Yu Shifeng helped transport the things to the kayak. Hu Qiangyong said, "It just so happens that the supermarket is restocking today, and they were all sold out as soon as they were released. Su Yun still has some. I wonder if a kayak can hold so many. There is another one." Yu Shifeng gestured behind him. Wu Yuan's kayak did not have any personal characteristics. It looked very ordinary. Hu Qiangyong was stunned. "Where did you get it from?" "I just met a scalper and paid for it." Yu Shifeng lied without changing his expression. "That's great." Hu Qiangyong slapped his thigh. "Xiao Yu, wait here, I'll go buy some more." Then he turned around and squeezed back into the supermarket. Yu Shifeng touched his nose. Sister Yun also came out. She and Hu Qiangyong split up to grab the goods, buying durable food first, and brought back a lot of things. She was also surprised when she saw the second kayak. Sister Yun's kayak was borrowed, and if you borrow, you have to return it. Yu Shifeng has a kayak and they live on the same floor, so it will be much more convenient for him to go out to buy things later. She stuffed a bag into Yu Shifeng's hand. It was the insecticide that Yu Shifeng wanted, and Sister Yun also bought 2 bottles for herself. Yu Shifeng took it, and the 2 of them sat in the kayak and waited for Hu Qiangyong together. After the kayak was loaded with food, there were more scrutiny. Su Yun stood at the bow, holding a kitchen knife, and looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, Wu Yuan had learned from his previous experience, and those with bad intentions had already turned their eyes away from Yu Shifeng, and no one dared to approach him. Hu Qiangyong squeezed out of the supermarket, bringing back more things than the last time, and the bag was packed tightly. The most eye-catching thing was a large piece of fat and lean pork belly on the bag, which was estimated to be about 30 kilograms. He looked behind him and wiped his sweat. "I heard from my acquaintance that this supermarket will limit purchases tomorrow, so the more the better." When he came, his muscular body was very intimidating, and there were fewer eyes looking in this direction. Yu Shifeng gave him a thumbs up. Sister Yun was also happy. "Fortunately, we caught up today." The 2 kayaks were connected together with a padlock. Yu Shifeng steered the direction and sat in the first one with Sister Yun, while Hu Qiangyong sat in the back. When they returned to the community, the whole corridor was in an uproar. Sister Yun's kitchen knife was transferred to Hu Qiangyong's hand, and he sat in the front with a big horse and a golden knife. Even Aunt Lu didn't dare to speak to him. Yu Shifeng was the youngest of the 3, so she remained on guard while Hu Qiangyong and Su Yun moved things upstairs. Yu Shifeng was not necessarily weaker than Hu Qiangyong, but Sister Yun was kind enough to take care of her, so Yu Shifeng did not refuse. She folded her raincoat, put it in a plastic bag, and put it in her backpack. In the corridor, the food bags were tightly sealed, and it was impossible to tell what was inside from the outside. Ma Tian came over and touched it. "Sister Yun, where did you get the kayaks? You got 2 at once. What did you buy? They are so heavy. Let me help you." Hu Qiangyong scolded. "Don't block the way. You have nothing to do here. Chun Kaifeng stood at the door holding her belly. This widow's door is different. She has kayaks, and someone gives her money. Her life is much more comfortable than that of ordinary people like us. She looked at the supplies Hu Qiangyong was carrying, and jealousy flashed in her eyes. Look at how protective Hu Qiangyong is. I wonder if Mrs. Hu has ever enjoyed this blessing. Hu Qiangyong took a deep breath and blushed because she was a pregnant woman. Suyan did not argue with others, but just glanced at Chun Kaifeng coldly. On the last trip, Yu Shifeng had already put away the kayak, and the three of them went to the 15th floor together. Chun Kaifeng was still sarcastic, and her words implied that Su Yun and Hu Qiangyong were having an affair. Yu Shifeng tilted her head and gave the thing in her hand to Hu Qiangyong. She walked over and slapped Chun Kaifeng in the face. Have you said enough? She still had the murderous aura on her. Chun Kaifeng was slapped and was about to scream, but when she met Yu Shifeng's eyes, her legs softened and she fell to the ground. She couldn't believe it. How dare you hit me? If you say anything unpleasant again, I will hit you every time I hear it, Yu Shifeng said. Chun Kaifeng cried out. Ma Tian, you are a dead man. Your wife was about to be beaten to death, and you were still watching. I am pregnant with your Ma family's child.
More and more people gathered.
Aunt Lu shouted from the back. What kind of person is this? Why did he hit a pregnant woman? What if she gets hurt? Who will be held responsible? Many people echoed. If it were normal, someone might still try to reason with her. Today, the households on the 15th floor brought back so many things. If something went wrong, everyone would be happy to see it happen. Ma Tian rushed up and reached out to grab Yu Shifeng's collar. He was thinking of tearing Yu Shifeng's clothes off. Of course, he couldn't reach it. Yu Shifeng kicked him on the knee and grabbed his palm with a reverse grip. Her movements were concise, but very effective. Ma Tian knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. No, it hurts. I was wrong. Yu Shifeng pulled Ma Tian's neck, as if he was holding a dead dog. Her eyes swept around, and her aura was strong. For some reason, she looked more intimidating than the kitchen knife in Hu Qiangyong's hand. I brought back so many things today, and I don't know how many people would come to borrow some. If I don't kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, they really think she is made of mud. When she swept her eyes over, no one dared to speak, and Aunt Lu shrank back. It was Tan Wanwan who helped Chun Kaifeng up and stared at Yu Shifeng, looking angry but not daring to speak. Su Yun's eyes were bright, and she looked at Yu Shifeng in surprise. Let's go. Yu Shifeng let go of Ma Tian, and Ma Tian fell to the ground, with a big bump on his forehead. She walked back, and everyone spontaneously made way for Yu Shifeng. The three returned to the 15th floor, and the things were piled up in Sister Yun's house. Sister, who was already there guarding. According to the agreement, Yu Shifeng would take 30% of the things bought, and she would pay 30% of the money. But halfway through, Yu Shifeng contributed a kayak. Otherwise, with the draft of a kayak, he would not be able to bring back so many things. Sister Yun returned Yu Shifeng's rent of 1,500 yuan, and Hu Qiangyong gave her another 1,500 yuan. The distribution of materials was still in accordance with the agreement. When Hu Qiangyong was dividing the meat, he took a portion of his own tenderloin and gave it to Yu Shifeng. Sister, you are very skilled. Have you been practicing since childhood? Almost. Yu Shifeng said vaguely, and gave Hu Qiangyong a bag of 10 kilograms of rice. You have a large family, and the staple food is consumed quickly. Yu Shifeng was telling the truth. Hu Qiangyong scratched his head and grinned in agreement. Sister Yun. Yu Shifeng remembered something. Close the doors and windows these days, and carry some self-defense equipment with you. That kitchen knife is very good. Yu Shifeng showed off her skills today, and it seems that no one will come to attack Yu Shifeng for the time being. Hu Qiangyong's family has many people, and if there is a fight, people with bad intentions will definitely not end well. Among the three people, Sister Yun is the most likely to be targeted. Sister Yun's face changed and nodded. Hu Qiangyong said, let's leave a phone number. Call me if you have any problems. If anyone dares to come, I will make sure he comes in upright and goes back lying down. Do you have any extra cameras? Sister Yun asked Yu Shifeng. Before this, Yu Shifeng had posted a video in the group, and those who were interested naturally knew that Yu Shifeng had installed a camera at the door. In fact, in addition to the camera attached to the beam at the door, there was also a pinhole camera embedded in the cat's eye. Yu Shifeng also had extra cameras. There were even 2 alloy doors in her space. When decorating, Yu Shifeng ordered 2 more sets just in case. The rest, I'll go back and get it for you. Yu Shifeng agreed. Living on the 15th floor, it is better for Sister Yun to keep her house and food than to let people with bad intentions get them. Yu Shifeng took his share and pretended to go into the bedroom, but in fact he took out a brand new set of cameras from the space. After thinking about it, Yu Shifeng took another set. In addition to Sister Yun's door, Yu Shifeng also installed one in the corridor. With the supplies in hand, Yu Shifeng didn't hesitate to cook himself a big pot of cabbage, pork belly, and vermicelli. The vermicelli was chewy, the cabbage was soft and rotten, and it was coated with a layer of meat aroma. Yu Shifeng chased away Xiaoju, who jumped onto the stove and filled himself with a big bowl. This dish was not very spicy, so Yu Shifeng didn't eat any other staple food at night. He picked a bottle of avocado milkshake from the pile of milk tea and drank it bit by bit. He also steamed a few baskets of sweet potatoes and potatoes. It was 10 o'clock in the evening in a flash. Yu Shifeng was lying on the bed cutting fruit with a tablet in his hand. He was a little puzzled when the door was knocked. It was Tan Wanwan outside the door. He was still angry with her for slapping Chen Kaifeng in the morning, so why did he come knocking on the door at this time? Yu Shifeng didn't want to pay attention to this person and clicked on the next game. One game lasted 1 minute, and after 3 games in a row, Tan Wanwan hadn't left. The knocking on the door was persistent, as if she would not stop until the door was opened. Yu Shifeng opened the inner door expressionlessly. The aroma of steamed sweet potatoes was still floating in the air, and Tan Wanwan smelled it, and her expression brightened. She said hesitantly, "Teacher Yu, I have no food at home. Can I buy some from you?" Tan Wanwan has 3 roommates at home, and the food reserves are limited, so it is foreseeable that the food will be consumed quickly. Yu Shifeng shook her head. No. She didn't intend to open the door. Tan Wanwan bit her lip, her eyes were misty. "Can I borrow your kayak for a while? My roommate and I are going to the supermarket to buy some food. The kayak is priced at 2,000 yuan. How much are you willing to pay? I can transfer it to you. It is now impossible to withdraw cash and the signal is intermittent. Now the trading market is gradually accepting cash again. Yu Shifeng knows better than anyone that since the natural disaster, the money in the account has become numbers. The circulation of paper money will not last long. Now the private transactions in the corridor have degenerated to the primitive barter. Yu Shifeng shook his head. "I only accept cash, you can also exchange things." Tan Wanwan looked very aggrieved, as if Yu Shifeng was deliberately making things difficult for her. "You beat Sister Kaifeng today, and her stomach has been hurting until now. Don't you have any human touch?" What Tan Wanwan really wanted to say was that Yu Shifeng had so much food, why couldn't he share some with her? Mom gave Yu Shifeng so much money. How can a teacher treat his students like this? Yu Shifeng asked, "Who asked you to come? Your roommate? Or Chen Kaifeng? What does it have to do with them?"
Tan Bang Wan Fronet.
Tan Wanwan was not a very opinionated person. Chen Kaifeng and Ma Tian had just been beaten by her. It was most likely her roommate who asked Tan Wanwan to come to the door. Yu Shifeng curled his lips and laughed sarcastically. "I advise you to figure out one thing. Is there no food at home? Or is there no food for you?" "What do you mean?" Tan Wanwan stared at her. Tan Wanwan had never been to the kitchen since she was a child, and now she was not the one cooking at home. The meals were arranged by her roommate Qianing. Yu Shifeng looked at her deeply. "Don't call me Teacher Xiaoyu anymore. I tutored you, and we have already paid for the goods. I won't sell you food. If you want to rent a kayak, it's 2,000 yuan per person. You can also exchange it for gold and silver antiques. If you have decided, you can come to me." The door was closed, and Tan Wanwan stood at the door, looking embarrassed and helpless. Her roommate was still waiting at home. "Wanwan, what did your teacher Xiaoyu say?" "I saw that they bought several large bags of things. Even if they only share 1/3, Teacher Xiaoyu has at least more than 100 kilograms. Qianing came up and said enthusiastically. She said that they only rent kayaks for 2,000 yuan per person.
Tambang wan kheshetatik.
Qian Ying's face changed, and she held Tan Wanwan's hand a little tighter. How can I have so much money? Among the 4 dormitories, Qian Ying's family conditions were the worst. 2,000 yuan was her living expenses for a semester. Qian Ying tentatively asked, "Then, Wanwan, do you want to rent it?" Tan Wanwan seemed to be in a daze. She was thinking about Yu Shifeng's words. Was there nothing to eat at home, or was there nothing to eat for herself? I remember there were 2 bags of Thai fragrant rice at home before, which added up to almost 30 kilograms. Tan Wanwan suddenly asked, is that so much? Qian Ying's expression changed in an instant. There are 4 of us, and we have to cook 2 large bowls for every meal. Tan Wanwan stood up and walked straight to the kitchen. In the kitchen, there was only a thin half bag left in the box where rice was stored, and there was a small bowl for rice inside.
2 large bowls, right?
Tan Wanwan scooped 2 large bowls into the pot. Didn't we just eat in the afternoon? Why do we have to wash the rice again? It won't be enough to eat later. Qian Ying hurriedly stopped her. Besides, you have never done kitchen work. Why do you suddenly want to do this? I just want to see how much rice is cooked from 2 bowls. Tan Wanwan said, why is there less than half a bowl of rice in my bowl every day? The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. 2 cured chickens, and I got less than 5 pieces of meat. Tan Wanwan, where's my chicken? Qian Ying's face sank. Tan Wanwan, what do you mean? You go crazy as soon as you come back, right? The other 2 roommates also helped Qian Ying persuade Tan Wanwan. Yes, we all see how much Qian Ying does every day. She understands that you don't want to work, and she is the one who does all the housework. You make her so sad. Qian Ying revealed a hurt look at the right time. When Tan Wanwan asked them to say this, the doubt in her heart was shaken, and once it was shaken, the confidence she had raised weakened. She lowered her head. I didn't mean it. Teacher Suyu asked me to come back and check whether there was nothing to eat at home, or I didn't eat. After a moment of awkwardness, Qian Ying looked at her roommates. She beat a pregnant woman. You are her student, and she is unwilling to lend you food. How can you believe her words? We are in such a difficult situation now. We should unite. She still said such divisive words. Her character is problematic. Qian Ying said, I heard from people in the building that she is actually kept by someone. Before the typhoon, it was a weekday and she didn't go to work. This house was bought for her by the sponsor. Tan Wanwan was diverted by this explosive news. Is it true? Yes, kayaks are so expensive now. You can't buy them even if you have money. It must be sent to her by the sponsor. I don't know what she is so proud of. She is so high profile even when she is a mistress. She can't stand seeing people's proper marriages. Otherwise, why would she beat Sister Kaifeng? Sister Caifeng's belly is so big. If something goes wrong, she can't even go to the hospital at this time. You talk and I talk, and after having a common topic, the atmosphere among the 4 people returned to normal. Chun Kaifeng lay on the sofa holding her belly, humming from time to time, and did not participate in the topic here. That night, Tan Wanwan gave the master bedroom to Chun Kaifeng, who is not feeling well. The roommates squeezed into the second bedroom. Tan Wanwan had to find an extra set of bedding and sleep on the sofa. It was the 36th day of heavy rain. Yu Shifeng found half a cockroach at home, which he picked up from Xiaoju's mouth. Yu Shifeng was lying on the sofa playing games. This time, he finally broke the record of cutting fruits, and the score accumulated to 634 points. Xiaoju crawled into the leather seat of the sofa. Yu Shifeng was fighting with the fruit and didn't care about it. Xiaoju jumped in front of Yu Shifeng, opened his little mouth, and spit out half of the cockroach's body. Yu Shifeng put down the tablet, sat up straight, looked at the cockroach, then at Xiaoju, with a complicated expression. Is it delicious? Miao Yu Shifeng put on gloves and carefully examined the half-cockroach. At first glance, it looked like a cockroach, but it was actually thinner and narrower, with wings as thin as cicada wings. Yu Shifeng remembered that this was a variant of cockroaches with a very fast-moving speed and amazing reproductive capacity. Even if it was killed, the cockroach eggs could continue to hatch on the body of the cockroach. Yu Shifeng's house had been recently renovated and the hygiene was always well maintained. Preliminary inference was that the cockroaches crawled in through the ventilation gap. Calculating the time, it was almost these few days that a wave of cockroaches broke out in the community. Xiaoju stared at the half-cockroach in Yu Shifeng's hand. Well done. Yu Shifeng rubbed Xiaoju's head. Xiaoju looked at the cockroach, then at Yu Shifeng. Thank you, I won't eat it. The man and the cat looked at each other for a while, and Xiaoju finally confirmed that Yu Shifeng would not eat this. Xiaoju's tail drooped down, seeming very disappointed, and then he couldn't wait to swallow the remaining half of the cockroach into his stomach. Yu Shifeng did not stop him. Judging whether something is food is an innate instinct of living things. In this regard, animals are more sensitive than humans. Toxins will accumulate through the food chain, and after a natural disaster, mutations will also occur. Yu Shifeng has enough food, so he will not put himself in danger. Seeing Xiaoju eating happily, Yu Shifeng touched his chin. Xiaoju looks no different from an ordinary cat, with longer hair and better looks. I wonder what he will mutate into. Yu Shifeng originally prepared a lot of pesticides, but with Xiaoju here, it seems that they are not needed for the time being. She carefully checked the house. The sewer was paved with cement, and the vents were closed. In the middle of the night, Yu Shifeng heard rustling sounds in the living room. When she opened the door, Xiaoju was clinging to the ceiling. After a quick count, there were more than a dozen cockroach corpses on the ground. The scene was shocking. Yu Shifeng couldn't figure out how Xiaoju flew up there. Bad news. There are cockroach eggs at home. Good news. It seems that he is no match for Xiaoju. Xiaoju kicked the wall and landed safely. He swung his tail and rubbed Yu Shifeng's legs. Yu Shifeng touched the furry cat's head as a reward. At night, Xiaoju was allowed to sleep in the bedroom as an exception. There are many more pictures in the group. Not many families keep insecticides on hand. Most people just step on cockroaches to death. Yu Shifeng looked at them and frowned deeply. She thought about it and edited the second message since joining the group. If I remember correctly, if there is no insecticide, catching them and burning them with fire is also feasible. The 40th day of heavy rain. There are more cockroaches. It's terrible. I felt something crawling on my face when I was sleeping. When I woke up and turned on the light, I was almost scared to death. In the picture, cockroaches swarmed like swarms, layer upon layer, as tall as children. The rice and flour in my house have been eaten up. Forget about dying. What kind of world is this? There are so many worms in the sewer. I am about to up my overnight meal. The toilet is full of these ghost things. Someone said before that they can't be beaten to death. Killing them will only increase them, so I have to catch them and burn them. I'm going crazy. When Yu Shifeng woke up, he felt that the sound today was a little unusual. Outside the window, dense cockroaches were slapping the window. They didn't know where they came from, and they were madly trying to sweep the whole building. Through a window, Yu Shifeng observed these hideous insects, which looked a little different from before, with spikes all over their shells. Xiaoju jumped onto the windowsill, hooked his claws, and was eager to try. Yu Shifeng didn't indulge at this time. There are too many insects, and Xiaoju can't eat so many. It's easy to let them in, but it's troublesome to let them out. Fortunately, Yu Shifeng's previous inspection was effective. The cockroaches didn't find a gap in this household. Like a wave, they squeezed into the owner of the next household. The balcony was originally full of clothes hanging to dry. The cockroaches bumped into them without thinking, and the hems of the clothes swayed slowly. In the gloomy weather, they looked like floating ghosts. Screams came through the glass, covering the sky and the earth, and there was the buzzing of wings. Yu Shifeng checked the surveillance outside the door. The glass of the corridor outside was damaged, and cockroaches rushed in. From the video, they were stacked up one layer after another, almost blocking the door. There was no food outside, so the cockroaches would not stay for long. Yu Shifeng thought that if these cockroaches ate people, the population of the community would be reduced to 1 in 100. But the situation was not much better. After the cockroaches passed through, the residents' already limited food reserves were even less. The environment of the community would become more dangerous. These thoughts went around in Yu Shifeng's mind, and she went to the gym to exercise as usual. Practice strength, practice flexibility, practice skills. The human body is not used up, and she needs to maintain it all the time. For lunch, she had boiled shrimp to supplement protein, as well as a handful of stir-fried sweet potato vines and a starch sausage. Yu Shifeng rewarded Xiaoju and opened a can of food for it. Xiaoju sniffed it and went to lick its fur. Maybe the cockroaches were full. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yu Shifeng felt that Xiaoju seemed to have grown a little. Yu Shifeng's life was normal, generally speaking. It was calm and peaceful. On the same floor, Sister Yun was holding an insecticide and spraying it carefully on the blocked drain. Although it was blocked with a cloth, these cockroaches kept drilling in, and it was only a matter of time before they were pushed open. After spraying the insecticide, the crazy tide of insects was gradually controlled. Sister Yun was glad that when Yu Shifeng bought the insecticide, he also bought 2 bottles. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time, but she subconsciously felt that Yu Shifeng would not do anything extra. Sure enough, if it weren't for these 2 bottles of insecticide, the cockroaches would push the drain open and rush up, and the food at home might not be safe. But the group said that these cockroaches were like locusts, and the smell of food also stimulated their ferocity, and it only took a few hours to chew through the wood. When she didn't want to sleep, cockroaches crawled on her face. Sister Yun placed the food in batches in various corners of the house to prevent people or cockroaches from taking it all away. She also saw the message in the group and burned the bugs she found with the stove. After a day, she was exhausted and felt very tired. She collapsed at home, and at this moment, there was a crackling sound, and the whole building heard the sound. The power outage. In the upper floors, power outage means water outage. The night is dark and the house is airtight. Yu Shifeng tilted her head, not surprised. She calmly took out the battery in the space, and after drawing the curtains, she turned on the table lamp, refrigerator, and surveillance for herself. The group was much quieter, and everyone knew that the battery in the mobile phone was used up as much as possible. The power outage was not only in the building where Yu Shifeng was, but also in the city, which was plunged into darkness. The night could not bring tranquility. The rain was still falling, and the water was also full of bugs. Tan Wanwan's home. The night Chen Kaifeng moved into the master bedroom, she asked Ma Tian to come in and pour water for her, saying that she wanted to drink some water. After pouring the water, she never came out again. Before that, Chen Kaifeng had held Tan Wanwan's hand, and when she learned that Tan Wanwan was willing to give up the master bedroom, she was grateful. Qian Ying was worried about men coming in, and her roommates didn't agree. They squeezed Tan Wanwan's living space and didn't want to share it with Chen Kaifeng and Ma Tian. Chen Kaifeng vowed that Ma Tian would still let him live in the corridor and never disturb the girls in the room. But Ma Tian still came in. Chen Kaifeng covered her stomach and howled, "I'm embarrassed to trouble you, so I asked my husband to come in and help me. You are all college students. Wanwan, you are the kindest. You can't just stand by and watch me die. It's a pity that my child is in this time, and his father is not with me."
I'm panicking.
Ma Tian's eyes wandered over the female student, deliberately staying under her chest and lower abdomen. Qian Ying's face was ashen, but she couldn't speak. Qian Ying was not the owner of the house. If she said one word, Chen Kaifeng, the hot-tempered woman, would curse back 10 times. And in the face of Chen Kaifeng's pleading, Tan Wanwan couldn't say no. At this moment, Tan Wanwan curled up on the sofa in the living room. She knocked on her roommates' doors, but no one opened the door. They all pretended to be asleep. Tan Wanwan knew that they were blaming her for letting Ma Tian move in. Ma Tian, it was obvious that he was holding back bad water. Tan Wanwan didn't dare to knock on the master bedroom. She felt regretful, but she didn't know what she was regretting. If only she hadn't let Chen Kaifeng move in. At least now she can stay in the master bedroom, close the door, block the gap in the door, and prevent cockroaches from entering the bedroom. Why did she have to go through all this? At the beginning, Chen Kaifeng obviously found Teacher Yu. Why is Yu Shifeng so cruel? She can also turn a blind eye to a homeless pregnant woman. If Yu Shifeng accepted Chen Kaifeng, Ma Tian would not live in her house now. Tan Wanwan could feel the cockroaches crawling over the quilt, as if crawling on her body, and she couldn't stop shivering in the quilt. She didn't dare to quarrel with her roommates and Qin Kaifeng, and she placed all her resentment on Yu Shifeng. Why didn't she accept Qin Kaifeng? It was all Yu Shifeng's fault. The current situation was what Yu Shifeng deserved. She dumped it on herself. Tan Wanwan was already driven crazy by these cockroaches, and she didn't even think about sealing the food. In the 2 bedrooms, Qin Kaifeng and her roommates didn't want Tan Wanwan to come in and occupy the already scarce space. In the overwhelming tide of insects, rice, noodles, dried vegetables, and sausages were consumed in a blink of an eye. The next day, when Yu Shifeng got up, there were not many cockroaches outside the window. There were still many lingering outside in the corridor. Although it was daytime, the light was dim, and Yu Shifeng turned on the desk lamp. Xiaoju was scratching the door and rubbing the door frame, and his head was crushed. Yu Shifeng looked at the surveillance and weighed it in his mind. It's not a bad idea to let Xiaoju eat outside. Just be careful not to let the people downstairs see Xiaoju. At this time, you can still afford to keep a cat, which will easily make people think too much. After all, cockroaches blocking the door of the house is not a pleasant thing. Yu Shifeng touched Xiaoju's fur and opened the door. Xiaoju jumped out, like a mouse falling into a rice nest, and was visibly excited. Yu Shifeng whispered, "Come back when you are full. Don't play too long." The cat seemed to understand and stuffed the cockroach into its mouth. The cockroaches ran around, and no one dared to approach Xiaoju. Yu Shifeng stood guard at the entrance. After about a quarter of an hour, Yu Shifeng waved, and Xiaoju squeezed back through the gap of the alloy door. His belly was full. Since the outbreak of the cockroach tide, Xiaoju has not eaten cat food properly. Yu Shifeng didn't care about it anymore. After powering the fitness equipment, she jogged on the treadmill for half an hour. She was considered to have warmed up and had a thin layer of sweat on her body. After wiping the sweat off her face with a towel, Yu Shifeng remembered that she had forgotten one thing. She didn't stock up on hot water. It was mainly hot water for bathing. Even if she stocked up on so many supplies, there would still be inconveniences after the natural disaster. But compared to others, her life was much better. Not just in terms of supplies. Yu Shifeng knew clearly the future trend, so she would not have any expectations for the future. With the space and the supplies stored in the space, she was not afraid of the present. She enjoyed everything she did at the moment. Exercise, cooking, eating, petting cats. Or just being in a daze. Every extra second of life made people feel fortunate. Yu Shifeng found a hot water heater among the supplies she brought back from the supermarket. She freed up a water tank and prepared to use it specifically for hot water. There was an inexhaustible spring water in the space, and it only took 5 or 6 minutes to heat a bucket of water. If you take a shower in the toilet, the used water would have nowhere to go, and it would also alarm people downstairs. Yu Shifeng turned and entered the space. These days, she had accumulated almost a day and a half, which is more than 32 hours. If she really encountered any danger, the space was enough for her to deal with emergencies and rest. Wash your hair and take a shower quickly. It will take about a quarter of an hour. Before taking a shower, Yu Feng stared at the mirror for 2 seconds and found a pair of scissors. Her hair was now below her ribs and was a bit long. With one snip of the scissors, more than half of her hair was cut off, covering her shoulders. It was a length that was just right for tying up, easy to manage, and could be covered completely with a hat. It didn't take so much water to wash the cut hair. After using about a bucket and a half of hot water, Yu Shifeng changed her clothes and came out of the space. In the front hall, the hourglass had passed a little over a quarter of an hour, which was about the same as Yu Shifeng had estimated. In the flower bed, the fruit trees she planted had grown taller than her, growing together in a lively manner. In a few dozen days, she would be able to eat the fruits. Yu Shifeng was looking forward to it. In order to save time, she didn't stay for long, touched the leaves of the coconut tree, and left the space. The body was thrown in the backyard, and it would be dealt with when there was a suitable opportunity. Yu Shifeng started to boil her future bath water. The fuel she had stored was limited, and resources in this area were in short supply. Although it would be enough to support her for a while, Yu Shifeng couldn't bear to part with it. Without consuming fuel, Yu Shifeng could only replenish the battery by hand cranking and pedaling. So, riding a bicycle in place was also included in Yu Shifeng's morning fitness program. Whatever you practice, it's practice. He boiled water with a hot plate and put it into the space after it was boiled. It took Yu Shifeng 2 days to fill half of the water tank. At night, the corridor was noisy again. Sister Yun's anti-wolf alarm sounded throughout the building. The sharp whistle could be heard throughout the community. There were 3 men gathered in front of Sister Yun's door. "It's bad. This woman made such a big noise." One of them said indifferently, "Don't worry, no one dares to come over. If it gets big, just—" He snorted, but the unfinished words revealed cruelty. Yesterday, 3 bodies floated next to the supermarket. The situation over there was much more serious than ours. If something really happened, just throw them into the water and we won't be able to find them. If you ask me, although Su Yun is a good-looking woman, the one next door named Yu is really attractive. I don't know whose mistress she is, but that face and waist are really amazing." Ma Tian's voice was clearly audible on the surveillance footage. "It's great to be able to make you obedient." Ma Tian was so embarrassed after being beaten by Yu Shifeng. His hatred for Yu Shifeng was mixed with covetousness. In the past few days, his body was aching, and Ma Tian had been fantasizing about pinning Yu Shifeng down and torturing him. Brother Yuan from the underworld asked him to inquire about the news of kayaking. Kayaking is difficult to make, and those who have kayaks are all wealthy. Ma Tian and Brother Yuan hit it off. "Eat your meal 1 bite at a time. Don't worry, she can't run away." Brother Yuan patted Ma Tian's shoulder. "Your wife has been pregnant for quite a long time. Let Suyun give you some meat today." Ma Tian hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Yuan." Yu Shifeng heard them talking about the supermarket from the surveillance and thought of the one who was completely cold in the space. Since so many people died in the supermarket, it would probably not be traced to her for a while. She felt much more relaxed. As for the others, Yu Shifeng weighed the dagger and weighed it in her mind. Inviting these 3 people to the space as guests is possible, but there are too many people and it is easy to cause trouble later. Yu Shifeng thought so, and changed the electric saw to scare them today. No hurry, they can't run away. Inside the house, Sister Yun pushed the sofa and table to the door, trembling with fear. She called the police immediately, but the call was delayed. It was like an empty number. Sister Yun felt the door lock loose and despair in her heart. She was ruthless and pushed all the food to the balcony, thinking that as long as the door was broken, she would throw the food from the balcony. "Let's die together." Hu Qiangyong opened the door first, holding a kitchen knife. "What are you doing?" The 3 people saw Hu Qiangyong's sturdiness and were a little scared. No matter what they said, these 3 people had never been involved in a murder lawsuit, and they didn't dare to really fight with their lives. One of them gritted his teeth and warned, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You grandson, you are hiding so well, and you dare to teach your grandfather how to do things." Hu Qiangyong scolded. Brother Yuan raised his eyes. His eyes were full of viciousness. He pulled out a long knife about 5 centimeters long from his waist and spat. "You are shameless." Seeing that the knife was about to stab into Hu Qiangyong's stomach, Yu Shifeng opened the door and went out, pulling the brake on the electric saw. It only touched the floor tile lightly, and the golden sound destroyed the eardrum and completely suppressed all the sounds. The sound of hard objects biting the saw teeth made people's scalps numb. As Yu Shifeng dragged, a long appeared on the floor tile. If it touched the body, blood and flesh would definitely fly everywhere. Brother Yuan swung the long knife and turned his head to look in the direction of Yu Shifeng. Seeing this, his pupils shrank and he felt sweat on his palms. Ma Tian and another person even took 2 steps back, clinging to the leaky window, obviously frightened. Ma Tian swallowed his saliva and shouted, "Don't come over here." Yu Shifeng tilted her head and smiled. She was beautiful, and this smile was like melting snow and ice, which should have made people unable to look away. But she manipulated the chainsaw with ease, her eyes curved. Crazy. An absolute madman. Brother Yuan thought. Yu Shifeng raised her hand high, and without any hesitation, she pressed the chainsaw towards Brother Yuan's head. The horizontal one is afraid of the stupid one, and the stupid one is afraid of the desperate one. Brother Yuan pulled Ma Tian in front of him and took advantage of this opportunity to make the other person escape. I admit defeat today. Yu Shifeng raised her wrist slightly, and the chainsaw smashed the hat on Ma Tian's forehead into pieces. The shock almost made Ma Tian's heart break. Help! He shouted weakly. Yu Shifeng's voice was barely audible. I really have been tolerating you for a long time. In the previous life, Ma Tian had gathered a group of people to bully the gangs outside with food and women in the community. Tan Wanwan and others who lived with him were the first to be killed. It was also because of him that Yu Shifeng did not stay in the community for a long time in the previous life. Sister Yun opened the door tremblingly, holding the kitchen knife tightly in her hand. Hu Qiangyong called Yu Shifeng, sister. Don't be impulsive. Yu Shifeng sighed. Hu Qiangyong and Sister Yun were not kind, but at least they were people with bottom lines. Even in such a situation, they still had no concept of killing in their minds. It was neither good nor bad. But Yu Shifeng had never thought that he could solve it completely today. It was just to scare him. A foul smell came from Ma Tian's abdomen. He was really not scared. With such courage, he could kill the minions. Yu Shifeng stopped the chainsaw and pulled off Ma Tian's hood. Hu Qiangyong and Sister Yun, residents of the same building, recognized Ma Tian. They were surprised at first, and then filled with anger. It's true that you can't judge a person's heart by his appearance. I didn't realize you could do such a thing before, Hu Qiangyong said. Sister Yun's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. Ma Tian struggled to get up and wanted to run, but Hu Qiangyong knocked him to the ground. Sister Yun was rational and didn't use a kitchen knife to chop him. She took out a pair of high heels from the shoe cabinet, held the upper of the shoe, and smashed it with the heel, leaving a bloody mark. Ma Tian was beaten by Sister Yun until his face was covered with blood. It's not me. I followed them here. It's really not me. If you hadn't led the way, they would have found my door. Sister Yun was ruthless. In the corridor, someone notified Chen Kaifeng. She held her stomach with one hand and supported Tan Wanwan with the other hand, and hurried up. Murder! You witch! You seduced my husband, and you dared to kill to silence him. Even if Yu Shifeng had lived 2 lives together, he rarely met someone as unreasonable as Chen Kaifeng. Looking at her expression, she actually thought that Sister Yun seduced Ma Tian. Chen Kaifeng protected her husband, and her eyes were full of defense when she looked at Yu Shifeng. She was getting thinner and thinner, and her belly was frighteningly bloated. Hu Qiangyong was not afraid of Brother Yuan with a knife, but he looked embarrassed when facing Chen Kaifeng. Sister Yun aimed at the air and pressed her high heels Ma Tian's lower abdomen. Amid Ma Tian's screams, she stood up and lifted her hair. Your husband is a maggot in the toilet. I feel sick just looking at him. Chen Kaifeng cried sadly, and people in the corridor surrounded her, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and there was no way out. Tan Wanwan was pushed aside by others, looking at the crying Chen Kaifeng coldly, and she felt happy in her heart. When she saw Yu Shifeng standing aside, intact, Tan Wanwan felt an indescribable disappointment. Living under the same roof, Tan Wanwan lived in the living room, and Ma Tian's movements could not be hidden from her eyes. That Yuan Ge had come to their house several times. Every time he stared at her, Tan Wanwan felt a chill in her heart. They discussed in the master bedroom. Tan Wanwan was familiar with her home and quietly went around to the back of the balcony, which was only separated from the master bedroom by a wall. Tan Wanwan knew that there was a pipe opening in this wall reserved for the air conditioner outdoor unit. Tan Wanwan heard them talking about the 15th floor in the bedroom. The voice was very low, but a few words could be heard. Beauty, kayaking, and having been to the supermarket. When she heard this, Tan Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, as they were not directed at her. Previously, Tan Wanwan ate with her roommates, Chen Kaifeng and Ma Tian, but the food was not put together. However, the insect tide ate all the food of Tan Wanwan and her roommates. If she wanted to eat something to make her stomach less hungry, she could only look at the faces of Ma Tian and Chen Kaifeng. She had to endure Ma Tian's obscene eyes and Chen Saifeng's harsh words. No one dared to mention kicking Chen Kaifeng out anymore. Every day, Chen Kaifeng raised her chin and instructed them to catch the cockroaches running around the house and clean them up one by one. She also mopped and mopped the floor again and again. Every time it was time to eat, she couldn't avoid a round of sarcasm. But there was no way, because only Chen Kaifeng had food in the room. Moreover, Chen Kaifeng became more and more stingy. The porridge was so thin that she could only count the rice grains. She took the two most sticky bowls at the bottom for herself and Ma Tian. Tan Wanwan and her roommates drank the thin rice soup on top. Hunger made her weak. When she wanted to raise her hand to pour herself a glass of water, her hands couldn't help shaking. Tan Wanwan couldn't help thinking if Yu Shifeng was willing to lend her food at that time, then she would definitely remind Yu Shifeng. So the troubles now are all caused by Yu Shifeng himself. The people in the corridor finally dispersed. After scaring Ma Tian away, Yu Shifeng returned home in the dark. Sister Yun gratefully gave Yu Shifeng a bag of rice and a whole piece of cured pork ribs. The cured pork ribs weighed 5 or 6 pounds, and they were greasy when touched.
Good stuff.
She just gave a thank you gift to Hu Qiangyong, and the weight was not so heavy. Sister Yun smiled bitterly. If it weren't for you today, I would definitely not be able to keep these. Yu Shifeng took the cured pork ribs and didn't take the bag of rice. Sister Yun took a deep look at Yu Shifeng. This girl is still so young, but she is very calm in doing things. Her eyes are bright, and she has such skills. Sister Yun wanted to make friends with her, and her words were very warm. This cured pork ribs is made in my hometown. It's perfect for making soup or stir-frying. Do you have a chopping knife at home? If not, I can make it and bring it to you. No problem. I have a chopping knife. Sister Yun was very restrained and did not suggest going into Yu Shifeng's house. She noticed Yu Shifeng's alienation from people. Maybe it was the arrogance of a capable person, or maybe it was a foresight of something. Sister Yun looked at Yu Shifeng's laminated alloy door and thought about finding a way to reinforce the door when she went back. Sister Yun apologized and thanked, handed the cured pork ribs to Yu Shifeng, and left without saying anything. After closing the door, Yu Shifeng turned on the desk lamp. Her curtains were very light-blocking, and the light in the room could not be seen from outside. Yu Shifeng did not go back to sleep, but sat on the sofa, reviewing the incident in the middle of the night. Because of the cockroach tide, Yu Shifeng had not gone out for some days. If she couldn't go out, the kayak outside would be even more unable to go out. Yu Shifeng has very good night vision, not to mention that someone just turned on the flashlight on their mobile phone. Everyone looked haggard and thinner because of the heavy rain and the lack of sunlight, and their skin looked sickly pale. Many people sleeping in the corridor had cockroaches crawling in and out of their clothes. Among these people, except for herself and Hu Qiangyong, no one spoke up for Sister Yun. When she looked at her chainsaw, her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Yu Shifeng noticed that many people stretched their necks to look at her and Sister Yun's house, wishing they could install X-ray eyes to see everything in their house clearly. There were also people who came here with Ma Tian today. Not succeeding this time does not mean that they will give up completely. Without the supply of external materials, food in the community is becoming increasingly scarce, and it will become increasingly dangerous in the future. Yu Shifeng took out the crossbow from the space and adjusted the machine. The cold mechanical structure pressed on her hand, and it was quite heavy. It was much better than the bamboo crossbow she used in her previous life. She was familiar with the feel of it, aiming out the window, and the arrowhead had a faint luster. The arrow did not shoot. Her arrows are very precious, and every arrow shot should draw blood. Yu Shifeng let out a long breath and put the crossbow back. Xiaoju, who had run away, ran back and acted coquettishly against Yu Shifeng's pants. Yu Shifeng touched its head and changed the water for Xiaoju. She cut herself a sweet orange. The orange flesh was sweet and sour and juicy. Yu Shifeng smacked her lips and ate it with the white silk. I heard that eating this white silk can supplement fiber. Yu Shifeng turned off the desk lamp, went back to bed and dozed for a while, and soon it was dawn. It wasn't very bright, the sky was overcast, and the light was hazy. Later, she deliberately added arm strength training in her exercises. After practicing these days, Yu Shifeng looked directly at the vague lines on her body in the mirror. She has been keeping up with the protein intake. Beef, eggs, and milk are all good supplements. The muscles are toned and powerful, and they don't look too strong because of their good proportions. She was still thin, and her fair skin concealed amazing explosive power and skilled killing skills. Her hair, which had been cut short before, had grown a little longer. It was black, smooth and soft, with a little fine hair at the end. Yu Shifeng trimmed it slightly with scissors. It couldn't be as straight and fine as in the barber shop, but it was still presentable. Yu Shifeng was satisfied and left the space without much delay. Xiaoju had become accustomed to her sudden disappearance. It found the remaining cockroaches from some corner and chewed them with relish. The cockroach tide did not stay for long. After sweeping across the community, it continued to move north. Yu Shifeng's home was strictly guarded, and there were few cockroaches, so Xiaoju could not eat them to her heart's content. There were not many left in the corridor. Yu Shifeng never let Xiaoju leave the 15th floor. It ate cat food again, reluctantly. The cured pork ribs were chopped into pieces by Yu Shifeng. A large piece of lean meat adhered to the bones, and the lean meat was covered with fat. Yu Shifeng soaked dried mushrooms and added chili peppers to stir-fry a full dish. The smoke was filtered by the range hood and then entered the fresh air system. Such a dish did not emit any smell. Yu Shifeng took a small dish from the space and ate it with white rice for dinner. The power was off, and the internet was off. The evening was free, and there was not much entertainment. Yu Shifeng touched a small orange that felt good, read a novel in bed, and open the fruit-cutting game before going to bed. She had already set the record to 1,300 points. It is quite difficult to break the record again now. With better luck, she can maintain the score around 900 on a daily basis. Although there are still many remnants after the cockroach tide, at least the corridors and the community are mostly empty, and kayaks have entered the community. The supplies above make people's eyes red. People often knock on Yu Shifeng's door, begging for some food. There are faces that Yu Shifeng is familiar with, such as Aunt Lu, and there are also people from other buildings that Yu Shifeng is not familiar with, who have found ways to float over or swim over. They linger for a long time, come every day, and become thinner day by day. They first begged, then cursed at the camera, their eyes full of resentment. Yu Shifeng opened the door just when someone was about to smash the camera. A crossbow arrow shot out from the railing of the alloy door and pierced the man's shoulder. Blood dripped onto the ground, and those people dispersed. After that, it became much quieter. Another incident happened in the community. Someone rushed into the community, killed the people in the house, and looted all the food in the house openly. Most of the people they targeted were the elderly, the weak, and the young. The original lunchbox business in the community was a husband and wife business. The man was the chef and had a lot of strength, but he was not spared. Blood flowed out from the door, and the smell broke through the stench of domestic garbage, making people feel fear from the soul. It is said that when the man was found, he was stabbed many times and his intestines were all over the floor. It's not surprising. After all, he is a cook. No matter how you think about it, the rice, vegetables, and food at home are always more than other places. It's normal for people to worry about him. And Qinchin's father's family was also robbed. His family probably didn't resist much and survived. Only the refrigerator and the kitchen were completely empty. Qinchin's mother dragged her child and knocked on doors in the community, begging. She didn't look ashamed, just numb. Her husband hid behind her, not daring to look up. Yu Shifeng had a lot of food, but she could only guard her own food and couldn't show any clues. A hungry person is no different from an animal. It was the 45th day of the rainstorm. There was a knock on the door. It was Sister Yun, who came to remind Yu Shifeng that the community had sent supplies. Everyone paid 30 yuan and received 500 g of compressed biscuits and 2 cans of cold dishes. This price has no reference value. At the moment, it is no different from giving it away for free. Privately, A bottle of juice weighing less than 300 g was sold for 120 yuan, but there was still no market. The sellers who had juice were more willing to exchange for 2 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Yu Shifeng took her ID card and went down with Sister Yun. Line up, come one by one, everyone has something. The property management assisted in maintaining order. Yu Shifeng saw Tan Wanwan. The 4 girls were together and attracted everyone's attention as soon as they came out. Tan Wanwan was pale and thin, with a pair of big eyes full of hostility. Behind her was Chen Kaifeng, whose cheeks were sunken. In contrast, her pregnant belly looked surprisingly large and shocking. Ma Tian was not seen. Yu Shifeng looked away. Everyone's spirits were very depressed, and they looked at the supplies eagerly. Teacher Xiao Yu. Tan Wanwan called Yu Shifeng, as if she wanted to say something. Yu Shifeng tilted her head. Although Yu Shifeng was wearing a hat with a zipper pulled to her chin, she seemed to be afraid of the wind and was wearing a scarf. But Tan Wanwan had known Yu Shifeng for several years and could still see that Yu Shifeng's cheeks were white and rosy, and her eyes were stable when she looked at her, without any fatigue or vanity. She was alone and lived a good life. Tan Wanwan suddenly felt wronged.
Why?
This is unfair. She kindly brought her roommate home and gave the master bedroom to Chen Kaifeng. But what did he get? Qian Ing resented her for bringing Ma Tian into the house, and Chen Kaifeng bossed her around and treated her like a babysitter. Teacher Yu, can I go to your place to have a chat? Tan Wanwan bit her lower lip. Yu Shifeng shook her head. If you have anything to say it here. Tan Wanwan looked like she was about to cry. Yu Shifeng was unmoved. Finally, it was her turn in the queue. Yu Shifeng registered her information according to the regulations, paid 30 yuan in cash, and received 500 g of compressed biscuits, 2 canned cold dishes, and 2 kilograms of rice. If you save it, it will be enough for 4 or 5 days. Many people wanted to exchange their odds and ends for compressed biscuits. Someone wanted to exchange tea cakes for Yu Shifeng's compressed biscuits, but he tried his best to sell them, saying that they were top quality to Hongpo and could be sold for more than 2,000. Yu Shifeng refused. In the public eye, he could still give away the compressed biscuits at this time without attracting anyone's attention. Sister Yun was in front of her. After getting the supplies, she came back with lingering fear and said, I heard that the supermarket has imposed purchase restrictions. Now if you go out, you can't buy anything even if you have money. There have been several corpses fished out of the water. I went to buy something and lost my life. There was no surprise in her tone, only relief. In the community alone, there have been several murder lawsuits. Sister Yin was just glad that she successfully brought back the supplies from the supermarket. There were no purchase restrictions and no one died. Someone is stealing. Aunt Lu took advantage of others to register their information and grabbed a handful of rice into her pocket. She was called out on the spot. What are you talking about, little girl? I'm giving you money. I'm buying it. Aunt Lu took out 10 yuan. The amount of rice per person is only half a pound. It has been made very clear. Aunt Lu howled at the top of her voice. My grandson can't eat enough. You want to watch my grandson starve to death? You have no conscience. Children have quotas. Bring your children here to register. Aunt Lu in front was dragging the line, and the crowd was in turmoil. After purchasing your own quota, please leave as soon as possible and don't cause congestion. The property management shouted with a loudspeaker. Aunt Lu's eyes rolled around. My son will be back this afternoon. I have to buy another one. This is his household registration book. You must be present in person. Someone booed Aunt Lu. You say your son is coming back every day, but I haven't seen him for more than a month. Is he coming back? Aunt Lu glared at him fiercely. You want to die? Dare to curse my son. If you can get something for nothing by making trouble, how can you maintain order with so many people present? Captain Wang strode over and said, Why are you arguing? If you don't want to buy, go home and don't disturb the people behind you. It was Captain Wang who sent you Shifeng back last time. Aunt Lu was stunned by Captain Wang and took 2 steps back. Captain Wang watched her put the extra rice back and fined her 200 yuan. He obviously saw Yu Shifeng and nodded at her. Yu Shifeng smiled back. Captain Wang seemed to want to say something to Yu Shifeng, but someone in the other direction started to make a fuss. He gave Yu Shifeng a look and hurried over to maintain order. After this episode, the distribution of supplies went much more smoothly. Sister Yun whispered, "Are you familiar with Captain Wang?" Yu Shifeng thought about it and shook her head no. "You said, I have surveillance video, can I call the police?" Ma Tian brought people to the door, and Sister Yun certainly tried to call the police, but the signal did not go out, and the call did not go through. Now that the people who maintain order are in front of her, Sister Yun naturally wants to try again.
Yu Shifeng thought about it.
Whether from a professional or personal perspective, Captain Wang was not someone who would stand by and watch. So she confirmed Sister Yun's idea. Sister Yun chased after him. Yu Shifeng was probably a witness. She didn't know whether she should take a statement, so Yu Shifeng stood there and didn't move. With Sister Yun's surveillance video, the evidence was irrefutable. Ma Tian was quickly taken away. Captain Wang came to find Yu Shifeng. This time, the look he gave Yu Shifeng changed, with a look of scrutiny and examination. After all, he sent Yu Shifeng back last time. Yu Shifeng's weakness and introversion still left an impression on him. He never expected that she would dare to press a chainsaw on someone's head. That thing looked thick and heavy, and she was not afraid of letting go and causing a death. Yu Shifeng grabbed the compressed biscuits and looked at Captain Wang. Her eyes made Captain Wang's heart sink. Last time, the rain was too heavy, and he didn't see the young girl clearly at all. She is not weak. It was a light and firm look, hiding the ruthlessness and determination of having seen human lives. Captain Wang has only seen this kind of temperament in desperados. Thinking back to the video, Captain Wang's eyes were like a hawk, firmly locked on Yu Shifeng. Captain Wang's colleagues took Ma Tian away. He followed Yu Shifeng step by step to the 15th floor. Yu Shifeng stared at the tall figure in front of him, frowning deeply, and Sister Yun followed behind in confusion. Captain Wang stood at the door of Yu Shifeng's house and turned to Sister Yun. "When you have a result, I will let the community notify you." Sister Yun looked at Yu Shifeng, and seeing Yu Shifeng nodded slightly, she went back first. When she left, only Yu Shifeng and Captain Wang were left. Captain Wang looked at Yu Shifeng silently, and after a while he spoke. "Can I come in and ask for a glass of water?" Yu Shifeng said, "Of course." Captain Wang didn't even have to be so polite. As the order got out of control, people like Captain Wang would have their authority and many things further relaxed. After all, in troubled times, heavy punishments are used. Yu Shifeng opened the door. She thought silently in her heart, did something happen in the supermarket? It shouldn't be. The body is lying in her space. Yu Shifeng was sure that there was no one around, and there was no surveillance to see her stabbing. There was nothing that shouldn't be in the house. Although Yu Shifeng didn't expect to run into Captain Wang before going downstairs with Sister Yun. Even for some reason she didn't know, Captain Wang became suspicious of her. But out of caution, before leaving, she still took away things that shouldn't be in the house. The things in the kitchen were calculated in quantity, not too much but not too little. On the top of the shelf was the big can of beef hot pot. "Do you want to change your shoes?" Captain Wang asked. "No, there are no extra cotton shoes at home," Yu Shifeng said. Captain Wang's shoes were covered with mud and water, but he still took off his shoes and stood on the floor wearing only a pair of black socks. "Is the cat still there?" Xiaoju ran out from the balcony, with shiny fur and fluffy tail. Yu Shifeng poured a glass of water and handed it to Captain Wang. Captain Wang looked at the house, his eyes swept over every corner. "Is it difficult to raise a cat now?" "Cats are not dogs, so it's okay," Yu Shifeng said. "There are several families in the community who have dogs, and dog meat has been on the table, as well as dog food. Cat meat is sour and has no weight, so it is obviously not as cost-effective as dog meat." Captain Wang asked, "Have you been out recently?" Yu Shifeng's heart tightened, but he remained calm and shook his head. "There are so many cockroaches outside. How can I go out? This cat eats cockroaches and doesn't need me to feed it." "Haven't you been out since I sent you back last time?" Captain Wang asked. "I went to the supermarket with Sister Yun and another family." At this point, Yu Shifeng picked up Xiaoju and showed a shy smile. "If I hadn't gone there, I would have had to eat Xiaoju's cat food." For a moment, looking at the girl in front of him holding the cat and lowering her head, Captain Wang doubted his intuition for the first time. No matter how you look at it, this is an ordinary girl. She is a little pretty, a little kind, and has a good relationship with her neighbors, so she picked up the chainsaw to protect her neighbors. Where did the chainsaw come from? Captain Wang asked. The construction team left it when the house was being renovated. Yu Shifeng said softly. Well, there's nothing wrong. This is a control device and needs to be detained according to regulations. Captain Wang said, I have to take it away. Yu Shifeng. On the balcony. Captain Wang opened the utility cabinet on the balcony. Yu Shifeng said behind him in a faint voice, Every time you come, you seem to take my things. Captain Wang laughed dryly. It's not just you. Every kayak nearby has been requisitioned. I can't return it to you for the time being. The rescue mission in the team is running out. Captain Wang's hand holding the chainsaw was a little embarrassed. Although he was doing things according to regulations, he also felt selfishly that this was not fair to Yu Shifeng. Captain Wang searched his pockets and took out 2 compressed biscuits from his body. There was a lighter and a pen inside his clothes. He put the pen back in his pocket and put all the rest, including a few dozen yuan in banknotes, on the table. He said stiffly, It's a little compensation. If you need anything later, you can come to me. A few dozen yuan is nothing. These 2 bags of compressed biscuits can barely be returned. Yu Shifeng was silent for a while. To be honest, she didn't like Captain Wang. Whether it was his public status or his hidden selfishness, it would only bring her trouble. Yu Shifeng was too lazy to say anything else. Let it be. Captain Wang sighed. You are right to protect yourself, but the chainsaw is too ostentatious and has a bad influence. I will also ask my colleagues to pay more attention to your situation in the future. He didn't say more. After drinking the glass of water, he took the chainsaw and left. Captain Wang walked halfway and turned his head again. Seeing Yu Shifeng still standing at the door, he forced out a stiff smile and waved his hand. Yu Shifeng stood at the door. Of course, she was not watching Captain Wang go. She was just staring at the bulge on Captain Wang's lower back and was very tempted. It would be great if she could get a handful. She quickly suppressed her thoughts. It was not the right time. Yu Shifeng closed the door and opened a pack of compressed biscuits left by Captain Wang. It was a bit like the breakfast biscuits I bought at the grocery store when I was in school, but it was harder and drier in comparison. It tasted good and could be eaten occasionally to change things up. Before the rainstorm, Yu Shifeng bought 200 boxes of such compressed biscuits, each box weighing 13 kilograms. There were hot meals and hot dishes, as well as a variety of snacks bought from the supermarket. She really couldn't remember these compressed biscuits that could be used as bricks. The canned cold dishes tasted mediocre, and there was day-lily in the ingredients. Yu Shifeng ate a few bites of the compressed biscuits, put away the rest, and made herself a whole bag of noodles. The noodles were cooked and rinsed with mountain spring water in the space. Yu Shifeng wanted to eat mixed noodles today, and the noodles would be more chewy if they were rinsed with cold water. She served a bowl and packed the extra noodles and put them in the space. At this point, the noodles were still clear and watery. Yu Shifeng scooped a spoonful of lao gan ma and mixed it with chopsticks. The extra compressed biscuits were crushed, and the taste was a bit like dry peanut butter and a bit like nuts. Yu Shifeng sprinkled a small part of it on the noodles. This meal of noodles tasted very delicious. Yu Shifeng ate with satisfaction. Compressed biscuits are just a seasoning for Yu Shifeng. Other residents in the same community break the compressed biscuits with care, break half and then half again, share a quarter of the biscuits, and add a spoonful of cold dishes to each person. I heard that if you eat compressed biscuits slowly, they will expand in the stomach and be very filling. The family chewed slowly as they were told, and each bite could be savored for a long time. Tan Wanwan returned to the house, and Qianing sat on the sofa, smiling at her. In front of Qianing, there were 3 people's compressed biscuits piled up, which weighed a full 3 pounds. Wanwan, we were eating together anyway, so let's put the supplies together. Qianying's tone was casual, but his eyes were dark and heavy. The cockroaches ate our food. You have been wronged during this period. Wanwan, do you blame us for causing you trouble?
How could that be? Tambangwan smiled reluctantly.
She regretted it. She should have listened to teacher Xiaoyu and let her roommates go back to school. No matter how her roommates lived, it had nothing to do with her. What's so difficult about cooking? With electricity and water, everything can be cooked. With the food in the refrigerator, she can eat her fill by herself, instead of being isolated and excluded by Qianing and the others. Tan Wanwan suspected that her roommates secretly stole her food, but the matter was left unresolved because of the arrival of the cockroach tide. Once the seeds of suspicion are planted, they grow uncontrollably. Tan Wanwan rejected Qianying's proposal. She sat on the sofa, taking a sip of water and a bite of compressed biscuits. She ate a small half-piece in one breath, feeling the long-lost feeling of fullness in her stomach. Qianying's face was not good. The three of them talked about something in the bedroom, and the pile of compressed biscuits and canned cold dishes on the table returned to their hands. Tan Wanwan sneered in her heart. After the community distributed supplies, a group of thieves and robbers were taken away. The community has become much quieter. But the power supply has not been restored, and many people collect rainwater to drink for high-rise water use. Yu Shifeng found that Xiaoju has been very sleepy recently. Where it sleeps depends on where Yu Shifeng is when it falls asleep. When Yu Shifeng was working out in the gym, it would sleep next to the equipment with its head resting on its front paws. After Yu Shifeng finished her shower, she returned to the sofa. In the afternoon, she would either pick vegetables, mix flour, or wash rice. Yu Shifeng was very cautious when cooking now. Usually, she would cook a pot at noon, and the extra semi-finished ingredients would be piled up in the space. Even so, the stock of cooked food was still increasing. For lunch, she had a serving of mouth-watering chicken and a serving of rice tofu. In the afternoon, Yu Shifeng made herself a bowl of ice jelly, which tasted like jelly with the taste of plain water. She poured a bowl of brown sugar water on it and added nuts. It tasted warm and very smooth. Yu Shifeng ate one bowl, and the remaining bowl was packed with 30 small bowls. Xiaoju came out of the gym in a daze, swaying 3 times with every step. It jumped onto the sofa with difficulty and finally lay down next to Yu Shifeng and fell asleep again. Yu Shifeng frowned at it. She had never raised a cat before and didn't know much about the habits of this creature. Sleeping 20 hours a day doesn't look normal. Yu Shifeng went to look through the pile of pet supplies in the space, which included pet medicines. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and studied the instructions for the medicines for 2 hours. From time to time, she would flip over Xiaoju's eyelids, lift the hair on the back of its neck, and even lift Xiaoju's hind legs. Oh, it's a male cat. Its hair didn't seem to be this long before. After all the trouble, Yu Shifeng didn't find anything good, and Xiaoju was even very irritable, biting Yu Shifeng's hand lightly. Yu Shifeng could only decide to observe for 2 more days. Dinner was still mixed noodles. Yu Shifeng looked through the stock in the space and picked out a bottle of lemon sour and spicy boneless chicken feet. When the noodles were taken out of the space, they were still steaming. Yu Shifeng poured the whole can of chicken feet in. There were a lot of peppers, but the spiciness was not strong, and there was a hint of sweetness. The lemon was cut into thin slices, and the sour taste wrapped inside made people's appetite. Yu Shifeng took a bite and was amazed. It was so delicious. The claws had been boned, but the chewy tendons were still inside, making it crunchy and refreshing. Yu Shifeng ate happily. After finishing a bowl of noodles, she still felt unsatisfied, so she took another bowl and mixed the remaining spicy and sour chicken feet. After this bowl, she was completely full. Yu Shifeng washed the bowl with the mountain spring water in the space. She counted the stock and found that there were 16 boxes of the same chicken feed in the space. With a strange sense of satisfaction, she turned on the fresh air system and the range hood to dissipate the smell. Little Orange finally woke up. It seemed to be getting better and looked much more energetic. Seeing that it had just recovered from a serious illness, Yu Shifeng carefully prepared a can for it. Little Orange was eating hard. Have you grown up? Living together day and night, it is easy for people to overlook some subtle changes. Yu Shifeng should have discovered that Little Orange is now much larger than when it first came home. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be a change after eating cockroaches. Xiaoju has now caught up with a small dog. I wonder if he will continue to grow. Speaking of which, tigers are also a kind of cat. Is Xiaoju regressing to his ancestors? Yu Shifeng thought freely and smoothed the long flowing hair on Xiaoju's neck. Being able to eat and sleep should not be a bad thing. There is good news about the fruit seedlings planted in the space. The fruits are large and round, and they're growing well. Yu Shifeng cut herself a box of fruit slices that night. The time at night is always leisurely. There was a heavy sound of rain outside the window. Yu Shifeng huddled in bed and propped the screen of her mobile phone on Xiaoju. While watching a drama, she occasionally stuffed fruit into her mouth. Before 10 o'clock, she felt sleepy. She doesn't stay up late because staying up late consumes electricity, so she saves a little bit. Before going to bed, she will think about what she will do tomorrow, but it is not always according to plan. For example, she originally thought that she would mash potatoes the next day, but after peeling and washing them, she thought that it would be good to keep them for vinegar-fried potato shreds, so she changed to shreds. 7 days after the last time they received compressed biscuits, people from the community came again. This time, Captain Wang was not there. Yu Shifeng was relieved. Aunt Lu said some strange things, saying that Yu Shifeng and Captain Wang were having an affair. Whether it was because of the rumor about the affair with Captain Wang or Yu Shifeng himself, Chun Kaifeng did not dare to provoke Yu Shifeng again. She just glared at Sister Yun with resentment. Sister Yun was not a good-tempered person, but looking at her increasingly swollen belly, she pinched her nose and endured it. Chun Kaifeng was about to give birth. Ma Tian was not there again, and no one wanted to provoke her at this time. Tan Wanwan stood far away, but her eyes were fixed on Yu Shifeng. She did not hide it well, and her anger was written on her face. Yu Shifeng silently took note of it in her heart, and then looked away. Sister Yun called her in front. Xiao Yu, I saved a seat for you. This time was similar to the last time, and an extra liter of drinking water was distributed. I heard that the rainwater was not clean. Many people lacked water filtration equipment, and even without natural gas, they did not even have the conditions to boil water. He drank rainwater and had vomiting and diarrhea. Due to lack of medical treatment, he died silently at home. When he returned to the 15th floor, Sister Yun winked at Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng? Come to my house. Sister Yun looked behind her. I have something for you. Yu Shifeng followed, and Sister Yun carefully took out a box of filter cartridges from the depths of the cabinet. Use this to filter rainwater before use. I heard that there are parasites in the rain. Sister Yun said, there is no special anti-parasitic drug yet. Going to the hospital is useless, and we can't go to the hospital now. Yu Shifeng looked at the box of filters. Sister Yun, keep it. Oh, I asked someone to get 2 boxes. I'll give you 1. I also thought that we are the only 2 people living on the top floor. If you are willing to help me when I encounter problems, I definitely shouldn't keep it to myself. So many people have died outside. If you are well, I will have less pressure. When Sister Yun said this, there was a cold light in her eyes. I don't know how many people in this building are staring at you and me, and they can't wait to drive us out and move in themselves. They were separated by a coffee table, and Sister Yun saw Yu Shifeng looking up. The girl opposite sat very straight, like a well-behaved student. She heard Yu Shifeng say softly, no. Sister Yun finally stuffed the filter into Yu Shifeng's hand. Yu Shifeng returned home, searched in the space, and gave Sister Yun a battery. It was about 2 degrees of electricity, and if used sparingly, it was enough to boil water and light up the day. When Sister Yun got the battery, she was shocked. How could someone always have such a thing at home? But she didn't ask much, and accepted the battery with great care. The community distributed supplies twice more. The shelter was in short supply, and the community had to accept some of it. The corridor became more and more crowded. People lay down wrapped in quilts, with their heads next to the feet in front of them. According to the new survivors, such an environment is much better than the shelter. When the community distributes supplies, these newcomers are often the first to rush to the front. The original residents of the community shouted, only residents can share. These people are not from our community. Why should they share the food in our community? You want me to die, don't you? Buying a house is so great that you think you are the emperor. I spent money. Why can't I get food? That's right. The victims echoed. Someone pointed at one of the outsiders. You are not from our community. You are obviously from Shiwang Road. Where I live is none of your business. I can't buy it. Can you buy more, or what? Because all places are restricting purchases, the registered personal information is not connected to the internet. If a community buys once, it will be difficult to check it out in a short time. Hu Qiangyong also found Yu Shifeng. He came to Yu Shifeng to borrow a kayak. The Fenghu Chao community next door is also distributing supplies. Let's go buy some together? Yu Shifeng also took this opportunity to go out and see what was happening outside. The price for Hu Qiangyong to rent a kayak was a silver bracelet. The market price of this silver bracelet is about 1,000 yuan. In private transactions, it can't even buy a compressed biscuit. The silver bracelet was thrown into the space by Yu Shifeng. In a blink of an eye, it became a faint breath and completely melted. Something is better than nothing. Sister Yun also ran over and handed over a copper coin with a round square hole. It was her previous collection, and the effect was better than the bracelet. A corner of the hillside in the backyard was exposed, shrouded in layers of clouds and mist. It's a pity that there are no plants on the hillside, which is desolate. Compared with the back, the fruit trees in the front yard are full of fruits and branches. Yu Shifeng is going to plant all the remaining flower beds. This time, potatoes and sweet potatoes will be planted, and vegetables will be planted in the corners to try not to waste every bit of land. Yu Shifeng looked at the hillside and was a little curious about the boundary of the space and how far it could reach. It must require a lot of antiques. I will look for more ruins of the museum when I have the chance in the future. Yu Shifeng tried to plant fruit trees on the mountain. The fruit seedlings were planted on the hillside, and nothing could be seen for a while. If it works, the flower bed will be used exclusively for growing vegetables in the future. Yu Shifeng walked around the backyard, ate a small bag of spicy strips, and rinsed his mouth before leaving the space. He played with Xiaoju for a while, steamed 2 pots of rice for lunch, and fried a pot of shredded potatoes with vinegar. In a blink of an eye, it was the time agreed with Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong. The first destination was set at Fenghu Chao Community. The entrance control of the community was in name only, so just drive the kayak to the most crowded and lively place. They passed the supermarket they went to last time, which was surrounded by real guns and ammunition and was no longer open. The supplies distributed now might be requisitioned from the supermarket. The kayak stopped, and Hu Qiangyong ran over happily. Then he came out with a bruised face. Fenghu Chao Community is very exclusive. If you want to buy food from the community, you need at least 5 people to guarantee it. Either neighbors or survivors who were resettled in the same batch. It was possible to fish in troubled waters in Kekia County, but it was not possible in Fenghu Chao. Hu Qiangyong felt very aggrieved. Sister Yun comforted him. Let's go to the next community to have a look. Yu Shifeng was still in charge of the direction. Then they ran to 3 more communities. This time they walked a little further. One of them was empty-handed. The supplies had been distributed, and it was not their turn. In another community, there was a very courageous building manager who organized the residents of the community and arranged people to patrol and rescue. Before Yu Shifeng and his team entered, they were stopped by the patrol team. The leader here is a big shot. Sister Yun was a little envious. They arrived at the 3rd community. They smelled blood from a long distance. When they got closer, they could see the blood flowing out of the corridor, mixed with the turbid flow, and the dark color was bloody. Yu Shifeng had good eyesight, turned his head towards the 2 people, shook his head and said, "There is no need to go over there." The nervous Hu Qiangyong looked confused. What's wrong? Sister Yun was more perceptive. Something in the air made her chest feel tight and short of breath, and even felt her legs weak. It is the instinct of all living things to be alert to the corpses of their own kind. Civilized society has been peaceful for too long. In such a greenhouse, many things that are originally fearful are buried deep in the genes. Sister Yun has never been so scared when someone came to her door. Hu Qiangyong was unwilling to give up. After most of the day, he got nothing. Let's take a look first.
he said.
Sister Yun bit her lip and wanted to stop Hu Qiangyong, but she couldn't find a reason. He pulled the lifebuoy and waded into the water. Yu Shifeng sat on the boat without moving. Sister Yun grabbed Yu Shifeng's hand. Is there a dead person there? She held it too hard. Yu Shifeng glanced at Sister Yun and nodded. Broken windows, blood-stained security nets, and scattered food packaging all over the floor. It's not just dead people, it's not an exaggeration to describe it as. Hu Qiangyong didn't even go up the corridor. Dead people. So many dead people. All dead. His face was blue, and he choked on water several times. Yu Shifeng grabbed the rope on the lifebuoy and pulled the struggling Hu Qiangyong back. Sister Yun also rushed over and pulled Hu Qiangyong up. After getting up, the first thing Hu Qiangyong did was to pick his throat. Water. Blood. So much blood. Ugh, Hu Qiangyong lay on the edge of the kayak, his face gray from vomiting. It was hard to tell whether it was rain or tears on his face. Let's go home. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. What a ghost that I encountered such a thing. When the word ghost was mentioned, looking at the towering residential buildings, thinking of the corpses scattered in the corridor, even the heavy rain became a little more eerie. Hu Qiangyong quickly slapped himself. Let's go. Hu Qiangyong urged. Yu Shifeng turned the kayak around. Seeing that they would return empty-handed today, Yu Shifeng suggested, let's go to Weifang to have a look. Weifang was a 5-star hotel that Yu Shifu had visited before. Hu Qiangyong was stunned, and his mind did not turn around. Is there also disaster relief there? Yu Shifeng's eyes passed through the waterproof glasses. She stared at the blood flowing out of the corridor. Her expression was neither fearful nor sad. There will be no more disaster relief. Such tragedies did not only happen in this place. The world has changed. Sister Yun reacted first and gritted her teeth and said, Go. Food will only become more and more difficult to obtain. No matter what method is used, a little bit is a little bit. Yu Shifeng came back from the previous life and had no moral burden, but it did not mean that Hu Qiangyong had no moral burden. She waited silently for the two to discuss. In the end, Hu Qiangyong lost. He had parents, wife, and children at home. Among the 3 people, Hu Qiangyong was under the greatest pressure, otherwise he would not be so eager to go to other disaster relief sites to buy food. The Weifang Hotel is not far from here. In less than half an hour, the glass curtain wall building appeared in front of us. This is a commercial building. The biggest sign is the Weifang Hotel, but it is not just a hotel. It also includes a club, a gym, an office, etc. The lobby that Yu Shifeng had seen before has been flooded. The 3 of them worked together to drag the kayak up. Hu Qiangyong scratched his head and whispered, Should we go together or search separately? Yu Shifeng said, Let's see if there are other people here first. The elevator is definitely not available. This floor looks like an office with many desks. Sister Yun opened the drawers one by one and swept all the snacks she could find into her pocket. Yu Shifeng just took on the task of vigilance, took out the prepared binoculars from his bag, patrolled along the windows, and checked inside and outside. Hu Qiangyong threw a bag of beef jerky over. Behind the fire door was the stairs. Yu Shifeng opened the package and took a bite. The beef jerky was spicy, very hard, and quite painful. Yu Shifeng stood guard at the door to prevent anyone from suddenly coming in. After the 2 finished searching, they reunited. Going up the stairs, this floor is a foot bath shop. It is inconvenient to drag a kayak, so Hu Qiangyong put the kayak in the corner and covered it with a tablecloth. The first floor is very large, so they separated on the spot. Yu Shifeng searched the cabinet and found many disposable towels, toilet paper, and wet wipes. She reached into the cabinet and put all the things in front of her into the space. There were also disposable sheets that had not been opened, in addition to unused scissors, condoms, and pillowcases. Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong also needed these things, but they were not as urgent as food. The kayak has a limited carrying capacity, and they don't have a space like Yu Shifeng. They can take away as many useful things as possible. They can only pick and choose. Hu Qiangyong found a lighter, which he wrapped in a plastic bag and put in the inner pocket of his clothes. When the three of them met up, Yu Shifeng was holding a basket of mints, a bag of egg yolk sandwich cakes, and some fried dough twists that some staff member had left behind. The fried dough twists were well sealed and crispy. Sister Yun found a storage box for drinks, which had many varieties, including orange juice and cola. Although this could replenish sugar, it was too heavy and took up space. Everyone took 2 bottles, and no one expected to carry all of them back. So far, all they had found were snacks, and although they were piled together, there were not many staple foods. Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong were a little disappointed. The upper floor was a hotel suite. Although the corridor was dim, it was still possible to see that the decoration here was magnificent. "There is a refrigerator," Hu Qiangyong shouted. He rushed over impatiently, and as soon as the door opened, a foul smell hit his nose. The power was off, and the things stored in the refrigerator were all broken. Sister Yun sighed distressfully. A 5-star hotel should have a backup power supply. Yu Shifeng adjusted the direction of the flashlight with a thoughtful look on his face. If Xiaoju could be let out, there might be unexpected gains. Unfortunately, Xiaoju cannot be released from the space now. As before, the three of them separated. Yu Shifeng groped through each door and collected 5 or 6 mattresses of good quality in a warehouse. On the other side, Sister Yun took out a dozen bars of soap. The toiletries at home had long been emptied. Soap is durable and can be used for washing hair, face, and bathing. The main thing is that it is small in size and not as heavy as shower gel. Yu Shifeng looked up at the ceiling. The depth of each floor should be about the same. Yu Shifeng remembered that when he was downstairs, this position seemed to be much wider. There should be a large room behind it. Just as Yu Shifeng was about to go around to check, Hu Qiangyong's voice came from the end of the corridor. "Here." Hu Qiangyong was very happy. The direction he pointed to was a row of vending machines. In addition to snacks, there were also packs of instant noodles. If all of them can be taken out, the three of them will have no problem eating for 10 days or half a month. Yu Shifeng rummaged through his backpack, pulled out a fire hammer, and handed it over. "You have all your stuff," Hu Qiangyong exclaimed. The instant noodles were stuck tightly in the interlayer. Hu Qiangyong's great strength worked wonders, dismantling the vending machine into pieces, and finally took out all the instant noodles. Sister Yun brought a bed sheet to pack it up. I don't know how she folded it, but it folded into the shape of a bundle in a blink of an eye. It was much more convenient to carry it on the shoulder. The three of them sat cross-legged on the ground and shared a bag of spicy strips from the snack vending machine. Yu Shifeng looked at the time. "We've been out for long enough today. Let's look for it again and get ready to go back." The two naturally agreed. With these instant noodles, this trip out is not in vain. Sister Yun's tense expression relaxed a lot. Hu Qiangyong put the instant noodles away and went to another room. Yu Shifeng also picked a suite. This suite is nearly 300 square meters and even has an indoor swimming pool. Yu Shifeng guessed that this should be the presidential suite. The texture of the leather sofa looked very good. Yu Shifeng touched it and took it away without hesitation. She planned to set up a lounge for herself in the space. Stock up on more furniture. Apart from anything else, this chair is also good for burning fire. There is also a small refrigerator here. Yu Shifeng opened it and took a look. The power supply was still normal. It is worthy of being a presidential suite, and there is a backup power supply. It's a pity that the refrigerator is empty. Since there is electricity, Yu Shifeng returned to the entrance and tried to turn on the lights. The magnificent crystal chandelier illuminated the entire hall. Yu Shifeng's eyes lit up. There was a safe next to the wine cabinet. She studied the safe for a while. She found that it had several locks, which was beyond her ability. Yu Shifeng put it into the space. The space is contained in her consciousness. No matter how many locks there are, she can't stop things in the space. Yu Shifeng didn't have time to see what was in the safe clearly. Then she felt the breeze blowing over the hillside, and it seemed that she could vaguely see the source of the mountain's spring water. The sound of water was gurgling. There were good things in the safe, so the space was expanded. On the barren hillside, apart from the fruit trees planted by Yu Shifeng, there was a faint green. The green was so faint that Yu Shifeng couldn't even see it clearly. Her attention was still on the safe. There was still a gun left in it. The moment she saw it clearly, Yu Shifeng's mind stagnated and even her breathing became rapid. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't find it. Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong were still outside. Yu Shifeng did not check carefully and hurriedly swept the wine on the wine cabinet into the space. There was a compartment in the suite, and the snacks inside were of a higher grade than those outside. After confirming that there was only this one safe in the entire suite, Yu Shifeng walked out of the suite with the snacks. Hu Qiangyong took out 2 packs of cigarettes and carried a bag of instant noodles on one shoulder, feeling satisfied. Just as they were about to leave, Yu Shifeng said, "Wait." She returned to the position just now. "With such a large wall, where's the door?" Sister Yun said, "What are you looking for? Isn't there a staircase over there?" Yu Shifeng turned around and stood in front of a fire door. "The staircase is not here." The fire door is heavy and creaked when it was opened. A faint cold light hit Yu Shifeng's face, and Yu Shifeng raised his lips slightly. There is an identical freezer here that Yu Shifeng had seen in the wholesale market. The point is that these ingredients are still intact when stored in the freezer. Sealed boxes of rice and flour were stacked together. There were all kinds of auxiliary materials and side dishes, almost equivalent to a small supermarket. Sister Yun covered her mouth in surprise. Hu Qiangyong blurted out. He rushed over, as if he had found a room full of gold, and his mouth was grinning to the back of his ears. This room was no different from gold. Yu Shifeng's expression did not change much. She stood at the door, keeping one ear open to listen to the movement outside. The sound of rain was mixed with unusual sounds. Yu Shifeng whispered, "Someone is coming, take what you can, we will leave immediately." With the tragedy in the community in front, no one dared to take strangers lightly. Hu Qiangyong took the lead, threw the instant noodles to Sister Yun, and carried the 5 bags of rice closest to him. The most eye-catching thing in the freezer was undoubtedly the half-human high lobsters. It was probably the variety that Chinchin's father had posted in the group. Although its price was several thousand times that of rice, no one paid any attention. Sister Yun took advantage of this opportunity to grab a long piece of pork belly from the freezer and stuffed it into the bundle made of bed sheets. She also grabbed a handful of steaks, which looked like 4 or 5 pieces. Yu Shifeng guarded the fire door and quietly grasped the dagger. Life is much more exciting now than before the rain. Yesterday, that woman bit me so hard that my mouth was full of blood. Why don't you just exchange 2 packs of compressed biscuits with her? The noble ones are starving to death. You don't understand, that kind is enough. Haha, Brother Yuan likes this. Hearing the word Brother Yuan, Yu Shifeng paused, and Sister Yun tensed up. At that time, Ma Tian brought 2 people to Sister Yun's door, one of whom was also called Brother Yuan. After not seeing them for a while, their team has grown stronger. Judging from the noise, there are at least 7 or 8 people. Brother Yuan has a new scar at the corner of his eye, which has just scabbed and is a little itchy. He scratched it irritably. Speaking of girls, Lin Fu is nothing. There is one in Kekia County. That waist, that face, and most importantly, that look are amazing.
Brother Yuan said.
Brother Yuan just thought about the way Yu Shifeng held the saw that day, coupled with that soft face. The extreme contrast made people's lower abdomen angry. After searching this place, we will go to Kekia County in 2 days to see it. Someone suggested. Lin Fu is the community where the 3 people passed by earlier and was slaughtered. Okay, then we'll see who kills more. When they talked about killing, their tone was the same as slaughtering sheep, no difference. Yu Shifeng was originally dragging the kayak to the emergency exit. Such a large commercial building, of course, has more than one exit. Sister Yun almost dared not breathe, for fear of provoking these plague gods. These are all murderers. As for that Brother Yuan, Sister Yun dared not think about it for the time being.
For now, escape first.
All the supplies have been on the boat. Sister Yun no longer cares about the scattered snacks. She hurried and hurried, but still asked someone to stop. Stop. Try to move again. There were more than one group of them, 14 in total, and some even had powerful crossbows. You dare to get your hands on the things in this building? Don't you know your own weight? Turn around and put your hands up. These people scolded, with a condescending tone. Yu Shifeng turned around with an unhappy look. Brother Yuan joined them, and the flashlight shone on Yu Shifeng's face, which was very surprising.
Ha!
Brother Yuan laughed out loud. I knew you would fall into my hands. Hu Qiangyong's back was covered with sweat. These people did not focus their eyes on Hu Qiangyong, and joked, You look tall and strong. Come with us. I guarantee you'll have a good life. Hu Qiangyong's eyes were bloodshot, and veins on his forehead were bulging. Everyone on the opposite side had weapons in their hands, including daggers and long knives, and at worst wooden sticks. Hu Qiangyong was really scared. But there were so many people at home. His wife was also a beauty in the class when she was young. Hu Qiangyong gritted his teeth and clenched the iron rod in his hand. He took 2 steps forward and shouted angrily to give himself courage. You guys try to fight. I can definitely drag 1 or 2 of you to take the blame. Yu Shifeng glanced at Hu Qiangyong. In his previous life, Yu Shifeng didn't have a kayak, and the most interaction with him was seeing him standing in the corridor, smoking by the vent. You don't want to drink a toast. You're looking for death. Don't blame me. Brother Yuan spat on the ground. Maybe it was because of the scar on his face. His expression looked a little distorted. A group of people surrounded him. Brother Yuan pointed at Yu Shifeng. Get that woman first, she's good at it. Before he finished speaking, Yu Shifeng tilted his head. No one expected that Yu Shifeng would be the first to make a move. No one could see her movements clearly. The sharp light cut through the air. Before anyone could react, a dagger pierced the crossbowman's chest. Then, the second dagger flew out of his hand and flew towards Brother Yuan. In a life-or-death situation, Brother Yuan instinctively leaned back diagonally. The dagger landed in the distance, taking off half of Brother Yuan's ear. It was ruthless and accurate. The woman who threw the dagger didn't even frown. Not to mention them, Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong were stunned. They always knew that Yu Shifeng was skilled, but when this scene appeared, they still felt unbelievable. This person
Died.
in Yu Shifeng's hands. Brother Yuan screamed in pain, covered his ears, and took a few steps back. Cut her for me. He gave instructions. The first shot was the most accurate. When throwing the dagger, Yu Shifeng hesitated. He chose the crossbowman between Brother Yuan and Brother Yuan. The crossbow arrows can be thrown from a distance and pose the greatest threat. The first dagger was thrown out, which gave Brother Yuan time to react. In Yu Shifeng's mind, these 2 people were going to die. Brother Yuan knew that they were from Kekia County. If they got out alive, they would be in endless trouble. Yu Shifeng locked his eyes on Brother Yuan and chased after him. One of them reacted. She has no weapons left. Surround her, kill her. They finally rushed forward. Although she was covered with flaws, she could not withstand the crowd, and countless knives, guns, sticks, and clubs fell down. Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong reacted and rushed over. Sister Yun swung the knife without any rules, and the chopping knife vaguely chopped. She didn't care about being frightened. She was ruthless, biting a person to death and chopped again and again. She wanted to live. Hu Qiangyong swung the stick. He was very strong. Although he was beaten, he also beat back several people in succession. In the chaos, a long knife was seen about to pierce Sister Yun, but was snatched away by Yu Shifeng. The long knife swept out, not losing the slightest bit. Step by step, she resisted the crowd and walked towards Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan retreated in fear. His hands were covered in blood. It was all his own blood. He couldn't figure it out. His success in Lin Mansion made him arrogant, and in his heart, Brother Yuan regarded everyone except him as lambs. The power of life and death, the collapse of order, gave him the greatest freedom. But he ran into obstacles one after another with Yu Shifeng. Brother Yuan regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked this Kalwakshasa. Go first. 10 people can't beat her. He can gather 100, 1,000 in the future, one day. There was a Hu Qiangyong's stick pressed on the head of the person opposite, splitting it in half. He picked up the long knife thrown by Yu Shifeng and protected Yu Shifeng's left side. With his strength, no one could get forward. Brother Yuan fell to the ground with a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong looked at each other. Fortunately, the light was dim, and no one saw the surprise of the 2. Even if they saw it, they would not have time to care. In her previous life, Yu Shifeng got a hunting rifle from a hunter's house, which took a lot of effort to load. She was worried that she would miss the target and waste the bullet. Now it seems that she has some talent in shooting. Whether it is a bow or a hunting rifle, she is very fast. This shot did not miss.
Gun.
She has a gun. Oh my God.
Run.
Screams came one after another, and everyone stopped. Those people stepped back and did not dare to bend down to pick up the weapons that fell on the ground. What frightened this group of people was not only the gun, but also Yu Shifeng's accuracy that never missed. These people were organized by Brother Yuan to swing their knives at the weaker ones, and they were just a mob. They rolled and crawled backwards without any rules, leaving their backs to Yu Shifeng, just like moving live targets. A sneer escaped from Yu Shifeng's lips. She only had 7 bullets, and the first shot was used on this Brother Yuan, so she only had 6 bullets left. She had to use them carefully.
Even so, she was still not going to let any of these people go today.
She kept staring at the crossbow dropped by the crossbowman. It's not that these people didn't want to take the crossbow arrows when they fled, but Yu Shifeng's gun was always aimed in this direction. No one dared to bump into them. Yu Shifeng walked over and picked up the crossbow. The trigger in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and she could hit whatever she pointed. She changed the arrows neatly, half lowered her head, and every shot hit the target. Those people fell to the ground one after another. Seeing that they couldn't run away, some people made up their minds and turned around to rush over. They closed the distance and hit with a stick. There was no room for guns or arrows to play. They still had more people, so they might have a chance of winning. This person thought very well. In the time he turned around, Yu Shifeng's crossbow also turned around. The arrow pierced his chest. Yu Shifeng didn't even blink and replaced the arrow expressionlessly. In a blink of an eye, the room was completely quiet. Sister Yun looked down at the ground. The man was smashed into a bloody mess by her, and his appearance could no longer be recognized. Hu Qiangyong held the long knife, which was also full of blood. Both of them were speechless. The last time Yu Shifeng carried a chainsaw was terrifying enough. Yuan didn't expect that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Even the deterrent power of the gun could not compare to Yu Shifeng himself. How dare she do that? Let's not talk about the turmoil in Hu Qiangyong and Sister Yun's hearts. Yu Shifeng was in a good mood at the moment. The gun was useful, and the new crossbow was also easy to use. It really couldn't be better. She bent over to retrieve the arrows. Most of them had pierced the heart. When she pulled them out, she didn't forget to search. She did find a lot of gold and silver. Now that paper money is of no use, these people will naturally pick up the valuables. Yu Shifeng got all of them. There were a lot of compressed biscuits and canned meat in their bags. After seeing this, Sister Yun was still a little flustered, but her face looked better. Yu Shifeng took the gold and silver. I didn't share the food with them. After dealing with these people, I was not in a hurry to leave. There was still some space on the kayak, so Hu Qiangyong moved 2 more bags of flour from the warehouse, and Sister Yun picked and chose in the freezer. Beef, lamb chops, chicken legs, and other large pieces of meat were picked and moved onto the kayak, and 2 barrels of oil were also brought over. They didn't stop until the kayak reached its load-bearing limit. Yu Shifeng squatted on the side and cleaned the arrows, put them into the quiver one by one, and hung them on his back like a killing god. The other 2 were also tactful and never mentioned the guns, just pretending they didn't see them. Although they moved a lot of them, there were still more left in the warehouse. Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong's pain was almost written on their faces. They can come to this place, Brother Yuan can come, and naturally, there will be other people. In a situation like today, if it weren't for Yu Shifeng, who knows what will happen next? This place is also far away from Kikoya County, and Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong dare not come here again. Not to mention whether they are capable enough to come out and make a living. After so many people died, their hearts are still beating like they are about to stick to their ears. Before leaving, Sister Yun covered the supplies with the bedsheet she brought to prevent others from seeing what was inside. Hu Qiangyong took the bloody knife and placed it on the bedsheet without washing it. Sister Yun asked Yu Shifeng to put the crossbow arrows on it as well. It also let people know that they are not easy to mess with. Yu Shifeng agreed. After Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong got on the kayak, Yu Shifeng said, "Wait for me for 2 minutes." The kayak could not fit anything else, and they thought Yu Shifeng had missed something, so they nodded in agreement. Yu Shifeng turned back the way she came. She took a fancy to the spare generators in the hotel. Although she had 5, of course, the more the better. There was also diesel that could generate electricity on the side, which she could not miss. She put all the generators and diesel into the space. Without the backup power supply, the freezer could no longer work. Yu Shifeng simply took away all the things that Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong could not take away. Those huge lobsters also became Yu Shifeng's stock. I wonder if there is a cooking method for this kind of lobster in the information she downloaded. After taking away the generator, the warehouse was left with only darkness. The warehouse was dark and empty. Yu Shifeng showed a satisfied smile and picked up the dagger that was deliberately left on the way back. Yu Shifeng still took the direction back to the community. The water surface looked the same at a glance. It was already evening, and the already dim sky became even thinner. After adjusting the direction several times, Coco County could be seen. In the middle, we also encountered 2 groups of people. They had no choice but to come out to find supplies to survive. Seeing that Yu Shifeng's boat was full, the eyes looking at her were both covetous and fearful. After seeing the crossbows and long swords clearly, they walked away from a distance. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today when you go back,"
Sister Yun said.
Yu Shifeng agreed indifferently. Hu Qiangyong nodded with a heavy expression. Back at the community, Hu Qiangyong's family was waiting in the corridor. Just like last time, all the things were moved to Sister Yun's place and then divided. This time, not many people came up to inquire. They even spontaneously kept a distance from them. The blood on the long sword was still dripping. The shock of the weapon stopped many people from saying anything. It was probably either sour words or dreams. Although Yu Shifeng and the other 2 did not say it on their own initiative, the news from Lin Mansion still came. Everyone knew that the outside world was not peaceful. No one dared to underestimate the fact that he could bring things back from outside at this time. Most of them attributed the credit to Hu Qiangyong. After all, the size of Sister Yun and Yu Shifeng combined was less than half of Hu Qiangyong. Hu Qiangyong's family members obviously thought so too. Sister Yun greeted Hu Qiangyong's family. Zhao Yao, Hu Qiangyong's wife, snorted, and he didn't know whether to laugh or not. When Sister Yun divided the food into 3 parts, Zhao Yao's face became even more gloomy. The 3 parts of what Sister Yun divided couldn't be exactly the same. There were some subtle differences that vaguely favored Yu Shifeng. The best tenderloin and the half pork was given to Yu Shifeng, and the lamb chops also took up the piece with the most meat. Hu Qiangyong obviously also acquiesced to this distribution. His share was similar to Sister Yun's, with more flour and less steak, which was considered fair. Zhao Yao endured, and said, "Even if Xiao Yu paid for the kayak, my husband is a man. He must have put in a lot of effort on this trip. Even if he can get more, he should get more." Sister Yun showed a half smile, glanced at Hu Qiangyong, and simply put down the flour in her hand, motioning Hu Qiangyong. "Come, you come." Hu Qiangyong's face turned the color of liver, and he waved his hands repeatedly. "I have no objection." He turned to Yu Shifeng and smiled awkwardly. "Whatever you get is what you deserve. Wife, you have nothing to do, go back first. Xiao Yu can take all of these today, not to mention 1/3. Yu. Zhao Yao was so angry that his face turned red. He tilted his head and stared at Yu Shifeng's fair face, his expression becoming more and more unfriendly. Sister Yun laughed. Before, there were rumors about Hu Qiangyong and Sister Yun in the building. As a widow, she didn't care about this. Zhao Yao said a few strange words at that time. Sister Yun ignored her. But she couldn't just sit and watch her get into trouble with Yu Shifeng. "You don't know what's going on in Linfu now, do you?" Sister Yun stared at Zhao Yao. "There's no one alive in the whole community. It's all blood. The door panels were smashed, the houses were robbed, and people with broken hands crawled outside, dying with their eyes open." Zhao Yao was stunned. Hu Qiangyong recalled the situation at that time. His face turned pale. Sister Yun knocked on the stake. "You've seen these things. They are definitely not things that can be used for disaster relief. We went to that 5-star hotel and ran into those people. They just came out of Linfu. If it weren't for you, Shifeng, we wouldn't have been able to come back. Zhao Yao blurted out. How is it possible? Yu Shifeng put his legs together, lowered his head to peel tangerines. His neck was soft, and he looked well educated. The tangerines were brought back from the hotel by the three of them. There was only this bag left, and Sister Yun brought it out. The three of them divided it into one, and each of them got 5 or 6. It had melted a little, and it was crunchy when eaten, a bit like ice cream. Zhao Yao was getting more and more upset. There was a famine in her family, and the child was crying with hunger. When eating, she just wanted to swallow her fingers. How could she be so calm? Yu Shifeng looked like a good girl. What kind of ability could such a little girl have? It was all because of her husband. She glared at Hu Qiangyong fiercely and was about to say a few more words, but Hu's mother slammed her crutches on the ground. Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao pouted, but because of her mother-in-law's expression, she didn't say anything. Hu's mother hunched her back and bowed her head deeply towards Yu Shifeng. Zhao Yao is young and ignorant. Please don't take it to heart. My Qiangyong has no ability. It all depends on the two of you to support him. If there is anything, call him, and our family will never say a word. Hu's mother knew her son very well, and his courage and ability were mediocre. There were far more than just their team going out in kayaks. But only Yu Shifeng and Sister Yun never missed a meal every time they went out. This is not the ability of her own son. Mother Hu turned around and scooped up a handful of sprouted bean sprouts from home. I have beans prepared at home. You brought back so much good meat, so you can also add some vegetables to it. Although Mother, who was leaning on a cane, she was able to keep the situation stable. Sister Yun looked a little better and smiled at her. Xiaoyu looks like a student, but he is much better than us. Mother Hu said, it's so bad outside. Life is hard. The old man in Building 3 passed away a long time ago. He even took his ID card to collect the relief last time. If it weren't for the strange smell outside, who knows how long the old man would have to stay at home. She held Sister Yun's hand. Before the relief, they said it would be once a week. It's been more than half a month. Is he not coming? Sister Yun sighed. I guess he can't take care of it. The Lin mansion is in that state. I don't know how many eyes are staring at us when we come back. Zhao Yao suddenly interrupted. You two women are guarding such a big house. Don't let your things be stolen. It's better to leave them with me, and I'll watch them for you. Mother Hu's face sank, and she pointed at the door with her crutch. Qiangyong, take your wife back. You have no right to interrupt here. Hu Qiangyong scratched his head. Wife, it's cold outside. Let's go back first. Zhao Yao was dragged and half pulled away. Yu Shifeng and Sister Yun just pretended not to see it. Mother Hu noticed that Yu Shifeng didn't like to talk much, so she took Sister Yun aside to chat about family matters. The things were almost divided. Yu Shifeng got about 30 kilograms of rice, which is 60 jin, more than 10 jin of flour, 6 pieces of cut steak, a whole lamb chop, which added up to 15 jin, a bucket of oil, and the rather heavy tenderloin, which was more than 10 jin. There was also a box of salt, and each person could get more than a dozen bags. It was enough to marinate the meat. There were also quite a few snacks. These were all top-notch things at the moment, and if you save a little, they would be enough to eat for 2 or 3 months. The bean sprouts were placed on top, green and lush. It's really not easy to find some vegetables now. There were some in the hotel's warehouse. Sister Yin didn't want to take them, but after weighing the pros and cons, she still took the meat and rice that would fill her stomach. Yu Shifeng took the bean sprouts back and cooked them in the meatball soup. She also added kelp, a handful of baby cabbage, and a small portion of potato chips. She came out of the space after taking a shower, and the soup in the kitchen was almost cooked. Drinking it made her feel warm. Spread black pepper sauce on the fried steak, cut it into strips, and mix it with rice. After eating, Yu Shifeng lay on the sofa to digest the food. She let Xiaoju out of the space. Xiaoju landed lightly on the tiles and smelled the remaining rice fragrance in the air. Yu Shifeng had a rich harvest this time and was kind enough to steam a cushion carp for Xiaoju. No seasoning was added, and it was served on a plate. Xiaoju bit the fish bones with a crackling sound. Sister Yun stir-fried the bean sprouts and made up her mind to fry a piece of lamb chops for herself. After all, it was the raw material of a 5-star hotel. The lamb was original, slightly burnt on the edges, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside. Hu Cheongyong's family kneaded the dough and rolled the skin, and banged the chopping board loudly when they mixed the stuffing and cut the meat. Hu's mother was always very frugal. After listening to Hu Cheongyong's experience of the day, the dumplings were well cooked. If we don't eat today, who knows if there will be tomorrow? 15th floor. The aroma of food squeezed out from the door, tempting people to daydream. Many people were wandering in the corridor. People with discerning eyes could guess that there would be no more relief, so they all asked for ways to borrow kayaks to go out. Stores that were no longer open, houses that were uninhabited, every bit of food was a possibility of survival. Some people were also eagerly looking forward to the day when the government would distribute relief supplies. For example, Chun Kai-fong. Chun Kai-fong squatted at the door every day, counting who had food at home, and then went door to door. She didn't dare to knock on Yu Shifeng's door. There were rumors in the corridor that Yu Shifeng had killed someone, and so had Su Yun. She hated it in her heart, hating that Yu Shifeng had killed someone but was still fine, and could bring back so many things from outside. Her husband, Ma Tian, was locked up. Chun Kai-fong hated it so much that her heart was bleeding, and she would say a few words to everyone she met. The households on the 15th floor are all supported by Hu Cheongyong. We all live in the same building. Why do they hide so much food? They should take it out and share it with the people in the building. Because she is a pregnant woman who is about to give birth. More or less, someone can give her some food. Aunt Lu is happy to chat with Chun Kai-fong, but the food at home is hidden tightly. She talks a lot, and all of her words are slandering Yu Shifeng. These words did not reach Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng closed the door and lived his own life. The amount of electricity consumed every day is basically the same as that generated by riding a bicycle. As time goes by, Xiaoju has grown a lot longer and his claws have become sharper. The leather sofa was scratched into a scratching board by it. In order to prevent it from harming other furniture, Yu Shifeng took out the scratching board and cat climbing frame from the space. They were all collected from the pet store on the day Xiaoju was picked up. Xiaoju's destructive power increased, but he was also very docile in front of Yu Shifeng. Whenever he jumped next to Yu Shifeng, he would carefully hide his claws. Yu Shifeng occasionally pinched it, but could only pinch the soft pads of flesh. Time passed day by day. It was the 70th day of the heavy rain. The rain was much lighter and continuous, and the wind became smaller, with slanting rain. The water level stopped rising, which made people feel relieved. These days, Yu Shifeng finally peeled all the sweet beans in the space. While peeling the beans, he watched a suspense drama at double speed. There were also 35 large buckets of steamed rice. When he was not working, he would turn on the desk lamp to read novels, play games, cut fruits, and play Candy Crush. Occasionally, he would agree to go to Sister Yun's house to sit. Yu Shifeng didn't speak often, but mostly listened to Sister Yun and Hu's mother chatting. Unlike the past when there was the internet, there are far fewer entertainments now, and half a day would pass by just chatting about trivial things. Sister Yun has a good relationship with the people in the building and is very sensitive to news. From Sister Yun, Yu Shifeng learned that the son and daughter-in-law of the old lady Yu downstairs were both doctors. It was said that the hospital had damaged many instruments and medicines, so it could only shrink its scale. However, the number of patients only increased. Many people went to the hospital because of wound infections caused by swimming. Sister Yun said this with a look of relief. She was also injured in the hotel last time. Fortunately, Yu Shifeng gave her bandages and disinfectant iodine. She had her own regular anti-inflammatory drugs and recovered quickly. Yu Shifeng listened to Mother, who's sharing on the sofa again, about the tips on how to save salt when making bacon. When Mother, who went home to cook, Sister Yun closed the door and took out a piece of broken porcelain from the bedroom. I see you have been exchanging old things with people.
Take a look at this.
Do you need it? These days, Yu Shifeng rented out the kayak and got a guanine jade pendant, a solid silver bracelet, and some odds and ends in return. The piece of porcelain that Sister Yun took out was large and large, and the glaze was sky blue and moist, which made people feel peaceful when they saw it. Unfortunately, it is not complete. I got this thing by chance. I asked a friend to look at it. He said it was a piece of Ru kiln porcelain. A whole piece could be sold at an auction for tens of millions of yuan. Unfortunately, I only have a piece of porcelain. Yu Shifeng took it and felt warm. A complete piece could be auctioned at a high price. It must be a good item in history. It doesn't matter if it is broken. It won't delay the upgrade of the space. Yu Shifeng carefully accepted the broken porcelain and thanked Sister Yun. The reputation of the kayak rental spread, and she gradually had more good things. Whether an item is valuable or not, she can make a rough judgment by holding it in her hand with the consciousness connected to the space. Someone had previously brought a picture of a Tang Dynasty lady that was said to be an authentic painting and planned to rent a kayak for 10 days. When the thing was in his hand, the space had no reaction. Yu Shifeng drove the person out on the spot. Sister Yun's broken porcelain is very useful for the space. The battery should not have much power left. I'll take it back and replenish it for you. Yu Shifeng could hardly hide the smile on the corner of her mouth. Sister Yun was pleasantly surprised and said, "Is it possible? That's great. I'll boil some hot water to rub my body when the time comes." Yu Shifeng returned home. The broken porcelain sank into the space. The mountain spring gathered into a pool of water beside the courtyard. After the trip to the museum, her space could accommodate living things. But except for the flower bed, time was stagnant in other places. It can be described as dead silence. This is a great advantage in terms of preservation, but if you want to raise something, it is impossible. The area of the pool is about 10 square meters, and the water is surging, with an indescribable vitality. It's a bit like the feeling that the flower bed gave Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng pondered around the pool for a long time. She stood up and threw the live fish she collected from the supermarket into the pool. The fish tails swam freely, lively and lively. Yu Shifeng squatted by the pool and smiled. The pool water can indeed nourish fish. There are about 70 crucian carps of different lengths in her stockpile, as well as turtles, grass carps, and fish that Yu Shifeng can't name. Yu Shifeng divided each of them into 1/3, hoping that they would have endless offspring. That way she would have endless fish to eat. Yu Shifeng left the space and found that 2 of the potatoes piled in the kitchen had sprouted while making lunch. Yu Shifeng checked and cleared out 5 or 6 more from the bag. She cut the sprouted potatoes into pieces and buried them in the flower bed in the space. In the space, Yu Shifeng cut the watermelons she picked last time into boxes of fruit slices. She experimented with several watermelons. Finally, she figured out a way to cut the watermelons into even pieces, not too big or too small. It was just right to pick them up with a toothpick. The melon rind was not wasted and could be pickled into pickles after being shredded. Yu Shifeng pickled 2 jars. The watermelons she picked from the space had flower vines growing in the original place. Yu Shifeng watched for a few days and saw that they could grow again. She had a limited number of watermelon seeds and could not reproduce the next generation. Now that she had the space, the watermelons could continue to grow after the fruits were picked, which was undoubtedly good news. Yu Shifeng steamed the remaining potatoes on the balcony, mashed them into mashed potatoes, and then poured a spoonful of meat sauce on them. It can be called a snack full of flavor. It is also quite good as a staple food. At noon that day, I had a smoked duck leg, a small bowl of mashed potatoes, a plate of green beans, and minced meat with a bowl of rice. In the afternoon, I had another portion of watermelon and fruit slices. I was not very hungry at night, so I just ate a piece of glutinous rice cake to get by. The 83rd day of heavy rain. Ma Tian is back. Chen Kaifeng was overjoyed. When Yu Shifeng went out to check the water level, she noticed the change in Ma Tian first. When she went upstairs, she met Ma Tian's condescending and gloomy eyes. In her previous life, Yu Shifeng had seen many such eyes. He didn't care about other people's lives, nor about his own. Live one day, earn one day. This is the common mentality of survivors after a natural disaster. 2 days after Ma Tian came back, he blocked Tan Wanwan in the kitchen. He stripped himself. He pressed Tan Wanwan and his mouth stank because he hadn't brushed his teeth for a long time. Ugly body, disgusting breath. He squirmed like a maggot.
Pain.
Humiliation. Tan Wanwan didn't know when it ended. The kitchen door finally opened, and Chen Kaifeng rushed over and slapped Tan Wanwan. Ma Tian pulled up his pants slowly and didn't restrain his crazy wife. Anyway, it wasn't directed at him. Qianing stood far away, holding hands with the other two roommates, trying to get some strength from each other. Ma Tian gave Qianing a friendly smile. At noon that day, Tan Wanwan's family had a sumptuous meal. There was rice and grilled fish, and each person had a spoonful of soybean paste and a cup of prepared milk powder in their bowl. Chen Kaifeng did not dare to scold Ma Tian, and she was critical of Tan Wanwan. Tan Wanwan drank the milk powder lumps. Without hot water, the milk powder could not be dissolved, and it was in lumps, sweet and greasy. Tan Wanwan did not like milk powder and felt that it had a fishy smell. Now, when she drank it in her mouth, she sipped it in small sips and even licked the edge of the cup clean. Tan Wanwan looked at her roommates, but Qianing did not look at her and looked away guiltily. Tan Wanwan thought they all knew. She was insulted by Ma Tian in the kitchen, and her roommates were in the living room and in the bedroom, and no one pushed the door to stop them. This meal was a reward for their tacit approval. Ma Tian sat alone at the end of the long table, like an emperor, not taking the women in the room seriously. Even though Chen Kaifeng was his wife and was pregnant with his child, he didn't care. As long as he could get food from outside, he could have any woman he wanted. Ma Tian liked this world. Tan Wanwan felt like vomiting, but she suppressed it and ate her food on the table bite by bite. She didn't cry. Tan Wanwan not only ate the food in the bowl, but also ate the last half piece of compressed biscuit that she had hidden close to her body. That night, Qianing and Ma Tian went into their respective bedrooms. Tan Wanwan found a pointed screwdriver from the toolbox at the bottom of the shoe cabinet. Tan Wanwan didn't recognize these tools. When her father was at home, he would only open it to repair an electric fan or something. It was not used often, so it was placed at the bottom of the sundries compartment. Tan Wanwan picked out the sharpest one. She held the screwdriver in her hand and knocked on the bedroom door, her tone as usual. "Qianing, I'm a little cold and want to get some clothes." No one opened the door. Tan Wanwan continued to knock stubbornly. The door was pulled open. Qianying's face was unhappy. "What are you arguing about?" She didn't finish her words. Tan Wanwan used all her strength to stab Qianying's abdomen with a screwdriver. "I took you in. How could you do this to me?" Tan Wanwan's voice was hoarse. This stab used up all her strength and directly pressed Qianing under her. "You and I have the best relationship. If my mother hadn't supported you, you wouldn't even have living expenses." She gritted her teeth. Blood flowed out from between her fingers. Qianying's breath gradually weakened, and the pain made her unable to utter a complete moan. Qianing raised her head, her eyes full of fear. But Tan Wanwan had a smile on her lips. She had never been so happy. Chen Kaifeng and Ma Tian also came out of the room. Chen Kaifeng screamed, and blood flowed to her feet, sticky and bloody. Chen Kaifeng was startled, and her heavy body fell to the ground. Ma Tian ignored her, but stepped back and pulled out a kitchen knife from the pillow. The kitchen knife that Tan Wanwan didn't find was always carried by Ma Tian. Tan Wanwan sneered and glanced at Ma Tian. She wanted to kill Ma Tian, but she also knew that with her weak body from hunger, it was impossible to kill Ma Tian, who was on guard. She was crazy, not stupid. Compared with Ma Tian, she hated her roommates more. She had been so good to them. Tan Wanwan withdrew her gaze with disgust and locked her sights on the remaining two roommates. They all deserved to die. Qianing didn't die. But everyone knew that she wouldn't live long. The remaining two roommates, one dead and one injured. Blood flowed from the bed to the living room. Chen Kaifeng was carried out. Ma Tian's face was full of annoyance, and people in and outside the corridor were discussing this tragedy. They said all kinds of things. Tan Wanwan was crazy. Ma Tian was really a piece of. His wife was like that, but he was still like nothing happened. Chen Kaifeng was pregnant, and she was sent to the hospital after all. It took 4 or 5 hours, and the child was suffocated to death in her belly. Tan Wanwan herself was also bleeding from the head. While Ma Tian was at the hospital, Tan Wanwan collected the remaining oil in the house and poured it on the bed sheets. When the fire started, no one said anything and just watched the fun. In the middle of the night, they all got up and cursed to put out the fire. As the smoke spread, Yu Shifeng woke up and went downstairs with her bag on her back. There were compressed biscuits and water, bandages, and some basic medicines in the bag, which were convenient for taking things out to hide from others. She was always prepared to face unexpected situations and leave at any time. Fortunately, it was easy to get water, and the firefighting measures in the building were normal. People put out the fire in a hurry, but even so, the fire burned for more than half an hour. Only a gray and black color was left in Tan Wanwan's home. The smell was very pungent. Yu Shifeng watched silently for a while and sighed silently. In the previous life, Tan Wanwan died at the hands of Ma Tian. There was no fire. This time, because of her reminder, Tan Wanwan woke up faster and realized it earlier. Is the resistance also more tragic? Chun Saifeng's child was in the same situation and could not be saved. That night, Ma Tian came back and threw Qin Kaifeng in the hospital. Tan Wanwan's house was burned beyond recognition. Ma Tian's face was very ugly, and he looked at everyone who passed by with a sinister look and finally looked at the direction of the 15th floor. He repeatedly ran into a wall at the hands of Yu Shifeng, and he hated her so much. Yu Shifeng was such a beautiful young woman. When Ma Tian conquered Tan Wanwan, he was thinking of Yu Shifeng. The burned him out of his mind. I don't know how long I can live in this day. If I can get Yu Shifeng, it would be worth dying. Yu Shifeng happened to come down from the 15th floor, and the water level was gradually receding. She tilted her head and met Ma Tian's gaze. Ma Tian's eyes were sticky and disgusting, and Yu Shifeng frowned slightly. Ma Tian couldn't stay. She had to live in the community for at least a while, and couldn't let Ma Tian stir up trouble here. After leaving Tan Wanwan's house, Yu Shifeng returned home and sat on the sofa for a while. She had seen worse things when she was in Linfu, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a river of blood. In her previous life, she had also seen many dens that ate two-legged sheep. Those had nothing to do with her. Although it was also shocking, she would not think too much. Tan Wanwan, after all, had a connection with her. Even if it was weak, it did exist. Yu Shifeng thought of Tan Wanwan's mother, who was a very shrewd woman. She followed her husband to do projects outside and had high hopes for her daughter. Yu Shifeng felt sorry. From the moment Tan Wanwan accepted Qin Kaifeng and Ma Tian, to some extent, her fate was doomed. Ma Tian moved into the corridor, and for 2 consecutive days, Yu Shifeng saw through the surveillance that Ma Tian was wandering outside his door. He was still thinking about the fat meat on the 15th floor. A young woman living alone, and there was so much food. Sister Yun made him feel uneasy and couldn't sleep at night. That day, Yu Shifeng changed his usual behavior and walked out of the house. She rejected the invitation of Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong and left the community alone in a kayak. This time, Yu Shifeng set her sights on the villa area behind Tianwu Road. The villa area was built along the mountain, and many places with high terrain have been preserved. Although there was a flood, it can be seen that the original scenery here must have been good. The courtyard door was open, and the room was messy. Someone had already been here. The leather sofa in the living room was of high quality and felt good. Yu Shifeng touched it and put it into the space. Many ornaments looked decent, but no one cared about these things. The people who rushed in only emptied the warehouse and the kitchen. Yu Shifeng threw the wood carving into the space. The fluctuations in the space proved that this was a good thing. Yu Shifeng took down the jade Buddha, Suzhou embroidery, and even the hanging paintings and put them into the space to try. The jade Buddha is real, the Suzhou embroidery is also useful, and the hanging paintings are waste paper. There are many sets of unopened bedding in the warehouse, and Yu Shifeng even found 2 intact generators in it. Pack them up and put them into the space. The cloakroom in the bedroom gave Yu Shifeng a good look. Bags, clothes, shoes, like an exhibition, filled the 2 rooms. Yu Shifeng took a closer look and took away the toilet paper on the cabinet. When she walked to the living room on the other side, Yu Shifeng took away another set of solid wood furniture that looked very elegant and a hand-woven bamboo lounge chair. Yu Shifeng arranged a bedroom and a living room in the space. With so much accumulated over the past few days, she can stay in the space for about 3 days and 3 nights. Although she can't stay for a long time, it is more than enough to deal with emergencies. On the way back, Yu Shifeng dealt with the corpse in the space. It was the first time she went to the supermarket with Sister Yun, and she killed the person who wanted to rob the kayak. After walking around outside, Yu Shifeng peeled 2 tea eggs to fill her stomach and had a beef rice bowl for lunch. On the top of the mountain, the trees were still lush. The leaves were shaking. Yu Shifeng was startled, and her hand had already touched the gun on her waist. A chicken with a brightly colored crest shook its feathers and emerged from the grass. Yu Shifeng was surprised and delighted. A live chicken. I don't know whose family kept it in the yard. Maybe they let it out before moving away. Now that I've seen it, there's no reason to let it go. Yu Shifeng slowed down his steps. In order to attract the chicken, he grabbed a handful of rice from the space and sprinkled it while backing away. The rooster followed hesitantly. He lowered his head and pecked at it. When the rooster was completely absorbed, Yu Shifeng quickly grabbed it. Cluck! Cluck! Its wings flapped, and the rooster's claws dug into its wrists, and it was about to fly out. A flash of white light passed by, and the rooster was taken into the space. Yu Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. The rooster jumped up and down in the space. Fish sank and floated in the water, bubbling out. Yu Shifeng could feel that the space was almost full of living things. The existence of living beings consumes a lot of space. Therefore, there will be a time limit for Yu Shifeng to go in, and there is not much black soil available for planting in the flower bed. There is soil on the hillside, but the transplanted jujube trees have not made any progress. If you want to accommodate more living things or stay in the space longer, you need to increase the space. You have to find more antiques. Yu Shifeng kept this idea in mind and continued to look around. After half an hour, he caught a hen behind a dirt. What was even more surprising was that the hen hatched 2 fluffy chicks. The hen was much more fierce and full of hostility towards Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng took a hard peck from the tiger's mouth before putting the old hen protecting her chicks into the space. The hen went in, and the space seemed to have reached the critical value. The remaining 2 chicks could not be squeezed in no matter what. Yu Shifeng looked at the chicks. She must be reluctant to just leave them here. The chicks will become chicken when they grow up, and they can also lay eggs. With this calculation, it is more cost-effective than raising fish. Having made up her mind, Yu Shifeng flashed into the space after making sure that no one was around. She wanted to kill a few fish to make room for the chicks. In the space, the hen didn't understand what was going on and saw Yu Shifeng, the culprit who separated her from her children. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. The hen rushed over like crazy, flew more than 2 meters high from the ground, and pounced on Yu Shifeng's face. Yu Shifeng asked the hen to chase and intercept her, which was very embarrassing. She grabbed a handful of chicken feathers and thought to herself that the next time she met an enemy, she would release this hen with explosive attack power and let it go. It took a lot of effort to lock the hen into the house. Yu Shifeng freed up her hands to deal with the fish. Yu Shifeng's method of killing fish was simple and rough. Throw it to the ground. I don't know what material the ground in front of the house is made of. It looks a bit like asphalt, but the color is brighter and it feels very solid when stepped on. After killing 3 large grass carps weighing 6 pounds in a row, Yu Shifeng felt that it was enough. After going out to bring the chicks in, the hen finally calmed down. The lab protected the chicks under its wings, combed their feathers, and did not bother Yu Shifeng, but went to patrol the backyard in a heroic and vigorous manner. Yu Shifeng was thinking about building a chicken coop in the yard. When he returned to the community, it was already dark. In the buildings outside the community, the water ripples were faintly moving. In the night, malicious figures were faintly visible. Yu Shifeng's lips curled slightly. In the previous life, Ma Tian teamed up with others to block the entrance of the community and rob. He chose a tricky position, just in the blind spot of people's vision. Yu Shifeng came out alone today, and when she was about to get home, She specially put the 3 dead fish in the space on the kayak, shining with phosphorescence. Ma Tian did not disappoint her expectations. Yu Shifeng just pretended not to notice and continued to paddle into the community. In the dark night, Ma Tian's eyes were vicious and full of covetousness. What does it feel like to kill someone? Ma Tian licked his upper lip. Before the end of the world, he had never even killed a chicken. But the moment the knife was stabbed into a person's body, blood spurted out, and the vitality of the person flowed away from the body. Even the most fierce resistance would disappear, and he would slaughter them. Ma Tian used to follow Brother Yuan and had long wanted to take down Yu Shifeng, the thorny beauty. Unfortunately, for some reason, Brother Yuan suddenly disappeared. This is why this woman has lived safely until this time. The big brother he followed this time was his cellmate who escaped with him. He had been working in the gray industry before the end of the world and had killed people. Yu Shifeng will be enjoyed by the big brother first. He can also have a taste of the soup. Ma Tian felt unprecedented excitement for what is about to happen next. Yu Shifeng slashed straight over, like a lamb walking into a trap. The first to come over were arrows flashing with cold light. The young woman stood up straight without knowing when. Yu Shifeng's eyes flashed coldly in the dark night. There was the breath of a hunter. At the critical moment, Ma Tian pulled the big brother in front of him and blocked the arrow. This woman actually has a crossbow.
Ma Tian shuddered. He took a step back.
This is a tough guy. Not only courage, but also character and ability. How could she be such a beautiful woman? Facing Yu Shifeng's half-closed eyes, Ma Tian felt as if he was under a scope. It takes time to load the arrow. Ma Tian gritted his teeth, gripped the kitchen knife, and rushed over. As long as he gets closer and holds Yu Shifeng under him, things can get back on track. The two were very close to each other. When the arrow was shot, Yu Shifeng released the crossbow and took out the stun gun from his waist. The next thing was simple. Ma Tian couldn't even rush to Yu Shifeng. The water flow wrapped in electric sparks exploded on his body. Ma Tian twitched twice and fell into the water. A huge splash of water splashed on the water surface. Yu Shifeng turned sideways and avoided it. The man brought by Ma Tian was shot in the shoulder and staggered out, cursing Ma Tian in his heart. Of course Yu Shifeng would not let him go. Since you are here, stay forever. Gunshots rang out. The man lowered his head in astonishment, and a dull pain came from his chest. How could there be a gun? The electric sparks in the water dissipated. Yu Shifeng waded to the man, stepped over Ma Tian's body, and Yu Shifeng lowered his eyes. They really found a good place. The neighborhood was clearly close at hand, but everything that happened was blocked by the facade. No one even realized what the gunshot meant. A white light flashed, and the man's body sank into space, as did Ma Tian. Just as one was thrown out, 2 more came. Yu Shifeng sighed in her heart, 1 less bullet. After getting rid of the 2 men, Yu Shifeng returned home, along the same route. She tanned the fish meat into fish, cooked it, and dipped it in brine to eat, skewered it, and ate one by one. The rain lasted for 3 months. The weather was damp, and various fungi would grow on wooden products when they were damp. Thanks to these fungi, many families did not completely run out of food. Experienced old people would pick the right varieties and add them to the fish soup. The mushrooms were tender and smooth, and with the deliciousness of the fish soup, it was a delicacy. This was also risky. If you make a mistake and pick poisonous mushrooms, you will and have a headache at the least, and if the symptoms are serious, you may lose your life. Besides, the mushrooms that were originally edible may not be edible after the natural disaster. Yu Shifeng would also add various things to the fish soup. Slices of ham, golden needles, perilla, chopped green onions, quail eggs. The chopped green onions were given by whose mother grew a lot of green onions and leeks at home, and they can continue to grow after being cut. Yu Shifeng was also very moved when he saw it. He sprinkled green onion seeds on the corners of the space flower bed, and in a few days, they grew lushly. Yu Shifeng transplanted 2 pots and placed them on the balcony as a view. These 2 pots are enough for daily use. Amid the fishy smell in every household, the fragrance coming from Yu Shifeng's house is always particularly delicious. The rain outside is slowly receding. Too many people died in this unprecedented rainstorm. Such days are so long that it seems that there is no end. It is finally over. Many people are relieved. The weather is gradually getting brighter and more people can go out. News from outside is coming in one after another. That afternoon, Sister Yun got a big bag of naan cakes from somewhere. She asked Yu Shifeng to go over and try it. Yu Shifeng picked and chose, and took a can of mutton from the space and brought it over. The can of mutton weighed a pound. Sister Yun said in a tone of reproach, "Why did you bring this? It seems that the new year is coming soon. This thing is hard to get. Save it for a good meal on the 30th, Yu Shifeng smiled. This is just right to eat with naan. My friend got a batch of rice, but the price is really expensive. Cash is required. 4,000 per bag. A bag is only 20 kilograms. She runs a chess and card hall, so she must have some cash, but she is still hesitating. With the things brought back from the hotel, her family really has no shortage of them. The naan was sprinkled with chili powder, which sounded very crispy. Sister Yun used the can of mutton that Yu Shifeng brought to make soup. At this time, fresh meat is hard to keep, and the meat in Sister Yun's family is made into bacon. No matter how good the cooking skills are, it doesn't have that fresh taste. Yu Shifeng's canned food is rare. The dough melted into the mutton soup, softened slightly, and the mouth was fragrant when bitten. The shredded meat was fine and tight, with the unique smell of mutton. One bite was enough to make one's soul melt. Yu Shifeng took a bite of naan with the soup. Buy as much as you can. At least now, food still has a price. There is no shortage of people who can sell food, and secondly, it is believed that production can gradually recover after the heavy rain. This is also the idea of most people. Sister Yun said, "I have a little cash on hand, but it is not enough. Do you want to find a channel to borrow it?" Yu Shifeng raised his eyes from the hot steam of the mutton soup, and his tone was calm but unquestionable. "Borrow it." Sister Yun read a kind of frightening power from Yu Shifeng's words. Didn't the rain stop? The rain stopped, but it doesn't mean that the natural disaster is over. Sister Yun's eyes were blank. Although she was confused, she finally made a decision. "How much do you want to buy?"
Sister Yun asked.
Yu Shifeng still had 18,000 yuan in cash in her hand. She thought about it and decided to add fuel to the fire for Sister Yun. "This is all the money I have left. Please buy it all for me," Yu Shifeng mentioned casually. "This winter has not been cold, and the temperature is almost the same as in autumn. I used to hear old people say that in weather like this there will often be a big drop in temperature after the new year. If conditions permit, we should prepare in advance." Sister Yun nodded. "My quilt is not thick. I'll ask someone if I can get 2 more quilts." After drinking the bowl of mutton soup and eating a bowl of rice with a hot soup, Yu Shifeng took out the cash and handed it to Sister Yun. On the 7th day after the rain stopped, the water level began to drop. Yu Shifeng had skewered more than 100 strings of fish with bamboo sticks that day. She was thinking about going out for a walk to see if she could get some more supplies. Her exercise seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Her nutrition was keeping up, but her weight was increasing instead of decreasing. Yu Shifeng pinched the flesh on her arm. It felt very solid, not soft. She walked around in the space and took out 6 or 7 eggs from the simple chicken coop built with cardboard boxes. Almost 3 days' supply. Now her space cultivates cabbage, onions, perilla, and peppers. The fruits include watermelon, durian, coconut, and mangosteen. The live poultry include fish, shrimp, and 2 chickens. There is enough rice and flour, and the flower bed area is limited. Yu Shifeng has no idea of growing rice and wheat for the time being. As for live poultry, Yu Shifeng wants to raise more to expand the category. There are also fertilized chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs in her space, as well as a small egg incubator. However, the number of living creatures in the space has reached its upper limit. If we want to continue to expand, we have to find some more antiques. The last time I went out was to lure Ma Tian out, and the villa area was not fully explored. Yu Shifeng planned to wait until after the new year, while the water has not completely receded and the wind is calm, to go out and look for a few days before coming back. Before the new year, the official repaired the signal station, and the mobile phone restored the signal. It is not an internet signal, but can only receive monotonous broadcasts, similar to a radio. It starts at 7 p.m. every day and repeats at 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Because most people do not have electricity supply, a high-decibel speaker is hung in the community. The speaker has the reverberation of the current microphone, and the sound is not clear and intermittent. Yu Shifeng heard it in his previous life. In this life, Yu Shifeng has a generator, which can fully supply the daily power supply for mobile phones, so he did not squeeze in the corridor. The official is arranging the survivors to evacuate from the shelter in batches. The official is organizing the establishment of a new home in full swing. Some emergency plans for emergencies will also be popularized on the radio. On the other side, Yang Rong's family has lived in the shelter for more than a month. Their house was badly damaged in the rainstorm. Even though the rain has stopped, it is still soaked in water, and they cannot move back. The shelter does not accept paper money. You need to exchange contribution points for anything you want. If you want to rent a kayak to find Yu Shifeng, you can only work with the volunteers. Yang Silong went there for a day and complained about being tired and refused to go again. Su Qingru and her daughter were used to being spoiled. They had no strength in their hands and went to apply for a job in vain. Even if they did not do hard labor, just staying in the shelter was enough for them to endure. There were always people quarreling, cursing, and snoring in the shelter day and night. There were all kinds of smells mixed together, and the ground was intertwined with mud brought in from outside. Every minute and every second was unbearable.
Yang Sizhu dreamed again.
In the dream, her family lived in a house. The house was not big, but it had everything including a kitchen, bedroom, living room, and dining room. It has been raining outside the window. Waves rolled up on the water surface, and Yang Siju saw that she had a bowl of hot soup in her hand. There was snow-white fish meat floating in the soup, and sweet potato noodles were cooked in it. Under the noodles was a fried golden egg. It was a very full bowl. Yang Siju seemed to smell the deliciousness, and her saliva was secreted unconsciously. She hadn't had a good meal for more than a month. Every day, it was a bowl of porridge which was compressed biscuits diluted with vegetable soup. In order to increase the weight, a lot of things were added to it. Yang Siju had eaten flies and legs of unknown arthropods more than once. The taste was very strange. Compared with the porridge with unknown ingredients, such a bowl of fish soup noodles was undoubtedly a delicacy on Earth. Yang Siju wanted to eat it, but the self in the dream put down the bowl and cast his eyes to Yu Shifeng beside him. Yu Shifeng had a wound on his face and stared at the soup in her hand with envy. What she had in her hand was clear soup with vegetable leaves floating in it. This fish is an irritant. You are injured and eating this is not good for your recovery. Suyu, I have stewed bone soup for you.
Drink this.
It was her mother's voice. I guess her mother specially left it for Yu Shifeng. Feeling a vague hunger in her body, Yang Siju swallowed her saliva and wanted to swallow it in big mouthfuls. It was like being cut apart. In the dream, Yang Siju only tasted 2 bites. When she took the bowl, she overturned it because it was too hot. Yang Siju completely lost interest in eating. She got up and left. Behind her, Yu Shifeng squatted on the ground and used chopsticks to pick up the fish vermicelli on the ground and put it into the bowl. Yang Siju opened her eyes and woke up. She stared at the dark ceiling, her stomach cramped with hunger. She felt inexplicably that the life in her dream was the life she should live. Where is Yu Shifeng now? Is she living in that small but well-equipped house? Living a frugal but comfortable life? Not sure if it was because of hunger or jealousy, Yang Siju felt a sourness in her throat. This shouldn't be like this. How could Yu Shifeng live better than herself? In a blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. This year's end was more bleak than ever before. It was still a mess outside. I heard that a group of people were shot in the square, the same group that committed the crime in Linfu before. The radio played some festive music, and in addition to the news, there were also a few crosstalk programs. For most people, this was a very bleak year. The only thing worth mentioning on the table was fish, which was meat and could also bring good luck for surplus every year. Every day someone could catch fish from the stagnant water. The family could get together and squeeze in 2 meals, and always get some fish pieces back. Yu Shifeng took out a portion of braised pork with potatoes and half a roast duck from the space, stewed cabbage vermicelli in the kitchen, and steamed a Christian carp. He cut 2 oranges and put them in a bowl, and grabbed a pile of melon seeds and peanuts, with small bags of spicy strips and sugar beans piled on top. That was 6 bowls in total. The drink was a cup of green plum tea. It tasted a bit strange, sweet but not bad. Yu Shifeng finished a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner at home. Xiaoju was also given a handful of dried shrimps and a cup of goat milk powder mixed with hot water. The dried shrimps were dried shrimps from the supermarket and had a strong fishy smell. This thing would be in the top 3 of Xiaoju's recipes. 1 person and 1 cat, they ate in harmony. Xiaoju ate very cleanly and even licked the plate. Yu Shifeng had a lot left over, and the extra portion was directly put into the space. It also saved the need to wash the dishes. Yu Shifeng reached out and rubbed the furry cat's head. She got up and did a thorough cleaning of the house inside and out. In the old custom, no broom was used and no cleaning was done on the first day of the new year. Yu Shifeng hadn't had a good new year for a long time. She looked in the space, but there were no couplets, but there was a package of unopened red paper in the hardware store before. Yu Shifeng looked at the red paper for a long time, then he remembered that there was no brush in the space. But there was a box of markers. Yu Shifeng tried to write a word fu. It was crooked and ugly. The second time, Yu Shifeng changed her method and began to outline the paper and then colored the empty space in the middle with a black marker. It didn't look very good, but at least it was neat and tidy. Yu Shifeng clapped her hands in satisfaction and pasted the word fu upside down on the door of the bedroom. There was still a thick stack of red paper left, and Yu Shifeng tried to cut out some patterns. Fortunately, before the internet was disconnected, she downloaded a lot of tutorials in the USB drive, all kinds of messy ones. Yu Shifeng actually found the paper cutting tutorial from the USB drive. Maybe she really didn't have any talent in paper cutting. She spent nearly 2 hours, but the paper she cut was still a mess. Seeing that it was past 12 o'clock, Yu Shifeng collected the scraps of paper scattered on the ground. Although there was no result, when doing these, Yu Shifeng felt that she was alive. The new year has arrived. Congratulations for staying up all night came from the mobile phone radio, and the sound of firecrackers came out. I don't know if it was real firecrackers or just audio. Xiaoju was frightened by the sound of firecrackers and circled around Yu Shifeng twice, with a vigilant look in his eyes. The tail swung low for a long time before it lifted up again and came close to Yu Shifeng's hand. It was the first day of the Chinese New Year. Sister Yin knocked on Yu Shifeng's door. The gift was a pack of braised beef noodles. It's the Chinese New Year and I don't have anything good, so I asked a friend to buy some instant noodles. The quantity is not much, but it's enough for 1 meal,
Sister Yin said,
whose mother also came and brought 2 sweet potatoes. This was nothing in the past, but now it is a very precious festival gift. Speaking of which, in the previous life, Yu Shifeng also knew these 2 families and occasionally went out to find food together. But they were just nodding acquaintances, not like now, where they get together every now and then. They talked about the gradually improving situation outside and the gossip in the building. Chun Siley lost her child, and after returning from the hospital, she still lived in Tan Wanwan's house. The usable things in the house were burned and choked. Among Tan Wanwan's 3 roommates, Qianing died when she was sent to the hospital. The other 2 had nowhere to go, so they squeezed together with Chun Siley. 3 weak women, with no money and no ability to make a living. At this point, Mother Hu glared at Hu Qiangyong, who was mopping the floor. If you dare to enter that house, I will break your legs. Women who make such choices are not uncommon in this world. Yu Shifeng had seen many in her previous life. There were also many men who coveted Yu Shifeng. Those who can survive if they are cruel to others, they will be even more cruel to themselves. At this time in her previous life, she was not physically strong because she had been hungry and thin. She lived a miserable life, and no one would approach her easily except those with bad intentions. In this life, Both Sister Yun and Hu Qiangyong's family were very polite to Yu Shifeng. They also showed goodwill to Yu Shifeng intentionally or unintentionally. Yu Shifeng did not mind. She was very open-minded about such things. It was human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Yu Shifeng picked 2 cans of day lily weighing 1 pound as a return gift. The 3 families still gathered at Su Yun's house. My friend said that the quantity requested by our 2 families is too small. Before the delivery date, the merchant is unwilling to send kayaks here. Sister Yun talked about ordering rice. Aunt Hu, do you want to buy some? Zhao Yao and Hu Qiangyong sat together and spoke first. The rain has stopped. Why buy such expensive rice? It won't be long before the price of grain will come down. If it gets moldy, it will be inedible. Hu Qiangyong hesitated a little. He felt that his wife was right. You don't want to buy it, right? Then Xiaoyu, we have to borrow your kayak when the time comes. We will go to Shisi Road to pick it up and give you more of the grain we bring back. Sister Yun proposed another way. Yu Shifeng naturally agreed. She could remind, but she couldn't persuade too much. Mother Hu looked at Yu Shifeng and then at Sister Yun. Mother Hu knew from Hu Qiangyong that Yu Shifeng was a capable person, and Su Yun, a woman with long sleeves and good communication skills, was much more informed than ordinary people in their family. Naturally, it would be more appropriate to work with them. Mother Hu asked Yu Shifeng and Su Yun in detail how much each of them had bought, and then went back to the house and took out 3 stacks of money. 30,000 yuan was the old man's bottom of the box money. Now that online payment has long been paralyzed, the money in it cannot be withdrawn, and this sum of money is all the family's savings. Zhao Yao's face was gloomy. Mom, what are you doing? When the time comes, you will buy a bunch of junk. I want to see how you end up. How can a decent rice be junk? Mother Hu said, this is the money I saved for my retirement. You can spend it however you want. It's not your turn to interrupt. Zhao Yao got up and left on the spot. Hu Qiangyong looked at his mother and his wife in some embarrassment. He couldn't sit or stand. I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to worry about this money. Mother Hu said to her son. Hu Qiangyong's face flushed, and he didn't dare to reply. The matter was settled. The total amount exceeded 50,000, which met the conditions for the delivery. Sister Yun said, I never thought that one day I would have to spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy rice, and I might not be able to get it even with connections. Hearing this, Hu Qiangyong felt relieved. Since they were going to rob, it must be good stuff. Even if they couldn't eat it, they could still sell it. After all, it was the only money left in the family. At noon, we had hot pot at Su Yun's house. Su Yun provided the hot pot base and noodles. The Hu family brought radishes and oyster mushrooms and a small jar of medicinal wine, and Yu Shifeng provided a can of beef. Zhao Yao just turned his face away and didn't come to eat, so Hu Qiangyong divided his share with the 2 children. Smoke rose, and the medicinal wine was slightly bitter. Yu Shifeng felt warm all over, especially his face. Despite the episode of Zhao Yao, overall, the meal was very comfortable. Yu Shifeng suddenly understood that even though people were in such danger and the conditions were so difficult, the survivors of the previous life still had to sharpen their heads and go to the gathering place. Because only in communication can we remember that we are human beings. Not something else, just living creatures. In the afternoon, we played mahjong. Yu Shifeng didn't know how to play, so Sister Yun taught him while playing. After playing a few cards, Yu Shifeng gradually found the taste. For other people in the building, this year was not very interesting. Basically, they only had a full meal on New Year's Eve. From the 1st to the 3rd day of the new year, they could barely spare some meat every day. Not only Sister Yun but other people in the building also found ways to call friends to join in the bill. Seeing the rain recede, money began to circulate again. The prices of various materials have fallen. Some people learned from their mistakes and took this opportunity to replenish their homes as much as possible. Aunt Lu brought her grandson with her and said in a contemptuous tone, "You bought so many things and put them on your hands. The rain has stopped, and you are still afraid that you will starve to death." She has savings and still holds the money of her son and daughter-in-law. I have always been reluctant to buy goods that have gone up in price. I have survived until now by relying on the grain from raising chickens. I usually take my grandson around and get whatever I can get. Now my family has more dried fish and a few bags of compressed biscuits. I was reluctant to buy when the price went up, and I was even more reluctant to buy when the price went down. I just hope that the price will go down further, until it is free. In the new year, Yu Shifeng learned to play mahjong. At first, it was her, whose mother, Su Yun, and Hu Qiangyong. Zhao Yao was also a good mahjong player. Hu Qiangyong was not very good at it, so she came to teach him from time to time. Later, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she simply sent Hu Qiangyong home to cook and rolled up her sleeves to play. Not to mention Su Yun, she could count cards and eat 3 families at once. They didn't play with any chips, just for fun, and opened a bag of melon seeds. 1 melon seed counted as 1 yuan. It was common to eat a few while playing, resulting in unclear counts. Yu Shifeng was addicted to the mahjong table, neglected a few days of exercise, and came back at night to comfort herself. It was the new year. On the 3rd day of the new year, they ate at Hu's mother's house. This was also the first time Yu Shifeng entered Hu's mother's house. The vegetables on the balcony were dazzling. Zhao Yao complained but also boasted. The bamboo, spider plant, and green ivy I planted before were all dug up. Now, my mother is taking care of it. All the vegetables are planted inside. This is the sweet potato. I dug up the shepherd's purse before and planted it. Over there are potato pieces buried. These nutrient soils and urea are all what I stockpiled before. My husband always says that I buy these things because they take up space. Su Yun looked at the green yard and was very envious. Whose mother brought out a bowl of red and green small tomatoes. At this time, it is a very rare and precious thing. It's just a little sour. There is only 1 seedling in the family, and it is eaten by the children to supplement their vitamins.
Zhao Yao said.
The 2 boys of the Hu family are both in their teens. They look like their father, tall and strong. If there was no space and that magical flower bed, Yu Shifeng would definitely not be able to grow the vegetables in this yard so well. Whose mother is a capable person, and this family is also a bit lucky. The dumplings stuffed with mushrooms and bacon are made by Whose mother. It tasted a bit crisp and sweet. Mother Hu said that water chestnuts were added. It tasted very good. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Yu Shifeng also prepared a meal at home to entertain Sister Yun and Mother Hu's family. She had a lot of things, but it was not easy to show them in public. She just made a proper meal of mutton soup with steamed buns. Vermicelli and black fungus were added to the soup, and the pancakes were fried and crispy. Zhao Yao didn't eat the mutton hot pot at Su Yun's house, and he felt deeply sorry. Although they were unhappy about buying rice, it was nothing after playing mahjong for a few days. Zhao Yao also came to eat. Yu Shifeng calculated the amount of mutton soup with steamed buns and made several large bowls. Zhao Yao ate it very happily, and his mother-in-law rolled her eyes for this. The portion is enough. Aunt Hu, you can eat it. Yu Shifeng smiled. Mother Hu refused to move. She felt ashamed. It was really inappropriate for such a big family to eat the food of a girl's family. The same thing happened at Su Yun's house. Since Su Yun's family was big, Whose mother thought that they were the ones who took advantage. Zhao Yao ate happily, Mom. Why do you care so much? These cats are fat and have a good life. You don't need to worry about them. I just bought some discounted cat food, which is enough for a year. Yu Shifeng explained. Whose mother had old-fashioned ideas and believed that the 2 families should be equal in this kind of favor. Su Yun and Xiao Yu only ate 1 portion, but their family had 5 portions, which was not in accordance with the rules. Therefore, on the night of Yu Shifeng's banquet, Whose mother gritted her teeth, and Su Yun and Yu Shifeng each gave a pound of sweet potatoes and half a basket of sweet potato vines. When they were delivered, Zhao Yao's expression was reluctant to leave. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were glued to the basket, which made Yu Shifeng laugh and cry. Under Whose mother's insistence, he finally accepted it. Whose mother's style really made people feel comfortable. The sweet potato vines were fried in oil and tasted refreshing and appetizing. Yu Shifeng liked it very much. He went to Whose mother to get a seedling and planted it in the flower bed. Sweet potato vines are good things, not to mention sweet potatoes. In a blink of an eye, it was the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Yu Shifeng looked on the scale and found that he had gained 5 pounds just by eating too much these days. This sinful life. When there was a knock on the door, Yu Shifeng originally thought it was Sister Yun, but who would have thought it was Yang Rong? The house over there by Yang Rong's family could not withstand the flood at all. It was much later than Yu Shifeng expected that they would only start to think about this side now. It seems that they suffered a lot in the shelter. This family has completely changed. Yang Rong has always valued face, and Su Qingru has always been bright and beautiful and speaks softly. But now, their clothes are dirty, and there is a big hole in their coats. Their hair is tangled together, covered with large patches of grease. Their cheeks are visibly thinner. When Su Qingru saw Yu Shifeng opening the door, her eyes lit up. "Xiao Yu, seeing that you are doing so well, your father and I can finally rest assured." The living room behind Yu Shifeng was dry and tidy, and the sofa looked very spacious. Before the rainstorm, she might not have taken such a 2-bedroom apartment seriously. Yang Rong was a boss after all, and his family lived in a flat of more than 300 square meters. But now, God knows how long it has been since their family had a good night's sleep. When the water flooded, they had to go to the shelter. On the first night they settled down, half of the food Yang Siju bought was stolen. Some were even robbed. After complaining to the administrator, there was no further news after registration. The stolen food could not be recovered at all, and I had to sleep with one eye open at night, worried. It was also Yang Siju who reminded Yang Rong that he remembered his ex-wife's house. Yang Rong made special inquiries and found out that his ex-wife's house was not so badly damaged, and now it has been sold at a sky-high price. Not to mention, this one is on the top floor. As soon as the rain stopped, the price of kayaks dropped, and they hurried over. Yu Shifeng was surprised for a moment, then his expression disappeared. "Go back to where you came from. My house doesn't welcome you. Your father has had a hard time during this period. Even if you don't like me, do you want to reject even your biological father?" Su Qingru said softly. Yu Shifeng smiled and looked at Su Qingru, her stepmother, who was hiding behind Yang Rong. "You're right, I really don't like you. You say one thing in front of me and another behind my back. My cheap father looks much thinner, but you and your child are doing well." Su Qingru looked haggard, but not as thin as Yang Rong. Based on Yu Shifeng's understanding of this good stepmother, the 3 mother and son must have had a lot of extra meals behind Yang Rong's back. This is what Yang Rong deserves. Unable to see the true face of the person beside him, he was intoxicated in the illusory gentleness. Su Qingru's expression did not change, but Yang Siju and Yang Silong looked a little uncomfortable. Su Qingru sighed deeply. "Child, you are prejudiced against me." Yu Shifeng was too lazy to set the stage for her to act, and said briefly, "Get lost." Yang Rong said angrily, "Is that how you talk to your mother?" "My mother died a long time ago. She is nothing. I don't care if you want to marry or have children. You haven't taken care of me all these years, so there's no need to come to me to act as a father." Yu Shifeng raised her chin slightly and said contemptuously, "You are not qualified." Her arrogance deeply hurt Yang Rong's eyes. So much like her own mother, who never took herself seriously. "It's just a little money and some connections. What's so great about it? Although he is a son-in-law, he is also a man. You're just like your mother who died early. You don't know what's good for you. You evil creature, come out here. I will beat you to death." Yu Shifeng only opened the inner door, and Yu Shifeng retorted through the grill. "You look so incompetent. You really look like a scoundrel. You didn't get enough of eating free food back then, and now you want to bring your wife to eat with you. You are really shameless and invincible in the world." Yang Rong roared. "You're talking nonsense. Your mother's things were originally mine. Mr. Yang, have you forgotten that my surname is Yu?" Yu Shifeng's words made Yang Rong furious. Su Qingru thought to herself that it was not good. After being married for many years, she certainly understood Yang Rong. He has always loved face the most, and he hated being told that he got rich by relying on his wife the most. Privately, she often used this to provoke Yang Rong to be unhappy when he saw Yu Shifeng. But it can't be at this time. After being provoked by Yu Shifeng, how could Yang Rong have the face to live in the house? Xiao Yu, what are you saying? No matter what, he is your father. Yu Shifeng nodded. You can't take advantage of the property rights. Now, let's talk about feelings, right? Do you want me to count how close you are to me and what good things you have done for me? Yu Shifeng smiled, but his eyes were cold. I have been earning living expenses since high school. You too have good incomes, so I can't apply for school subsidies. A week before the college entrance examination, I'm still tutoring people in junior high school English. You were afraid that I would outperform your daughter in the high school entrance exam, so you put laxatives in my breakfast. After the college entrance exam results came out, you went to the education bureau to report me for cheating. You are really a good stepmother, who only cares about me. You have a misunderstanding of me. Su Qingru still didn't give up. Stop. Go tell that to Mr. Yang. He can believe it or not. I'm not a fool. Yu Shifeng no longer cared about Su Qingru, who looked anxious, and only looked at Yang Rong. Mr. Yang, if you still have a bit of dignity, don't show up in front of me again in this life. My mother didn't let me scold you before, saying that it would shorten my life. I won't beat you, but I will punish the two born after you every time I see them. Yu Shifeng took out a crossbow from the cabinet. The crossbow was activated in front of Yang Rong. Yang Rong took several steps back and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The arrow flew towards him, brushed Yang Rong's ear, and hit Yang Silong's shoulder. You have to hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. What did Yang Rong and Su Qingru care about the most? Not each other, nor the so-called daughter, who could bring blessings, but Yang Silong. He was a male, and he took Yang Rong's surname Yang. For this reason, Yang Rong always turned a blind eye to Su Qingru's actions. Su Qingru exclaimed, rushed over, and hugged Yang Silong.
How dare you?
Yang Rong was furious. Yang Siju stood there stupidly at a loss. The crossbow arrow made a and fell to the ground. Yu Shifeng frowned. The arrow missed the target obviously beyond her expectation. Yang Silong hit a hard object close to his chest. But the deterrent effect was still there. Yu Shifeng didn't want to force them crazy. Either don't do it, or do it cleanly. The underground shelter was still being rebuilt, and she needed a cleaner resume to ensure that she could get in. Su Qingru turned her head, her eyes venomous. In order to find you, your father sold all the family belongings to rent a kayak. The man is still down there. We really have no money. If it weren't for coming to find you, we wouldn't have had such a hard time. This family came here and expected him to pay the boat fare. Yu Shifeng was so angry that he laughed. Get out of here the way you came. You say you are my father? Are you worthy? She closed the door and ignored the family.
She knew this family well.
If she made any attempt to stop them, they would pounce on her like hyenas seeing blood. Unable to extort the boat fare from Yu Shifeng, Yang Rong finally sent the kayaker away. Su Qingru took off a gold ankle chain from her ankle with a gloomy face and paid the boat fare. This is the only thing my father left me. Her eyes were red. Unfortunately, Yang Rong was busy with lawsuits, and he was tired and hungry after coming so far. He didn't notice Su Qingru's grievance and weakness at all. If you had this, why didn't you bring it here earlier? You dragged it on until now, and I'm embarrassed. Yang Rong's tone was extremely impatient. Su Qingru lowered her head. Yang Siju tugged at her mother's clothes and glared at Yu Shifeng's closed door with resentment. How could there be such a selfish and cruel sister? Yu Shifeng's clothes were intact, her face was rosy, and her short hair was neat and smooth. Yang Siju even smelled the aroma of meat. There was a faint, fresh smell of fish in the air. The smell made her feel itchy in her heart, and she wanted to slap Yu Shifeng's face twice and ask her to kneel down and hand over the food. But Yang Siju knew it was not possible. Yu Shifeng had become very different from before. Yang Siju always knew she thought Yu Shifeng was an ungrateful person. But she used to be timid. She wanted her father's love. Even for this, Yu Shifeng would lower his head to please her. Before coming, Yang Siju was mentally prepared. As long as Yu Shifeng knew what was good for her, she would ask her father to treat Yu Shifeng better. Now thinking about it, her thoughts were ridiculous. She didn't care about her father at all. How could Yu Shifeng have such an amazing momentum? What made Yang Siju feel unacceptable was Yu Shifeng's contempt. From beginning to end, Yu Shifeng didn't say a word to her. How dare she not take herself seriously? In the corridor on the 15th floor, Su Qingru was arranging to lay carpets. Speaking of which, even if it is a corridor, the conditions here are much better than those in the shelter. Yang Rong came out of the shelter under the pretext of looking for his daughter. If he knew that he had nowhere to go, Yang Rong would have no way of borrowing a kayak from those people. Yang Siju stared at the gray-black carpet and felt her eyes hurt. The original color of this carpet was warm yellow, but because it has not been washed for a long time, the original color can no longer be seen. When Yu Shifeng opened the door just now, Yang Siju saw it clearly. Yu Shifeng's house is clean and the floor tiles are shiny. He still has the energy to clean, so his life must not be too bad. Now their family lives in the corridor, separated by a door. Yu Shifeng can sleep in a warm bed and eat meat behind their backs. Su Qingru was nagging while arranging the house. There is no overnight hatred between father and daughter. You haven't taken good care of her over the years. If you talk to her again, she will definitely let us in. It's not safe for her to live in such a big house alone. We can help her keep an eye on her. Yang Silong smacked his lips. Did Yu Shifeng stew meat at home? I smell fish. Su Qingru had already sorted out her mood. Hearing this, she glared at Yang Silong. You also called Yu Shifeng. She is your sister. Yang Rong's family just lived in the corridor. The house here couldn't be lived in for too long, so Yu Shifeng didn't bother to care about Yang Rong's family. She listened to the radio more and more attentively. The radio mentioned that the underground city shelter had started construction in Linshur, and it was expected to accommodate at least 100,000 people. Yu Shifeng didn't cook for the next 2 days and ate ready-made food from the space. The situation in the corridor can be seen from the surveillance video, and the conversation outside can be heard almost word by word. At the beginning, they knew that they were disliked by Yu Shifeng, and they were afraid of the crossbow in Yu Shifeng's hand, so they dared to talk to themselves outside. Yu Shifeng just thought it was nonsense and didn't even open the door. Su Qingru said to Yang Rong privately, Xiaoyu has not come out for a long time. I don't know if there is any food at home. Why don't you give one of these wild vegetables to her? After all, she is your daughter. Yang Rong sneered. She doesn't even look at me. How can she care about the food you give her? Yang Rong threatened the door. I won't give it to her even if I feed it to the dog. Su Qingru felt that he was really a fool. He couldn't even win over his own daughter. But now she had to rely on this fool. Su Qingru took a deep breath and coaxed him patiently for a while. Finally, Yang Rong reluctantly took the wild vegetable ball and knocked on Yu Shifeng's door. Inside the door, Yu Shifeng finished a bowl of beef bibimbap and then peeled 2 mangosteens grown in the space for herself, eating with the surveillance scene outside. Watching Su Qingru fooling Yang Rong was more interesting than a sitcom. Of course, Yu Shifeng didn't open the door. Even if she was full, she wouldn't do this. The day agreed with Sister Yun arrived. Sister Yun called Hu Qiangyong and Zhao Yao out and waited for Yu Shifeng in the corridor. Su Qingru came up. What do you want to see my daughter for? Yu Shifeng opened the door just in time. Hearing her words, Su Qingru smiled kindly at Yu Shifeng. Sister Yun said, The things have arrived. Let's go downstairs to get some. Okay. Yu Shifeng nodded, without even looking at Su Qingru. Zhao Yao said, This person said she is your mother? Yu Shifeng said, This is my biological father's mistress, who forced my mother to death. Zhao Yao looked at Su Qingru and immediately became alert. She always keeps a close eye on her man and hates mistresses the most. Su Qingru showed a hurt look. How can you say that about your father? She is addicted to acting, don't worry about it. Yu Shifeng said. Su Qingru's face darkened, and her smile was forced. She never expected that Yu Shifeng would become so difficult now. The 3 families pooled together more than 60,000 yuan, but bought less than 3 boxes of rice. The rice bags were vacuum-packed and wrapped in cartons. There was no label on the cartons. It was hidden so well, which made people more imaginative. When Yu Shifeng brought the rice back to her home, many people in the building followed her when she entered the house, and the eyes of the Yang family were even more glued to her. As soon as the door opened, Yu Shifeng quickly turned sideways, and at the same time, she pulled the door back heavily. Behind her, Yang Silong failed to brake and crashed into the door.
Ouch!
Yang Silong cried out with his head in his hands and squatted down. Son, what's wrong with you? Su Qingru rushed over. Yu Shifeng put the rice box into the house, turned around, and looked like a smile. Even though Su Qingru was thick-skinned, she couldn't help but lower her head when facing Yu Shifeng's piercing eyes. Son, are you okay? Su Qingru asked. Yu Shifeng raised his foot from the hollow grill and kicked Yang Silong against the wall. The door opened and closed very quickly in front of Su Qingru. Su Qingru wanted to squeeze in, but couldn't find a gap. Yang Siju complained from behind, Brother, how can you not stop a woman? Yang Silong rolled to the ground and said unhappily, she had an arrow in her hand. If you had the ability, why didn't you stop her? She was holding such a big box. How could she shoot you with an arrow? You didn't catch her even though you had such a good chance just now. If you had controlled it, we would have gone in by now. Yang Siju said. Su Qingru lowered her voice and asked Yang Silong, You were so close just now. Did you see what was in her box? It must be a good thing if it could be brought from outside at this time. After all, a kayaking trip costs a lot of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up such a big gold foot chain. Su Qingru still feels distressed when she thinks about it now. Not only Su Qingru wants to know, Aunt Lu who followed from below, and others also want to know. Unfortunately, Yang Silong seemed to be stunned by the kick. He didn't say anything for a long time. The onlookers waited for a while and dispersed when they saw that there was nothing exciting to watch. Yang Silong stood up and found a place to sit down. He had lost all his strength. Yu Shifeng was carrying so many things in front of them and walked in and out openly, not taking them seriously. He wanted to teach the stepsister a lesson. Who would have thought that she seemed to have eyes on her back and dodged, so he could not control his strength and bumped into the door. This witch. When has he ever suffered such a loss? How could he still pay attention to what was in the box? It was time for dinner. Su Yun and the Hu family bought a lot of rice today. The New Year's Day has not yet ended. With so much rice, it is still possible to have a full meal, not to mention how rich the meal is. The fragrance of rice enveloped the 15 layers. It was light with a little bit of heat. This smell stimulated Yang Sio's taste buds and reminded him of the sound he heard when he approached Yu Shifeng. When the box tilted, there was a slight rustling sound inside. Yang Silong grew up without worries about food and clothing and had never been to the kitchen. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has never touched the water of the spring. Yang Rong looked down on women, and as a result, he never took the kitchen matters to heart. Yang Silong and Yang Rong were of the same lineage, and they thought that cooking was a very shameful thing for men. At the beginning, he did not associate that sound with rice. Subconsciously, he did not believe that Yu Shifeng had the ability to get the food that their family could not get. It was just a fluke that they occupied a house. The aroma of rice made Yang Silong determined. The three families moved in with rice. White rice, is soft and lightly sweet after steaming. After eating a bowl, you will no longer feel hungry. It would have been fine if I hadn't thought about it. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that the wild vegetable dumplings in my hand were bitter and astringent, and they tasted terrible. Yang Rong comforted his son. When the water recedes, we can go back. When they go back, they can buy things, and they will have whatever they want to eat. Why bother blocking the door of this evil creature and getting angry for nothing? Yang Siju squatted on the side, hugged her feet, and said nothing. She had a premonition that they could never go back to the home her father talked about. She always believed in her intuition. More supplies were delivered to the corridor. There were rice, flour, and vegetables, and the prices were staggering. Aunt Lu stood in the corridor, squinting her eyes. I see you are really rich. With these prices, what you are eating is not rice, but gold. She was reluctant to buy it. But Yang Rong squeezed out a pair of pearl earrings from Su Qingru and exchanged them for a bag of rice. The quilt that Su Yun had someone buy also arrived. The style of the quilt was obvious at a glance. After all, the texture was soft and puffy. Yu Shifeng also went to help. When he came back, he saw the hatred in the eyes of the family and Su Qingruo's hesitant eyes. Yu Shifeng ignored him, but Su Qingru had to come closer. Xiaoyu, if you have any extra food, share it with your brothers and sisters. If it doesn't work, borrow some water so that your brothers and sisters can wash. It's windy here. Your brother was kicked by you. He was blown by the wind all night yesterday and has a fever since today. Yang Silong had snot hanging from his nose, which made him look even more sloppy. Yu Shifeng glanced at these people. Unless I give you a boat ticket to get out, I won't give you anything more than that, even if I feed it to the dogs. Yang Rong's face turned blue and white, and he raised his hand in intolerance. The slap didn't land on Yu Shifeng's face, but Yu Shifeng held his hand instead. Yang Rong's hand turned in the air and landed on the face of Yang Siju next to him. This slap, coupled with Yu Shifeng's strength, forced Yang Siju to take 2 steps back. A red fingerprint appeared on Yang Siju's face. Yang Rong seemed to be almost out of breath. Facing Yu Shifeng's cold and indifferent eyes, he couldn't even say a complete sentence.
Su Qingru stood aside, frowning deeply.
Yu Shifeng smiled at Su Qingru. When you think it over, call me when you are ready to leave. She went home directly. According to the original plan, Yu Shifeng was going to explore the villa area again. Now that Yang Rong's family blocked the door, Yu Shifeng didn't plan to adjust. It's just that the house needs to be cleaned up carefully. Now there are 8 eyes outside watching, and things that shouldn't appear can't be exposed even at the root. Yu Shifeng counted the house, just in case, to ensure that there was nothing in the house except a few brick-like furniture. Even Xiaoju entered the space. The next day, Yu Shifeng walked out the door. None of Yang Rong's family dared to look at her. Su Qingru was not with Yang Rong. Yu Shifeng saw her on the 12th floor. Su Qingru was chatting with Aunt Lu. Yu Shifeng ignored her. The water level had dropped a lot. When she arrived at the villa area, there were half-dried water stains and potholes everywhere. The kayak was useless and the road became more difficult to walk. Yu Shifeng walked in with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. This place used to be a place only the rich and powerful could come. After a while, it became more and more desolate, and the grass and trees grew taller. These grasses and trees were covered with thorns, and if you were not careful, you could scratch a bloody streak. Yu Shifeng wrapped a piece of rag around her hand and used a machete to clear a path forward. After finding the nearest building, Yu Shifeng went straight to the garage, breaking cars and stealing oil. She was a habitual offender. Unlike in her previous life, there was often less than 1 car out of 10 with oil left. At this time, no one remembered the importance of fuel. The extremely vicious people would not look down on such trivial things, but ordinary people did not have this awareness for the time being. This rich resource was a bargain for Yu Shifeng. She walked and pried along. Gasoline was good. It could generate electricity. She wanted as much as she could. Then there were things to decorate the villa. Stone, wood, jade carvings. Yu Shifeng could pick out the beads on the railings. There were also safes, which were usually in the master bedroom. Some safes were attached to the wall, some were floor-standing, and some were embedded in the cabinets. Yu Shifeng didn't care about anything and just put them into the space. There were people who came to the villa area before, and these things were of no value to those intruders. If Yu Shifeng wanted to run her own paradise in the space and raise enough chickens, ducks, and even pigs and sheep, these things would be indispensable. She searched room by room patiently. She found a lot of useful things. There were tang swords and a full cabinet of famous wines. There was a room with a lively decoration, which seemed to be a children's room. Yu Shifeng saw various game consoles. Collect them. It's not bad to play and kill time. There was still some food left in the kitchen, but it was all moldy. There were 2 boxes of milk powder in the utility room that looked intact. Yu Shifeng walked from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor and took away everything she could. Now, there was a vast barren mountain in the space, so she didn't have to worry about where to put things. She stuffed as many as she could. One of the villa owners seemed to be an outdoor sports enthusiast. Yu Shifeng found many well-sealed tents, mountaineering bags, nylon ropes, and flints in the room. These were all very useful things. Yu Shifeng found a very transparent jade Buddha statue in the living room, which glowed green. It was a good thing. Yu Shifeng made a judgment based on her intuition at first glance. Sure enough, the jade Buddha disappeared as soon as it entered the space, like a drop of water flowing into a lake. The fresh air refreshed Yu Shifeng's spirit. Her consciousness was connected to the space. With every improvement in the space, Yu Shifeng could feel some inexplicable changes in herself. It was as if her whole body was transparent and very comfortable. It seemed that there were many mysteries in the space that she had not explored. Yu Shifu secretly kept this in mind. In the evening, Yu Shifeng chose a villa to stay. This villa is located in a very remote place, and no one should have been here since the rainstorm. The inside was damp and covered with dust. The smell was not pleasant. Who would have thought that once he entered, he would find that there was nothing left in the house that could be used. Those ornaments that decorated the house were also swept down and broken all over the floor. Someone had been here and caused extensive damage. It might be a personal grudge before the end of the world. Those people smashed everything they couldn't take away. Yu Shifeng sighed in his heart. Seeing this situation, it was obvious that nothing could be obtained. Yu Shifeng took a quick look around and planned to take a rest. He set up a simple trap at the door and the window to ensure that he would be awakened when someone came in. Yu Shifeng ate a pancake, a box of fruit slices, and took a nap on the bed. The bedding was taken from the space. Early in the morning, Yu Shifeng solved his physiological problem in the space, ate a glutinous rice dumpling, drank some water, and looked back when he walked out of the villa. He felt something was wrong. The style of the villa park is unified, and the facades of each villa are very similar. The floor space is also similar. But Yu Shifeng inexplicably felt that the villa she was resting in seemed smaller. Yu Shifeng stopped and thought carefully, making sure it was not her illusion. The floor space of this villa was indeed smaller. Yu Shifeng turned back and using her own stride to measure. When she came to a study, Yu Shifeng even ran out to take a look at the facade. Now Yu Shifeng was sure that there was indeed a room hidden in this study that she had not found. Yu Shifeng felt around several walls for a long time and finally found a loose place. A door embedded in the wall appeared inside. I have to say, rich people really know how to play. It was a combination lock. Yu Shifeng stared at the lock silently for a while and took out a hammer from the space. It's just a door. At worst, she could smash the wall. Let's see how this lock can stop her. Dong, dong, dong. After about 40 minutes, cracks appeared on the wall. The white wall dust fell down. Yu Shifeng wiped the sweat from her forehead, stopped to rest for a while, and ate another rice ball. After another half an hour, a hole appeared in the wall for one person to pass through. Yu Shifeng squeezed in. Inside was a secret room of less than 20 square meters. As soon as she walked in, Yu Shifeng was almost blinded by the light. The space was full of jewels and precious stones, and Yu Shifeng's heartbeat accelerated. There were antiques, calligraphy and paintings, jewelry and gold, which occupied a large corner, as if they were free. It was simply inhumane. Collect. Yu Shifeng swept the things into the space. The continuous clear air in the space rippled, and unknown changes took place quietly. Yu Shifeng calmed his pounding heart and emptied the house. There was no need to stay in this villa anymore. This time, I couldn't catch 2 chickens like last time. The chickens were in the space, eating wheat bran and millet, which were collected from farmers at that time. The price was very cheap. They drank the spring water in the space, which stretched from the hillside to the backyard and was inexhaustible. The temporary chicken coop was not very solid, and the chickens would escape from time to time. Once, Yu Shifeng saw the chickens pecking at the sweet potato vines in the flower bed, and he was very angry. When I go back this time, I will use the nylon rope I collected to reinforce the chicken coop. After the eggs were picked up, the chickens would move to another place. Occasionally, they would go to the barren hills. Every time Yu Shifeng entered the space, she could pick up eggs from many unexpected places. Yu Shifeng was outside and had not returned to the community for 2 consecutive days. She had not returned to the community for 3 days. Yang Rong's family stared at the door and tried to pry it open more than once. Unfortunately, Yu Shifeng's door was specially made. Not only was it sturdy, but there was nothing else the locksmith could do except dismantle the door, except for the special key. Yang Rong's family was hungry and weak. They had neither the ability nor the strength to do so. They could only stare at the door. Su Qingru found Aunt Lu. She hinted that the daughter was eating and drinking in the house, leaving her parents and younger brothers and sisters outside the door to the cold wind. The weather was getting colder and colder, and her younger brother was sick from the cold. She had medicine but refused to take it out. Aunt Lu also agreed that such a person should be struck by lightning. Su Qingru revealed that Yu Shifeng's family had a lot of food, and if there was a disaster, it would be her fault. Who told her not to let her own family in? Aunt Lu rolled her eyes. That girl's surname Yu was not at home, and it was difficult to get in through the front door. But there were windows. Aunt Lu's nephew lived in the building next door. Aunt Lu's nephew had dirty hands, but he was also careful and cautious, and had never been discovered. Mrs. Zhao had been robbed before. There were only 2 elderly people in her family, and the situation in the house was revealed to her nephew by Aunt Lu. The 2 elderly people had only one daughter, who had been attending various training classes since she was a child. She was good at studying and could make money. She bought a house for the family, hired a nanny, and piled up all kinds of health products like a mountain.
Aunt Lu always felt bad.
Why did the child of a family with no family live better than her? This girl can't be kept, like the one named Yu Shifeng, who is also a piece of, and doesn't know how to be filial to his own father. She is doing justice for the heaven. Sure enough, when Lu Yuan heard about Aunt Lu's nephew, she became interested. His house is just below Yu Shifeng's. Climb along the air conditioner outdoor unit. Be careful, and it will definitely work. As for the anti-theft net, it looked strong, but it was just paper in front of the vise. There was no one at her house yet, so it was a godsend. Lu Yuan took action that night. In such a high floor, under the cover of night, Lu Yuan climbed silently to the outside of Yu Shifeng's window. All this was captured by surveillance. Yu Shifeng searched the entire villa area, leaving nothing behind. To some extent, she and Lu Yuan did the same thing. There is no law in the end times, nor is morality advocated. In many places, the strong are respected. If this person can break tempered glass, that's his ability. Even if it's broken, it doesn't matter if he is willing to move the bed frame or tables and chairs back. Well, it just so happens that she can move in with the newly collected villa set. Yu Shifeng just glanced at her phone and didn't care anymore. She continued to wander around the villa area according to her original plan. She even put 4 good performance sports cars in her space and placed them on the barren mountain. The keys were in the cabinet in the living room. Yu Shifeng tried them out one by one. She also asked Yu Shifeng to find a basement. It was unknown who dug this basement. There were a lot of compressed biscuits and various canned meats and fruits in it, and even several large boxes of drinking water. It was estimated that someone prepared it just in case. After the rainstorm came, they did not return here but moved to other places. Yu Shifeng took all of them away. As expected, in the depths of the basement, he found a lot of precious jewelry and gold. People who can dig basements in villa complexes are naturally wealthy. Yu Shifeng took a few more glances. The real good things were gone when thrown into the space. What was left for her was either fake or inferior. The familiar white light passed by, and the gold that was collected was still firmly in place, without any change. There were too many good things, and the space no longer accepted gold. Yu Shifeng felt a little toothache. Although the gold collected from the gold shop before has no effect, the space is still willing to take it. Since it can be taken, it means that it is more or less useful to the space. Now, the gold is completely useless to the space. Where can she find those old items to satisfy the increasingly picky space? This villa complex has no profit. Yu Shifeng has been out for a few days and has gained a lot. The upgrade of the space requires accumulation, and it is necessary to wait for a time when quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. As for the gold, the space can't use it, so she keeps it for herself and can exchange it with others in the future. Knowing that no one was in the house, Lu Yuan became more daring. He changed to an axe and chopped directly on the glass, but not even a layer of debris was scraped off. The noise was transmitted to the outside. Su Qingru pulled her children and put their ears to the door of Yu Shifeng to listen to the noise inside. Yang Rong looked impatient. "What are you doing late at night?" Su Qingru said, "Xiaoyu hasn't been home for several days. I'm afraid that if something happens to her, there is no one to look after her family. What if something is lost? What should I do? She doesn't even care about me as her father, and you still care about her life or death."
Yang Rong shouted.
Su Qingru said, "She is still a child. As a father, why do you care about a child? There may be a thief climbing through the window in her house. Hurry up and find a way to open the door to prevent anything from happening inside. Apart from anything else, that big box of rice cannot be given to others for free." Yang Siju said, "Yes, my sister won't let us in. There is nothing we can do if something happens. A good house has been ruined by others." The house in the dream was Yu Shifeng's, and Yang Siju felt that it was natural for her to move in. Yu Shifeng was a heartless person who had taken over the magpie's nest. Yang Rong certainly didn't want to sleep on the floor when he could sleep on the bed. His son was cold and had a fever. Yang Rong had no way to deal with the door lock, so he had to take a small hammer from the fire equipment to knock on the lock. He had never done this before, and he used brute force to hammer, but there was no progress after all his efforts. The sound of knocking on the glass continued to come. Su Qingru frowned, and she disliked Yang Rong more and more. "What use is he? What are you doing?" It was Hu Qiangyong who came out. Yang Rong glanced at Hu Qiangyong's physique and felt guilty on the spot. Su Qingru said quickly, "Listen, there is a movement inside. My daughter is still inside. We are afraid that something will happen to her, so we want to open the door. Although she doesn't recognize us, we still don't want her to get into trouble." Hu Qiangyong felt that this family was weird no matter how he looked at it. Zhao Yao, who followed him out, interrupted, "Didn't you Shifeng go out?" Su Qingru didn't expect Zhao Yao to know about this, so she had to nod. "What's unsafe about her going out? There is a thief knocking on the window over there. Why are you prying the door open here instead of chasing him away?" Su Qingru said awkwardly, "It's just too difficult to get through." Zhao Yao raised her chin. "Suyun's second bedroom is facing Yu Shifeng's balcony. I'll call her for you." Sister Yun just opened the door and came out. Su Qingru could hardly keep the smile on her face. Su Yun shouted, "Sister Zhao, bring your man over quickly. The thief is over here." Lu Yuan outside the window didn't expect that after so long, he couldn't take down this window. Who would install such good glass on the window on the 15th floor? He was more and more convinced that the owner of this house had something good. Sister Yun pushed open the window of the second bedroom and turned on the flashlight. The flashlight shone on Lu Yuan's face. Sister Yun scolded, "What are you doing?" Thinking that no one was in the room, Lu Yuan was lucky and obsessed, and he argued with this window here. The scream scared him so much that he lost his soul. Hu Qiangyong's face was fierce, and Sister Yun was holding a knife in his hand. If Lu Yuan wanted to go back home, he had to crawl outside Sister Yun's bedroom. Hu Qiangyong's eyes were wide open. So many people were waiting there to catch him. Lu Yuan had no choice but to choose the opposite direction. There was no point on the road in this direction. In a panic, he stepped on the air and fell down. Screams crossed the dark night sky. This is a 15-story building. There is water below, but the water level is not as deep as before. Lu Yuan fell into the water, and even though the water relieved some of the momentum, he still touched the bottom. The blood melted into the sewage and became as black as ink. Hu Qiangyong and Sister Yun were both stunned. No one expected that someone would die like this.
Dead. Su Qingru mumut.
He was actually dead. A living person fell down in front of them. The impact of this scene was too great. No one could recover. The atmosphere was strange and silent. The night was still thick, and several people returned to their own homes. After the commotion in the first half of the night, Yang Rong and the others could not sleep in the second half of the night. Yu Shifeng was sleeping soundly in the villa area. At this time, She didn't know what happened. The doors and windows were specially made by Yu Shifeng, so she was relieved. Even if it was really broken, they couldn't take anything away from that room. Lu Yuan's fall made a lot of noise, and many people heard his screams. Not to mention the noise of the window being smashed in front. Lu Yuan's wife has been worried since Lu Yuan left. When the screams came, her heart sank even more. When Lu Yuan was fished out, the wife came to Aunt Lu with the body on her back. Lu Yuan's deeds were shameful, so his wife and Aunt Lu decided to carry Lu Yuan's body to the 15th floor. The witch in 1501 seduced my nephew, and everyone saw it. My nephew fell from her house. They had an affair behind my back and made my husband walk out the window. My husband died miserably. Aunt Lu took the initiative and put the hat on first. Lu Yuan's wife rushed over and slammed the door. "Come out, you mistress witch. You're going to." Su Yun scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's obvious that your husband has the heart but not the courage to commit a crime. Who can he blame for falling down? I think he is looking for death." You, Aunt Lu pointed at Su Yun. "You're in the same group and killed my nephew." Zhao Yao frowned and looked at Aunt Lu like a mad dog. "What nonsense are you talking about? Yu Shifeng went out and was not in the house at all. This person took something to smash the window, and everyone heard it. Who is having an affair? There are so many windows. Why did my nephew choose hers? It's because she is not decent." Aunt Lu never lost when she was unreasonable. She could make up a few twisted logics even if she was unreasonable. Yu Shifeng went down the mountain and changed back to the kayak. The water level was much lower than before. There were moldy green mosses everywhere, which grew in the still, humid environment after the water receded. The bitter north wind seemed to have lowered the temperature by 2 degrees. In order to hurry on his way, Yu Shifeng changed to a speedboat. He changed back when he was almost at the community. When Yu Shifeng came back, the house was surrounded by 3 layers of people. Someone called the police. During the special period, law enforcement power had been delegated to the community. Yu Shifeng was pulling a deflated kayak in his hand and carrying a large bag on his back. "What's wrong?" Facing the noisy scene, Yu Shifeng pretended that he knew nothing. The person in charge of the community was a stranger, probably a newcomer, and the name on his work badge was Han Lei. "Are you Yu Shifeng?" Han Lei asked in a serious tone. Yu Shifeng nodded. "I am." Han Lei said, "What's your relationship with Lu Yuan?"
Who is Lu Yuan?
Yu Shifeng really didn't know who Lu Yuan was. In her previous life, someone came in through the window and stole a lot of things. This made Yu Shifeng's life, which was already not easy, even worse. In this life, in order to prevent this, she installed bulletproof glass in the house. This person crawled in from outside, and it seemed that he was not in the same building as her. How could it be such a coincidence that he chose the time when she was not in the house? Yu Shifeng glanced at Su Qingru and instinctively felt that she was involved. Su Qingru and Yang Rong both stood aside. Yang Xilong did not hide the gloating on his face, and Yang Siju also looked like he was watching a good show. Han Lei said, "Lu Yuan is a resident of the building next door. Some residents reported that he jumped from your place, and now he has been confirmed dead. It's you who killed my nephew." Aunt Lu accused. "Your nephew?" Yu Shifeng suddenly realized that this made sense. With Aunt Lu's tip-off, the people in the building next door would know the situation of her family so well. "Where did you go? What did you do?"
Han Lei asked.
Yu Shifeng replied, "I'm going out to find something to eat." She opened her backpack to show Han Lei, which contained packaged mushrooms and wild vegetables, with moisture still on the leaves. Han Lei glanced at her and saw that Yu Shifeng was young, so he reminded her, "You should carefully distinguish the things you pick outside. It's best to find an experienced person to help you check them. You must cook them before eating." Yu Shifeng agreed and did not refuse his kindness. In terms of experience, she came back from the apocalypse 7 years ago, and she knew what was edible and what was not edible. She believed that she was not inferior to Hu's mother. Yu Shifeng said, "What is this man doing here in the middle of the night?" Aunt Lu screamed, "If you hadn't seduced my nephew, why would he climb through your window?" "Don't pretend like that. I've seen a lot of shameless women like you.
Huh?
Yu Shifeng was amused and turned to Han Lei and said, Lu Yuan dares to take such a risk. I'm afraid it's not the first time. Several households in our building have lost things before. I'm afraid it was this thief who deliberately chose the time when I was not around. Why don't we ask those households to see if the situation is right? Lu Yuan's wife shuddered. You're talking nonsense. Yu Shifeng's words reminded the others present. My house was lost before. A bag of rice and the meat in the refrigerator are gone. Someone shouted to Yu Shifeng, the thief in Mrs. Zhao's house climbed through the window. Her house is 1401, facing the same direction as yours. I'm not sure it's really the same person. The eyes of the people around him became more and more suspicious. Aunt Lu saw that the wind was not blowing in the right direction, so she rolled on the ground and started to rant with her eyes closed. Don't talk nonsense. You can't throw dirty water on my nephew just because he's dead. Do you have any conscience? You bully his newly widowed wife. My nephew can't close his eyes even after he's dead. His spirit in heaven is still watching you. He won't let you go even as a ghost. Yu Shifeng stepped forward and helped Aunt Lu up. Aunt Lu lay on the ground and didn't want to get up. Yu Shifeng grabbed her and used a clever force to press her numb muscles. Aunt Lu's whole body suddenly lost all her strength, and she was lifted up. Yu Shifeng smiled and pressed Aunt Lu so hard that she couldn't even cry out in pain. Aunt, the ground is cold. The leader is still here. Get up and tell him. There are so many buildings in the community. Lu Yuan is your nephew. Why did he choose ours? He always succeeds. His luck is too good. Aunt Lu opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her face looked like she had seen a ghost. Yu Shifeng then took out the video from the mobile phone surveillance. In the video, Lu Yuan covered his face, but the clothes on his body still made people know at a glance that it was Lu Yuan. Look, your Lu Yuan started to smash my window as soon as he came in. This was to make sure that I was not at home. I only mentioned my going out to Mother Hu. Aunt Hu, have you told anyone? Mother Hu shook her head. My son and daughter-in-law know, but they haven't been out of the house these days. Aunt Lu paused for a while and found her mouth again. You walked out of this door by yourself and were seen by others. Do you still need people to say anything? You are a woman who stays away from home for 3 days and 2 days. You are obviously not serious at first glance. Yu Shifeng did not follow Aunt Lu's words. Yes, I walked out, and more than one person saw me. So he chose me when I was not at home. What did he want to do in here? He is a thief himself. You don't want to blame his death on me, do you? Aunt Lu stopped talking and winked at Lu Yuan's wife. The surroundings started to talk in a mess again. My family lost a sum of money. Could it be that this person stole it? Look at his wife's round face. It's obvious that she has eaten a lot. I haven't seen her family go out to buy things. How can there be so much food at home? Aunt Lu brought a floating bucket to her nephew's house the other day. I think she was the one who tipped off. Aunt Lu's face became paler and paler. Lu's wife's guilty conscience and panic were written on her face. At this point, the matter was very clear. From the time Yu Shifeng came in, to the time he calmed the situation with a few words and suppressed Aunt Lu's momentum, he was not embarrassed from beginning to end. Han Lei took a deep look at Yu Shifeng. Come with me to the community center. Su Qingru, Sister Yun, Hu Qiangyong, and Zhao Yao, as witnesses, also went there. Han Lei's kayak could not accommodate everyone, so he borrowed Yu Shifeng's. Yu Shifeng remembered that the kayak was borrowed by Captain Wang last time. I don't know how Captain Wang is doing now. After the statement was taken, Aunt Lu and Lu Yuan's wife were detained. They were considered accomplices in theft and would be punished to work. Post-disaster reconstruction involves a lot of dirty and tiring work. Those prisoners who were not sentenced to death were often forced to work, working tiringly for 12 hours a day. After the statement was taken, because they all came from the same place and Yu Shifeng had his own kayak, Han Lei did not arrange to send them back to the community. Sister Yun, Hu Qiangyong, and whose mother all got on Yu Shifeng's kayak. Su Qingru hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. Yu Shifeng ignored her and took the other 2 families back to the community in the kayak. Yu Shifeng arrived home here. Although Su Qingru would definitely not be able to live there after a while, Yu Shifeng didn't want to wait any longer. Leaving such a family at the door was like having a toad stuck to your feet. Even if you can't bite it, it's disgusting. There were only Yang Siju and Yang Silong in the corridor on the 15th floor. Yang Silong was kicked by Yu Shifeng and he didn't dare to look at her, so he shrank back. Yang Siju stiffened her neck and glared at her with disgust. Yu Shifeng walked up to Yang Silong and dragged him over. Yang Silong was taller than Yu Shifeng, but he couldn't struggle much, and his whole body was soft, like a dead dog. Yu Shifeng pressed his head against the wall and hit him in the stomach with his elbow. Fists hit Yang Silong all over his body. Yu Shifeng was measured in his attack. He wouldn't die, and even the wound wouldn't be too obvious, but he could guarantee to give him the most extreme pain. Yang Siju screamed and grabbed something to smash Yu Shifeng's head. Yu Shifeng took the time out of his busy schedule to slap Yang Siju twice. The guy up, Yu Shifeng's bad luck was relieved. He closed the door and began to count the gains from this trip. Yu Shifeng also found a house for pets in the villa area. Someone had visited there before, and the house was full of cat things, but those people didn't like them. The pet room was full of canned pet food. Yu Shifeng stuffed it into the space, including the huge cat climbing frame. He picked a salmon with pigeon and gave it to Xiaoju. The catkin smelled very fragrant, and Xiaoju ate it up voraciously. Yu Shifeng touched its golden fur, which felt very good. While it was eating happily, he pinched its paws. The paws were pink and Xiaoju didn't like being touched, so he raised his paws. Standing on 3 legs on the ground didn't affect its hard work. After the space ate this batch of things, Yu Shifeng could expand its breeding. It can also let those fish and shrimp grow freely, the more the better. Yang Rong and Su Qingru waited until the people got off work at the community center before giving them a ride back. Raising a daughter turned her into an enemy. I've known since she was a child that she was a bad seed. She should have been thrown into the toilet and drowned when she was born.
Yang Rong Kurset.
After waiting for a whole day, Su Qingru was tired and hungry, exhausted both physically and mentally. She sat aside with a gloomy face and had no intention of comforting Yang Rong. When the water recedes, I will move back, so as not to be bullied by this witch every day. Yu Shifeng still managed to escape from this incident today. That Lu Yuan is also a useless person. He can't even get into such a room. If Lu Yuan goes in, their family will have a reason to move into the house. As long as they move in, their family of 4 can't handle such a young girl. Or, if Yu Shifeng gets involved in these things, as long as she can't explain it clearly, she will have to stay in the community center for 2 days. When she comes out, the house will be settled. When did this girl become so talkative? Su Qingru felt more difficult than ever. When she returned to the 15th floor, she saw her son who was beaten to death and her daughter who was biting her lip and with tears in her eyes. Yu Shifeng had said that if the brother and sister dared to quarrel with her, she would come out and continue to beat them. So Yang Silong didn't even dare to howl loudly. His face flushed red, and Yang Siju also suppressed her voice and sobbed cowardly. Our family is going to be forced to death by your daughter. Su Qingru hugged her 2 children and cried sadly. No matter how wronged and angry they were, Yang Rong's family still moved out of the 15th floor. They were afraid that Yu Shifeng would hear any noise and really come out to beat them up. They really couldn't bear it. The family had nowhere to go, so they picked and chose and went to the 6th floor. The 6th floor was flooded before, and now the water has receded, and the 6th floor is empty again. The residents on the 6th floor have also moved back. Yang Rong's family reorganized the corridor and moved in. The flooded house smelled foul, as if a bag of rotten old pickled cabbage was hidden there. It was not strong, but it was pervasive and invaded every pore. The temperature was getting colder and colder, and I didn't bring enough warm clothes when I went out. The corridor was leaking air from all sides, and the nights were getting harder and harder. Yang Rong went to inquire about the news every day and ran downstairs to see the changes in the water level when he had nothing to do. He was so eager. He was looking forward to the water receding so that he could move back. They didn't have much food on hand, and seeing that Yu Shifeng couldn't get anything, they could only think of ways to buy it outside. Although the price of food has fallen, it is still incredibly expensive. Su Qingru held on to the last bit of her family's savings and didn't dare to buy more. Everyone was having a hard time, and among them, Yang Siju was particularly aggrieved. She felt that she shouldn't have lived such a life, with no fixed place to live and no food to eat. She had never lived such a hard life in her life. She wanted to jump out of the window and end this hopeless and endless life. She could only look forward to the water receding like Yangrong and move back home. At least it was a decent house. Yu Shifeng picked up exercise again at home. She was sweating in the gym, and Xiaoju was meowing around her. She still listened to the radio every day. 1 month later, finally, on this day, the news mentioned that the underground shelter had been completed after 2 months of emergency construction. It is expected to take another 3 months for renovation and repair, and it will be open to the public at that time. Yu Shifeng glanced at the thermometer at home. The temperature was only 5 degrees. When you are not exercising or working, you have to wear a cotton jacket to avoid feeling cold. Yu Shifeng changed the quilt to a larger and warmer goose-down quilt, but still felt it was not enough, so she added another mattress to her bed. Yu Shifeng had a dream that night. In the dream, she was walking on the wasteland, and the cold wind was biting. She kept walking forward, walked to the back, and ran forward with all her strength. The fog in front of her never dissipated, and she gritted her teeth and persisted. Something fell down. Cool. Yu Shifeng reached out to catch it and saw crystal-clear snowflakes. There was a warm touch on her face, tingling and sticky. Yu Shifeng shook her head, but instead of getting rid of the feeling, she sneezed loudly. She woke up. The coldness seeped in through the pores, making her shiver uncontrollably. Yu Shifeng reached out and vaguely felt a handful of hair. The only warmth on her face was Xiaoju licking her face. Yu Shifeng stood up abruptly. It was cold in the quilt, and even colder outside. Yu Shifeng deftly put on thermal underwear, winter clothes, scarf, earmuffs, and cotton shoes. It had been so long that she had forgotten the exact day of the cold wave, and only remembered the month roughly. After she was fully equipped, Yu Shifeng looked at the thermometer. It was minus 31 degrees below zero. Lincheng had never experienced such a low temperature. In normal years, the lowest temperature was only minus 3 or 4 degrees. But in just one night, the temperature dropped by nearly 40 degrees. The window was covered with frost, the patterns were delicate and exquisite, and the soft light shining through was indescribably beautiful. It was a pity that no one had the heart to appreciate such a scenery. Yu Shifeng poured himself a bowl of hot water boiled in the space, and the heat gathered in his chest little by little. He finally felt that he was not a corpse. Yu Shifeng did not dare to delay any longer. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped sharply, and many people would go into shock in the low temperature without reacting, and bid farewell to this world. Sister Yun also lives alone, which is very dangerous. When he opened the door and walked out, he felt that the temperature of the door handle was so low that it pierced his heart. In such a short while, Yu Shifeng's hands exposed outside turned red. Yu Shifeng kicked Sister Yun's door with his foot. He shouted for a full 5 minutes, and just when Yu Shifeng was about to pry the lock, Sister Yun wrapped in a quilt opened the door for Yu Shifeng. Sister Yun's face was frozen white. Yu Shifeng handed her a thermos cup with brown sugar tea in it. After drinking the hot tea, Sister Yun's face turned red. Thanks for remembering me. When you woke up, I really felt like I was going to die, but luckily I listened to your reminder and went to buy a quilt. After this incident, Sister Yun's voice became much weaker. This is for you,
Sister Yun said.
She had a small bag in her hand, which contained a dozen heat-blocking baby stickers. When Sister Yun bought the quilt, they still had more than half a box of heat-blocking baby stickers. She herself had a cold body, so when her period came, she had to stick a few on to keep warm. She bought some too. Yu Shifeng didn't want it, but she didn't need it. Leaving it to Sister Yun might be a life-saving thing. Sister Yun said, "Fortunately, you reminded me to buy the quilt, and I bought the heat-blocking baby along with it. The temperature is low, and women who catch a cold are prone to developing diseases. You are still young, so you should pay more attention." After saying these few words, Yu Shifeng couldn't refuse and thought about getting something back later. Before that, Yu Shifeng did the same thing and called the Hu family. As for Yang Rong's family downstairs, she only hated that they lived too long. Mother, who was friends with old lady Zhao, and after waking up, she asked Hu Qiangyong to wake up old lady Zhao. What a day. Mother, who muttered with her head down. Hu Qiangyong took out a gong and drum from home, which looked a bit like the one played by the night watchman in TV dramas. I don't know why he has such an old-fashioned item at home. Yu Shifeng looked at it curiously and touched the copper surface. Hiss, it's so cold. But at this time, this thing must be the most useful. Hu Qiangyong went to the door of old lady Zhao first. The one who opened the door was old lady Zhao's husband, wrapped in a cotton jacket, with a deathly pale face.
My old partner, she.
The old lady covered her face with her hands, tears running down her wrinkles. Old Mrs. Zhao passed away. She had cardiovascular disease, and the sudden cold wave took her away. Fortunately, she was 82 years old, and she did not experience too much pain before her death, and her expression was peaceful. In the end times, it is a kind of mercy. The sound of gongs and drums continued all the way. Wake people up. Wake up as many as possible. This is a life-threatening low temperature, no matter what method is used to keep warm, as long as they can get through this night. Everyone who woke up put on the thickest clothes and took out all the quilts in the house. The family gathered in a room, trying to raise the room temperature a bit. Many families have gotten used to making their own fires and cooking, and the old-fashioned coal stoves and coal buckets have been turned out of the utility room and put into each household. But Yang Rong's family, who lives in the corridor, has a hard time. There are windows on both sides and 2 open corridor doors. Even if the door is closed, the gap is still large and the cold seeps in from the outside. It was okay when the temperature was not so low, but now, it just makes people feel that the cold wind is constantly taking away the remaining heat in the body. Yang Rong's family squeezed in the corner of the corridor. They used blankets to enclose a space as much as possible, and the family huddled together. The middle rises, he built a small fire and carefully protected the flame to prevent it from going out. Su Qingru opened her mouth to borrow Yu Shifeng's winter clothes, but Yu Shifeng stepped on Yang Xilong's arm and walked over. In the second half of the night, the community radio began to broadcast in a loop. The temperature dropped sharply, so be careful to prevent cold waves. When heating indoors, ensure good ventilation and be careful of carbon dioxide poisoning. Over and over again, Hu Qiangyong's gong was also requisitioned. The staff installed a loudspeaker outside the gong, and the sound resounded throughout the community. Yu Shifeng finally returned home. The bed was no longer warm, but Yu Shifeng did not wrong himself and turned on the heating in the bedroom. In terms of heating, floor heating is better than the air conditioner is much easier to use. The heat comes from the bottom, unlike the air conditioner which is installed high up and the hot air floats up, so it only generates heat on the ceiling. Yu Shifeng drank another cup of brown sugar tea to drive away the cold. Yu Shifeng held Xiaoju in his arms. Xiaoju had taken a bath, and Yu Shifeng allowed it to get on his bed only after he had dewormed it. Probably because Yu Shifeng's body temperature was a little higher, Xiaoju did not struggle, but adjusted a comfortable position to lie in Yu Shifeng's arms. It was fluffy, and its chest rose and fell. Yu Shifeng did not sleep again in the second half of the night. The feeling of being on the verge of death was terrifying. Compared with the severe cold outside, in the dream, death may be warm. That's why old lady Zhao died peacefully. This frightened Yu Shifeng. She would rather live in pain than die, without knowing it. She died once. It's hard to tell the exact cause of death. There was no food at that time and the only water source was not clean. There were layers of blood scabs all over her hands and feet. The blood scabs peeled off, revealing the dark gray flesh underneath. She often felt pain in her internal organs, thinking it was internal bleeding. She didn't have the conditions to ask the doctor at the base to see her. At that time, she had no connections and couldn't afford the medical fee. She died in a cave. Outside the cave was an endless Gobi desert. There was only sand except for sand. She had no other choice. Maybe she starved to death, maybe an old injury recurred, or maybe she died of despair.
but she still wanted to live.
Wanted to live. The heating came on, and the indoor temperature was maintained at 12 degrees. Yu Shifeng and Xiaoju huddled in the bedroom together. Xiaoju was warm, like a big hot water bottle. Daybreak. Snow fell outside the window, and it was all white. Someone stayed forever in this night. 2 days ago, the radio was still saying that they were repairing the circuit and trying to restore some power supply. The temperature dropped suddenly, and I am afraid it will be more difficult. The fuel consumed to maintain the heating for one night is not low. Fortunately, she went to the villa to search and found that there was no problem with the energy for a while. The bone soup that Yu Shifeng drank for breakfast was just poured out of the pot when it was put into the space. It was a big bowl of boiling hot and fragrant. After a few months, when it was taken out again, the soup was hot to drink, but very nourishing. There were large pieces of meat on the bones, and the meat was permeated with the sweet fragrance of corn. Yu Shifeng also ate a tea egg and a red bean cake. The red bean cake was softened in the soup and tasted dense. The temperature was low, and Yu Shifeng felt that her appetite had increased. In order to resist the cold, her body had a larger energy gap. At noon, the temperature rose by more than 10 degrees, and the current room temperature was minus 12 degrees. It was still cold, but much better than at night. Yang Siju coughed so loudly that it seemed as if she was going to cough out her lungs. Several times, she felt that she couldn't breathe and suspected that she would die here in the next second. It was so cold and so hungry. In a daze, she dreamed again. In the dream, Yu Shifeng kept coughing, heartbreakingly, and fell off the sofa, curled up in the gap between the sofa and the coffee table. She heard her mother say, "It's just a cough, a little cold. What's the big deal? There is no medicine at home. Xiuyu, drink some water, Long, and Juju, be careful. Don't get infected." Yang Siju felt happy in her heart. Her throat was dry and itchy. Yang Siju couldn't help but coughed. The dream faded, and Yang Siju opened her eyes. She dreamed again. Why did she become the one who coughed and caught a cold? Yang Silong was not in a good condition either. He grabbed the thickest blanket and wrapped himself up, looking listless. Obviously, it was not like this in the dream. In the dream, she had a hot water bottle, hot water, and an electric oven. Although it was cold, compared with the days in the corridor, the dream was simply heaven. Compared with Yang Silong, Yang Siju felt more aggrieved. Su Qingru hugged her children, her heart aching. Su Qingru grabbed Yang Rong's arm. "Husband, we can't go on like this. Our children will freeze to death. We can't go on like this. I'll go and beg her. There must be quilts and food in her room." I knelt down and begged her, "Husband, just ask him to let Long go into the house." She knew that Yang Rong cared about his son Yang Silong the most. Hope flashed in Yang Siju's eyes, and after hearing what Su Qingru said, the light dimmed again. She was also very cold. Even though it was so cold, sweat was coming out of her neck. But her mother only mentioned Yang Silong. Yang Rong was sleeping closest to the fire. Hearing this, he turned over and said, "You go." After noon, the temperature began to drop again. The water pipe in the kitchen burst. Fortunately, there were ice chips inside and the sewage did not spray out directly, so it was not difficult to clean up. After Yu Shifeng finished cleaning, his hands that were exposed outside were frozen red. At noon, Yu Shifeng turned off the heating and Xiaoju stayed in the bedroom and refused to come out. Yu Shifeng packed up the household garbage and threw it into the space. Outside the door, Su Qingru brought her children to kneel in front of Yu Shifeng's door. Yu Shifeng glanced at the surveillance and pulled the corners of his mouth. Yang Siju was reluctant and knelt at the door reluctantly amid Su Qingru's abuse and accusations. Her expression was very distorted, and it was really difficult for her. From her expression in the surveillance, she hated Su Qingru. In the previous life, both Yang Rong and Su Qingru doted on Yang Siju. On weekdays, they always boasted that there were 3 children in the family and they were treated equally. It's really interesting. In the previous life, this family had shown their love for husband and wife and father and son in front of him. It's just taking back what's yours. If you don't let them your mother's blood and your own blood, You can't maintain the appearance of a loving family. Su Qingru started by calling the door and then knocking. When she touched it, Su Qingru was stunned. Because the heater was on in the bedroom, the heat was spreading out, so the door of Yu Shifeng's house was not so cold. Su Qingru pressed against the door again, and after a while, she was sure that there was heat inside. Yu Shifeng actually turned on the air conditioner inside. Su Qingru didn't think it was the heater. After all, it was in the south, and it was not common to install floor heating. Yu Shifeng lived in the house and turned on the air conditioner, while her child was freezing and starving outside. Is there any justice in this world? Su Qingru felt that her heart was soaked in coptis. How could her child live worse than Yu Shifeng? She only hated that she couldn't kill this stepdaughter as soon as possible so that she could step on their family and show off her power. Su Qingru's face was sour. She didn't throw a tantrum like Aunt Lu, but wailed. Xiao Yu, we won't go in. Your brother and sister are still young, and they are sick. You can let them go into the house to avoid the wind. I know I was sorry to you in the past, but they treat you as their own sister, and have never been sorry to you. For the sake of blood relationship, please save your brother and sister. Mom will kowtow to you. She was getting more and more noisy, and Yu Shifeng opened the door unhappily. Of course, only the outermost door was opened. As soon as the door was opened, the heat became more obvious, and even Yang Siju couldn't help but lean towards Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng looked at Su Qingru. It's just a cough, a little cold, it's no big deal. Yang Siju raised her head suddenly. Yu Shifeng's words overlapped with her mother's words in the dream. Yang Siju had long suspected that Yu Shifeng had changed too much. She was not like this before. Did she, like her, have a precognitive dream? So she took away the jewelry, occupied the house in advance, and even prepared for natural disasters. It's ridiculous that she still wanted to make fun of Yu Shifeng and hoped that Yu Shifeng would be unlucky in the natural disaster. As a result, Yu Shifeng's preparations were much more sufficient than hers, which can be seen from the life she lived. Yu Shifeng obviously knew more than herself. Why didn't he tell herself or her father? Obviously, they could live well. It's all her fault for being so heartless. Su Qingru shed tears. It's so cold outside. If they keep freezing, they will die. You have air conditioning, and the house is so big. It doesn't make a difference with these two people. I promise him that they will never affect you if they go in. I beg you, I beg you. It turns out that Su Qingru knew that people can freeze to death. Yu Shifeng lowered his eyes. Why did you come to me for help? You knew very well that, even if you found someone you didn't know, he might give in because of your son and daughter's illness. But you chose to find me, who has a grudge against you. You still think that I am an orphan, easier to bully and easier to control. Mr. Yi, have you ever thought about why I should let you control me, why I should care about you getting pregnant before marriage, a rascal who was conceived before my mother died? When Yang Siju heard these words, they had another meaning, which made her more certain of her guess. Yu Shifeng was narrow-minded and held a grudge against their family. That's why he wanted to take away everything and leave them no chance to live. Su Qingru did not refute Yu Shifeng's words. She just cried and kept apologizing. Some people in the same building couldn't stand the cold, so they went up and down the stairs to warm themselves. When Su Qingru made a fuss in front of her door, everyone came over, and they all knew that Yu Shifeng had the air conditioner on in his room. It seems that you all didn't take my words to heart. Broken bones are still connected with tendons. Why can't you give way? Yeah, her dad, her brothers and sisters are almost freezing to death. It's too inhumane. She lives in a good house, but she made her own dad live in the corridor for a month. This woman is really heartless. For a moment, everyone spoke up for Su Qingru. Yu Shifeng glanced at the neighbors outside the door and saw jealousy in their eyes. Everyone was freezing. Why was Yu Shifeng still living so well? They didn't care who was right. They just wanted to pull down those who lived better than themselves. If they couldn't beat her or take advantage of her, they would morally blame her. Even last night, Yu Shifeng ran up and down to wake them up and issue warnings, busy for most of the night. Yu Shifeng saw their expressions and laughed sarcastically. Okay, I promise you, but I think it's noisy. There are too many brothers and sisters, so only one can come in. You can do whatever you want. Su Qingru spoke without hesitation. Yang Silong, you go in quickly and listen to your sister. As long as Yang Silong can go in, they will work together inside and outside, and sooner or later they will be able to deal with Yu Shifeng. Yang Siju fell to the ground and coughed violently. She lowered her head, and tears fell to the ground. Mom still chose her brother. They were twins from the same mother, so there was no age difference. But both Dad and Mom said that she was the older sister and should take good care of her younger brother.
Why?
She was unwilling. Yang Silong was afraid that his mother would go back on her word, so she came over with an excited look on her face. Yu Shifeng tilted her head and admired this family with ulterior motives. She smiled gently and waved to Yang Silong. Come on, brother, come in. It's just you. Are you sick? If you die in my place, it can't be considered mine. Yang Silong's foot, which had just been raised, stopped in place, and he couldn't go forward or backward.
于西风含笑，真可怜，你都病成这样了，却只有你妈妈来求我。你爸爸呢？你怎么不想想？你妈妈和我可没有关系，你爸爸却连帮你说话也不敢。杨蓉为什么不来？当然是因为他嫌丢人。如果许清柔弄成了，他跟着进去享受房子；许清柔弄不成，那是他的事。我们唯一的联系就是我们有同一个爹，可如果他都不愿意帮你说话，弟弟，爸爸真的爱你吗？他都不爱你，你又怎么能指望我这个便宜姐姐呢？你想进来，当然没问题。于西风声音轻柔，但你也别忘了，我和你妈妈是仇人呀。他的声音那么好听，眼睛却露出森冷的杀机。他真的会杀了自己。杨思龙想起他被于西风按在墙上痛揍的时候，他说他吵一次，他就揍一次。
He had no ability to resist at all. At this moment, Yang Silong was sure that as long as he entered Yu Shifeng's house, he would die at Yu Shifeng's hands. I won't go. Yang Silong shouted, I won't go. Yu Shifeng looked regretful. Really not coming in? It's warmer inside than outside. I don't want to go. Before Su Qingru could react, Yang Silong got up from the ground, pushed the crowd away, and ran out. Being warm is of course good, but he wanted to live more than being cold.
Yang Silong inherited Yang Rong's cowardice, meanness and meanness.
Su Qingru almost vomited blood. If possible, Yu Shifeng also wanted to return to his biological mother's belly and give himself a less disgusting father. Su Qingru grabbed Yang Siju again. Zhuer, then you go. Yang Siju staggered when she was grabbed by her, took a step forward, and dared not resist. You think I'm in a vegetable market? You can pick whatever you want. Yu Shifeng leaned against the door, crossed his arms, and smiled. If you want to kneel, keep kneeling. You're not my biological mother. I won't shorten your life. Yu Shifeng's mother was how could she give birth to such a cunning and difficult daughter? Su Qingru thought of Yang Silong who ran away. He was filled with regret. This farce started well, but ended badly. Yu Shifeng looked up and saw Zhao Yao standing behind him. Zhao Yao avoided Yu Shifeng's sight and slammed the door. That night, Hu Qiangyong came. He was holding a few sweet potatoes, about 2 kilograms, and half a kilogram of mushrooms. He stood at the door and scratched his head. Like Su Qingru, he also wanted his 2 children to come over and use Yu Shifeng's air conditioning. It was too cold, and he was afraid that the children would get frozen. Yu Shifeng looked indifferent and did not take Hu Qiangyong's things. Zhao Yao asked you to come. Hu Qiangyong didn't understand. Oh, yes. Tell her that I saw her in the afternoon. Su Qingru stood with those who accused Yu Shifeng from beginning to end. She knew who Su Qingru was. As long as she opened a door with Su Qingru, would Zhao Yao also let his children in naturally? I don't agree with this, you go back. Yu Shifeng sent Hu Qiangyong away, and I came back to sit on the sofa for a while. Xiaoju lay at Yu Shifeng's feet, licking his paws unconsciously. The low temperature lasted for a week, and there was no sign of warming up at all. The city is full of silt, and almost everything needs to be rebuilt. We also need to organize people to rescue and recycle resources. After the unexpected low temperature, the originally abundant recruitment quota has shrunk significantly. The working hours are controlled from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., 5 hours. Originally, in addition to providing 3 meals a day, some contribution points were also given. Now only 3 meals a day are provided. For the sake of balance and stability, only one person is hired from each family, and there are many restrictions. Even so, for a position, everyone is fighting for it. Many people take their dinner home and leave it for their families. The market trades mostly with compressed biscuits, not the kind before the natural disaster, which has a high starch content and a more comprehensive variety of nutrients. Instead, a kind of insect powder is mixed with a little wheat.
Well,
it can also supplement a little protein, but the taste cannot be forced. Hu Qiangyong also went. He has a lot of food at home and a lot of mouths to eat food. Hu Qiangyong brought his 2 children with him. The children were not selected, so Hu Qiangyong stayed. When Yu Shifeng went to the community center to inquire about the news, he met Yang Rong at the recruitment site outside. After seeing Yu Shifeng, Yang Rong hurriedly squeezed to the front and registered his name. He was hunched over and looked much older. In principle, except for the skilled positions that are in short supply, only one person can be selected from a family. Yang Rong was afraid that Yu Shifeng would compete with him. Yu Shifeng is young and graduated from a prestigious university, so she is more likely to be favored. Yu Shifeng just glanced at him and walked out. Yang Rong stared at her back with hatred on his face. Yu Shifeng spent 1 or 2 afternoons and went directly to the underground shelter that was still under construction. There were 2 people guarding the entrance, who were lazy and looked very idle. Yu Shifeng took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits. What she had here was naturally not the insect powder biscuits after the end of the world. So she started chatting with the old man. This was originally an air raid shelter. It was converted on the original site. They said they were going to build a base. I don't understand. After such a big flood, why do they have to dig a pit underground? If there is another flood, they won't be afraid of it getting flooded. It's said to be waterproof, but now the water has receded. What's the use? We're going to sell it to customers in a while, who has nothing better to do than buy a basement that's wet, dark and damp. It's so cold. I guess it can't be built anymore. Yu Shifeng suddenly raised her heart. In her previous life, she was squeezed in with the refugees. Hundreds of thousands of people were stuffed into this underground shelter, like an ant nest, so densely packed. The living conditions were so uncomfortable that you would have to shed a layer of skin after going in. But there was no other way. After the unprecedented cold wave arrived, the authorities urgently opened the underground shelter and provided centralized heating. Only by going in can you survive. I had heard before that there was a compartment in the central area which was not only well heated but also much safer and had security defenses. The people living inside were all powerful people who had received the news in advance. Who would have thought that the single room in the underground shelter, which was worth a fortune, would be ignored at this time? The authorities may have predicted the weather in the future through some technological means, but they did not make it public. Yu Shifeng suppressed the ups and downs in his heart, and after giving out 2 more packs of compressed biscuits, he confirmed the news. It will take another 2 months before it will be open for sale. Before that, some information must be prepared. Yu Shifeng plans to take this opportunity to transfer his household registration. It is unlucky to give Yang Rong a household registration in the same household registration book. Yang Rong worked in the community for half a month. It was also at this time that Yang Rong finally got news from his colleagues that the community where he lived before was in a low-lying area and the dam released floodwaters, which washed away a large area of houses there. Yang Rong's house was among them. Yang Rong's family was completely desperate. The coldness in the corridor was hard to describe in words, and they worried every day that they would not survive the next day. If it weren't for Yu Shifeng's comparison, they might have endured it with gritted teeth. But when they thought of Yu Shifeng upstairs, so close to them, there was a house and food. It seemed that every wisp of wind that seeped in was colder, and every bite of wild vegetable dumplings they ate became more bitter. Yang Rong was determined and performed very well in the community. After all, he started out as a businessman, and he was very willing to bend down and lose face to people who were higher than him. The community center was greatly expanded after the natural disaster, and there were many factions. He quickly became familiar with his colleagues, found a way, and was promoted to team leader after expressing his loyalty. After he was promoted to team leader, some people began to curry favor with him, hoping to get a job from him. One family even gave up their house and invited Yang Rong's family to move in. Unfortunately, they were also in Building 1, 13th floor. As a result, Su Qingru and her family had a much better life. Yu Shifeng ran into her once on the stairs. Su Qingru's face was much rosier. She smiled and greeted her, and invited Yu Shifeng to come in for tea. Yang Siju had washed herself, her hair and clothes were cleaner, but her thin face could not be restored. It was the size of a palm, with eyes slightly drooping, looking at me with pity. Yu Shifeng passed by them without even a glance. In order to get the single room in the shelter, she ran up and down every day to get various certificates, and her mind was full of lawsuits, so she had no time to pay attention to Su Qingru. When transferring her household registration, Yu Shifeng went to find Yang Rong. She used some tricks to make Yang Rong think that she was going to compete with him for the job in the community. Yang Rong's life was finally getting more comfortable, and he would never allow any mistakes. In a hurry, he drove Yu Shifeng out of his household registration book. He said, "I will just treat you as my daughter. Even if I die, it has nothing to do with you." Yu Shifeng was angry, sad, and accusing. After turning around with the household registration book, he almost laughed out loud. Whoever wants this father can have him. During this period, the duck eggs that Yu Shifeng incubated broke the shell. It is not known whether Yu Shifeng made an operational error or there was something wrong with the eggs. Only 3 of the 15 eggs were hatched. Yu Shifeng didn't buy many fertilized eggs, less than 50 chickens and ducks each. There were only 30 geese. Yu Shifeng was ready to wait and see the growth of this batch of ducks, and hatched 5 goose eggs to test the water. The ducklings were covered with fur and wet. There were no adult ducks, so they recognized the pair of chickens in the space as their mother. The ducklings staggered behind the mother hen, shaking their heads. The mother hen's own eggs were picked up by Yu Shifeng, and she actually treated the ducklings as her own children. When eating millet, let the ducklings eat first, then eat. They sleep side by side. If it weren't for the different fur colors, at first glance, they really are a loving family. Seeing this, Yu Shifeng's appetite was aroused, and he gave himself a delicious salted duck egg as an extra treat that day. Then, he picked a batch of ripe fruits from the flower bed. It took Yu Shifeng a lot of effort to pick durian, but fortunately, he was very surprised when he opened the fruit. At first glance, the fruit didn't look particularly outstanding, but the fruit was full and round. The skin was as thin as paper, and a fruit weighing less than 4 pounds actually had 6 cells of flesh. Yu Shifeng sat cross-legged outside the flower bed and ate 2 large cells. The mother hen strolled over with a group of ducklings to smell it, and then left. She never came here again. Yu Shifeng smiled, found a place to put the durian, and put the other fruits in order, and only took a handful of sweet potato vines that he had just picked out of the space. Before going out, he took a shower and rinsed his teeth with mouthwash. She was refreshed, and then wrapped herself tightly before leaving the space. She still had nearly 60 hours of energy left in the space. It was enough to come in every 2 days to maintain the operation of the farm and wash her personal hygiene. Finally, the day came when the old man and his friends said that the underground shelter would be sold to the public. She first went to find the old man who was watching the door before, and this time he gave him a pack of cigarettes. At this juncture, with the efforts of the whole country, the production lines that can be opened are all related to grain. In order to save food, alcohol has been completely banned. Cigarettes are similar, and they are basically not circulated in the market. The old man took out a cigarette, took 2 puffs, then put it out, carefully wrapped it in paper, and put it back. Recently, many people have come to ask, and they are all big shots. The houses here are not cheap. I'll write you a note. Go along this road, turn left, and find the director of the general office. His surname is Li. Yu Shifeng exchanged contribution points with gold. This thing is useless in hand. It's just right to use it now. When they arrived at the office mentioned by the old man, Director Li looked at Yu Shifeng's note. The look in his eyes, when he looked at Yu Shifeng, was a sign of scrutiny. Those who came at this time must have inside information. Yu Shifeng's clothes looked ordinary, but Director Li recognized them. This winter clothing was a very popular brand. It was even harder to find clothes now. Yu Shifeng said, "This is what Uncle Zhang asked me to bring you. It's a little thing to add to your desk." Yu Shifeng took out a small bag of cherry tomatoes from her bag. This small bag was more popular than the cigarettes for the uncle, and it was not so eye-catching. The director took a look at it, didn't say yes, but didn't refuse either, so Yu Shifeng put it under the corner of the cabinet. She quickly got the room number, 0605. Yu Shifeng knew in her previous life that the single room starting with 06 was about 20 square meters, and the house bought on the market had the largest area. The director sold it to her within the scope of his authority. Yu Shifeng was very satisfied. She put away the documents and room keys and left this unremarkable room. Yu Shifeng returned home. He met Han Lei again. He brought 2 staff members to register the information of each household. The weather was cold, and many people living alone might have had something happen to them, and no one knew about it. The community center was doing an investigation and would help bury the bodies and also reclaim uninhabited houses. They would be temporarily allocated to refugees in need. One of the people following Han Lei was Yang Rong. Yang Rong was wearing a half-old cotton jacket, which was filled with thick cotton. It was warm enough, but it looked bloated, and the whole person looked a lot fatter and a bit more rustic. This piece of clothing that made Yang Rong feel embarrassed was the best he could get. When the two met, they just pretended not to know each other. Yang Rong made a sullen face and asked Yu Shifeng to fill out a form. She was also asked to show the property registration of the house. Yu Shifeng was cautious and said that the property certificate was not here, and if she wanted to see it, there was only a copy. Yang Rong glanced at Yu Shifeng and said nothing. In the previous life, there were some tricks here. Even if the house is yours, if it is registered as ownerless, the house may be collected and distributed separately. Or, if the house at home is not ideal and is damaged, you can take this opportunity to replace it with a new one. Some people want to fish in troubled waters, while others just want to keep their own house. Like Sister Yun, she was originally staying in a friend's house. Her friend is not here, so she may not be able to exercise her property rights at this time. Sister Yun came to remind Yu Shifeng of this matter specifically. She was worried that Yu Shifeng was young, ignorant of human relations, and did not understand the tricks inside, and would suffer. Yang Rong is now working under Han Lei. The threshold of the house on the 13th floor was almost broken by people. It was just to ask Yang Rong to show some mercy and do a favor. The clothes on his body were obtained in this way. Yu Shifeng has such a strained relationship with his father, and it is not known what Yang Rong will do inside. Yu Shifeng thanked Sister Yun for her kindness. Sister Yun, if you believe me, don't do unnecessary things. Sister Yun was surprised. If the house is requisitioned, I don't know where I will be assigned to. What should I do then? Yu Shifeng said, the underground shelter has been built. If you have enough supplies, go buy a single room. If not, if this house is requisitioned, you can register and use the methods here to strive for allocation to the underground shelter. The underground shelter will be open to the public sooner or later. If you can go in earlier, you may be able to choose a better location. The outer circle is also divided into different levels. It is definitely better to be close to the wall than to be surrounded by people on all sides. Being surrounded by people on all sides is better than being outside the shelter without heating supply. Sister Yun's brain turned quickly, and she figured out the key points in a short while. She grabbed Yu Shifeng's hand and changed her voice. Xiao Yu, when will the temperature drop to? Now it is not the weather for people to live. The accumulated snow collapsed many places. The road surface that was finally cleared was blocked by snow again. There was a deep pit with every step, and the bottom of the pit was solidified ice. If you are not careful, you will be buried in the snow and may not be able to get out. Many people who went out had their ears frozen off. This was still considered good. Some people went out, and their hands and feet were frozen to death. They could only wait to die. Yu Shifeng looked at her, squeezed her palm, and acquiesced. Sister Yun sighed and wiped her eyes. After a moment of despair, she forced herself to cheer up. I know. Thank you for reminding me. I will go and ask. Sister Yun looked gloomy. Yu Shifu was not good at comforting people. He just said dryly that he should be prepared early, and handed the prepared battery to Sister Yun. Sister Yun's eyes were red. I am lucky to meet you, who is willing to help me. If you need me in the future, just ask. I will do whatever I can to the death. Yu Shifeng's scalp tingled, and she ran away, like a famine escaping from famine. Sister Yun wiped her eyes and smiled at Yu Shifeng's back. Yu Shifeng is steady and skilled, which makes people forget that she is still a girl in her early 20s. The community center registered Building 5. There are many lonely elderly people living in Building 5, and many of them can't make it. After knocking on the door for a long time without response, the locksmith opened it, and the people inside were stiff. The temperature was low enough, and the degree of decay was not serious. There was no smell, and the neighbors around didn't know that this person had been gone for half a month. The situation inside made people feel uncomfortable. Yu Shifeng decided on the house, which was considered to be a big thing in her heart. The single room in the underground shelter was not like her house, which was waterproof and soundproof, and had a top-notch fresh air system. There were many families living next to each other there, and many people were watching. Before moving in, Yu Shifeng let go and started to cook. She mainly made staple foods, all kinds of staple foods that were large and filling. She steamed rice, made rice cakes, steamed buns and glutinous rice cakes, and made flatbreads. She sealed the windows facing inwards and even blocked the door with cloth strips. The fresh air system was turned on to the maximum setting. One advantage of cooking is that you can lean against the fire and keep moving. In order to save energy, Yu Shifeng did not turn on the heating again, and the stove in the room never stopped. The whole kitchen was filled with steam, but it did not feel cold. The weather was cold, and the smell was not so easy to dissipate. The pancakes sizzled in the oil and fried until both sides were golden brown. The humming sound of the range had never stopped. In addition to daily exercise to maintain physical fitness, Yu Shifeng was completely immersed in the kitchen. The pork bought before was also called yushi meat, which was coated with salt and steamed until soft. For breakfast, she beat an egg, wrapped the meat and chopped ham in a pancake, added 2 slices of freshly picked lettuce, brushed a layer of sweet noodle sauce on the surface of the dough, and sprinkled sesame seeds. It was a proper pancake. At first, Yu Shifeng was not good at it, and the pancakes she made were not well formed. When she took them out of the oil, they were always a mess. The meat was meat, the noodles were noodles, and the eggs were eggs, and they could not be wrapped together. Later, she gradually became proficient and could control the heat on the stove with her eyes closed. Even a TV series was playing on the side, which did not affect Yu Shifeng's rolling up the pancakes intact. Yu Shifeng felt that it lacked a little flavor, so she changed several sesame oils in a row. Finally, it became the most palatable taste. She packed it in a plastic lunchbox that she had stored, which could hold 2 at a time. In addition to the pancakes, there were also similar grilled cold noodles and egg-filled pancakes, which Yu Shifeng also made. As expected of the 3 specialties that dominate the snack street, they all taste very good. Yu Shifeng spent several days making 6 boxes of these 3 kinds of food. Each box can hold 60 takeout boxes, so 1 box is 120. During these days, all the eggs stored in the space were consumed, and a lot of them were stuck in. Yu Shifeng thought about getting another batch of chicks. The 3 ducklings that were hatched before grew up very fast with their mother hen, and their bodies were covered with duck feathers. Yu Shifeng was not sure about the specific breed of this duck, but the row of blue feathers on the wings was very beautiful. Yu Shifeng followed the tutorial of the egg incubator and often turned the goose egg over. The egg was a circle bigger, and it was a little hard to hold it in one hand, but there was no movement. Yu Shifeng gradually lost hope and put the matter aside. In the intervals between cooking noodles, steaming rice, and steaming cakes, Yu Shifeng cooked several large pots of hot milk tea and sent a cup to Sister Yun. Sister Yun told her that someone in the community had jumped off the building. The man jumped from the 13th floor. When he was found, his blood had frozen into ice on the ground. When the neighbors went to his house, They found that his house was empty. The tables and chairs were burned to keep warm. Everything that could be burned in the house was burned. Only a few electrical appliances that had been without power for a long time were left. The house was deserted. Now, many people take advantage of the daytime to walk far away just to pick up some things that can be burned. All the trees in the vicinity have been cut down, and the paper that can be burned in the library has been swept away. Even the billboards were not spared. The burning plastic produces a choking black ash, which is said to be poisonous. 2 families in the community died of carbon dioxide poisoning. The community radio reminds them every day. But it was too cold, and no one wanted to ventilate. They hoped for the best, and several tragic cases of family annihilation occurred before and after, which scared those who messed around. Sister Yun took advantage of the higher temperature at noon and ran out to ask people about the shelter. She had some connections, but she was not careful, and people would not specially pass the information to her. She followed the information given by Yu Shifeng to find out more, and also went to see the underground shelter. The more she asked, the more frightened she became. The actual price of the underground shelter house was not high, but there was no demand. She gritted her teeth and gave a small half of her family's food reserves, but the other side was still vague and unwilling to agree. The reason why they were unwilling was that what Sister Yin offered was far lower than the actual price of the house. Her connections and resources could not get her into the inner circle of the underground shelter. The people there said that if she had come a month earlier, she might have been able to reserve a house. Now, it cannot be said that there are no vacancies, but there are too many people eyeing it, and there is no room for maneuver at all. There is no quota for that single room, and even if there is a quota, she can't afford it even if she sells everything she has. It is not something she can dream of. Sister Yun gave up the idea of squeezing into the inner circle and began to work for herself a good position in the outer circle. It is best to be with friends, where there are many people and chaos, and there will be someone to take care of it. Without further hesitation, she asked her friend to help her register and get a number in the underground shelter. Once there was any movement in the outer circle, she would be arranged to go in. The attitude revealed by the underground shelter made people feel uneasy. The natural disaster situation was more severe than she had imagined. Soo-Yun wanted to get more bargaining chips for herself. She bought a batch of fuel from the market at a high price. If the temperature continues to drop, the price of fuel will only continue to rise. For this batch of fuel, Sister Yun almost spent all the resources she could mobilize. Before buying, she went to find Yu Shifeng, and Yu Shifeng also asked for a batch, and for this, he sold more than 2,000 grams of gold. Yu Shifeng gave the gold without changing his face, and Sister Yun knew how she got the single room in the inner circle. It turned out that she had spent money to buy it. The local tyrants are always enviable. The 3 families are used to acting together, and Sister Yun also asked Hu Qiangyong, whose mother fell ill after the big drop in temperature. When she was soaking the medicine, Zhao Yao was heartbroken. Now, a bag of medicine outside is not cheaper than gold. But fuel is a good thing, and many families can't even spend the money, let alone buy fuel. Hu Qiangyong's family doesn't have much extra money. If he hadn't followed Sister Yun and Yu Shifeng to buy that batch of rice, I'm afraid the family would have run out of food by now. Hu Qiangyong asked for very little, and what he took out was not even a fraction of what Yu Shifeng asked for. Hu Qiangyong was involved in such a deal because of their previous friendship. But Zhao Yao didn't understand these things. Maybe it's not that he didn't understand, but that he didn't want to understand. Before the big drop in temperature, Zhao Yao disagreed with Hu Qiangyong taking out most of the family money to buy rice. It was Hu's mother who pushed for it. Zhao Yao was originally waiting to see her mother-in-law make a fool of herself. She had a lot of complaints about her mother-in-law who refused to let go of the money. Nowadays, the price of rice is still rising, while the rice on the market is getting less and less. Zhao Yao was relieved, but also had an indescribable feeling. The weather was cold, and she had nothing to do at home. Whenever she had time, she would move a chair and sit at the door to inquire about the movements next door. Yu Shifeng came to see Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun would go to see Yu Shifeng whenever he had nothing to do. Soo-Yun had either dried vegetables or fresh mushrooms in his hands. She even saw a battery in Yu Shifeng's hand. Who has electricity now? Zhao Yao heard Hu Qiangyong mention that now those who generate electricity and those who supply electricity can be sold at sky-high prices. Zhao Yao coveted Yu Shifeng's battery. She went to see Yu Shifeng with a handful of dried vegetables. But Yu Shifeng gave the battery to Sister Yun for free and was unwilling to give it to her. There are only 3 households on the 15th floor. Zhao Yao felt that her family was prosperous and had a promising future, which was far better than Yu Shifeng and Sister Yun, 2 lonely women. Every time she went out, she felt that her man had made great efforts. Although she had seen Yu Shifeng's skills and knew that Su Yun had connections, she couldn't help but feel that these 2 women living alone had to rely more on her family. Su Yun was a widow, and Yu Shifeng was still so young. She felt uncomfortable seeing them living better than herself. She couldn't help but bring it out in her words and deeds. Yu Shifeng gradually distanced himself from her and rarely mentioned Hu Qiangyong. Zhao Yao didn't think it was her problem, but that Yu Shifeng was selfish. Yu Shifeng even refused to let his own father in. He was a cold-hearted person. Zhao Yao was very scared that the community was collecting unowned houses. She heard that Yu Shifeng's father worked in the community. Yang Rong lived at her doorstep before. If he had taken care of her then, she would be able to ask for help now. She even complained to Yu Shifeng. If Yu Shifeng hadn't been so heartless, how could her family have nowhere to turn to? Yu Shifeng understood Zhao Yao's thoughts and gave up the idea of reminding her. It was tiring to talk to such a person. No matter how much she said, Zhao Yao would only think that her intentions were not pure. Why did she make trouble for herself? She might as well steam 2 more baskets of rice cakes. Community Center. Yang Rong was compiling data. He had a stack of lists in his hand, which showed the occupancy status of each household. He looked around, took out one of the lists, crumpled it into waste paper, and threw it into the trash can. He wrote another one and registered himself as the owner of Building 1, 1501. The house issue had been resolved, and Yu Shifeng was in no hurry to go out, so she just stayed at home to cook. This time she made quite a noise while cooking, even though she had taken all the necessary measures. There were too many hungry people. The slightest smell that seeped in could excite people's nerves. Such an authentic and pure rice aroma. It was much better than the messy things he had eaten. That warm smell made people feel like they had returned to the end of the world. When Yang Rong returned home, he smelled the smell in the corridor and sniffed his red nose. He asked Su Qingru, "Whose family is this in our building? They are steaming rice and it smells like there is meat." Su Qingru looked out the window and sniffed. "Hurry up and go into the house to warm up. It's been several days and I don't know who it is." Although this community is old, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and they are so generous every day. None of them thought of Yu Shifeng, for no other reason than that such a strong and lasting aroma should be from a large family with many people. How could Yu Shifeng eat so much by herself? At this time, if you have reserves, you should hand them over to help us overcome the difficulties. This person only cares about his own little family and will never amount to anything.
Yang Rong mutret.
The 2 entered the master bedroom, and Yang Rong said to Su Qingru, "The community is going to set up another service group. Do you have anything else? The best ones are needed. I will send them to the leader. If I can send them to his heart, and everything goes well, I will be a formal supervisor by then." Su Qingru made him a cup of tea. The hot water was boiled by the Yi family. Yang Rong looked at the door. After all, this is someone else's home. It's not convenient to talk and do things here. The mattress is also uncomfortable. It's not a comfortable place. When I become a supervisor, we will move upstairs. Didn't you say last time that her house has an air conditioner? There must be a generator hidden there.
Su Qingru hestita.
She really didn't have much here. She didn't bring much with her. After all these things, there was nothing left. Even if there was, she was not willing to take it out again. But as Yang Rong said, this is indeed a good opportunity. If Yang Rong can make further progress, her life will be much better. Su Qingru thought for a while and said, "You can see what we can bring when we leave home. If there are really good things, how can I watch you suffer? You work in the community. without any background, relying on your own ability. Suyu has been in the house all the time and has not suffered much. She may have inherited good things from her mother. I heard from Zhuer that Suyu took a box from you. In addition to the real estate certificate, there are some other things in it. Yang Rong sat down and felt comfortable physically and mentally. It's just that the things in the box, Yang Rong still feels a pang in his heart when he thinks about it now. Those are real old things. Not to mention selling them whole, deducting the gems and giving them away, the quality and pearl luster are all very face-saving. But he can't enter Yu Shifeng's house. He is only a temporary team leader now, not a formal supervisor. It's okay to do some small moves, but if he really wants to take the house, Yang Rong is unwilling to admit it. He is afraid of facing Yu Shifeng. A day of marriage is 100 days of grace. Xiaoyu is your biological daughter. You can borrow some from her. At most, you can return it when you become powerful.
Su King through advice.
But I just broke off relations with her last week and removed her from our household registration. If I go to her again with a low face, will she agree to me? Yang Rong also regretted it. If he had known, he would have done the household registration transfer procedures a few days later. Break off relations? Su Qingru didn't know about this yet. She had a hunch that there must be something else hidden in this. Yu Shifeng was a person who looked at what she had done during this period. It was not so easy to talk. But Yang Rong had done it without discussing it with her. Su Qingru frowned and thought for a while, and could only let it go for now. Transferring the household registration is nothing. She is your daughter. This is a done deal. The two discussed for a while until Yi Jiansong knocked on the door and invited them out for dinner. Dinner was still boiled compressed biscuits with a little bit of seasoned pickles floating in it. Although compressed biscuits are filling, eating too much will really make your heart burn. Su Qingru frowned slightly, and Yi Jiansong flatteringly divided the pickles into the bowls of Yang Xilong and Yang Xizhu. The Yi family didn't have much food left, so he pointed to Yang Rong and arranged a job for him. Although the salary in the community is not high on the surface, there are many side jobs in private. Su Qingru finished the bowl, put down her chopsticks, and sighed. Sister-in-law, if you need anything at home, just tell me. Yi Jiansong said hurriedly. Su Qingru pursed her lips with toilet paper, glanced at Yang Rong, and said softly, Upstairs lives my husband's daughter from his ex-wife. Yu Shifeng had preserved egg and lean meat porridge for breakfast that day with a pancake. Recently, she prefers hot soup for meals. She drinks more porridge in the morning, mutton soup for dinner, and hot soup for dry rice at noon. Yu Shifeng used the fish he had brought back before to cook a few pots of fish soup for himself and put them in the space. Sometimes he was too lazy to cook dinner separately, so he just added the noodles boiled in plain water into the fish soup. The noodles were thin and soft, and they made people salivate with one bite. It was not only convenient, but also enjoyable to eat. The remaining fish bones could be shared with Xiaoju. Since the temperature dropped, Xiaoju became less and less active. He would not lie down if he could, and would never stand if he could lie down. His fur was even more shiny and smooth, and it looked very warm, which made Yu Shifeng very envious. Xiaoju's belly became fatter because he only ate and did not move. The fur could not hold it, and it exploded on his back, one piece at a time. Yu Shifeng felt that it could no longer be called Xiaoju, and it would be better to change its name to Feiju. Yu Shifeng made 2 pots of meat dishes at mealtime, 1 braised pork ribs and 1 braised pork stewed with vermicelli, and another pot of tomato and egg soup. It was at this time that the internet was down, and it was cold outside. People basically stayed at home unless necessary, and information was not circulated among people. That's why Yu Shifeng's big move was not exposed for a long time. Yu Shifeng also calculated this point, so he let go and cooked food. In the middle, Yang Rong came to knock on the door once. Yang Rong smelled the smell and walked around the 15th floor. He suspected that it was Hu Qiangyong's family who cooked rice and meat every day. Yu Shifeng looked at the surveillance and didn't open the door for him. When Yu Shifeng finished washing her hands in the kitchen, she wiped it on Xiaoju next to her. She went to look at the thermometer first. There were 3 in total in the house. 1 on the balcony, 1 in the living room, and 1 in the bedroom. Now the balcony shows that the temperature outside has reached -41 degrees. The temperature is still dropping a little bit. It was clearly night, and the snow outside the window was shining brightly, making it look like the dawn, but unfortunately there were no neon lights and busy traffic. The heavy snow submerged the city, leaving only silence. Yu Shifeng wrapped herself in a coat, scarf, and gloves. After she was fully equipped, she pulled out the cloth strips blocking the gap in the balcony and opened a small hole in the balcony door. The coldness penetrated Yu Shifeng, who was wrapped in layers of clothes. It seemed that what she breathed in was not air, but ice. She suddenly had an idea and took a handful of snow from the balcony. Then she quickly reset the sliding door on the balcony. Back in the bedroom, the heating in the bedroom was already turned on. The layer of coldness was peeled off, and Yu Shifeng seemed to have returned to the world. She took a long breath.
It was too cold at night. It was killing me.
Yu Shifeng put the snow in her hand into a plate and did a water quality test. The capacitive pen used to test the water quality showed that the water was very clean and edible. This snow falling from the sky is an inexhaustible water resource. Now, water is basically taken and used immediately, and she drank a lot in her previous life. This time, Yu Shifeng stocked up a batch of drinking water in advance, and the spring water in the space can also provide water for daily life. She is not short of water, but this is ice. Yu Shifeng needs to make ice by herself, which consumes precious energy. She has a space, so it would be a waste not to pick up this bargain. These ices will be very useful in the future. After confirming the cleanliness of the ice and snow outside, Yu Shifeng is not in a hurry. The room is warm enough. On the balcony, the snow on the window melted and seeped into the room in an endless stream. The wall leaking from the outside to the inside is not a pleasant thing after all. The next day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Shifeng re-entered the balcony. There was a golden sun outside, and the light shone on her body, but she could not feel the warmth. Yu Shifeng shoveled the snow on the balcony, and the snow under the window eaves into the bucket. The ice prism was half a person's height. After breaking it off, Yu Shifeng played with it in his hand for a while and put it into the space. After that, Yu Shifeng would spare some time every day to clean the snow outside. She was going to find an opportunity to go out and get more snow in the space. This opportunity soon came to her. Han Lei came. Yu Shifeng put the cat away. After the temperature dropped, she would not let Xiaoju appear in front of people. Many people couldn't even afford to eat. Some families who kept dogs cooked a pot of dog meat and then lived on dog food. Yu Shifeng had seen the formula of cat food. Before the end of the world, the pet economy was prevalent, and pet food was more expensive than human food. The formula inside contained more than 60% meat, which was much better than the compressed biscuits on the market now. Add a handful of pet food to the soup, and it will be a bowl of mellow meat soup. I heard that someone is now proposing that since the ownerless houses are to be expropriated, it is better to hand in all the food and distribute it to the community. We are all human beings. At this time, we should keep each other warm and help each other. It is impossible for some people to eat delicious food and drink spicy food while others can only starve to death in the house. This proposal has caused a lot of noise, and many people responded. Sister Yun was so scared that she didn't dare to go to receive the purchased fuel. She pulled it to a warehouse and asked someone to watch it. Yu Shifeng opened the door for Han Lei. After all, he was from the community. Han Lei came to inform her to sweep the snow. The community organized people to clear the snow on the roof and the community every day. This is to avoid damage to the house and to clear a way out. Snow will not only block the road, but also bury the houses on the lower floors. The lower floors are also unlucky. Good things don't come to them. After the natural disaster, it's either water or snow, and the house has no peace. Every household must send at least one person every half a month. Now it's Yu Shifeng's turn. Han Lei looked up, and his eyes fell on the house behind Yu Shifeng. It can be clearly felt that Yu Shifeng's place is much warmer. He said, "You live alone, so be careful." Her conditions are good here, and Han Lei also knows the tricks of the house expropriation. People like Yu Shifeng, who don't have a strong background, fall out with their families, and are more likely to become fat meat in the eyes of others. But Yu Shifeng is a thorn. It's good to be a troublemaker, because only troublemakers can survive in this apocalypse. After the flood, the temperature dropped sharply, and the apocalypse was already a consensus in people's hearts. At this time, he didn't know what Yang Rong was doing behind his back, but just reminded him out of humanitarianism. Yu Shifeng thanked him and invited him into the house for a cup of hot tea. Han Lei waved his hand. I have to go to the next house. You go downstairs to the gate of the community at this time tomorrow. Be careful not to work too long at a time. Go into the building to relax every 20 to 30 minutes. You'll be given a whistle and hang it around your neck. The whistle when you feel something is wrong with your body. Some people will have hallucinations after being hypothermic for a long time and even feel that they are overheated and want to take off their coats. This is a precursor to shock. The community has encountered several cases when organizing people to do things. Yu Shifeng knew this, and she had participated in it in her previous life. For labor like this, you can find someone to replace you with half a pack of compressed biscuits. She thought about it and went by herself. The underground shelter will not be open for a while, and Yu Shifeng will have to live in the building for at least half a month. She stayed indoors completely, which made people who were interested in her want to spy on her. She couldn't attract too much attention in her current situation. Working in the community only took an hour and a half a day. Yu Shifeng arrived at the gate of the community and got a shovel and gloves from the community. People who come here usually bring their own buckets. They take the clean floating snow on the ice into their own buckets and drink it as water. Floating snow melts more easily. It is unknown how long it will take to get a piece of ice home and wait until it is drinkable. The melting of ice will further lower the indoor temperature. People prefer to work in the green belt. It is next to the building, there is no wind, the snow is clean, and they can also get some branches and grass roots to burn. The worst place is undoubtedly the rooftop. There is strong wind and slippery ground. It is also outdoors, but it is much colder on the rooftop. Yu Shifeng did not look special. She put on an old cotton jacket over her winter clothes and wrapped herself tightly with a scarf and hat. Only a pair of eyes were exposed. Everyone was basically dressed like this. Lincheng is in the south, and it has never been so cold before. There are not many outdoor thermal insulation clothes. As a result, many people's clothes are very abstract. The colors are colorful and flashy. Many people wear pants over their heads and use the trouser legs as scarves. The two trouser legs are on the head, and when it gets cold, they have to jump on the spot. Among this group of people, Yu Shifeng's clothes are gray and not outstanding. She disappears in the crowd. Yu Shifeng's place is next to Building 2, a small road of less than 10 square meters. Among all the people assigned, this is not good, nor is it bad. As long as the snow is shoveled aside, today's work is done. Yu Shifeng did this in her previous life, so she is very good at shoveling snow. She uses her strength skillfully and does not feel tired. She puts her feet on the shovel hole and presses down, and the snow blocks are pried up and poured to the side of the road. Yu Shifeng looked at the people around her and kept a medium to high pace. They worked like this for about half an hour. People returned to the building to avoid the wind one after another. Someone was so cold that he took out a small bottle of Shadaozi from his arms and took a sip in the envious eyes of the people. Yu Shifeng's thermos cup was filled with milk tea with coconut and pearls. Yu Shifeng thought the milk tea she made was too bland, so she added 2 more spoons of sugar. She stood aside and took 2 sips. Milk tea is not like wine and has no smell. After resting for about 10 minutes, Yu Shifeng picked up the shovel again. After working for a while, Yu Shifeng felt that it was almost done, so she finished and stood up. Someone from the community center came over and replaced the previous staff member. Yu Shifeng squinted and recognized that the man was Yi Jiansong, a resident on the 13th floor who lived with Yang Rong. Yu Shifeng, come here.
Yi Lianzhong shouted.
Before Yu Shifeng went over, he heard Yi Jiansong say, "We're short of people on the rooftop. Go over and sweep it." The rooftop is not small. It is more than 300 square meters. Yu Shifeng confirmed. Just me? Yi Jiansong's face was full of impatience. Yes, just you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Yu Shifeng turned around and left, and before leaving, he put the shovel back to its original position. Yu Shifeng, didn't you hear me talking to you? I asked you to clear the snow on the rooftop of Building 1. Why did you put the shovel there? In whose name are you ordering me here? Yu Shifeng said. Yu Shifeng's tone was not resentful, but it made the man feel pressured. You can't leave until you finish your work. Yi Jiansong didn't come here today to reason with Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng glanced at Yi Jiansong. After such a meeting, the flaws on this man were like a sieve, and Yu Shifeng lost interest in confronting him. It was only a matter of time before the community fell apart. Yu Shifeng's respect for the collective power and her cooperation with the community's arrangements did not mean that she was a soft persimmon that could be manipulated by others for personal gain. Stop right there. Do you still want to live in Kekia County? Yu Shifeng turned around and asked in confusion. What do you mean? You are living in our brother Rong's house. If you know what's good for you, go and sweep the snow. I will let you stay for a few more days because of your contribution to the community. Yi Jiansong got the hint from Su Qingru and Yang Rong and was specially transferred to take over today, just to teach Yu Shifeng a lesson. Your brother Rong's house, Yu Shifeng smiled. Let him stand in front of me and see if he dares to say that. If he dared to speak, Yu Shifeng would dare to send Yang Rong to see her biological mother. Yi Jiansong never expected that Yu Shifeng would react like this. He originally thought that Yu Shifeng would be scared and say some soft words to beg for mercy, and then he would be able to report to Yang Rong. Who would have thought that the tiger skin would break with just one poke? Yi Jiansong stood there with his face flushed. When he was about to say something else to save face, a man strode in from outside the community. He was tall and had a cold expression. Captain Wang said, "What are you doing?" Yi Jiansong jumped up on the spot, stuttering, "Captain Wang, Captain Wang." Captain Wang was newly transferred here and was responsible for the security of this area. Although he was not in the same system as Yi Jiansong and Yang Rong, Captain Wang had a high level of authority, much greater than them. If something happened, in extreme cases if Yi Jiansong was really shot here, there might not be anyone to defend him. Yi Jiansong said first, "I didn't do anything. I'm arranging snow clearing here." Yu Shifeng stood aside, quietly. "Is it you?" Captain Wang walked towards Yu Shifeng. The distance between his steps seemed to be measured with a ruler, and each step was perfectly matched. It was really difficult for him. Yu Shifeng's eyes were exposed, but he still recognized her. Yu Shifeng curled her eyes as a greeting. Yi Jiansong regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself in the face. If he didn't know that Yu Shifeng was helpless, why would he come to make trouble? "I haven't heard that she knows Captain Wang before." Captain Wang confirmed with Yu Shifeng. "What's the matter?" Yu Shifeng glanced at Yi Jiansong and shook her head. She did not choose to use Captain Wang's power to get rid of Yi Jiansong. As long as Yang Rong gained power, not only would he seek a sense of existence, but his minions would also rush to sell him good things. He was a ready-made raft. Without Yi Jiansong, there would be Li Jiansong and Wang Jiansong. It was annoying enough. The guy with the surname Yang had to be suppressed to death. Yu Shifeng thought about it and remembered Han Lei. This person left a good impression on her, and he was Yang Rong's superior. After 2 dealings, it can be seen that he is a person who is a bit smooth but can also calm down and do practical things. There are many factions in the community center, and it is too chaotic. Instead of letting an unknown person organize the community, it is better to send Han Lei on his way. At least with Han Lei's pressure, Yang Rong can't continue to move up. Many thoughts turned around in her mind. Yu Shifeng looked at Captain Wang. "We meet again. Did you sweep the snow?" Captain Wang asked. Yu Shifeng nodded. "Then you are almost done for today. I will take you back." Yu Shifeng said, "I am so embarrassed to bother you every time we meet." "No problem. Why are you here?" Yu Shifeng was really curious. In her previous life, there were also official people stationed in the community center. Yu Shifeng was sure that Captain Wang was not among them. Why did Captain Wang come to Koko County? Was it because of her rebirth? How much will change when a butterfly's wings, and will the future develop like her previous life? The experience of the previous life is her greatest reliance, and many of her preparations are based on the previous life. What if those things that happen later will not happen again? Will her choice still be right? Yu Shifeng was a little uncertain. But she came back from the previous life to change her own trajectory, so why should she be afraid of change? Yu Shifeng quickly figured it out and heard Captain Wang say, "I've been transferred here. How have you been recently?" She was doing well, eating well, and sleeping well.
But it was not easy to reply like this. "I don't know your name yet," Yu Shifeng said.
Captain Wang showed a hint of smile on his cold face. "My name is Wang Anmin. I am currently the security chief of this community. If you have any questions, you can come to me." Yu Shifeng thought if she wanted to help Han Lei get promoted in the community, she would have to pay something. She was reluctant to give resources, and all she could give was information. This time, Wang Anmin only sent Yu Shifeng downstairs. He was still on duty and could not leave his post without permission. Yu Shifeng thanked him and said goodbye. When she lowered her head, she saw the holster on Wang Anmin's waist. Compared to Han Lei, Wang Anmin is undoubtedly a more suitable person. He has a reliable background, a sense of justice, and will not hide anything. But compared to Han Lei, Wang Anmin is more perceptive and harder to fool. Yu Shifeng herself is a person with secrets. She doesn't want to attract the attention of someone like Wang Anmin. Yu Shifeng returned home and printed a document on the computer. The document was lying in the mezzanine, and Yu Shifeng didn't touch it with her hands. She sat on the chair, hesitant for a while, unable to make up her mind. After a night, Yu Shifeng finally chose Wang Anmin. She admired people like him and thanked him for taking care of her. Yu Shifeng was upstairs, watching Wang Anmin's movements for several days in a row. He came out very early every day, and before he arrived at the community center to work, he had already appeared outside the community. Yu Shifeng got up early this day and rushed to the road that Wang Anmin had to pass in the cold wind. It was so cold. Yu Shifeng regretted it. If she had chosen Han Lei at that time, there wouldn't be so many things. Find a day and just slap the paper at the door of Han Lei's house. Wang Anmin had just arrived, and Yu Shifeng had no idea where his home was. A man like Wang Anmin might have had anti-detection training, so Yu Shifeng didn't dare to alarm him. Even stalking couldn't be too blatant. The snow was too white, and Yu Shifeng was afraid that the paper would get wet and that it wouldn't be conspicuous enough. She put on gloves, found a file bag from the space, wrapped it up, and took out an orange to press on the paper. A touch of orange in the vast white. After arranging the scene and confirming that Wang Anmin would arrive here in half an hour, Yu Shifeng quickly retreated back to the community. When she went upstairs, she heard someone coming out, and Yu Shifeng immediately entered the space. The snow fell silently. There was no sound of people for miles around, and Wang Anmin was walking on the road alone. A bright orange rolled out of the snow, and Wang Anmin was stunned, and subconsciously his hand touched the gun. After seeing it clearly, he was relieved at first, and then felt a little weird. How could there be an orange on the road at this time? Abnormal things are demons. After seeing clearly that there was a file bag below, Wang Anmin walked over and slowly squatted down. He opened the file bag, and his breath was shuddered after reading only 2 lines of words. He stood up and began to check the traces around. There was nothing on the snow, only a pure white. He did not dare to neglect it and quickly called for support using the dedicated line and asked someone to search the area. "Has anyone come out? Are there any witnesses?" Yu Shifeng had returned home. She was covered in snow, and Xiaoji was released from the space, but she was unwilling to get close to her. She was a little heartless. Yu Shifeng went into the bedroom, soaked her hands and feet in hot water, and felt that she was alive again. On the other side, Wang Anmin's investigation continued until the evening, but there was no progress. The temperature outside was no longer suitable for human activities, and Wang Anmin had no choice but to give up. At this time, Wang Anmin had finished reading the contents of the paper, and he still felt scared when he thought about it again. The paper predicted in detail the future natural disasters and their duration, and even mentioned derivative disasters and recommended the construction site of the future base. If this piece of paper falls into the hands of other people, it may be regarded as fantasy and nonsense. until the next natural disaster comes. But for Wang Onmin, some of the information corroborates with what Wang Onmin knows, which greatly enhances the credibility of this paper. No one knows that Wang Onmin has a high rank, and his direct superior is a head of the military region. Many of the plans mentioned on the paper are still in the research and concept stage and have not been implemented. Wang Onmin was injured in the rescue activities, and with his own subjective will, he was temporarily transferred to the grassroots for a period of time. According to the original arrangement, Wang Onmin will be promoted back soon after he recovers from his injuries. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a thing. For some reason, Wang Onmin's mind floated up a beautiful and clear face, with dark eyes, as if hiding many unspeakable things. He suppressed the palpitation in his heart. Soon there was a transfer order. Wang Onmin's rank was raised, and he was asked to stay in this community center and pay attention to whether there would be any mysterious notes. The strange appearance of this note is likely to be waiting there for Wang Onmin. Since the person was sent to Wang Onmin once, there might be a second time. The higher-ups asked Wang Onmin to continue investigating privately. In addition, he was asked to take over the community center and make disaster prevention and control and corresponding evacuation plans. On the same day, the community center gave the largest office to Wang Onmin. After so many struggles in the community center, who would have thought that there would be an airborne and a strong airborne? Everyone was like a bereaved parent, but they still had to force a smile to Wang Onmin. Living father, long live. Han Lei introduced him carefully, and Yang Rong lowered his head on the side, and was so suppressed by Wang Onmin's aura that he dared not raise his head. Wang Onmin sent his men to check all the ongoing work, and the termites who were found were directly sent home. With the big hand pressed down, the internal friction of the community center that had never stopped since the natural disaster was finally stopped. Wang Onmin streamlined the positions, and several office directors did not move, but they became completely idle. He personally led the team to eliminate several tumors around that were nurtured by the natural disaster. Some of them even had connections with the staff of the community center. These people were taken directly to the square at the entrance of the community and shot. Several vicious cases caused by the competition for resources were dealt with ruthlessly. The positions vacated by the streamlining of personnel were assigned to more temporary workers. The types of work include but are not limited to snow sweeping, collecting resources, building sites, helping in the canteen, and organizing the construction of production greenhouses. Wang Onmin, who had read the paper, knew very well that many constructions might not produce results in the short term and would even greatly increase consumption. But rather than letting the unemployed people set their sights on other people, Wang Onmin would rather let them have something to do and some food to receive. The atmosphere in the community was renewed. Yu Shifeng naturally heard some rumors. She still underestimated Wang Onmin. Yu Shifeng sat on the bed and reviewed it carefully again, making sure that she had delivered the paper without any mistakes or exposure. From beginning to end, she had never met Wang Onmin. After meeting Wang Onmin, Yu Shifeng no longer stockpiled cooked food. She set up a generator in the house, and there were all kinds of traces of life. She also did the community's weekly voluntary labor as planned, and then collected some snow water. Yi Jiansong had been removed, and no one bothered Yu Shifeng anymore. Wang Onmin was busy dealing with various affairs and following up on the investigation of the mysterious paper, and the two had never met. One night, Wang Onmin asked his men to bring a bag of rice to Yu Shifeng. The rice was his own salary. Wang Onmin's men were wearing uniforms and stood at the door, which scared Yu Shifeng so much that he almost ran into the space and ran away on the spot. Fortunately, his men left the rice at the door and delivered the message, and they ran away. Yu Shifeng didn't want it, and she didn't want to send it back in person. She had to talk to Wang Onmin to return the rice. She counted on her fingers, and it was 3 days before she could move to the underground shelter. The basement was definitely not as comfortable as the house. But Wang Onmin was not there. It was really scary that he would think about her from time to time. Sister Yun came to discuss the fuel with Yu Shifeng. The price of the fuel tripled in just a few days. At the same time, the prices of food, medicine, and warm clothes also soared. The prices were so high that they almost became a number. Sister Yun smacked her lips. Is this money still money? Yu Shifeng thought it won't be soon. The authorities have been collecting resources from the big households, and the controlled knives in the hands of ordinary people are converted into contribution points. Now, a kitchen knife can be exchanged for 25 contribution points, which can be exchanged for 3 packs of compressed biscuits at the community center. Many people went to exchange, not only for their own but also to go door to search for other people's. A publicity notice was hung on the door of the Kekia County community, recruiting, and detailed rules for the exchange of contribution points. As long as you bring something, you can exchange it for the corresponding contribution points, and the same goes for the work you do. Because it is open and completely transparent, there is basically no room for backdoors. The leader that Yang Rong flattered was directly dismissed because of corruption. Yang Rong himself had not been in the community center for a long time. Because he had been converted to a regular employee but was not deeply involved, he was not dismissed. He was just marginalized. Yi Jiansong lowered his head. Brother Rong, I'm sorry. I can't even afford to raise my own children, and I really can't afford to feed so many mouths. Yang Rong's face was not good. He worked hard and finally climbed up, but his efforts were in vain. God is really unfair. Now, even a like Yi Jiansong dares to step on him. Yang Rong was angry and annoyed, but he had to endure it to appease Yi Jiansong. Recently, there have been a lot of personnel changes. Wait a little longer, and I will make new arrangements for you when the time comes. Yi Jiansong shook his head. Why do you need to make arrangements? They have announced it on the radio. The work will be paid on the same day. Just go to the community center to accept the task. What? As an employee of the community center, Yang Rong's news was actually one step slower than that of the residents of the community. Yi Jiansong also understood Yang Rong's embarrassing situation. He stood up straight and was actually 2 centimeters taller than Yang Rong. Brother Rong, I won't bother you and sister-in-law with my affairs. Anyway, the community is recruiting workers normally. I can go there and make a living, but there is not much food at home. You have to prepare dinner by yourself. He went to the kitchen to cook dinner, leaving Yang Rong sitting down, shocked and angry. Yang Rong turned his head and said to Su Qingru, Go open that can of pork belly and cook a bowl of noodles. He wanted to show off to Yi Jiansong, show off his financial resources, and suppress Yi Jiansong's dishonesty. Yang Rong has been working for these days and has made a lot of money by taking advantage of the chaos in the community. He is cautious enough not to leave any room for criticism. There are still several canned meats at home. Take them out and exchange them for compressed biscuits. It's no problem to eat for a while. But his current job is not as good as before. Such a can of meat, exchanged for compressed biscuits, is enough for the family to eat for 3 or 4 days. Therefore, as soon as the meat soup noodles were served, Yang Rong regretted it a little. Yang Rong took a large piece of meat from his bowl and put it in Yang Silong's bowl. Long eat more. Yi Jiansong still cooked compressed biscuits himself. He looked at Yang Rong and the others coldly, said nothing, and put the rice in the bowl into his daughter's bowl. His daughter had big eyes. She was only 7 years old and was very well behaved. She could braid her hair and tie her hair by herself. She was alone at home during the day, but she didn't cry or make a fuss. Yang Siju held her bowl and buried her head in eating noodles quickly. Every bite counts. Such a rare food, and there is meat soup. Obviously, it tasted good. Yang Siju stuffed it into her mouth desperately, but she couldn't help but feel wronged and wanted to cry. After Yi Jiansong and his daughter finished their meal, he wiped his daughter's mouth and let her go to the bedroom. There was coal burning in the bedroom, so it should be warmer. Brother Rong, you've lived in my house for quite a while, so I won't ask you for rent. Be careful when you leave. Don't leave anything behind. Yang Silong understood. He was eating with oil dripping from his mouth and wiped his mouth. Do you think we care about your shabby house? Yi Jiansong smiled. You are a man in your 20s, and you eat ready-made food at home every day, while your sister is washing clothes and knitting sweaters. How dare you? He shook his head. You are a family that see and tell the difference. Su Qingru grabbed the back of the chair. Her fingers turned white. If they move out from here, where will they live? Ask Yu Shifeng for help? He has already asked, and he just treats it as a joke. Yang Siju sat silently. She and Su Qingru thought the same thing. It was so cold. Where could they go to live if they went out? They just wanted a place to live and have meals every day. Why is it so difficult? Yang Siju looked at the bedroom door. Yi Jiansong's daughter was inside. Their family shared one bedroom. Why should Yi Jiansong's daughter live alone? Yang Siju couldn't help being jealous. She didn't like this girl when Yi Jiansong clung to Yang Rong like a dog. Now that Yang Rong has lost power, that girl is like a needle, piercing Yang Siju's heart. There are countless hardships outside. How can she be like a princess, protected in a greenhouse by her father, without worries? The malice in Yang Siju's heart surged like a tide. She stared at the bedroom of Yi Jiansong's daughter and blinked. 15th floor. It's not known how to arrange Sister Yun's batch of fuel. Let's transport it back. They're about to leave the community. If they keep it in the house, who knows who will benefit from it? It's not a good idea to keep it outside in the long run. Yu Shifeng also wants to get this batch of fuel in his bag as soon as possible. Sister Yun, I have a place to put it, but the specific address is hard to disclose. I want to take mine back first. If you trust me, you can put it with me. Sister Yun readily agreed. She said this just to ask Yu Shifeng if there is a reliable channel here. After these days, Sister Yun felt that she had received a great favor from Yu Shifeng. Even if the fuel was really taken by Yu Shifeng, it would only be her return. Sister Yun thought very open-mindedly and immediately reported the address to Yu Shifeng. When will the people you arrange go there? Do you need to ask people to avoid it? Yu Shifeng calculated the distance. You can let your people go back tomorrow afternoon. Okay. The next day, Yu Shifeng went there. The fuel was neatly stacked in a large warehouse. The guards arranged by Sister Yun were no longer inside. Yu Shifeng jumped on the spot, drank half a cup of hot milk tea, and went out for a walk to make sure no one noticed this place. Then he put the things into the space. Taking advantage of this trip, Yu Shifeng quietly collected a lot of ice and built a small iceberg. On snowy days, it is common for a piece of ice to collapse as it freezes. In order not to reveal her flaws, Yu Shifeng deliberately walked a little further away. She also found half a frozen goat in the ice and snow. Wow! There were claw marks on the goat, which looked like an enlarged version of the claw marks of a small orange. Yu Shifeng guessed that this was the prey captured by some beast, and it was buried in the ground because it could not finish eating it in one meal. She intercepted it. Yu Shifeng did not dare to stay for long, and walked back with one deep step and one shallow step. After walking a long way, a loud tiger roar came from the direction she came from. This used to be an urban area, but there were such beasts. Yu Shifeng shuddered, not knowing whether it was because of the cold or fear. Even if she had a gun, it was hard to guarantee that it would be effective against a creature of that size. She'd better walk faster. When Yu Shifeng got home, the day had completely passed, and she felt like she was freezing to death. Between carrying the load all the way home and going into the space to rest, Yu Shifeng chose the latter without hesitation. Yu Shifeng took a hot bath. Inside the space from the house, you can see a barren mountain with small icebergs piled on top. Yu Shifeng was thinking about getting himself a hot spring bath in the cabin. The half-dead goat was placed in the front yard, and it was estimated to be about 50 to 60 kilograms. Yu Shifeng was in a good mood, and ate a large bowl of mutton vermicelli soup with the dead goat. She also drank a cup of hot milk tea. After feeding the chickens and ducks in the space, she was surprised to find that the incubator on the side had moved. Goose eggs were incubated inside. Brick-like patterns appeared on the eggshells. Yu Shifeng circled around it for a few times, but didn't dare to touch it. Before leaving the space, he added cat food to Xiaoju's cat bowl. He returned home in the dark. Sister Yun didn't want the portion for the time being, and just said to put it here with Yu Shifeng first. Yu Shifeng delivered the fuel to Hu Qiangyong's house the next day. Mother who had been ill, and now she had gotten out of bed due to her age. There was a faint aura of death lingering around her. Yu Shifeng was stunned when he saw it, and then sighed. Mother who got up with difficulty and stuffed a pack of compressed biscuits into Yu Shifeng's hand. Zhao Yao, who saw this scene outside the door, scolded. Mom, are you out of your mind? We don't have enough food, but you still send things out. Don't you care about your son and grandson? Mother, whose lips moved, and she looked at Yu Shifeng with pleading eyes. She was old and couldn't live anymore. But her grandson is still so young, and she knows her own son well. He is easily influenced by others, and he cannot make up his mind. He cannot support the family. This world is so difficult. If she does not keep close to capable people, how can her son survive? She wanted to curry favor with Yu Shifeng on behalf of Hu Qiangyong, considering that, for her old face, Yu Shifeng could help her son in the critical moment of life and death. There were wrinkles on Hu's mother's palms, and a layer of goose skin like bumps floated on them. Yu Shifeng has seen too many such scenes. In the days to come, there will be such scenes every day in the shelter, on the roadside, and at the base. Yu Shifeng lowered his eyes slightly, and under Zhao Yao's watchful eyes, Yu Shifeng put the bag of compressed biscuits back on the table. Before leaving, Yu Shifeng wanted to give Hu's mother a hot water bag, which was also considered to be the friendship between neighbors. But looking at Zhao Yao's style, this hot water bag would not stay in Hu's mother's hands. Finally, Yu Shifeng blocked Zhao Yao's sight with his body, put a warming pad on the back of Hu's mother's neck, and put another one in each of her hands under the quilt. Hu's mother understood what Yu Shifeng meant. She turned her head and slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her eyes. That night, Zhao Yao did not bring her food. She stood in the living room and said loudly, "How long will your mother's illness last? We can't afford to support her. Do you know that an old man who doesn't die is considered a thief?" Hu Qiangyong said, "This is my mother. You are too harsh." Zhao Yao was refuted and became very excited. "What do you mean? Do you know how expensive the medicine your mother drinks every day is? What is the price of food and medicine now? If your mother lives one more day, it will save our family." Zhao Yao glared at Hu Qiangyong fiercely. "I married into your family and gave birth to 2 children for you. When have you ever let me live a good life? Now I can't eat enough and wear warm clothes. Go and take care of your own parents, don't drag our family into it." Hu Qiangyong hugged his head in pain. "Do and say it. She is my biological mother." In the bedroom, Hu's mother heard the movement outside clearly. The quilt was warmer, and the heat in her neck made her regain some vitality. Her withered hands like chicken claws grasped the quilt. "Qiangyong," she called her son. Hu Qiangyong had just been scolded by Zhao Yao, and he didn't want to provoke Zhao Yao's cold eyes again. Out of sight, out of mind, he would rather freeze outside the door than come in. It's a pity that he has no cigarettes on him, so he can only squat dryly. "Qiangyong," Mother Hu called out twice more. Zhao Yao smashed the spatula with a loud noise. Mother Hu trembled and squeezed the heating pad tightly, muttering, "Old man, I'm sorry for you." That night, Mother Hu passed away. The heating pad she held in her hand was as cold as her body. Zhao Yao came in and saw the heating pad. Her face changed drastically. "You old devil. You hid these things and just enjoyed them yourself, right?" Then she found that Mother, who was no longer alive. Hu Qiangyong and Zhao Yao had a big quarrel. They blamed each other, from before they got married to Zhao Yao's confinement. Hu Qiangyong scolded Zhao Yao for killing his mother. Zhao Yao scolded him for being a mama's boy, a waste, and teaming up with Mother Hu to bully him. Their children were frozen blue on the side, and they dared not interrupt. The youngest son was born prematurely and had always been weak. When he fainted on the ground, the two stopped arguing. Zhao Yao instructed Hu Qiangyong to put the quilt on Mother Hu on the youngest son. People are dead, and at this time, there is no energy to pay attention to any taboos. Zhao Yao lit a fire in the house and started to boil water. Staring at the rising steam, Zhao Yao said, "Bring a packet of the medicine your mother drank. I will rush in, and everyone will drink some." Hu Qiangyong lowered his head. "It's gone. The medicine is gone, and the person is gone." Hu Qiangyong finally went to knock on Yu Shifeng's door. Yu Shifeng was not surprised to hear the news of Hu's mother's death, but still felt a little lost. Yu Shifeng remembered the pleading look on Hu's mother's face. When they went out to find supplies together, Hu Qiangyong was also reliable, considering the friendship of several cooperations. Anyway, she was leaving soon. Yu Shifeng went into the house and took out a box of medicine for treating colds, about 12 packets. Hu Qiangyong was full of gratitude, bowed a few times, took the medicine, and went home. Zhao Yao was shocked when she saw the medicine. Where did you get it from? Yu Shifeng gave it to me, Hu Qiangyong said. Zhao Yao rolled her eyes. Yu Shifeng has so many good things. You know, our mom gave her a lot of things in the past. I think the heating pad was given to mom by her. Can we ask her for some more? Hu Qiangyong thought about it and was tempted. She just gave me the medicine. It's not good to ask for more. Zhao Yao patted Hu Qiangyong on the head. Who am I doing this for? Hu Qiangyong said. At least for a few days. The temperature outside gradually dropped to -50. Yu Shifeng looked out the window and felt that the city was as quiet and depressed as if it was dead. The community organized a distribution of supplies, and everyone received 5 insect cakes and half a pack of compressed biscuits. This was the most exciting day since the natural disaster. The community finally became a little lively. People gathered in the community and received food from the community with their identity cards. After receiving it, they rushed home and didn't want to stay for a moment. They left footprints on the snow like ants living in a group. Yu Shifeng stood in front of the window and wiped the mist with his sleeves. Water dripped down. Soon, it became hazy again under the fumigation of the heater. The lower the temperature, the energy consumption to maintain heating has been increasing, and even Yu Shifeng felt the pain. The consumption is increasing, but the effect of heating is decreasing. Last night, the generator even had a little problem. Yu Shifeng was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night, shivering and knocking and hitting around the generator. The generator broke down inexplicably, and it got better inexplicably. The temperature of this kind of small household generator has exceeded its load limit. Little Orange, with its slippery fur, is unwilling to come out of the space now. Yu Shifeng did not force it and cleaned up the room by himself. According to Mother Hu's idea, she would walk around with Yu Shifeng and Sister Yun on a regular basis so that people would remember her. This favor would be kept for a helping hand at a critical moment. This kind of world that can save lives. But as soon as she left, Zhao Yao and Hu Qiangyong and his wife could not wait to cash in on this friendship. Zhao Yao's youngest son caught a cold, so he went into bed and leaned against the stove and recovered the next day. Zhao Yao stared at the box of medicine, but in the end, he was reluctant to open it. After all, it was no longer a complete box after it was opened. The price of the whole box would definitely be higher than selling it separately. The two handed over Hu's mother's body to the community for unified burial and then sold the box of medicine for treating colds. In the market, paper money is rapidly inflating, and the introduction and popularization of contribution points are eroding the living space of paper money, which is already limited. Survivors are increasingly distrusting paper money, and those with foresight are quickly selling it. The corresponding prices of supplies are getting higher and higher. An ordinary lighter now costs 1 or 2,000 yuan. The box of medicine that Yu Shifeng gave to Hu Qiangyong was sold for 6 figures, and Zhao Yao and Hu Qiangyong were overjoyed. The original money in the family was spent on natural disasters. Now it's just a box of medicine. Not only has it paid back, but it has also made a lot of money. Zhao Yao laughed at Hu Qiangyong. It has to be me. Our mother used to only spend the family's money. Only when it comes to me can we make it back. Although Hu Qiangyong didn't say anything, his face was relieved when he saw the stack of money. Let's go, let's ask if Yu Shifeng can give us some more heating pads. She doesn't need these things. A little leakage between her fingers is enough for us to live. Zhao Yao said this with a sour tone. Today, she had to admit that Yu Shifeng, who could give out a box of medicine and afford air conditioning, lived a better life than them. But so what? Yu Shifeng didn't have a business mind like her. There is a saying that eating up the mountain is not enough. For someone like Yu Shifeng, it would be better to give her the things and exchange them for money. If her family gets rich, she can also help Yu Shifeng in the future. The two came to Yu Shifeng's door and knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. Zhao Yao said, "It's so cold. Why did Yu Shifeng go out?" Isn't she afraid of freezing to death outside? Asked Su-yun. Hu Qiangyong said. They knocked on Su-yun's door again. The house was empty again. Hu Qiangyong felt uneasy. Where did they go? Zhao Yao felt uncomfortable for some reason, as if his heart skipped a beat and his whole body was uncomfortable. The two discussed for a long time, but they didn't come to any conclusion. They are too dishonest. They do everything in secret and are not open at all. Zhao Yao complained. Yu Shifeng and Sister Yun, who Zhao Yao always talked about, were pushing a tricycle. The two people's things were piled up like a mountain on the tricycle, covered with a thin layer of snow. The tricycle was filled with the things they were going to move to the underground shelter. Now the tricycle was stuck in the snow. It was so cold that Sister Yun was sweating profusely. Didn't they say that this road has been cleared? Sister Yun kicked the truck in anger. Yu Shifeng looked up and pointed to the nearby hillside. It should have slid down from there. There's nothing we can do. Let's shovel it. How long will it take to get it done? It's not far from the shelter. Xiaoyu, help me take a look and I'll call a few more people over.
Sister Yun said.
Yu Shifeng agreed. Okay, I'll watch the things here. Sister Yun ran towards the shelter. Yu Shifeng was wearing a windproof cotton mask and felt stuffy. At first, she tried to lift the tricycle, but Sister Yun was too weak to cooperate and had to give up. Yu Shifeng had space, and she dragged things to hide her tracks. The heaviest thing was the generator. After all, many people knew that Yu Shifeng's home had air conditioning. Sister Yun's things were very scattered, and she was afraid that someone would steal her house, so she wanted to pack up the house and take it away. Yu Shifeng took a breath of fresh air and took the mask back. Suddenly, 6 people rushed out from behind the hillside. They were masked and dressed in many clothes, rolling over like 6 dumplings. Get out of here, leave your things behind, and I'll spare your life. They shouted angrily. Yu Shifeng stood up straight, with his hands behind his back in the pile of debris on the tricycle. He wanted to take out his tang sword, but after thinking about it, he changed it to a wooden stick. Well, it seems to be the pole where Sister Yun hangs clothes, so he can use it. Yu Shifeng weighed it and felt that it was a little light. Then he would just hit him on the head. Seeing that Yu Shifeng was standing still, the leader waved his hand. Come on together. Yu Shifeng kicked and hit the second person on the head with the wooden stick. These people didn't even have a decent sword in their hands, so I guess they exchanged it for contribution points. The person who was kicked to the ground by Yu Shifeng rolled twice and fluttered for a while like a turtle that had turned over before getting up. Tough guy, the leader looked at the tricycle behind Yu Shifeng with longing. There must be a lot of food with so many things, what a pity. Let's retreat. Yu Shifeng turned his wrist and pinched his neck through the winter clothes. You're dreaming, didn't I tell you to leave? When Sister Yun and a few other men arrived, they saw 6 men hanging like a string of candied haws on the back of the tricycle. They were tied with their own clothes. Yu Shifeng squatted on the side and used the white snow on the ground to clean the pole. Sister Yun. Yu Shifeng pointed to the group behind. These people want to rob us. Take them to the underground shelter to exchange for contribution points. The people brought by Sister Yun looked at each other. One of the fat men stood particularly close to Sister Yun. He blurted out, Is this the girl next door you mentioned? How can she be so fierce? Sister Yun? The tricycle was stuck deep in the snow, and this section of the road had to be carried over. The 6 unlucky guys who were caught carried it. The fat man was called Pengluda, and Sister Yun asked Yu Shifeng to just call him Fatty. The fat man took out a small pot of wine from his pocket and smiled naively. There's nothing to do. Drink some wine to warm yourself up. Sister Yun lifted her hair. Her eyes and eyebrows revealed a little bit of charm and said lightly, This is my friend, who lives with me. Oh, this person is Sister Yun's boyfriend. In the underground shelter, it's a good thing to have a trustworthy person who can take care of each other and take turns to rest. Compared with Pengluda, Sister Yun is much slimmer and she looks like a little bird. Sister Yun said, He is on vacation tomorrow. Let's have a meal together then. I have 2 packs of instant noodles here, and we will cook soup together later. Yu Shifeng agreed. The underground shelter looks very empty, and there is no decoration to speak of. It looks like a space poured with cement. The incandescent lamp is very bright, outlining a deep gray shadow on the wall. Yu Shifeng has been here in her previous life. At that time, her position was very outside, next to the toilet, and she was so crowded that she couldn't see her feet. Yu Shifeng came here once when she bought a house, and soon found her own single room in the inner circle. It had a door and a lock, electricity and water, a 2-story bed frame, and a set of wooden tables and chairs. It was more than 20 square meters and had a separate toilet. Compared with her previous life, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a paradise. However, she had to pay extra electricity bills for the single room she lived in, which was also a kind of hidden housing price. The water bill here was also more expensive than in the outer circle. She was now considered a wealthy family, and she could get the benefits that she could not get when she was poor before. Yu Shifeng studied the door first, and first set up a camera at the door. She took the patch and water bottle from the space and set up a small mechanism above the door. If someone wanted to sneak in quietly, the water bottle would fall down immediately and smash their head. Since she couldn't get a mattress, Yu Shifeng got an inflatable mattress and inflated it. The inflatable mattress was of good quality and was collected by Yu Shifeng from the villa complex. When unfolded, it was 1.2 meters wide and 1.8 meters long, which just fit the iron bed frame. Yu Shifeng added a layer of blanket on it. Yu Shifeng came to the shelter so early this time. She wanted to occupy a spot, but she also had another purpose. In her previous life, she learned her skills from a man named Kai, and others generally called him Old Man Kai. At that time, she fought with someone to protect a handful of mushrooms she found, and her head was broken and bloody. The person who wanted to rob her had is crippled and finally fell to the ground. Yu Shifeng climbed up covered in blood and looked up to see Old Man Kai standing by and laughing. At that time, she had been struggling in the natural disaster for more than half a year. Yu Shifeng's opponents were often more vicious men who wanted to rob her things by violence. She fought, whether by brains or skills, or because she was born with a very deceptive appearance, in short, except for the first 2 months of the apocalypse. After that, Yu Shifeng rarely lost. She summed up a set of strategies by herself, which were steady, accurate, and ruthless, and she was also a scumbag and fast runner. Old Man Kai said that her moves were like monkey juggling, without rules, but very fun. Old Man Kai always said that her skills were a small path, and that she was too violent and hurt others and herself. But how could someone who couldn't even live talk about health preservation? Seeing that she didn't listen, Old Man Kai changed his tactics and began to instruct her on the strength and skills of the moves. Only then did Yu Shifeng perk up. Slowly, Yu Shifeng's methods became more and more numerous, and she no longer tried every possible means to stare at the man's place. Whether it was a single fight or a group fight, Yu Shifeng gradually became more comfortable fighting with others. She had never verified it, but only roughly estimated her skills. In the absence of hot weapons, it would be no problem to deal with 7 or 8 ordinary men. The upper limit should be around 10. Old Man Kai mentioned in his conversation that he had a little grandson. The thing he regretted most in his life was that he didn't have the heart to let his little grandson suffer when he was a child, and didn't let him learn martial arts with him. One day, he was not careful and fell into someone's trap, and his grandson was involved. Yu Shifeng still heard from others that Old Man Kai's grandson died in the shelter. In this life, Yu Shifeng rushed to the shelter early. He also hoped to find Old Man Kai as soon as possible and save the little boy if possible. It was a reward to Old Man Kai. In her previous life, she had a hard life, and she didn't know how the old man lived later. He was able to teach Yu Shifeng, so his skills must be good. However, his age was there. When Old Man Kai left, he did not tell anyone. Yu Shifeng did not see him again in the following years. Yu Shifeng had rice for dinner and drank a bowl of meatball soup. The meatballs were made by herself when she was free. They were not regular, with some protruding on the east and some sunken on the west. However, the meat was marinated with a lot of seasonings, so it tasted good. After arranging the house, Yu Shifeng first did a set of warm-up exercises to wake up her body, and then did some exercises that did not rely on equipment. At about 12 o'clock, Yu Shifeng lay on the bed and closed his eyes to sleep. When he woke up, it was more than 7 o'clock. Because the lights were not turned on, the room was still dark. There was no distinction between day and night in the underground city, and it was not real to look at the watch. Yu Shifeng exercised for an hour, ate 2 pancakes with hot milk tea, and went out. Sister Yun's position was on the periphery, but very close to the inner circle, with 2 walls on both sides, which was much better than Yu Shifeng's previous life. Sister Yun obviously did her homework. She took up an area of about 5 to 6 square meters, and there was also a small area for firefighting equipment. It was a very cost-effective location. Yu Shifeng wandered around the underground shelter for the whole morning, but did not see Old Man Kai. He thought it was not time for Old Man Kai to come in yet. Yu Shifeng was not in a hurry. There was a long time to come. We would meet again. At noon, Sister Yun, Fatty, and I had lunch together. Yu Shifeng looked around and sent us a can of fruit. The underground shelter was not exposed to sunlight, so it was good to supplement some vitamins. Sister Yun got a folding bed from somewhere, which could be used as a sofa during the day. The room was separated by curtains or cloves, and each area was decorated in a lively manner. There were a lot of honeycomb coals in the innermost part of the room. Sister Yun asked Yu Shifeng to sit on the sofa, and Fatty took out a folding stool from the drawer, opened it in a few seconds, and sat opposite Sister Yun. The fire bucket under the table was boiling hot water. Sister Yu, the people you arrested have been handed over to the law enforcement team in exchange for 200 contribution points. You can take your living card to the workbench to check the account when the time comes, said the fat man. The living card was issued when Yu Shifeng bought a house, and it was similar to the room card of the campus cafeteria. Yu Shifeng nodded. There are not many people in Sister Yun's area, because it is underground and the temperature is much higher than the surface. But it is still about -20 degrees Celsius, and it is empty and deserted, which makes it even more deserted. The canned fruit that Yu Shifeng brought was divided into 3 bowls and placed on the dining table. The fat man rubbed his hands. I haven't tasted this for a long time. Yu Shifeng said, it will be a little cold if you drink it directly. Do you want to heat it up on the stove? It's okay if it's a little cold. Boiling the canned food will ruin the taste, said the fat man. Sister Yun smiled. Don't worry about him. His stomach is full of poisons. When it rained, I had some meat that had gone bad, but I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I cooked it and ate it with him. I went to the toilet for 2 days, but the animal was fine. Sister Yun took the canned food in front of Yu Shifeng. Let us heat it up. Don't be greedy for the cold and get an upset stomach. Just like what Fatty said, the taste of canned fruit will indeed be discounted after boiling. Sister Yun tasted it and sighed. It's been a long time since I last tasted fruit. The last time I ate it was at Zhao Yao's house. Although the tomatoes were sour, I still drooled just thinking about it. Fatty only ate a few bites and put the rest of the canned fruit into Sister Yun's bowl. It's too sweet, you eat it. Fatty worked in the canteen of the unit before the natural disaster. After the heavy rain, the unit was flooded. He was forced to take a leave of absence from work, and in order to make a living, he worked as a middleman outside. Sister Yun got things by borrowing his connections. One of them lost his wife, and the other was a widow, so they got to know each other. A while ago, Sister Yun heard about the underground shelter, so she asked Fatty to get a job here. He has been transferred to the unit now, but he is still in his old job. He didn't get the position of chef, so he helps in the kitchen. Looking around, Fatty took out a small bag of tripe from the drawer on the right and added it to the instant noodle soup. Some leftovers in the kitchen. Fatty winked. No wonder they say that a cook won't starve to death even after 3 years of drought. Yu Shifeng laughed. In addition to instant noodles as the staple food, Fatty also fried 2 dishes, one with shredded pork with mushrooms and one with a bowl of fragrant farmhouse. I have a way to get some pork. Do you want it, Sister Yu? Yu Shifeng was a little irritated by him calling her Sister Yu. He followed Sister Yun and called her Xiao Yu, so he just called her Xiao Yu. Given their age, he insisted on calling her sister. It was still the kind of exaggerated admiration. Yu Shifeng felt like she was scratching her feet on a 3-bedroom apartment. She tried to stop him once, but the fat man still kept calling her sister. Yu Shifeng simply ignored him and lowered her head to eat. Not to mention, The fat man's cooking skills are really good. Although the seasoning is not enough, the original leaves of the food are maximized in his hands. Especially the bowl of farm-style fragrant. The egg skin inside is crispy and golden. The green pepper has no astringency, and the meat slices are very thin, and it looks like a big piece. It is both tasty, and the portion is good. Your cooking skills are really good. Yu Shifeng herself is definitely not as good as him, but fortunately on weekdays, she can occasionally satisfy her cravings with the takeaways she stockpiled before the natural disaster. The fat man lowered his voice, and his tone was quite regretful. It came from a breeding farm. They don't want money, they only want gold. If he wants money, it would be nice for him to take something out to exchange it back. The farm? Yu Shifeng's mind moved. Are there any piglets? The fat man was shocked. What do you want this for? Who can afford to raise pigs now? If the farm was not really unable to maintain, it would not release so much pork. Yu Shifeng vaguely said. I'm asking for a friend. The fat man said. I'll ask for you. The farm is run by my childhood classmate. He plans to stop raising pigs after clearing this batch of goods. If there are any, I'll keep an eye out for you. Yu Shifeng thought about it. Since the fat man works in the underground shelter, he must know more people than her. There's one more thing. Yu Shifeng asked the fat man to help keep an eye out for whether there is an old man named Kai in the shelter recently. Now people are entering the shelter according to the district. Which district is this old man Kai you mentioned from? It will help narrow the scope. The fat man said. Yu Shifeng was silent and shook his head. Yu Shifeng only knew that his surname was Kai, and he didn't even know his full name. She described the clothes that old man Kai often wore in her previous life, and emphasized that this old man practiced boxing. He practiced Tai Chi every morning and evening. The fat man said, there are 8 out of 10 uncles and aunts who practice boxing, but there are at least 3 or 4. It's hard to find them. Old man Kai practices boxing regardless of the weather, and he is an expert at it. Yu Shifeng symbolically touched his pocket and took out a box of calcium tablets and a box of vitamin D. These days, it is too luxurious to supplement vitamins with fruits. If Yu Shifeng didn't have a flower bed for planting, the fruits he had stored would have been one less. The fat man's eyes lit up. He touched his nose and looked at Sister Yun, wanting but a little embarrassed. Okay, it's just finding an old man. I'll take care of it. The fat man patted his chest. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Now I have to trouble you to find some piglets for me. It's one thing to find out. The fat man shook his head. It's hard to raise something these days. I heard from Sister Yun that you had a cat before, but it couldn't come with you. Hey, I used to have a dog. That dog was very human-like. He could squat, shake hands, and understand human language. Sometimes he was smarter than humans. Before I took him to the outskirts of the city, I cooked a big bowl of rice for him. He seemed to know that I was going to let him go, so he refused to eat and barked at me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't afford to raise him. During the heavy rain, people came to me every day to beg me to give them some dog meat. If I couldn't get it, they would scold me. There were also people who secretly put rat poison outside my door. Yu Shifeng didn't explain where Xiaoji went, but just listened silently. My dog is a good rat catcher. He should not starve to death when he is outside. I just hope he will stay away from people in the future. Fatty sighed. The meal lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the 3 of them played poker. This time the chips were not melon seeds, but stickers. A piece of paper was torn into dozens of strips, and whoever lost would stick one on his face. After more than 10 games, Sister Yun's face was still clean. Fatty and Yu Shifeng were tied for second place. Sister Yun looked at her own cards, then looked at the field, and knew the cards in their hands clearly. She cleared the cards that had been dealt out leisurely, and turned over a beautiful card. With your level, you too should plan to play among your own people, but don't go out and embarrass yourself and let others cheat you out of everything. Sister Yun said. Yu Shifeng exhaled and played the last pair of 9s. The paper strips on his head were like door curtains, flying up and down. The fat man had the advantage of a big face, so he could stick them on his temples, and the paper strips fell down, like 2 white braids. He threw the cards in his hand on the ground, which was a pair of 8s in his hand, and he couldn't throw them out. Sister Yun stood up to stick the strips on the fat man, and the fat man climbed up. Switch one, don't play landlord anymore. Yu Shifeng also agreed. The fat man and Yu Shifeng discussed it and felt that landlord was still too strategic, so they couldn't beat Sister Yun, who had been in the card field for many years. It's better to simplify it and just compare the size. Sister Yun smiled and said indifferently, "It's up to you. Deal the cards, compare the size, and the game is over." Yu Shifeng and Fatty had more cards on their faces. Together, they had more than a dozen cards, and Sister Yun finally had one on her face. Fatty was furious after losing. "Su Yun, you are cheating." Yu Shifeng flipped open her bottom card and took a look, then silently put it away. Sister Yun flipped open her own cards, a straight flush, almost the biggest card she could draw. Sister Yun shook her head. "Fatty, you are so rude. How can you say I am cheating without catching me?" Seeing their unconvinced expressions, Sister Yun put the cards together. "Tell me, what card do you want?" Yu Shifeng stared at Sister Yun shuffling the cards, his eyes fixed. 6 of spades. Sister Yun tilted her head, her hand lingered in the pile of cards for a while, and turned out a card. It was exactly the 6 of spades. Yu Shifeng stood up. "I have something to do, I'll go back first." The fat man got up roundly. "I'll go cook." Sister Yun smiled and brushed off the non-existent dust on her sleeves. When Yu Shifeng returned to her single room, she saw a man standing in front of her room with his head hanging out. He looked familiar, but Yu Shifeng was sure that he had never seen him before. The man was dressed elegantly, and Yu Shifeng hadn't seen such a suit and tie style for many years. When the man saw Yu Shifeng, he smiled warmly. "Hello, you are the resident of this room, right? Then we will be neighbors in the future. I brought you a gift. This is my business card." The gift was a small piece of wrapped macaron. Yu Shifeng also saw the words on the business card clearly, Zheng Weiyang. I remembered it. This man runs a factory, and Yang Rong arranged a blind date with his son just to curry favor with him. The blind date man who spoke in a very strange way. Yu Shifeng took the business card, but not the macaron. It was so sweet that it was nauseating and unpalatable. Yu Shifeng. "Thank you, but no need for a gift. Food is precious. Mr. Zheng can keep it for himself." Zheng Weihua laughed heartily. "It's just a small gift. Please don't take it to heart. We all live together. It is said that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. I will hold a party next week. If you are free, please come." Yu Shifeng did not refuse this time. This time she lived in a single room in the underground shelter, which was completely out of the track of her previous life. She would stay in the underground shelter for a long time. It would not hurt to get to know the neighbors. Yu Shifeng took the macaron and smiled faintly. Zheng Weiyang said goodbye politely. Yu Shifeng returned to her house and first took a look at the small mechanism on the door. No one had touched it. Yu Shifeng washed her hands and continued her exercise today. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the frequency of her exercise increased significantly after she came to the underground shelter. In her previous life, she was always picked on by Old Man Kai, and the skills she was proud of were devalued. She felt a little bit dissatisfied. In this life, it's time to let Old Man Kai see her ability. I dare not say that I can beat Old Man Kai, but I can at least have a few more moves. Yu Shifeng had a little bit of comparison in her heart, so she practiced harder. On the other side, in Kiki Yajun, Yi Jiansong's daughter burst into a violent cough. Yi Xiaowi's face was flushed, and she was visibly weak. The girl sniffed. "Dad, I feel so uncomfortable." Yang Siju looked up, glanced at Yi Xiaowi quickly, and then quickly lowered her head. Yi Xiaowi's eyes were innocent. "Dad, will I die?" Yi Jiansong hugged his daughter, his voice choked. "No. Dad won't let you die." A few days ago, Yi Xiaowi suddenly caught a cold for some reason. Yang Rong gave the only packet of medicine in the house to Yi Jiansong. Yi Jiansong was so grateful that he almost knelt down in front of Yang Rong's family. After taking the medicine, Xiaowi had a good sleep. After waking up, the fever did not subside. "Dad, I'm hot," Yi Xiaowi said. Yi Jiansong's eyelids have been twitching since yesterday. He stayed by Xiaowi's bed, almost never leaving. Yi Jiansong gave away all his things and got back half a pack of medicine, which was less than a course of treatment. He heard that the underground shelter has been opened, and there is heating there. His daughter's illness is caused by the cold. As long as she can go to the underground shelter. Dad, it's windy and cold. Xiaowei murmured. She was hot and cold at times, and she had lost the correct perception of temperature. She leaned against the quilt, blinking slowly, and her face gradually changed from lively to dull, and finally fixed on a kind of blue-gray numbness. Yi Xiaowei's hand slid from the edge of the quilt and closed her eyes. Yi Jiansong took off his coat and put it on Yi Xiaowei. All the clothes and quilts in the house are with Yi Xiaowei. Yi Jiansong tucked Xiaowei's quilt as usual. Have a good rest. Dad will wake you up tomorrow. Yi Jiansong stood up. He didn't know if it was because he was too cold or because he had been sitting for too long, which caused his blood circulation to be poor. His eyes went dark, and he was about to fall to the ground. Jiansong. Yang Rong stood at the door, but didn't come in. It was not bad for Yi Jiansong to just follow his daughter. At least he wouldn't be at risk of being kicked out again. Although Yi Jiansong never mentioned asking them to move out again after Yang Rong gave him the medicine. But the previous unhappiness had planted a thorn in Yang Rong. Yi Jiansong was like a dog. He could stick to him because of benefits, but would also bite him because of greater benefits. It was a pity that Yang Rong had this idea, but didn't really have the determination to kill him. He just let Yi Jiansong fall to the ground and didn't care. There's wind. Yi Jiansong murmured, Shall we? How could there be wind? Yi Jiansong woke up. He huddled on the ground, burst into a violent cough, his head felt dizzy, and he stood up staggeringly. Shall we? Daddy will close the window for you. He never looked at Yi Xiaowei's pale face from beginning to end. Yi Jiansong stood in front of the window. The cracks on the window inevitably leaked air. There was an air conditioning duct leading to the kitchen in the bedroom for ventilation, and Yi Jiansong would leave a gap in the bedroom door during the day. Yi Jiansong was worried that his daughter would be cold, so he blocked the window gap with old cloth at home a long time ago. But now, the cloth on the window has been moved. His daughter is afraid of the cold and usually doesn't lean against the window. Yi Jiansong felt a headache, his nerves were pulled, and his heart was beating like a drum. Who moved the window? Yi Jiansong turned around slowly, his eyes as red as blood. Yang Siju felt like she was going crazy. After Yi Xiaowei died, Yi Jiansong was like crazy. He no longer went out to work and stayed at home every day with a pair of gloomy eyes. Yang Siju saw Yi Jiansong standing by the window with an expressionless face more than once. Many times, Yang Siju felt that Yi Jiansong's gaze on her was like an evil ghost crawling out of the underworld, which was indescribably creepy. She didn't dare to look at Yi Jiansong's crazy appearance. That night, Yang Siju was awakened by the cold, and for some reason, she pushed open the gap in Yi Xiaowei's bedroom door. At first, she really just wanted to take a look. There were 3 quilts covering Yi Xiaowei's bed. Yang Siju knew that Yi Xiaowei not only had 3 quilts, but also had 2 cushions. Yi Xiaowei was delicate and disliked that one quilt was not soft enough and not warm enough. But she wanted to sleep with Yi Xiaowei, but Yi Xiaowei didn't want to. Even when Yi Jiansong was hoping that Yang Rong would find him a job, and during the most flattering time, he only smiled at Yang Siju and did not wrong his daughter.
Why?
She was so cold, freezing to death. Why didn't Yi Xiaowei share the quilt with her? Yang Siju stood in the shadows, with a faint light in her eyes. Xiaowei asked for it. Why not be kinder and treat her better? Yang Siju walked over quietly and pushed open the window. The window was opened, and Yang Siju returned to the living room. The wind outside blew in, and it felt colder than before. Yang Siju wrapped the quilt tightly, but her heart was very excited. She didn't sleep for half the night, and before dawn, she closed the window back. There was a rustling sound from the bed. Yang Siju was afraid of waking up Yi Xiaowei, so she didn't dare to stay in the bedroom for long and hurried out. She just wanted Xiaowei to feel the same cold as her. Xiaowei couldn't make it, and this was what she deserved. Once Yi Xiaowei died, so many quilts were useless, and naturally they were divided up by Yang Rong's family. Yang Siju was secretly happy. But Yi Jiansong went crazy. One time, Yang Siju woke up in the middle of the night and saw Yi Jiansong sharpening a knife in the kitchen. It was not a kitchen knife or a fruit knife. When Yi Xiaolui was sick, Yi Jiansong took the knife to exchange for contribution points. Yi Jiansong sharpened the parts removed from the cabinet. Holding it in his hand, it was a thin piece of steel. Yang Siju was already guilty, and she was even more frightened when she saw this scene. Dad, let's move to another place. She went to find Yang Rong. Yang Rong glared at her. Tell me, where should we go? Yang Siju wanted to say, go to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng is your daughter. If she is too soft, you can use force. Why can't you beat her into submission? Ever since she suspected that Yu Shifeng had a precognitive dream like her, Yang Siju's heart has been full of sour water. She has always wanted to find an opportunity to test Yu Shifeng's bottom line. Yang Silong is a coward. When he is mentioned, he shakes his head like a rattle. Yang Rong is the same. He lets Yu Shifeng step on his head and live a good life without saying anything. How can a father be like this? Yang Siju placed her hopes on her mother. She stammered and told Su Qingru about her dream. Su Qingru asked her to tell all her dreams carefully from beginning to end. You said that it was snowing outside, and you, me, and Long Long were sharing a watermelon. Su Qingru was patient. The snow started at the end of February. Where did the watermelons come from at that time? Yang Siju was also stunned. Yes, where did the watermelons come from at that time? Not only watermelons, but also fresh sugar oranges and bright red crisp peaches. Yang Siju did not think about these details deeply and only remembered them after Su Qingru reminded her. She tried to recall that those things seemed to appear in her hands out of thin air. The more Yang Siju thought about it, the more empty she felt in her heart. In your dream, do we also live in Yi Jiansong's house?
Su Qingru asked.
Yang Siju affirmed, no, in the dream, we lived in Yu Shifeng's house and our life was much better than now, but it seems that we moved away later and moved to a cement square where there are many people and the smell is very bad. We lived well. Why did we move away? Su Qingru asked this and did not take Yang Siju's ridiculous dream to heart. It was too ridiculous. Yang Siju thought about it and couldn't answer. Dreams are not always clear, and many times it is just a vague and hazy feeling. Things that she thought were normal in the dream, but she felt very strange when she woke up. Why did that peach appear in her hand out of thin air? Yang Siju was thinking about it, and when she looked up, she found Yi Jiansong looking at her.
Yang Siju srang.
She went into the bathroom, and when she came out, Yi Jiansong was sitting on the sofa, his head turned, and his eyes were locked back on her. Yang Siju was going crazy. Yu Shifeng spent 3 seconds thinking about what kind of clothes to wear to Zheng Weiyang's banquet. Except for the winter clothes and anti-gas and fireproof suits, her other clothes are basically the same. They are all simple styles. Considering the suit Zheng Weiyang wore yesterday, Yu Shifeng picked a white coat with a little pattern. The banquet venue is not in the Zheng family's residence. After all, everyone's house is quite cramped, and there is no particularly large venue. Zheng Weiyang borrowed a few meeting rooms. As soon as you walk in, there are a lot of food inside, including porridge made from white rice, pastries served in small plates, and every guest who enters the room will receive a stick of maltose. Such a party was quite standard before the natural disaster, but it is rare after the disaster. Many people gathered around the dining car, loudly praising Zheng Weiyang's wealth and generosity. Zheng Weiyang watched with a smile on his face. No matter whether the guests were glamorous or embarrassed, he was polite. Yu Shifeng carefully looked at the guests here. The guests invited by Zheng Weiyang were much better than the survivors outside in terms of complexion and clothing. Yu Shifeng mixed in the crowd, eating and drinking with them. Since they were here, they were already here. Look at them. What's the difference between them and pigs? Yu Shifeng looked up and saw a pretty girl wearing a warm yellow gauze skirt, holding a man's hand with a reserved look. This time it was an acquaintance. The man was Zheng Weiyang's son, Zheng Qingfan. There were many people following behind, surrounding the couple like stars surrounding the moon. They laughed. Someone shyly retracted his hand. Yu Shifeng ate the pastry without changing his expression, and then took a cup of milk tea. It was mixed with inferior powder, and the taste was not very good. Yu Shifeng took a sip and felt a little disgusted. The one she made with tea and milk was much more mellow than this. But Yu Shifeng did not have the habit of wasting food. Yu Shifeng looked too calm and composed. Although she was not dressed in a conspicuous way, she still attracted attention among the angry or embarrassed expressions. That woman is pretty. Someone behind Zheng Qingfan said. Zheng Qingfan stared at Yu Shifeng and his face fell. As neighbors of the Zheng family, it was only a matter of time before they met. Since Yu Shifeng was here, she was mentally prepared. She nodded to Zheng Qingfan as a greeting. Zheng Qingfan's face became even uglier. He had been on countless blind dates, including rich daughters of equal status and gentle girls from small families. This was the first time he was embarrassed like this. He recalled the scene when Yu Shifeng pressed him to the ground with his fingers bent and begged for mercy, and his face turned blue and white. He was afraid of the ruthlessness that Yu Shifeng had shown before, so he turned around and left without saying anything. He didn't dare to go forward like this, but it was even more impossible for Zheng Qingfan to pretend that nothing had happened. He wanted this ungrateful woman to pay the price, to kneel on the ground and cry and beg him to have with her. Today was the home court of the Zheng family. Zheng Qingfan stared at the layout for a while, waved his hand, and a man came up. Zheng Qingfan whispered something to him. With the help of the agricultural and sideline food factory, the Zheng family had a bumper harvest before the natural disaster and happened to purchase a large batch of agricultural products. With this batch of things, almost everyone welcomed his family with a smile. The Zheng family jumped up and squeezed into the upper class that they had never dared to think of before. There were so many people who wanted to get close to the Zheng family. Zheng Qingfan saw Yu Shifeng eating around the dining car, and his clothes were also very ordinary. He thought that Yu Shifeng was also here to get money. He was proud in his heart. Yu Shifeng ended the blind date without looking back at that time. Now, I am afraid that his intestines must be green with regret. Zheng Qingfan frivolously hooked the waist of his female companion and rubbed it vigorously with his hands. Now, those who want to be his female companion can line up from here to the door of the underground shelter. Yu Shifeng finished the cup of milk tea and did not take another thing. She stood at the edge of the crowd and watched the people coming and going quietly. Zheng Qingfan is rising step by step in the logistics department. Who made him have a good father? Have you heard that Zheng Weiyang is running for the Survivor Representative Committee? 9 out of 10 times, whoever has the food is the boss now. You can't compare them. Yu Shifeng found that a waiter had been lingering around her. She didn't say anything just to see what this man was trying to do. After a while, the waiter rushed over with a basin of water in his hand. Judging from the force point and angle of the waiter's hand, the basin of water in his hand was aimed at his face. Zheng Qingfan stared at this side, with a cruel smile on his face. Yu Shifeng's expression turned cold. Seeing that the water was about to splash over, Yu Shifeng took a step back and curled his toes slightly. The waiter slipped and fell forward. His head fell into the basin of water. The hot steam fumigated the meat, and the waiter let out a tragic wail. It was boiling water. Yu Shifeng turned his head suddenly and looked at Zheng Qingfan with murderous intent in his heart. The screams were very penetrating, and Zheng Qingfan's female companion was frightened and retreated several steps. The hem of her skirt accidentally pressed on the dining table, and she was messed up. The riot did not just happen here. Zheng Weiyang discovered the chaos here and hurried over. What's going on? His son was hesitant to speak. Zheng Weiyang asked people to carry the waiter away and arranged for people to clean up the scene. He apologized to everyone and gave everyone a souvenir on the spot. The incident was classified as an accident and was over. Yu Shifeng watched coldly, and the souvenir was a small cream cake. The Zheng family is really generous. After the meal, Zheng Weiyang came to the middle of the venue and delivered a speech with the theme of unity and working together to overcome difficulties. He called on everyone to take out the extra food reserves and lend a helping hand to the survivors who were still suffering. This was actually a charity dinner. Obviously, This step was not disclosed to the invited guests in advance, and many people showed astonishment and embarrassment. The new waiter distributed cards with names printed on them to everyone, and everyone could write down the donation amount on their own cards. Another person pushed a cardboard box and shuttled among the guests. Zheng Weiyang took the lead and promised that he would donate 5,000 kilograms of food. Compared with most survivors, those who can come here can be said to have a small family background. Some people were embarrassed by Zheng Qingfan's trick. But on the scene, everyone is a decent person. Zheng Weiyang is now running for representatives and is developing vigorously. Many people pinched their noses and wrote down a decent amount. Yu Shifeng thought about it and wrote down 3 kilograms of sweet potatoes. It's about the price of today's dinner. No one should take advantage of anyone. The souvenirs are for apology and cannot be counted. She hasn't settled accounts with Zheng Qingfan yet. As for whether Zheng Weiyang wants to use this donation to exchange for something, or is simply a noble character, this is his business. Why should she donate food to Zheng Weiyang? She paid for the food, but the name was given to Zheng Weiyang. Zheng Weiyang was nothing. She was not an innocent. Madam, the refugees outside are still waiting for your help. Every extra donation may help one more person survive the natural disaster. The waiter walked to Yu Shifeng, but did not take Yu Shifeng's card. Instead, he raised his voice, attracting the attention of the people around him. Yu Shifeng was not as embarrassed as he thought. She said in a serious and sincere tone, "This is all I have." The waiter almost couldn't hold his face. He stood there for a while, and seeing that Yu Shifeng didn't pay any attention to him, he bowed and left. Yu Shifeng's low filling also helped to reduce the psychological burden of the people around him. Many people only added 2 or 3 pounds to Yu Shifeng's. A good party turned into a charity dinner. I shouldn't have come if I had known. Most people think that it's okay as long as they don't end up at the bottom. Zheng Weiyang quickly got the amount of donations from each area. The area where Yu Shifeng was located was obviously lower, and Zheng Weiyang's eyebrows flashed with displeasure. What's going on? Someone told Zheng Weiyang what happened at the table. Zheng Weiyang called him a fool. He paid the waiter a commission of the donations. It was not surprising that the waiter was so active. But people like this who don't want to be led should be kept secret. How can they be exposed in public? People follow the crowd. As long as they know that others have donated more, he will take out his own pocket no matter how reluctant he is. Now, everyone knows that some people donate less and are still unwilling to compromise. The more they donate, the more they seem to suffer. He didn't expect that the person who made trouble was Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng looks so young and beautiful. She should be full of compassion and pity the weak. To put it bluntly, the waiter also thinks that Yu Shifeng is young, and young people are more tender-faced, so he wants to use her to establish his authority. He just manipulated her. Yu Shifeng returned home. After dinner, she roughly knew who lived next door to her. Across from her was a family of 5. The couple looked very cultured and used to be university professors. There were more people living in the back, a pair of brothers. Even natural disasters could not reduce their beer bellies. This family had a large population, and 2 families were squeezed into a room of less than 20 square meters. With 4 children, they lived in a cramped place. Further back was the Zheng family. The Zheng family had 3 generations and 5 people living in it. The waiters temporarily hired for the banquet were all recruited from the outer circle of the underground shelter. This also met the housing purchase requirements that Yu Shifeng had learned at the time. A household was only allowed to buy 1 single room at most. No more. It was just like the original position. It was all to ensure the maximum survival rate as a family unit. She and Yang Rong were no longer a family. She just hinted at the time that she was having a hard time and wanted to get a job in the community, but Yang Rong couldn't wait to remove Yu Shifeng from the household registration. It was hard to say whether it was sad or ridiculous. Now, Yang Rong occupied a position as an employee of a community center that would eventually go bankrupt, and Yu Shifeng naturally occupied a single room in the underground shelter. Everyone was happy. No one could use the owner of the house to pick on Yu Shifeng's house purchase procedure. You had a blind date before? The daughter of Yang Rong? Zheng Weiyang confirmed with his son. Zheng Qingfan lay on the sofa, nonchalant, a woman. Is it necessary to be so nervous? I haven't seen Yang Rong here. She lives alone over there. Zheng Weiyang looked thoughtful. This woman is something. Apart from anything else, just seeing that she could buy and occupy such a room in advance by herself, one has to be more cautious. Zheng Weiyang originally wanted to book the room that Yu Shifeng lives in now. When he went to hand in the supplies, he found out that the room had been bought in advance. At that time, he was still wondering who was so well-informed and acted so quickly. You haven't even found out the person's background. How can you offend him like this? What did I teach you? Zheng Weiyang was very disappointed with his son, pointing at his son. Sooner or later, I will be off by you. Zheng Chengfan showed a hurt expression. Dad, I didn't mean to do anything, just to scare her. Zheng Weiyang softened his tone. If you are interested in her, you can also win her over if you pursue her well. Why do you have to make it like this? If you pursue her well, she doesn't deserve it. I want her to kneel down and beg me. Zheng Weiyang pressed his eyebrows. You have already offended someone. You have to kill her directly. Don't let her have room to fight back. His voice was understated, and he quickly made a decision. You should break up with those messy women of yours, and when will you marry a wife? It just so happens that there is no room at home now. After dealing with Yu Shifeng, I will give you her room. Forget it, an orphan. Yang Rong, the small boss whom he had never taken seriously before the natural disaster. Zheng Weiyang arranged for his son to meet her, because the girl was good-looking and well-educated. If his son raised her, it would be more likely that they would have beautiful and smart children. There was no need to hurt his relationship with his son for such a person. Zheng Weiyang said, Now is the critical time for the election of representatives. You should be quiet. If something goes wrong at this time, you'll be fine. After this batch of grain is sent out, you should keep an eye on the factory and don't be so unruly every day. He couldn't keep the grain in his hands anyway. He couldn't give it all, nor could he not give it. He raised donations with the momentum of the election of representatives to reduce his losses. This batch of donations could increase his bargaining chips for climbing up. What he held in his hands was the bargaining chip. The underground shelter will be officially open soon. At that time, survivors will continue to pour in, and the gap in the underground shelter's demand for food will only grow. Zheng Weiyang wanted to add fuel to the fire. Only by giving out this batch of grain when it is most needed can he win the hearts of the most people. Only then can he show his importance. The balance is like walking on a tightrope. Zheng Weiyang has no extra energy to spare for Yu Shifeng. His son wants a woman, so he can give her to him. He is not the first one anyway. Soon, the underground shelter was officially opened. As soon as the news came out, the quota was snapped up. In order to maintain order, the daily limit is 5,000 people, and they enter in batches and register as families. More and more people come in, and each person who comes in will be assigned an area. In theory, this area is randomly assigned. Those who have a way to send things up can often be randomly assigned to a better position. And those survivors who are really randomly assigned are not willing to accept it. It's just 2 or 3 square meters. If you change your sleeping posture, your feet will stretch to other people's places. Some people rely on the fact that they came first and grabbed a good position. They follow their own rules. What is random? First come, first served. This place is empty anyway. Why can't it be assigned to me? Some people rushed to put their things out to occupy the space. One person piled up more than 10 square meters of various things. Such a scumbag is not easy to deal with. It is impossible to reason with him, and the staff cannot guard him 24 hours a day. The underground shelter covers dozens of acres, and the resettlement task is already very heavy. So how can they take care of so many trivial matters? Today, the staff came and scolded the unruly person and fined him. This person honestly gave up the occupied area. As soon as the people left, he returned to his old ways. If he couldn't talk well, he would beat the original owner who complained. There was a lot of chaos. Everyone felt that it was unfair. The territory they were allocated was small and not as good as others. The food distributed was not enough to eat. Such a small amount of insect powder cakes. What a joke. Why can some people live in the inner circle while they can only squeeze into the big bunk bed? Why doesn't the canteen give them everything they want? There's food, why not give it to them? There are people making trouble every day, big and small, and the largest one organized more than 200 people. They looted the supplies of the people around them and then rushed into the contribution point exchange center of the underground shelter. Then they were suppressed by force. That day, blood flowed like a river. Zheng Weiyang kept his promise and paid some compensation in private. Human life is so cheap now that people can do anything with just a few packs of compressed biscuits. On the day of the success, Zheng Weiyang opened a bottle of red wine for himself. People are divided into different levels wherever they go. In this regard, there is no difference between humans and animals. The alpha wolf always grabs the most resources, and the upper class tends to stick around the alpha wolf to get the second-class resources. And the bottom class, they are the resources themselves. The underground shelter was in the most chaotic time. Sister Yun came to use Shifeng for help. Sister Yun's plot of land was against the wall on both sides, and there was a small storage area inside. I don't know how many people were jealous. Yu Shifeng heard about the situation outside from her. Sister Yun was scared. They are all crazy. How dare they do this? Logically speaking, it shouldn't have come to this. When Yu Shifeng came to the underground shelter in his previous life, everyone who came in could get about 3 days of transitional food and drinking water. The authorities have been actively raising supplies, which can be seen from the contribution point system that was implemented very early. Yu Shifeng thought this was strange. When people first arrive in a strange place, they tend to act conservatively before they are familiar with the environment. The underground shelter was officially opened for less than a week, and the conflict intensified so quickly. This is not right. Sister Yun set up a tent at Yu Shifeng's place. She brought her own dry food, and the two lived together for 3 days. She saw Yu Shifeng exercising every morning and evening and wanted to learn from him. But she couldn't even last a group and was ridiculed by Yu Shifeng. There was a patrol team in the inner circle, and the outside was in turmoil. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground. Yu Shifeng took out a handheld game console and took turns playing Super Mario with her. The sound insulation of this house was not very good. In the background sound of the game, you could hear the roar outside, the patrol team shouting, screams, and gunshots. Sister Yun lowered her head, and her hands holding the game console were shaking. Yu Shifeng sighed and put on the headphones for Sister Yun. Don't think about it.
There was no use thinking about it.
They just want to live.
Sister Yun said.
Yu Shifeng whispered, we can only take care of ourselves. Zheng Weiyang stood up at the right time and announced that he would donate all his wealth and 10,000 kilograms of food to the survivors who entered the underground shelter. There were countless followers at the time, and he was almost worshipped as a god. Zheng Weiyang's appointment as a representative committee member was soon decided. Fatty asked a friend to get on the patrol team in the inner circle and asked someone to send a piece of pork weighing more than half a kilogram to Sister Yun during the day. Sister Yun's location is also close to the inner circle, so it's not a big deal to walk a few more steps out. 2 groups of people who wanted to exchange territory with Sister Yun were caught by the patrol team and forced to do labor. Finally, no one wants to go to Sister Yun's place anymore. The labor service now does not include food. Once you go in, you can't get out without getting humiliated. Yu Shifeng hadn't taken care of the space for several days because she took in Sister Yun. There was finally no one else in the room that day. As soon as Yu Shifeng entered the space, she was surprised to find that her goose had hatched at some point. Such a baby was hatched from 5 goose eggs. Yu Shifeng held the goose in her hands and looked at this goose whose feathers had not yet grown. She liked it no matter how she looked at it. This goose grew very fast. It was a little bigger than the chickens that were born before it. It had a long neck and a quacking sound. Yu Shifeng put it back and leaned on the railing to observe it for a while. It was found that this goose was very protective of food. When it went to eat millet, it always drove away other chickens and ducks and occupied the iron bowl. Yu Shifeng saw with her own eyes that the goose pecked the big hen and made it run around in the chicken coop. The hen was so panicked that she almost flew out of the chicken coop. Xiaoju lay on the roof, half opening her eyes and looking down. Even chickens couldn't fly up to that house. I don't know how Xiaoju climbed up. The hen was hiding timidly on the side, so pitiful. No wonder she has laid fewer eggs recently. Yu Shifeng's newly awakened motherly love for the goose was shattered. She picked up a handful of millet and threw it over. If you dare to hit the hen again, I will stew you. The goose looked at her, then at the hen, and covered the iron bowl with its wings. Yu Shifeng had no choice but to add a bowl for the goose. The goose fluttered over, as if it understood that the bowl was for it alone. Its voice was very loud and proud. Yu Shifeng laughed. The next day, Yu Shifeng went out to find Old Man Kai as planned, and ran into Zheng Weiyang, who was about to go to work. Zheng Weiyang gave Yu Shifeng a kind smile that belonged to an elder. I just found out that you and Xiao Zheng knew each other before.
My son was taught badly by his family.
If he has offended me, please forgive me. I have already taught him a lesson at home. Yu Shifeng stood where he was. He didn't say anything. Xiao Yu, you just moved here. Tell me if your family needs anything. I will send you whatever I have. You are a girl. If you were in my house, you would definitely be pampered and brought up. It's really hard for you. If it were someone else, they would feel that Zheng Weiyang's words hit the nail on the head. Yu Shifeng stared at Zheng Weiyang's eyes. Zheng Weiyang's smile seemed to be painted on, unmoved by anything. Although Yu Shifeng didn't respond, Zheng Weiyang chatted with him for a few more words before leaving in a hurry. Yu Shifeng watched his back and turned her wrist. She changed her mind. Originally, for Yu Shifeng, finding Old Man Kai was a higher priority than dealing with Zheng Qingfan. It was true that Zheng Qingfan had malicious intentions, but his methods were ridiculously despicable and his behavior was childish. If he was left alone, he wouldn't cause any trouble. But his father was different. He was deep-minded and vicious. Yu Shifeng was almost certain that Zheng Qingfan was behind the riot in the underground shelter. He stepped on the flesh and blood of the survivors to ascend to the position of representative committee member. Yu Shifeng changed her mind. She returned to her house and entered the space. First, she harvested a batch of fruits. She had placed a chair collected from the villa garden under the fruit tree. She had thought that when she was free, she would eat freshly picked fruits beside the flower bed. Who would have thought that it would become a cat's nest now? Yu Shifeng pointed at Xiaoju. Look at you. You are getting so fat now. I should let you go out and feel the evil hearts of people outside. She didn't want to admit that she was jealous. Xiaoju rested her head on the chair and turned her belly over leisurely. She was outside dealing with Zheng Weiyang, whose mind was as sharp as honeycomb coal. Yu Shifeng pushed the cat down and leaned on the chair for a while. The total assets, 10,000 kilograms. Yu Shifeng thought about the news outside. The reputation of the Zheng family spread widely, and people outside wanted to worship Zheng Weiyang as a god. According to Yu Shifeng's memory of her previous life, the warehouse of the Zheng family was far more than 10,000 kilograms. Yu Shifeng touched her chin. She wanted it. There were chickens and ducks in the space. She had a family to support, so the consumption was very high. Now, there was another goose. Every day they were either fighting or eating. The goose alone could eat half a basin of millet and half a basin of vegetables from Yu Shifeng in a day. Her own food was sufficient, but with so many mouths in the space, if she continued to consume, she would sooner or later run out of food. She was under a lot of pressure. Zheng Qinggong wanted to destroy her face. How could a mere piece of cream cake compensate for her shock? Yu Shifeng made a plan. Before she took action, good news came from Fatty, saying that he had got a piglet, and the other party wanted 500 G of gold. It was difficult to get an accurate market price for this kind of thing now, and the price was all guessed. Yu Shifeng did not show up, and let Fatty talk to the other party and finally ordered 200 G. Before taking the piglet back, Yu Shifeng planned to go to Zheng's house to get some things back. She was going to raise pigs, so she had to work harder and couldn't just lie down. Yu Shifeng set up a pinhole camera outside the door. After adjusting the angle, the pinhole camera was facing the Zheng family's location and could clearly see the entry and exit of the Zheng family members. She had followed Zheng Weiyang several times, and Zheng Weiyang often went to the office building in the center of the underground shelter. Zheng Weiyang was obsessed with work. Helplessly, Yu Shifeng turned her target to Zheng Qingfan. Zheng Qingfan's activity track was much richer. The next day after following him, He went to the outer circle of the shelter. Yu Shifeng was very familiar with the streamline of the outer circle of the underground shelter. She found a dead corner, entered the space, and quickly changed a set of clothes. Dry wig, pale face with foundation, thin face modified by highlights and nasolabial folds at the corners of the feet. Yu Shifeng's own eyes were lightly tinted, and Yu Shifeng gave herself pure black contact lenses. There were also more turbid fine lines at the corners of the eyes. Makeup can visually change the bone structure, plus a set of clothes that were specially not washed. That was the clothes that Yu Shifeng wore to the museum during the heavy rain. When Yu Shifeng came out of the space again, she was mixed in the outer circle and looked no different from other survivors. Yu Shifeng walked past Zheng Qingfan, who walked away from her in disgust, not even giving her a glance. She followed Zheng Qingfan slowly, watching him pinch his nose and find a store. With an impatient look, he took out a few bags of compressed biscuits and a can of meat from the bag. He gave them to several more stores one after another. The dead are dead, and the living should live well and keep their mouths shut. There will be more next month, otherwise hum. The people inside responded. The outer circle was messy, with all kinds of sounds, snoring, chattering, flushing, and cooking. Zheng Qingfan's voice was very low, and Yu Shifeng leaned in the corner and only heard the sentence. The Zheng family hired a group of people in the outer circle to work for them. What he gave was similar to a pension. Yu Shifeng glanced at the electronic watch in her pocket. After following Zheng Qingfan around the outer circle today, she still couldn't find the Zheng family factory. A little boy ran over here, straight to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng held him down with one hand, and with her other hand, she held back the boy's hand that was trying to reach into her pocket.
Get lost,
Yu Shifeng said hoarsely. The boy lowered his head and walked away timidly. Zhang Weiyang announced that he would donate all his assets, 10,000 kilograms. He stayed in the office every day and was obsessed with work, so someone had to take care of this batch of food for him. Yu Shifeng could wait. After 3 days of surveillance, Yu Shifeng saw the dance halls, billiard rooms, and marginal parties after the apocalypse. The manager inside came out and stared at Yu Shifeng. Go away. Don't you look at what you look like? I don't want you to be like this. Yu Shifeng. Before she couldn't control herself and wanted to kill Zheng Qingfan. Finally, Yu Shifeng saw that he was wearing a thick tweed coat, which meant he was going to the surface. Not only Zheng Qingfan, but also the female companion who was wearing a warm yellow skirt last time. The two hugged each other, looking intimate. The woman wore silk stockings and boots, and a short cape in a Chanel style. Yu Shifeng felt a little annoyed by the outfit. It was okay underground, after all there was heating. The temperature on the surface was -50 or 60, which was a death wish. Zheng Qingfan and his female companion got on a truck. Of course, Yu Shifeng also had cars, and more than one. However, those off-road vehicles from the villa area were too conspicuous, and Yu Shifeng regretted it a little. She should have gotten a Wuling Hongguang at that time. Yu Shifeng followed the ruts for a while, making sure that no one around saw her, and then drove out in a car. This snowy road was cleared in advance by someone. The direction of the road was not the original location of the Zheng family's factory. After driving for a while, the car could not drive in. The road was blocked by snow. Even Zheng Qingfan, the son of the Zheng family, had to get out of the car and shivered as he walked inside. The female companion's legs were frozen like bamboo poles, and she limped. Zheng Qingfan didn't care much about her life or death. Even Yu Shifeng didn't understand why she followed him. Is it some kind of interest that she doesn't understand? I don't understand, but I respect it. Yu Shifeng didn't dare to get too close, and followed not too far or too close, until she finally saw a circle of fences. The sign on the gate indicated that this was a medical device factory. It was hidden quite well. Yes, there were people maintaining order in the underground shelter every day, and it was a mess. Outside, if people knew that there was a fruitful agricultural and sideline food processing factory here, they would have ripped off the roof long ago. Yu Shifeng walked around the factory area. 9 out of 10, this is it. It was worth it that Yu Shifeng didn't even have a good meal these days in order to keep an eye on it, for fear of revealing her whereabouts. It was still early, and Yu Shifeng randomly picked a building nearby. Now, 9 out of 10 houses outside are empty. After Yu Shifeng went in, she locked the door from the inside, closed the windows, and then entered the space. First, she took a bath to restore her yang energy, and half an hour later, wrapped in a bath towel, she went to see the empire she had conquered. The goose had grown a lot bigger, and was now as big as the fattest hen. It looked very majestic and full of vigor. Yu Shifeng suspected that the goose had a genetic mutation. In her memory, geese didn't seem to grow so fast. But she had no way to verify these things. She could only raise it by trial and error. She still didn't know whether the goose was male or female, and she wanted to pick it up several times to take a look. But every time she tried to lift the goose's feet, the goose ran away screaming like a man whose eggs were kicked. Fortunately, it no longer fights with the hens. Perhaps it has confirmed its leadership position, and every day it leads a group of chickens and ducks, walking from east to west, and then from west to east. Yu Shifeng sat on the armchair and ate a bowl of rice with green peppers, shredded pork, potatoes, and braised pork, and drank a bowl of corn and pork rib soup. After eating and drinking, she waved to call Xiaoju down from the upper room, touched the fur, and found a can of chicken in the pet snacks. After Xiaoju finished his meal, he rubbed Yu Shifeng's hand. Yu Shifeng leaned back on the armchair and took a nap. During this time, he felt a snoring sound next to his head. It was Xiaoju. This sound was probably a kind of white noise, and Yu Shifeng relaxed unconsciously. With something on his mind, he didn't sleep very peacefully. Yu Shifeng woke up about 40 minutes later. He estimated that it was almost dark outside. It was about 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Yu Shifeng cut himself an orange. Little Orange came over to smell it, flicked its tail, and left. After eating, Yu Shifeng threw the orange peel into the chicken coop, waited for a while, put on his clothes, and exited the space. The cold outside enveloped Yu Shifeng in an instant. Yu Shifeng took a breath of cold air, and it froze into his throat. He suddenly coughed. Sure enough, it's not that easy to be a thief. Yu Shifeng bypassed the security room and walked in firmly. Before entering, Yu Shifeng used a crossbow to knock down the surrounding cameras. Electronic equipment generally cannot withstand this temperature. But just in case, Yu Shifeng still cleaned it up. The railings in the production area were almost buried in the snow, which was better than nothing, but there was a circle of iron thorns wrapped around it. Yu Shifeng thought this thing was very good, touched it, walked around the fence, and put it all into the space. Yu Shifeng stepped on the snow and easily crossed the railing. The light in the security room was as small as a bean, and the shadow was elongated on the snow. Yu Shifeng had walked around outside the factory before, roughly memorized the terrain, and easily found the main building. It didn't take much effort to lock the door. Yu Shifeng didn't make any sound. After slipping in, she closed the door considerately. There are many machines in this building, like an assembly line. Yu Shifeng didn't understand these machines very well. She was looking for a warehouse. But there was a temporary storage area behind the assembly line. Yu Shifeng cut open the box with a knife and found bean dregs, husks, broken noodles, and a lot of yellow flour inside. This should be the waste area, prepared for elimination or secondary use. Yu Shifeng was delighted. She didn't eat the food here, but she could feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. And the pigs that were coming soon. What she saved was her own food. Yu Shifeng searched the house thoroughly and collected the production waste that had not been transferred out in time from the other 2 production lines. There were 2 rooms. It was estimated that there were 2 or 3 tons. It was called production waste, but if it was placed outside, it could be used as a staple food. Yu Shifeng came out of the workshop, walked through an arc corridor, and touched a suspended lobby. In the center of the lobby, he found a schematic diagram of the entire factory area. Yu Shifeng turned on the lowest level, a weak flashlight, and studied the sign for a while. The main building is 7 stories high and is symmetrically distributed. It is divided into 2 parts, east and west, with the lobby in the middle, which is where Yu Shifeng is. Yu Shifeng came from the west, and the first floor on the east side is also a production workshop. Yu Shifeng felt it, and felt like he was entering his own back garden. The door of the production workshop was too heavy, so Yu Shifeng climbed in through the window. Here were the raw materials, and the room was taller and bigger. With rice. Yu Shifeng's heart began to beat. Conservatively estimated, there were 50 or 60 tons. The fragrance of rice filled her nose, and Yu Shifeng took a deep breath and began to put it into the space impatiently. It seemed that a big hole appeared in the palm of her hand that could not be filled, and the rice slid into the space continuously like quicksand. More than 3 hours passed, and under the mask, Yu Shifeng licked her dry lips, still unsatisfied. Upstairs was the administrative area, that is, the office. Yu Shifeng saved time and went straight to the warehouse. Yu Shifeng was not sure if it was a warehouse. The sign said production department too. If the main building was doing rough processing, then the truly processed food might be in production department too. Because it was necessary to touch the things to be collected directly before they could be collected into the space, Yu Shifeng's fingertips exposed outside were red. But she didn't feel cold at all. Under the mask, Yu Shifeng's face was red and hot. The surge of adrenaline made her so excited that she even had a thin layer of sweat on her shoulders and neck. After this, she no longer had to worry about the feed for the chickens, ducks, and geese in the space. As long as the space could accommodate them, she could raise as many as she wanted. Production department too, Yu Shifeng muttered to herself. The deeper she went, the more empty the echo became. Any movement was exaggerated. Yu Shifeng was blocked by a heavy fire door. This door was not very flexible and could only be pushed hard. A creaking sound was heard, and screams came from the other side of the door. Overlapping with the echo, it was particularly shrill. It scared Yu Shifeng. It also woke her up from the intoxicating sense of achievement. What happened? She didn't have time to fight with anyone. The voice was sharp and thin, intermittent, and it made people feel creepy. Yu Shifeng originally planned to turn around and leave, but heard Zheng Qingfan's laughter. Please, please don't do this. Help. Yu Shifeng thought about it and quietly approached. There is another mission this time. Get rid of Zheng Qingfan. Walking along the production line, the innermost is an office with lights on. The woman's body is covered with blood. Did Zheng Qingfan bring people here just to do this? He runs a factory at home, so he must have eaten too much. Logically, Yu Shifeng should not have seen it so clearly. But Zheng Qingfan, I don't know if he has a special fetish or a frozen nerve in his brain, just happened to be facing the glass window. The last time Yu Shifeng saw this kind of position was on a small website. I have to say, it was an eye-opener. When Yu Shifeng looked closely, he found that the woman who was still dressed fashionably in the afternoon had lost an arm. The severed limb was wrapped in white gauze, and the blood inside was oozing out. Yu Shifeng didn't have a good impression of this woman. The last time he saw her, this woman also ridiculed those who were eating, snatching food like pigs. But last time, at least she was still a complete person. This scene made people physically uncomfortable. It was as if the smell of blood squeezed into the brain from the eyes. Yu Shifeng didn't want to embarrass himself, so he walked closer to see that every extra second was a mental attack. Yu Shifeng would rather waste a bullet than suffer mental trauma. The gunshot rang out, shattering the window and hitting Zheng Qingfan right in the middle of his eyebrows. Zheng Qingfan shuddered and fell against the window, freezing a face mixed with astonishment and desire. Blood flowed from the man's forehead to the woman's face. Calm Nguyen didn't know why Zheng Qingfan stopped. She felt the restraints loosen, and with her remaining hand, she pushed Zheng Qingfan away. Zheng Qingfan just fell to the ground. Calm Nguyen saw the gunshot wound clearly, stunned, and then realized what happened. She wanted to scream, but suddenly covered her mouth. Yu Shifeng glanced at it and put away the gun. Please, take me. Calm Nguyen limped out. Her legs were frostbitten in the afternoon. When she got here, Zheng Qingfan not only did not treat her, but also, Zheng Qingfan was a devil, a demon crawling out of. The previous glory was like a bubble. Calm Nguyen regretted it. She shouldn't have taken this shortcut. At least, she shouldn't have chosen this evil ghost. She couldn't walk fast and fell heavily to the ground. Please, Zheng Weiyang will kill me, don't leave me here.
Calm Nguyen wanted to say this,
but she couldn't see anything clearly. In the dead silence and darkness, she seemed to be strangled by the throat. This person was so calm and killed Jingqing Fan with one shot. Could this be a ghost in human skin who is more brutal than Jingqing Fan? Kong Nuan stopped rushing out. In just a moment of hesitation, Yu Shifeng had turned around and left. Yu Shifeng thought, why was it so quiet here, and there was no obstruction all the way here? It turned out that Jingqing Fan was doing something in there. What an unlucky thing. She had to find the warehouse of the second production department. After leaving Zheng Qingfan's place, Yu Shifeng quickened her pace. There was quite a lot of noise just now, and she didn't know when someone would come over, so she had to hurry. With the things in front, she had already gained a lot this time. But she finally reached the door of Zheng Qingfan's house. There must be real, processed agricultural and sideline products in this factory. If she went home like this, she would have to sit up and slap herself twice when she thought about it in the middle of the night. For warehouses that need to ship goods, in order to facilitate manual handling, there is usually an extra large door to allow freight trucks to drive over. Finally, Yu Shifeng found a pull-down iron gate. The iron door made a loud noise. After Yu Shifeng unlocked it, she carefully raised the door. Even so, the sound was still too loud to be tolerated in the dark. Since the sound could not be suppressed, she would try to control the time of the noise to the shortest possible time. Yu Shifeng gritted her teeth and lifted it up suddenly. After a gap appeared on the ground that was large enough for one person to pass through, Yu Shifeng lay down flat and squeezed in. There was a truck parked inside with a banner on it with a few golden characters on it, donated by Mr. Zheng Weiyang. There were 5,000 kilograms of grain from the Zheng family, grain raised at the charity dinner, and even the 3 kilograms of sweet potatoes donated by Yu Shifeng. This batch of grain was all the wealth Zheng Weiyang had said. Yu Shifeng ignored the truck. Since Zheng Weiyang had already said it, he couldn't go back on his word. This batch of grain would go to people who needed it more. The truck was locked, and this truck was not Yu Shifeng's target. Yu Shifeng walked around the truck and saw the real warehouse. As soon as he entered, Yu Shifeng was shocked by the scale of the warehouse. There were boxes of rice, noodles, flatbreads, glutinous rice, cornmeal, rice flour, and bean flour, as far as the eye could see. Yu Shifeng's eyes were red. Just from what he could see at a glance, it was estimated that there were more than 50 tons. 10,000 kilograms, that is only 5 tons, all his wealth, ha. Yu Shifeng swallowed his saliva, closed the door carefully, and took off his gloves. The light came on outside the window. According to regulations, the security guards on night duty must patrol the circular area at least 5 times. This order was not strictly enforced, unless Zheng Weiyang came in person. The weather was too cold, and after taking a turn during the handover, the security guard leaned against a table and squinted, ready to wake up and take another turn, and today's shift ended here. He heard the sound of firecrackers in a daze, but didn't take it seriously. When he reacted, he was shocked. He had touched a gun when he was serving before. In addition to the security guards guarding the 4 gates of this factory area, there is also a security team of 25 people. The security team usually sleeps directly in the factory area. He hurried to put on his clothes, and halfway through his clothes, the security guard remembered that Zheng Qingfan brought a woman here today. Zheng Qingfan was cruel, and the woman carried out of his room was either dead or disabled. Maybe he did something new today. With the identity of Zheng Qingfan's biological father, it is not difficult to get a gun. In case Zheng Qingfan was playing with women in there or shooting at targets, he called all the security guards to watch. He would not have to do this job anymore. Just because of this hesitation, the security guard did not whistle immediately. He decided to go and have a look himself. He went to the main building first and saw that the external windows and doors were intact. The security guard was relieved, tightened his cotton jacket, and walked slowly to the second department of the production plant. Take a walk, and then stay in the security room until the end of a shift. She divided her mind and listened to the movement outside. Yu Shifeng was concentrating on collecting food into the space. If the conditions did not allow it, Yu Shifeng would have wanted to take off her clothes and lie down in it. Boxes of food were brought into the space every second. Yu Shifeng no longer looked at the labels and carried the entire storage rack into the space. Her heart was beating hard, and she felt that her blood was boiling. There was so much food that she could not collect it all. If Yu Shifeng had stored food before, it would be enough for her to have a full meal for 10 years. So now, this factory has bought all the food for her for the rest of her life, and also the pile of chickens, ducks, and geese in the space. And her future pigs. At this moment, Yu Shifeng was more grateful to Zheng Weiyang than any other survivor. He was the biggest sponsor in her life and gave her a second life. After Yu Shifeng finished collecting one room, he went deeper. Every warehouse was locked, and it took time for Yu Shifeng to unlock it. Yu Shifeng had collected it very quickly, but when the footsteps outside approached, at least 1/3 of the dozen or so warehouses in a row were left. The footsteps stopped at the door, and Yu Shifeng paused. She leaned against the wall and held her breath. There was only one footstep, just one person. It was not that she couldn't solve it. Just knock him out. If she couldn't take these foods away today, Yu Shifeng felt more uncomfortable than killing herself. Fortunately, the people outside only came to the door and didn't come in. Looking at his direction, he was going to the second production department. There was Zheng Qingfan's body and a half-dead woman there. Yu Shifeng's hand almost left an afterimage. In order to be faster, Yu Shifeng even took off her outermost coat. The coat wrapped around her hands, and she couldn't stretch them out. When the security guard found Zheng Qingfan's body, he felt that his heart was colder than Zheng Qingfan's. The factory director's son, is dead. Now he is not only the factory director's son, but also the son of a representative committee member. The representative committee member is even qualified to mobilize the patrol team of the underground shelter. Now he died in the factory. He died in the factory during his guard time. The security guard did not track down the murderer at the first time, but dragged Kong Nuan, who fell outside, back to the heating room. What a joke! If this woman died, he would be the only one to blame. Fortunately, the woman was still breathing. The security guard even tore his clothes to make a simple bandage for her. After making sure that Kong Nuan would not die, the security guard freed his hands and blew the whistle. Here, Yu Shifeng only hated that he was not a 1,000-handed guanyin. At worst, an octopus would do. Some warehouses were filled with bulk food that had not yet been packaged. Yu Shifeng had no choice but to give up. In the same amount of time, there must be more boxes and bags of food on the shelves. Yu Shifeng couldn't even spare the time to see how much she had stuffed into her space. She stared at the remaining food, and when the footsteps of the security team approached, scattered lights appeared outside the window. Yu Shifeng rushed out and took away the last 2 full shelves. The moment the security pushed open the door, Yu Shifeng's figure disappeared from the spot.
She tried her best.
She looted 8 or 9/10 of Zheng Qingfan's food. The warehouse was emptier than ever before. The security team looked at each other. Flashlights shone on the ground, and the team dispersed to look for traces of the thieves. They talked loudly, yelled, and the lights were messy, as if they wanted to burn a hole in the ground to see if the food was hidden inside. Everyone was busy, but no one knew what they were busy with. There was a faint dust in the air, mixed with the fragrance of flour, rice, and beans, which smelled very good. Someone quietly stuffed a handful of noodles into his pocket. Some people also grabbed a handful of rice into their arms. Everyone knew it, and everyone turned a blind eye. The security captain asked someone to deliver a message to the Zheng family. Seeing that the man had gained weight, the security captain glared at him. The man ran away, leaking rice from the seams of his trouser legs. The remaining food that Yu Shifeng failed to take away was picked up by the security team that came later. After all, Yu Shifeng even knocked down the camera for them. Zheng Weiyang smashed the teacup to the ground. This was Zheng Weiyang's favorite set of purple clay tea sets. He had always cherished it and had taken good care of it. The purple clay pot was broken into pieces, and the purple clay was stained with tea, as deep as blood. His son was dead.
Who was it? Who was it?
Zheng Weiyang was so angry that he trembled all over. Go and check where my son went, what he said, what he did, and who entered the factory. Dig 3 feet underground to find these people for me. The secretary bowed and retreated. Zheng Weiyang was furious. After a while, when he calmed down, he came in to ask for instructions. Less than half an hour later, the secretary was called in by Zheng Weiyang. When the secretary came in, There was only a cigarette ace left on Zheng Weiyang's fingertips, and the spark was burning quietly. Zheng Weiyang quit smoking a long time ago. He doesn't smoke now, but he feels better when he smells the cigarette. Second the patrol team to find out how my son died. Privately, check the whereabouts of the grain and be careful. Zheng Weiyang's words were full of fatigue. The secretary found the ashtray, and Zheng Weiyang crushed the last ash with a gloomy face. The grain in his factory was gone. It was his biggest reliance for promotion and the confidence that he was like a fish in water. If they knew that he had no grain, who would care about him? The secretary comforted him. The 10,000 kilograms we promised to donate have been loaded on the truck and not lost. How about forget it? This 10,000 kilograms was his only remaining grain. Zheng Weiyang was reluctant to give it. But he had created too much momentum in the early stage, and I don't know how many eyes were watching him. If he intercepted this batch of grain now, it would be a slap in the face, and Zheng Weiyang's reputation would plummet. This representative committee member must not be able to continue to be a representative. It's really weird. How did they transport nearly 1,000 tons of grain? Even if it was a truck, it would have to be a convoy to move it all at once. How could it fly away with wings? Zheng Weiyang began to doubt whether it was because of his bad words that his entire fortune was really only 10,000 kilograms. This thought flashed through his mind. He couldn't conduct a high-profile investigation. He advertised to the survivors that he only had 10,000 kilograms. He must not reveal to the upper echelons that he no longer had any food, which meant that he would lose his value. Zheng Weiyang's heart was filled with hatred. The orders were still being arranged in an orderly manner. If he didn't fall, the Zheng family wouldn't fall. It was the first time that Yu Shifeng had stayed in the space for so long. When collecting food, there were too many things, and Yu Shifeng knew that the space house couldn't hold them. She decided to store the food in the barren mountains. As soon as she entered, Yu Shifeng looked at the food boxes that were scattered all over the mountains, and she was a little confused. These were all hers. At this moment, Yu Shifeng felt a huge sense of relief, and the lingering hunger from her previous life was engraved in her soul. She had gnawed on tree bark, eaten dead mice, and swallowed sand. She had also stolen and robbed. She lived for 7 years, stepping on the corpses of countless people. Many times, she forgot that she was a human being because she had not spoken for too long, and her voice was out of tune. She felt that she was no different from an animal, just to survive. Yu Shifeng opened a bag of rice and put her hand into the rice pile. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her face. She actually cried. Haha, when did she become so hypocritical? Xiaoju rubbed against her, and Yu Shifeng pushed its head away and wiped her face. Yu Shifeng couldn't accurately estimate the amount of food. Rice was the most, roughly estimated to be more than 500 tons. Noodles and rice noodles were about 100 tons, corn was about 200 tons, and other things such as cornmeal, glutinous rice, coarse grain rice, flour, and other messes, added together, must be 100 tons. Yu Shifeng connected the induction cooker to the generator and cooked a big bag of snail noodles to reward herself. There was also spicy beef, a roast goose leg, and braised skewers. Durian was also served on the table. The fumes made Xiaoju run away for a long distance. Yu Shifeng sat at the table and laughed. Yu Shifeng likes to eat things with strong odors. When eating outside, you have to be restrained. After the natural disaster, everyone was more or less hungry. When people are hungry, their noses are much more sensitive to the smell of food. Yu Shifeng only satisfies his cravings occasionally and never eats too much at a time. Yu Shifeng used the soup of the snail noodles to make another handful of vermicelli. Sharing happiness is better than enjoying it alone. Yu Shifeng poured 2 large basins of millet into the chicken coop and picked vegetables from the flower bed, chopped them into small pieces, and added them in. The hens pecked in the basins one by one. The goose took a basin by itself, covered it with its wings, buried its face in its wings, and ate it with a grunt. 2 eggs were taken from the chicken coop, boiled, and the egg whites were soaked in brine. Yu Shifeng ate them himself. The egg yolks were given to Xiaoju. The main idea is to share the joy equally. After dinner, Yu Shifeng let out the chickens, ducks and geese, and cleaned the chicken coop. Yu Shifeng piled the bird droppings on the other side of the barren mountain. Maybe it could be used to fertilize a piece of land. It doesn't matter if there is a chance or not. The goose is the leader. While Yu Shifeng was cleaning, the goose took the chickens and ducks to patrol the mountain. Yu Shifeng didn't care. The food on the barren mountain was sealed in boxes. It took some effort for Yu Shifeng to open them himself, so he didn't have to worry about them being stolen. If they want to eat, they will come back naturally. Sure enough, within 3 hours, the goose brought the chickens and ducks back. As soon as they came back, they went straight to the food bowl. Yu Shifeng deliberately closed the door and didn't let them in. The chickens and ducks fluttered around the chicken coop for a while, flying all over the ground, and Yu Shifeng laughed so hard that he fell down. The goose went around behind Yu Shifeng, stared at Yu Shifeng's ace, and bit him. Yu Shifeng jumped up. Believe it or not, I will stew you in an iron pot today. The goose quacked. Yu Shifeng was so angry that he pressed the goose's neck and pulled off the whitest and smoothest hair. He then stuck it into the fruit tree in the flower bed. The goose flapped its wings, ready to fight Yu Shifeng for 300 rounds. Yu Shifeng decided to quit while he was ahead and pushed open the door of the chicken coop. Everyone rushed in to eat. The goose looked at Yu Shifeng, then at the chicken coop, and finally chose to protect its own rice bowl. Yu Shifeng had 3 days of leisurely life, and she felt that she could live here until she died. This life, at least, beat 99.99% of the users on the Earth. Unfortunately, the space does not allow it. In these 3 days, half of the time Yu Shifeng had saved was directly used up. The hourglass in the front hall was also reminding her she should get out. Yu Shifeng appeared in the warehouse again. The warehouse was completely abandoned, with only a pile of ashes left. Before Yu Shifeng took refuge in the space, the scattered grains were gone. Such a large granary, not a single grain of rice could be seen. Before Yu Shifeng came out, she imagined the worst-case scenario. As soon as she showed up, there would be a hail of bullets. She had to flash back to the space at the critical moment. She was nervous and checked the surrounding environment at the first time. There was nothing, no one, and no new surveillance. Yu Shifeng made a judgment that this place was abandoned. An empty house, no guards, and no patronage. This was also in line with Yu Shifeng's expectations. The door was locked from the outside, and Yu Shifeng could not judge the situation outside. Yu Shifeng found the fire door in another direction. This door was easier to deal with than the iron door. At least it didn't make that loud noise. After spending some effort, Yu Shifeng was about to push the door open. At this time, she heard footsteps outside. The footsteps showed a unique pattern. It reminded Yu Shifeng of someone. Wang Anmin. He was shot to death with a penetrating wound between his eyebrows. The witness did not see the murderer's face. Judging from the footprints, his height is between 165 and 172. Considering the thickness of the warm clothes, the murderer should be a thin young woman. The young girl reported neatly. Yu Shifeng sighed in his heart. He was careless. Where is the surveillance outside? This was Wang Anmin's voice. It has been broken for a long time. At this temperature, the cameras outside are just for show. Only 2 of them can barely record images, and they were also shot down. It is preliminarily speculated that they are steel crossbows. The footsteps were getting closer. Yu Shifeng did not dare to listen anymore and entered the space. Wang Anmin outside seemed to have sensed something and glanced in the direction of Yu Shifeng. This is very wrong. According to the security guard, there was originally a circle of protection on the railing outside. It was iron spikes. It was still there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At 11 o'clock, they were all gone. The patrol team of the underground shelter was short of manpower, so they transferred personnel from the grassroots. Wang Anming was going to be promoted, and he was transferred to the underground shelter with this title. He had relevant experience in the past, so it was natural for him to take over this case. Wang Anmin was not very happy. People were dying everywhere, and a second generation was nothing. According to Kong Nuan's description, if Zheng Qingfan had not died that day, she would have died. There is so much shortage of manpower now, and people are needed everywhere, and they are wasted on such meaningless things. The orders from above are not subject to his will. Wang Onmin said, I feel that the security guard is hiding something. Ask him again. In the space. Yu Shifeng lowered his head and glanced at his shoes. The average size is 37. Yu Shifeng searched the house for half an hour and finally found a pair of size 39 shoes. She silently put on 3 pairs of cotton socks and stuffed her feet into them. She stepped on them. Well, they can be worn. Yu Shifeng returned to the warehouse. There was no sound outside. No one had come into the warehouse. Wang Onmin came to investigate the cause of Zheng Qingfan's death, but he did not connect it to the loss of grain in the warehouse. There is only one possibility, that is, Zheng Weiyang did not report it. This is a good thing for Yu Shifeng. One less person knows, and there is less possibility of space exposure. As for the murderer who shot Zheng Qingfan and the possible evidence pointing to herself, Yu Shifeng did not rush to make up for it. The more she does, the more mistakes she makes. What she has to do is to leave the factory as soon as possible and get out of their sight. Yu Shifeng opened the fire door, went out, and closed the door back. A cloud rose in the sky in the morning sun. Visibility outside was very low, and Yu Shifeng calculated the time. She had a whole day to return to the underground shelter. Yu Shifeng walked out along the edge of the building against the cold wind. Behind her, Wang Onmin just asked the security guard about the theft of grain. The security guard hesitated and could not give a specific amount. Wang Onmin took the team to check the warehouse of the second production department, but was still confused. The traces at the scene did not explain anything. At this time, Yu Shifeng had already left. When Yu Shifeng went back, there were many people gathered at the registration desk at the entrance of the shelter. Yu Shifeng saw Old Man Kai. She was excited and was about to step forward. She looked around Old Man Kai, but did not find his little grandson. Yu Shifeng's heart sank. Could it be that Old Man Kai's grandson had an accident in advance in this life? She was about to find an opportunity to step forward and talk, when she felt a pat on the shoulder. Little girl, why are you staring at my grandfather? The old man is already old. What's so good about him? Yu Shifeng was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw a man who was very tall and wrapped like a bear. He had a pair of beautiful eyes, and she wanted to take off his hat and mask to find out more about him. Yu Shifeng originally felt offended. It turned out that he was a handsome man. Never mind. Wait, Yu Shifeng said. Is he your grandfather? The man's voice was muffled in the homemade mask. Yes, my grandfather. It turned out that this was the little grandson of Old Man Kai, who died young. Yu Shifeng always heard Old Man Kai talking about his little grandson returning to the countryside from the city and stuffing chicken into his mouth. There was also the glorious deeds of Old Man Kai holding his grandson's feet upside down while the little grandson crawled on the ground with his hands. The old woman was nostalgic, and because she did not ask in detail, she misjudged the age of her little grandson. For a moment, she could not look directly at the tall man in front of her. Yu Shifeng silently looked away. She spoke after a while. Has your family been assigned a place, and which district is it in? The man said, District 8. Yu Shifeng said, the area code you have is located at the outermost area, the heating effect is not good, and the public security is also poor. If you trust me, tell me your name and place of residence, and I will find someone to change your location. She looked at Old Man Kai. Although he had white hair, and his clothes were not very complete, but how to say it, he was still energetic, and his eyes were full of charm. He was much better than the Old Man Kai who was dull and numb in his previous life. Little girl, do you know me? Old Man Kai said. You look like one of my elders. Yu Shifeng said softly, with a little nostalgia in her tone. Old Man Kai comforted her. I should die at my age. People should look forward. Yu Shifeng smiled and nodded. Yes, people should look forward. Old Man Kai said, help us find a good location. What do you want? Yu Shifeng smiled and gave the reason he had thought of early in the morning. I want you to pretend to be my distant relatives. If anyone asks, you can say that I have been with you for the past 3 days. Old Man Kai agreed. Old Man Kai, whose full name is Kai Yuejin, his grandson's surname is Zhang, and his name is Zhang Qiu. Yu Shifeng was puzzled. Why is your surname Zhang? Oh, my mother is an only child, so I took my mother's surname. What about old man Kai? Zhang Qiu said, he is my father's father. Where are the other people in your family? Zhang Qiu smiled faintly. They are almost dead. Yu Shifeng decisively shut up. Yu Shifeng went to find Fatty, and with a bottle of bean paste and 2 packs of instant noodles, he transferred Old Man Kai's area to District 2, which is Sister Yun's area. District 1 refers to the inner circle. The houses in the inner circle are not for sale now. The number of vacant houses can be counted on one hand. Yu Shifeng gave Fatty a pound of rice. Fatty smiled and said, it's the market price. I'll take 20%. You're giving too much. Yu Shifeng said I moved them to that area because I wanted to benefit from Sister Yun. 1 pound is not much. There are patrol teams patrolling there every now and then, and the safety is more guaranteed than other places. Fatty accepted it and said, okay, next time there is such a good thing, come to me. The last piglet has been taken over. When are you free? Yu Shifeng thought for a while and said, the day after tomorrow. After completing the district change, Yu Shifeng brought Old Man Kai and Zhang Qiu in. On the way here, they passed District 8. A woman holding a child knelt down and kowtowed to them. Please be kind and give us something to eat. Old Man Kai said with a stern face, get lost. A young man lowered his head and hurried on his way. When they passed by, Old Man Kai's chicken claw-like hand pinched the young man's wrist. Hey, they stole it from me. There will be more people who want to stick to Yu Shifeng. But they can't get anything good. Old Man Kai shook his head. It's quite lively. Zhang Qiu was amazed. He knew his grandfather, but he didn't expect this girl to be so skilled. The closer to the inner circle, the better off the people inside. You can tell from the amount of belongings. Yu Shifeng led them to the place and said nothing more. She had done enough today. After Yu Shifeng left, Zhang Qiu opened the suitcase and began to clean up their 5 square meters. Grandpa, why do you think she is so nice to us? Old Man Kai spread out the quilt and flicked the dust off it. Does she like me? Zhang Qiu spread the mattress and touched his chin. Old Man Kai glanced at his grandson. I'm not saying she's much better than you. That's impossible. She looks okay, but not as pretty as me. He said this with confidence. Zhang Qiu has big eyes, a deep nose, and clear contours. Each of his features is stunningly beautiful when taken alone. Put together, they look like someone who walked out of a painting. Old Man Kai pointed a finger at Zhang Qiu and said, this place is too small. It can't even accommodate such a big face as yours. Zhang Qiu touched his nose, skillfully raised the fire bucket, and began to boil water. The steam from the kettle was used to heat today's meals. The very dry and hard nests would scratch the throat if boiled and eaten, so Zhang Qiu broke off the softer parts and left them to Old Man Kai. Then, why do you think she helped us? Old Man Kai snorted, anyway, it's not for your conceited face. Yu Shifeng went back and first checked the surveillance footage of the past few days. It was very peaceful. There were no unexpected situations. Interestingly, not only did she not come back, the pinhole camera showed that Zheng Weiyang had not returned home either. He seemed very busy. Yu Shifeng curled her lips. A day later, Yu Shifeng found the farm according to the address given by the fat man and went to pick up her piglets. The man she met was a middle-aged man with a wrinkled face and a small stature. Yu Shifeng recognized this man. She had seen him at the Zheng family's charity dinner. She vaguely remembered that his last name was Chao. They obviously lived in the inner circle, but they had to run so far to trade. This was very unusual. Are you alone?
Cao Kai sao đỡ đi Sapon?
Yu Shifeng's heart moved. I came here for my boss. Chao Kai's tone was obviously hopeless. Ask your boss. We have 2 piglets here, also at the same price. See if your friend wants them. Yu Shifeng was delighted. 3, that would be great. They can't be all male or all female. That's fine. But Yu Shifeng won't be able to roast suckling pigs in the future. Chao Kai cheered up after hearing that. 1 male and 2 females. How about 3 together, 400 G?
Yu Shifeng said.
In such a cold day, No one wanted to argue anymore, and after a polite discussion, the price of the 3 immature piglets was set at 500 G. There were only 3 immature pigs left in his family, and the previous pigs couldn't make it and froze to death. When the temperature just started to drop, Chao Kai went out to buy plastic film and spent a lot of money on it. Still couldn't keep the pigs. He couldn't afford to buy feed for the pigs. People had nothing to eat, so how could they afford to feed the pigs? See if you were willing to pay. The man looked around and lowered his voice. I still have 2 adult pigs that have just been slaughtered. I'm clearing out the inventory. Look, do you have anything that can be exchanged? Pork is not like piglets. There is no need to worry about the market. I won't hide it from you. I run a pig farm, and the higher-ups have bought all the pigs, and they're all counted as contribution points for me, them. It's true that contribution points can be exchanged for things, but each person's exchange amount is limited. One person can exchange for a maximum of 50 kilograms of rice per month. Chao Kai's contribution points are enough for his family to eat in the underground shelter for 20 years. 20 years. He doesn't believe that this shelter can be open for 20 years. Isn't that cheating? The people should not fight against the officials. All Chao Kai can do is to keep a few pigs for himself. Those are the pigs he hired to be raised by the farmer, and they haven't been received by the factory yet, so they're his own account. The farmer's home is deep in the mountains, and the temperature is slightly higher than outside, and the pigs have survived to this day. But recently, the farmer's family can't hold on any longer. There are too many people who want to steal meat openly or secretly. A few days ago, someone came. The man with a gun scared the farmer. The farmer raised pigs for others and didn't want to risk his life for this. Chao Kai had 2 adult pigs. What did he want? It was not difficult to guess. Yu Shifeng had seen him trying to talk to Zheng Weiyang at the banquet, but failed to find a chance. As a result, he was tricked by Zheng Weiyang and put on a charity dinner, forced to pay out of his own pocket. He wanted to exchange it for the food in Zheng Weiyang's hand. Yu Shifeng smiled. What a coincidence. What she lacked the least was food. On the market, 1 pound of meat could be exchanged for 5 pounds of rice. After the natural disaster, the value of paper money plummeted, but the original logic of bartering was still retained. Yu Shifeng gave 1,500 kilograms of rice. Chao Kai said a lot of good things. Where are you from, young lady? Such a charming girl. I was just too short-sighted and neglected her. Chao Kai rubbed his hands excitedly. Yu Shifeng smiled reservedly. My boss is also in the upper level. You don't have to worry about it when the pigs are dragged to the warehouse. I understand. I know the rules.
Cao Kai not that zipit then.
Chao Kai didn't expect that Yu Shifeng could actually produce so much rice. He tried to hide his expression, but he couldn't suppress his smile, which almost reached his ears. That was rice, white rice. At this time, gold might not be able to exchange for so much rice. And the best adult pig in his family weighed less than 140 kilograms. Not to mention the piglets. After raising pigs for so many years, except for the sick ones, this was the first time he encountered pigs that became thinner and thinner. The delivery location was set in an abandoned warehouse. Yu Shifeng put the full amount of rice in advance. Chao Kai's truck drove up, and the piglets in the car were dressed in colorful clothes, and the clothes were wrapped in plastic film. It looked funny. Even with so many things wrapped, the piglets were estimated to weigh less than 30 kilograms on the scale. Seeing the warehouse full of white rice, his eyes were straight. Yu Shifeng saw his expression. Chao Kai's face was pleasantly surprised, without any guilt or weakness. He didn't even try to test whether she was alone. Well, it was a little regrettable. Yu Shifeng could say with a clear conscience that it was just a little bit. If Chao Kai wanted to rob the thieves, she could buy it for free with peace of mind. Yu Shifeng circled the truck. This kid is half dead. Chao Kai smiled apologetically. There is nothing we can do about it. If you have difficulty in heating, you can still keep it and try. If you can't, just kill it as soon as possible. Chao Kai dragged out half a basin of lard from the car. This is a gift for you. There are less than 10 pounds of pig offal in it, which I will give you as well. Chao Kai was afraid that this business would fail, so he had to continue to look for ways. It is difficult to find customers who are strong enough, reliable, and generous. He sold it little by little, and everyone knew that he had pork in his hands, and he couldn't explain it to his superiors. Neither of them would talk about this outside. Whether it was Yu Shifeng's food or Chao Kai's pigs, they were things that could not be put on the table. The two of them completed the handover harmoniously. Both were very satisfied. Chao Kai was not going to sell this batch of grain, so he would preserve it and save it. He grew up in the mountains since he was a child. Now the village over there has been abandoned for decades. Except for him, no one has been able to find the way inside. The pork that Yu Shifeng exchanged for was about 300 kilograms, with about 10 kilograms of pig offal, half a basin of lard, and 3 piglets. As soon as the people left, Yu Shifeng put the skinny piglets into the space. The piglets looked even more frivolous when they were in her hands. To be honest, it was the first time she had seen such a skinny pig. She always felt that it would die in the next second. Yu Shifeng's pig pen was not yet completely built. Due to the limited materials, the rack was built simply. Seeing the fragile appearance of the piglets, it was enough for the time being. Yu Shifeng cut sweet potatoes and corn cobs and even added 2 packets of Shuhua milk to it, and then brought it over after mixing it. The 3 pigs grunted and buried their faces in the basin. Yu Shifeng was very relieved. They could eat and drink, so they should not be injured and have hope of gaining weight. Pig's feet rice, grilled tenderloin, white lard, braised pig ears, stir-fried pork belly. Yu Shifeng's smile became more and more kind. Be good, eat more. She got a basin to collect mountain spring water. Fearing that the pigs would be very cold outside, she added some hot water to it. The temperature in the space was suitable, not too high or too low. After a while, Yu Shifeng took off the plastic film that wrapped the piglets and removed the messy cloth inside. There was no rush to bathe them, so let the piglets adapt to it in 2 days first. Yu Shifeng clapped her hands and added food to the chickens, ducks, and geese. There was no need to worry about Xiaoju, because there was an automatic feeder among the pet supplies she had collected before. She charged it and set the mode, and the feeder would feed food at a fixed time and quantity. She just needs to add cat food to it every once in a while. With some extra meals from time to time, Xiaoju's life is quite comfortable. Yu Shifeng ate a bowl of mutton vermicelli soup in the space before leaving. As for the stockpiled fresh meat, there is no rush. She still has half a goat she picked up in her space, and there is still a lot of frozen meat she bought before the disaster that has not been processed. Processing meat is a relatively labor-intensive task. Yu Shifeng does not have a good venue for the time being, and the time to enter the space is also limited. Occasionally, it is no problem to add a meal and cook 2 pots. If you want to prepare a large amount of meat, you have to wait. When Yu Shifeng returned to the shelter and exercised as usual, she felt a pain in her lower abdomen. Cold sweat immediately came down. Yu Shifeng squatted on the ground to relax for a long time. After checking, it was found that her menstrual period had arrived. Maybe it was because she ran too often outside and stayed too long recently. Her body caught a cold, so this time the attack was particularly painful. Yu Shifeng lay on the bed. I can't tell whether I am more grateful or helpless. Her period was irregular, and she had never calculated it. Fortunately, her period did not come when she went to Zheng Weiyang's factory. Her period did not come when she went to buy pigs. Now that everything is almost settled, she can have a good rest. The quilt is soft and hot, and it couldn't be more comfortable. Yu Shifeng fumbled to mix herself a cup of brown sugar tea. The heat seemed to follow the water to her abdomen, and Yu Shifeng felt a little better. Yu Shifeng turned over in bed and found that she wanted to eat ice. She closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into space, looking at her iced milk tea, popsicles, and ice cream. The weather was cold to begin with, and Yu Shifeng rarely thought of eating such things. I don't know why, when I can't eat it, the more taboo it is, the more I want to eat it. There is a bit of rebellion in me. Yu Shifeng put on an earphone, played soft accompaniment next to the earphone, put a warm patch on her abdomen, and then found a novel to distract herself. The whole night passed in a daze. The next day, Yu Shifeng was awakened by a knock on the door. The moment she woke up, the noise outside made her tense all over. She sat up quickly, her instinctive vigilance overwhelmed all the discomfort. She turned over and got out of bed, with a crossbow in her hand. Then she began to check the surveillance outside the door. It was Zhang Qiu outside the door. The severe pain in her lower abdomen returned to Yu Shifeng. The crossbow was retracted into space. Yu Shifeng threw the phone back on the bed. She lay back down too. Old Man Kai was kind to her. Who is Zhang Qiu? Old Man Kai's grandson. As long as he's not dead, it's fine. The knock on the door continued. Yu Shifeng threw the phone on the bed. All the strength was withdrawn from her body, and she lay back down again. The door was knocked for a long time. Yu Shifeng was annoyed and threw the pillow against the door. Yu Shifeng, are you in there? Grandpa asked me to bring you something. It's a specialty tea from my home, with beans, sesame, and shredded. It tastes delicious. The door was suddenly opened. Zhang Qiu was frightened by Yu Shifeng's ghostly pale face. What's the matter? Yu Shifeng said. Well, this is a specialty of my family. I brought it for you to try. Thank you for your help. My grandfather is old and is still resting at home. I brought it to you. I just ran into a patrol team at the door. Yu Shifeng glanced in the direction of the Zheng family. No one came out of the Zheng family. Yu Shifeng said, Come in. After closing the door, Yu Shifeng's face was cold. Have you forgotten that we are relatives and the tone can be more familiar? Zhang Qiu was a little confused, but still agreed. I brought you some mixed sauce, which I made myself. A noodle shop asked me for the recipe before. You can eat it with noodles. It's salty. If you have chili powder, you can also mix it yourself. This person talks a lot. Yu Shifeng pressed his eyebrows. The sauce was handed to Yu Shifeng, and Yu Shifeng's expression eased a little. Thank you, I have a box of peach cakes here. Can you help me take it to Mr. Kai? Grandpa, no, you should supplement more sugar. Don't hurt your body. Zhang Qiu glanced at Yu Shifeng's face. You have abdominal pain during, and you have wind evil, and your lung defense is out of balance. Yu Shifeng glanced at Zhang Qiu. Do you understand this? Zhang Qiu felt that the cold air in the room had finally dissipated a little, and he showed a bright smile. Let me take your pulse. Well, the pulse is still very stable. You have trained well, but your stomach is weak. You still have nothing to eat in the morning. This peach cake is soaked in hot water, and you should drink a cup quickly. Your spleen has a slight fire. You ate something irritating yesterday, mutton. The cold is condensed in the cells, and the two are fighting and causing pain. Zhang Qiu muttered, medicinal peach kernels, peach peels, and tangerine peels. Yu Shifeng asked him, Do you have any Chinese medicine?
Fan Yuri Blair, no.
Then tell me the name of the Western medicine, I'll see if I can get it. Zhang Qiu said, You are in so much pain. Of course you should take ibuprofen. Yu Shifeng's eyes widened, and she almost laughed at this guy. What is she expecting? I learned a little but not much practice. Zhang Qiu laughed. It takes time to regulate qi and blood. You should avoid cold things. In such bad weather like outside, you should go out less. Yu Shifeng didn't want to say a word, and felt like falling to the ground because of the stomach pain.
You.
She pointed to the door. Zhang Qiu stood up quickly. Then you have a good rest. Yu Shifeng took an ibuprofen and felt sleepy. He climbed back to bed and took a nap. This time when he woke up, he felt much better. His lower abdomen was still slightly swollen, but the pain was much relieved. Yu Shifeng drank a cup of mung bean porridge, ate a pancake with the porridge, and moved his eyes to the bottle of mixed sauce on the table. The color looked very good, and it was greasy. Yu Shifeng did not touch the bottle of sauce. After dinner, Yu Shifeng leaned on the bed and played a few games of fruit cutting. The surveillance record prompted that someone had been here. Yu Shifeng clicked on it. When she was sleeping, Zhang Qiu came again. He was carrying a pot. He looked like he wanted to knock on the door. After hesitating for a while, he put the pot at the door and left. She slept for 3 hours, and Zhang Qiu even came to change the pot once. Yu Shifeng got up wrapped in a blanket and opened the door. There was boiling water in the pot, and it was just warm enough.
Kekia County.
It was less than half a month later when Yang Rong's family knew that Yu Shifeng had moved away. This reminded Su Qingru of Yang Siju's dream. In the dream, their family lived in that house. Later they moved away. The two things confirmed each other, which made Su Qingru feel uneasy. The temperature was getting lower and lower, so low that people could not see the way out in the future. She asked Yang Rong to go out and inquire, but unfortunately, since Yang Rong was marginalized by the community, the news was stagnant. She showed up every day and did some meaningless work. Su Qingru consoled her. You are her father. Even if she doesn't recognize you, you should still care about her more. In this weather, she is not at home. What if something happens outside? Yang Rong didn't get any results. Sister Yun, who was close to Shifeng, also moved away. Su Qingru went to find Zhao Yao. She lowered her posture and praised Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao had a good chat with her, but when talking about Yu Shifu, his eyebrows flashed with discomfort. How do I know where she went? She is still tossing around in this weather. I don't know what she is thinking,
Zhao Yao said.
After getting from Zhao Yao that Yu Shifeng gave Zhao Yao's family medicine, Su Qingru looked slightly surprised. Yu Shifeng actually had medicine. Before she left, did she ask you to help her look after the house? But the result was destined to disappoint Su Qingru. Zhao Yao pulled her to complain bitterly. She sold the medicine, but the price was still rising, increasing several times. Zhao Yao felt that she had lost a lot. She took the money and wanted to buy some food. But she found that people didn't accept paper money at all. Those who had things in their hands specified what they wanted in exchange. That money was no different from waste paper. Zhao Yao regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Now at home, she and Hu Qiangyong quarreled every day, and there was no peace. It was cold. The children didn't have enough to eat. Her heart was like soaked in Coptis water, bubbling with bitterness. Su Qingru comforted her, and when she saw that she couldn't say anything useful, she said a few more perfunctory words and left. When she returned home, she received bad news. Her Long was sick. The fever lasted for 3 days. Yang Silong wrapped himself in a quilt, and his body was sometimes hot and sometimes cold. Earlier, Yang Rong deceived Yi Jiansong and said that the pack of medicine he gave him was the last pack. Of course not. He always had a medicine box at home, and he still had more than half a box of such medicine. He wanted Yi Jiansong as gratitude, but he didn't want to give it all away. Fortunately, he kept this trick, otherwise what would Yang Silong do? Su Qingru changed Yang Silong's towel every day to cool him down. Yang Rong looked at his only son and encouraged him. I went to register for the underground shelter. There are only more than 2,000 people ahead. Long, you hold on a little longer. When you get there, you won't have to endure the cold. Yang Siju had heavy bags under his eyes and stood aside with a pair of panda eyes. Yi Xiaohui's quilt was now covering Yang Silong's body. It was like a curse, but also like reincarnation. She suspected that Yang Silong's illness was caused by Yi Jiansong, because Yi Xiaohui was also sick in this way. She didn't dare to say it. Recently, Yang Rong and Yi Jiansong have been almost inseparable. Yi Jiansong seemed to regard himself as a member of Yang Rong's family, and he didn't feel uncomfortable eating and living together every day. The two men talked about the depression of being unsuccessful and lamented that they were born at the wrong time. Talking about the first love when they were young and the struggle history in their early 20s, they were moved to tears. When the love was at its peak, Yang Rong put his arm around Yi Jiansong's shoulders, and they looked like half-brothers. Yang Rong looked at Yi Jiansong and smiled generously, like an older brother. Jiansong, I've included your name with me. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Yi Jiansong smiled strangely. Thank you, Brother Rong. I'll remember your kindness. Yang Rong said earnestly. Take care of the house. No one wants to worry about Xiaohui's affairs. You're not too old. Just find another woman to give birth to your child. You just happen to be in need of a boy. Yi Jiansong's eye twitched. Before leaving, Yang Silong's illness also improved. Several people gathered together and cooked some leftover grains in a pot. Yi Jiansong got a bowl of sweet wine lees from somewhere. The smell of sweet wine lees was very fragrant. It was a good thing that could restore qi and blood. Yi Jiansong took it out and prepared to pour the whole jar into the pot. Su Qingru shouted, Wait a minute. Yi Jiansong's hand paused. Su Qingru smiled at him and scooped out a large piece of it with a spoon. Longlong's illness has just recovered. I will feed Longlong a spoonful first. Yi Jiansong obediently handed over the palm-sized jar.
Yang Sizuli cat had dry lips.
The sweet wine lees were really fragrant. I don't know if it was brewed too much, but there was a faint smell of aromatic volatile agents. The heat made people's brains a little dull. Yang Rong followed closely behind Yang Xilong and scooped away another large spoonful. Yang Siju felt something was wrong, but couldn't put it into words. She was soon suppressed by the dissatisfaction of being given too little. Jiansong, you eat too, Su Qingru said. Yi Jiansong smiled. It's okay, you guys eat, I've eaten before. The wine lees went down her throat. Yang Siju felt that the taste was a little strange, but it was nothing. They had eaten a lot of spoiled food these days. There was a burning sensation in her stomach. At first, Yang Siju thought it was the warmth brought by the food. The burning soon turned into a stinging pain.
Longlong.
Su Qingru's hand trembled, and she dropped the bowl. Yang Xilong's body broke out into violent convulsions, wrapped in the quilt like a rolling worm. The pot was overturned, and the soup spilled all over the floor. Yang Rong was about to get up to check on his son's condition, but squatted down again, holding his abdomen. Yi Jiansong was still laughing. Yang Rong looked at him in fear. You poisoned me. Yang Siju ran to the side and scratched her throat hard. Yi Jiansong tore off Hele's disguise, with a strong expression of disgust on his face. He said viciously, My child is dead. What qualifications do you have to go to the underground shelter?
Don't go.
Stay here. Why don't we all die together? Yang Rong was in pain and anger. Your daughter is dead. What does it have to do with me? Yi Jiansong said in a cold tone. It was you who pushed open her window. She was wearing thermal underwear and covered with a quilt. There was a fire barrel in the room. How could she freeze to death? At first I was wondering who pushed open the window. Yang Siju felt that Yi Jiansong seemed to look at her. She stepped back and shivered. Later I figured it out. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Anyway, your family is not good. All of you go to die. Yi Jiansong held the steel sheet in his hand and stabbed Yang Rong without hesitation. Yang Rong was hit hard again, and he spat out the words from between his teeth. You are crazy. Yang Xilong had just recovered from a serious illness. After violent convulsions, he fell silent under the quilt. Su Qingru rushed over, Longlong. Blood was pouring from Yang Rong's ribs. Yi Jiansong was grinning, and Yang Siju was huddled in the corner and screaming. In the fire bucket, water splashed on the red-hot coals, making crackling sounds. Yi Jiansong pulled out the steel sheet and walked towards Yang Siju. He tilted his head to look at Yang Siju's face, with a confused look on his face. He whispered, You and my daughter are actually a bit similar. I also thought that when my daughter grows up, she will look like you. His face changed, sometimes ferocious, sometimes gentle. Finally, he raised his hand and gritted his teeth. But you killed her. With a. Yang Siju thought she was going to die. Yi Jiansong fell to the ground with a hole as big as a bowl on his head. Su Qingru picked up the pot on the ground and smashed it on Yi Jiansong's head with the water in it. Yang Rong had fainted. Su Qingru was still in shock and instructed the only person who could still move on the field, Yang Siju. Go out and call for help. Yang Siju rolled out. Yang Rong was an employee of the community center. The community came half an hour later and even dispatched a doctor to the scene. Yang Rong was carried away. Su Qingru was crying while holding Yang Xilong. Yang Xilong was already dead. He was taken away by the community funeral. He did not die of poisoning, but suffocated by. Su Qingru was pulled up from the ground, and she was numb. 2 hours ago, everything was fine. She never thought that things would turn out like this in the blink of an eye. Yang Siju was taken away for questioning. She was like a quail, and she screamed at the slightest stimulation. She couldn't say any useful information. Su Qingru didn't know anything. The community staff were not surprised, and the questioning was just routine questioning. There are many things that refresh people's bottom line after natural disasters, and this one is far from the most outrageous and tragic. Go to the number. The work in the community will stop soon, and when everyone moves there, they have to find another way out.
It's a daily job.
When he went out, he passed by the door of Tan Wanwan's house. Since Tan Wanwan's death, this place has almost become a brothel. Two women with dusty clothes leaned against the door, holding a bowl of hot water in their hands. The woman on the left didn't look like Chen Tsili in the past. The staff had given a routine warning, and Chen Tsili smiled, looking indifferent. Yang Rong stayed in the community center for 5 days, which was his last employee benefit. Then he limped back on crutches. Yang Rong's lips were blue, and his face was bloodless. On the day he returned home, he packed up with Su Qingru and Yang Siju, preparing to go to the underground shelter the next day. This was still considering his own situation, and he was approved to move it forward 2 days. The community was basically empty. Even Chen Tsili had moved out. They set out with Zhao Yao's family. Su Qingru remembered the medicine that Yu Shifeng had given to Zhao Yao's family. She discussed it with Zhao Yao. Yu Shifeng had so many good things in his hands, and he even got the news in advance and moved into the underground shelter. Yes, both families are now confirmed. Yu Shifeng and Sister Yun went to the underground shelter in advance. Zhao Yao felt terrible. Obviously, at the beginning, the relationship between the three families was quite good, and they even played mahjong together during the New Year. She resented Yu Shifeng and Sister Yun for being so cunning. They didn't take her with them when there was anything good. Su Qingru said, Xiaoyu's house has been empty for so long. She left in a hurry. Maybe there are still some things left. Now life is difficult. It's good to be able to supplement it a little. If Su Qingru really didn't have the ability to open the alloy door, she wouldn't have come to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't she think of it? That night, Hu Qiangyong used an axe to break open the door, not only Yu Shifeng's house, but also Sister Yun's house. Yu Shifeng's house was empty, with only the hard furnishings left. Yang Siju searched the bedroom for a long time, but found nothing. Zhao Yao searched around, but couldn't find even one more clothes hanger. The tables and chairs were all made of synthetic plastic, so they couldn't be burned. However, several quilts were found in Sister Yun's house. The wooden clothes pole was also taken back to chop firewood. On the next day, the two families set out for the underground shelter together. Yang Rong was carried there by Yang Siju and Su Qingru. Yi Jiansong's crazy revenge brought a devastating to Yang Rong both physically and mentally. His son was gone. It was ridiculous that he comforted Yi Jiansong at the time that he could find another woman to give birth to a son for him in the future. Just like him. Wasn't Su Qingru the one he found later? Yu Shifeng's mother was only willing to have one child, and she had made up her mind early on, regardless of whether Yu Shifeng was a boy or a girl. As long as she was born, Yu Shifeng's mother would get a sterilization. One of his kidneys was severely damaged. He would never have his own biological son in this life. He treated Yang Siju much better and spoke more politely and respectfully. Yang Siju was flattered. The two families arrived at the shelter. They came too late and finally settled down in District 8. Zhao Yao stayed for 2 days and found Sister Yun along the way. Sister Yun was cooking with Fatty in the house. White rice was simmering in the pot, and the diced vegetables in it were brought back by Fatty. Fatty had already eaten when he was at work, so this was the amount for Sister Yun alone. Zhao Yao lifted the curtain, and the aroma of rice filled his nose. Zhao Yao's eyes flashed with jealousy. Sister Yun wiped her hands and walked out. You're here. I haven't seen you for a while. Come and sit down. Zhao Yao first glanced at Fatty. Who is this? Your new boyfriend? Sister Yun smiled and handed her a glass of water. My man, let's live together. Fatty greeted her and continued to work on the stove. Zhao Yao observed Fatty and felt bad. Her husband, Hu Qiangyong, was taught badly by her mother-in-law, and usually he would not help when the oil bottle fell over at home. He was nowhere near as discerning as Sister Yun's husband. Looking at his stature and the fat on his belly, you can tell that he is a person who enjoys life after natural disasters. Zhao Yao smiled reluctantly. It seems that you are living a good life, Sister Yin. I couldn't find you, and I kept thinking about you. I was worried for a long time. You said that you, too, now that you have a good place to live. Why don't you tell us old neighbors? Maybe we can have a drink to celebrate the wedding. Sister Yun heard the complaint in her words and didn't respond. What a joke. Who can afford a wedding at this time? You are talking in your sleep. Where is Xiaoyu? Zhao Yao looked around several times. Why is she not with you? Sister Yun didn't know her purpose for a while, and Yu Shifeng also told her not to tell anyone about her.
I think it was for this time.
Sister Yun shook her head. I don't know. Maybe she is also in the underground shelter? You can ask in the next few districts. Maybe there will be news. Along the way, the best block Zhao Yao saw was District 2. Sister Yun's position was the best in District 2. Zhao Yao said, Why, Xiaoyu didn't contact you, didn't you move out together? What you said is right, I live with my man, not with Xiaoyu. The fat man laughed in the kitchen. Zhao Yao was bored. It's because you two are close. In my opinion, Yu Shifeng is a heartless person. Sister Yun was speechless, but Zhao Yao was excited. You don't know how miserable her father's family is. The one she rented with, Yi Jiansong, is a madman and was stabbed. How could this be? Sister Yun was surprised.
Who said that?
The Yi family's wife passed away early, leaving behind only a daughter who had no company. Wouldn't he go crazy after his daughter died? Sister Yun listened for a while and said, I've never heard of it before. His daughter was in poor health. There are 5 or 6 people living together, so it's not just his daughter who is frozen. Yu Shifeng's brother also froze to death. No, he didn't freeze to death. He was almost recovered. Yi Jiansong poisoned their whole family, which was a sin.
Zhao Yao said.
Sister Yun was horrified when she heard this. Yang Rong is her biological father, and so are her brother and sister. Now that family is in a mess. You see, Yu Shifeng was still using air conditioning at that time. TSK. Sister Yun, if you have any news about her, you must tell me. Sister Yun rolled her eyes in her heart. Yeah, of course. You still have so much coal. Your District 2 is warm, so how can you use so much honeycomb coal? My family just arrived and District 8 is right next to the entrance. It's so cold. We have been neighbors for so long, Sister Yun. Can you give me some? Zhao Yao said, Don't worry. I won't take it for free. I will pay for it. She took out the brand new banknotes on her body.
Huh.
Money? Paper? What's the difference between that and white money? Toilet paper is more useful than this. Sister Yun didn't break up with Zhao Yao. She winked at the fat man. The fat man came out staggering.
Well.
Sister Zhao, this is it. This coal is not for the 2 of us, but for the company. The company is short of space. You know, there are so many people in the underground shelter now. It has been overloaded for a long time, and all the vacant space has been vacated. So we divide this coal, just borrow a place to store it. This public thing, neither of us can use it indiscriminately. This fat man actually has a job. How could such a man fall in love with Sister Yun? Sister Yun is already in her 30s, and her looks are just so-so. Such means should make Hu Qiangyong stay away from her. Zhao Yao thought. Then your fire barrel is burning quite well. Where did you use the coal? Sister Yun said. Didn't we buy it together at that time? Where is your family's coal? Zhao Yao was embarrassed. I just want to exchange it for some food and sell it. Sister Yun frowned. That's okay. At worst I can exchange food for some coal. I exchanged it for money. Zhao Yao's face was a little hot. Sister Yin didn't know what to say for a moment. She had finally found the channel for the transportation of Yushi air ducts. Zhao Yao was acting as a middleman here. It turned out that she was the only smart person. Sister Yin lost her patience to deal with her. My family is going to have dinner. Do you want to stay for something? If Zhao Yao really had the nerve to stay for her dinner, Sister Yin would sweep her out with a broom. There was not even an extra set of dishes and chopsticks on the table. The fat man wiped the table with a rag and poured a glass of water. Drink. Yu Shifeng is so rich. She must have bought a lot. If you see her, please help me ask her. I helped take care of her father on the way here. Her father was in such a bad condition that my man carried him here for the last leg of the journey. Zhao Yao didn't believe that Sister Yun really couldn't find Yu Shifeng and definitely didn't want to tell her. At this point, Sister Yun was no longer polite. What are you doing with your eyes? You don't know the relationship between Yu Shifeng and Yang Rong. What are you dreaming about? To put it bluntly, if Yu Shifeng had a bit of soft-heartedness, Yang Rong would not have been able to live this way. He used the relationship with her father to plead with Yu Shifeng. What a fool. He doesn't even have a brain. You should have the attitude to ask for help. He wants to stand and expect others to bring good things to him. There is no such a good thing in the world.
Pa.
Zhao Yao was embarrassed by Sister Yun and left with a red face. The fat man asked Sister Yun, "How can there be such a confused person?" Sister Yun shook her head. She went to work in the south after graduating from junior high school. She stopped working after meeting Hu Qiangyong. The mother-in-law used to be the head of the family. She gave birth to and raised the children at home. She only cared about her own little piece of land. She had to look at her husband's eyes before playing cards. Sister Yun quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about her. I'll go back to find Xiao Yu and tell her about this. Okay, take a potato. There are 2 left in the cafeteria. The fat man said. Yu Shifeng's abdominal pain ended on the 3rd day. He felt like he was reborn. He realized the importance of hot soup and hot water. Every day at mealtime, he would cook a big pot of soup for himself, eat some, and save most of the rest in his face. Sister Yun came after mealtime, and Yu Shifeng gave her a bowl of red dates and white fungus soup. Wow, you added sugar. I'm here to beg you for money. Sister Yun said with a smile. It's not impossible. You leave Fatty and live with me. Yu Shifeng said, I guarantee you'll go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. Sister Yun was very happy. You are a heartless little guy. It seems I still have to be nice to Fatty. The 2 joked for a while, and Sister Yun told Yu Shifeng the news about Yang Rong's family. Once Yi Jiansong died, it became a bad debt.
Sister Yun said.
Based on Yu Shifeng's understanding of Yang Rong's family, this family must have done something to force Yi Jiansong to this point. Just like Tan Wanwan in the past, letting the wolf into the house backfired. Sister Yun was eating red dates when she suddenly realized, You're having your period, right? Yu Shifeng said, It's almost over. Sister Yun said, I just left too. It didn't hurt before, but this time it hurts so much that I can't even straighten my back. What a pity. I didn't bring many sanitary napkins with me. Now I have to sew my own menstrual pads. I learned from others. It's very troublesome. I want Fatty to wash them. Yu Shifeng thought for a moment. When we go back, I'm afraid we won't be able to rely on the things at home. She didn't lack sanitary napkins. She had bought back hundreds of boxes from the supermarket. There are all kinds of brands. Sister Yun was shocked. No way. The underground shelter cannot accept all the survivors. All the survivors who come in will have their criminal records checked. This criminal record specifically refers to serious cases. Ma Tian counts, but Chen Tsaili doesn't. Yu Shifeng herself counts, but she just hasn't been discovered. It's hard to talk about human rights, morality, and justice at this time. In extraordinary times, extraordinary things must be done. This is a kind of justice that the minority obeys the majority. This is also the source of Yu Shifeng's efforts to avoid acting out of line in front of Wang Anmin. Although she has done a lot of things on the surface, she is still a good young man who abides by the rules. At most, she is luckier and more informed. Those who failed to enter the underground shelter were left in the ruins of the city. Of course, they will not sit and wait for death. Many of them will die. They will also do their best to find all the resources to sustain their survival. Few houses can be spared. Not to mention those ferocious wolves that have become beastly under the survival of the fittest. There must be people with malicious intentions in the community of Kokoya County. It is possible that Yang Rong and Zhao Yao have already done it. Yu Shifeng could only build a door in. Her belongings were in the space and followed her. Sister Yun took out everything she could take. The rest were selected and were not given high priority. Yu Shifeng asked, Do you have enough fuel? You have stored a batch with me before. You can come and get it any time when you run out. I will bring some from outside from time to time. The The room was so big that Sister Yin saw the honeycomb coal as soon as she came in. I think Xiao Yao will find you sooner or later. She asked me to borrow honeycomb coal, and I fooled her. If she finds you, you can say that these coals are all from my family. This person's personality has changed since her mother-in-law passed away. Now she is very shameless. Yu Shifeng smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. When Hu's mother left, she had already given a box of medicine. The affection was only so much. How they could live was their own fate. She is not a bodhisattva and cannot save people. Sister Yin was still angry when she talked about it. At that time, I was looking at his big family and brought some coal to his family, but he just sold it. Because it was Hu Qiangyong who was involved in the work at that time, Sister Yin even blamed Hu Qiangyong. Yu Shifeng didn't expect that Hu Qiangyong and Zhao Yao would do such a thing. Thinking of the medicine she gave out, Yu Shifeng was speechless. What was going on in her head? How could she spill something she had in her hand? Yu Shifeng and Sister Yin chatted for a while. When Sister Yin left, Yu Shifeng picked up 2 large-capacity sanitary napkins and gave them to Sister Yin. The physiological characteristics of women determine that in extreme natural disasters, it is more difficult for women to survive than men. Yu Shifeng suffered a lot from this in her previous life. She can't control others, but Sister Yin, she still hopes that Sister Yin can live a better life. Sister Yin accepted it. I owe you too much, I won't say thank you. If you need anything, call me anytime. Fatty, and I will never say no. After seeing Sister Yin off, Yu Shifeng did not go out in the afternoon and played games in the house. The intensity of exercise has also recovered by 50%. Physical exercise is a matter of progress or regression. This time, I rested for 2 consecutive days, which is a rare special situation. Yu Shifeng thought about what she was doing at this time in her previous life. At this time, she had already left Yang Rong's family. She did not leave voluntarily, but was driven out. At first she wandered in the city, and later she heard about the shelter from other survivors and squeezed in with nothing. She was hungry every day. She worried about tomorrow's food source every day. In order to make a living, she had to follow the search and rescue team to scavenge. The search and rescue team had more people and better equipment. They led the way in front and took the big ones. The other stragglers followed behind and picked up the small ones. Wood, steel, plastic, etc. can all be exchanged for contribution points. Some people were lucky enough to pick up a bag of crop seeds, hand them in, and exchange them for contribution points that were enough to live for 2 months. This story was widely circulated among the survivors. After Yu Shifeng finished her exercise, she drank some water and peeled a mangosteen for herself. Mangosteen seeds are good, and the fruits grown have thin skins, more flesh, and small cores. They are sour and sweet. Yu Shifeng thought about the situation of durian. Not only durian, but also other crops planted in the flower beds. She never worried about them. The flesh became so good, probably because of the bonus of the space. Yu Shifeng got purple and red on her hands, and she stared at the core. If she handed it in, maybe she could also exchange it for some contribution points. Just thinking about this, Yu Shifeng threw it into the space along with the flesh and peel. Of course, she would not use this to exchange for contribution points. Such a fresh core will not cause any trouble. Yu Shifeng stayed at home for 7 days, and her period was finally over. She felt refreshed, which made her feel much better. There was a level in Super Mario that she couldn't get through no matter what, which made her unhappy. She died there over and over again. Why didn't she take the game strategy into consideration when downloading the information? These days, every afternoon, Zhang Qiu would bring a pot of boiled hot water. He didn't stay long, just knocked on the door twice, left the water, and left. Occasionally, 1 or 2 dates would float in the water. Yu Shifeng was a little touched. Old man Kai didn't say anything, but he still missed her in his heart. Yu Shifeng rummaged through the space, picked up 2 pieces of rice cakes, and added a spoonful of lard to return the gift. Yu Shifeng paid a visit. In more than a week, Old Man Kai's house had been cleaned up. The old man and his grandson kept the door spotless, and it felt like rolling on the floor would make the floor dirty. Yu Shifeng was a little surprised. The old man Kai in his previous life was as sloppy as if he was from the beggar's sect. Although there were not many survivors who were neat and tidy, old man Kai was still the most sloppy among them. Even the dogs shook their heads when they saw him. Yu Shifeng glanced at Zhang Qiu, who was busy running around, and roughly knew who was responsible for the work. The indoor temperature was not low, but for some reason, Zhang Qiu still wore a mask. Yu Shifeng felt a little regretful. The first time was outside, it was too cold. The second time, Zhang Qiu didn't wear a mask, but Yu Shifeng was in pain, and even gods couldn't attract her attention. But she also remembered that it was a very beautiful and outstanding face. Before the end of the world, she could make a living by relying on her face. She put the bowl on the table, and old man Kai sniffed, looked at Yu Shifeng suspiciously, and then looked at Zhang Qiu. He suspected that Zhang Qiu was shameless and really went to Yu Shifeng to sell her beauty in order to live a life. My grandson is useless. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Yu Shifeng looked up in confusion, thinking that old man Kai was being modest. No, Zhang Qiu is pretty good. If nothing else, at least she looks good and dresses well. After hearing this, old man Kai became more certain of his guess and felt that his old face was completely lost. He got up and fumbled in the backpack at the head of the bed for a long time and took out a square mirror stand with floral patterns carved from Wangwali wood. The style is simple and the pattern is grand. Since Yu Shifeng had the space, she has handled a lot of antiques, and she can estimate the value of them at a glance. This is a good thing. It is no worse than the jewelry left by her mother. Old man Kai pushed open the mirror box, and there were many things inside. Old man Kai touched the jade-like bracelet with nostalgia. This is passed down from my ancestors. Yu Shifeng looked at it and felt the throbbing of the space. This is an old item with a long history, and it has a very good water head. Yu Shifeng rarely encountered such quality when collecting things in the villa. Yu Shifeng touched a golden phoenix pendant, but it was the size of a coin, and the phoenix tail was lifelike, as if it was really going to fly out of the jade base. Just holding it in the hand is pleasing to the eye. If it were her own, she might not be willing to feed the space. Old man Kai has moved to the underground shelter, but he still brings these with him. It is obvious that these things are very precious. Yu Shifeng did not speak. Old man Kai has so many here. The whole family moved to the underground shelter. Everyone will definitely carry the truly valuable things with them. It is better to take this opportunity to collect some with food. Yu Shifeng is also curious about what surprises the space will have if it continues to evolve. It is originally a magical thing, and perhaps there will be some surprises beyond imagination in the future. Now the living things in the space have enough food and land. Yu Shifeng wanted some more places like the flower beds. She wanted to plant more vegetables, improve the piglets' food, and plant more fruits. Yu Shitsu thought that old man Kai took them out for her to admire, or to show off his good stuff. Yu Shifeng looked at them carefully for a while, and then put them back steadily. Who knew that old man Kai said that it was a gift for her? It's not that she doesn't want it, but this is unreasonable. All in all, including today, she and old man Kai have only met twice. Even in her previous life, she and old man Kai didn't have such a great gift. He was just a wild apprentice. If he met him, he would give him some pointers, and if he didn't meet him, he would let him fend for himself. Yu Shifeng was silent. She wanted it, but tried to find a reasonable reason to accept it or trade it. Without being modest, she still had a lot of good things. Except for the gun, there was nothing that couldn't be shared. Old man Kai's serious expression made Yu Shifeng's scalp tighten. Yu Shifeng took a sip of the tea, which seemed to be the tea that Zhang Qiu sent last time. The bottom of the tea was soybeans, and there was a layer of sesame seeds floating on top. It was also the first time for Yu Shifeng to drink tea like this. It tasted very fragrant and warm. This is Zhang Qiu's dowry. Yu Shifeng spit out a mouthful of tea, choking and shaking the earth. Grandpa, Zhang Qiu shouted. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Shifeng turned aside, her little face flushed. She couldn't breathe. She was holding it in. Why didn't she notice before that old man Kai was so she couldn't find the words? Old man Kai glanced at his grandson with worry. He was old and he might die one day. Just look at this underground shelter.
There are not many old men of his age.
Old man he, who used to practice boxing with him, starve himself to death in order to save more food for his children. His grandson has been a glass man since he was a child. He has lived in a sterile cabin for 2 months since he was born. There are too many things that make him allergic. The ones that are already known are Candida albicans, poplar pollen, walnuts, hazelnuts, mangoes, and almonds. More often, he has inexplicable difficulty breathing and can't find the allergens. Because of the disordered immune system, he has caught a cold every time the season changes since he was a child. For so many years, he has almost never stopped taking medicine. When it rains heavily, Old Man Kai, like most people, thinks that the rainy days will pass sooner or later. Life will always return to the past. But he is panicking. He panics when the price of medicine goes up. As soon as the rainstorm ended, Old Man Kai spent all the money in the family to buy medicine. As long as he could think of the diseases that Zhang Qiu might have, he bought enough for almost 20 years. This was the most correct decision he made. There were 2 boxes of medicine in the 4 suitcases he brought, and most of the remaining medicine was found by Old Man Kai, wrapped up layer by layer and buried. From childhood to adulthood, he worried too much about his grandson. When he thought about going ahead of Zhang Qiu, he felt that he would die with regret. He looked at Yu Shifeng with expectation, pity for the victim, and shame. Yu Shifeng felt very uncomfortable. Old Man Kai did not hide it from Yu Shifeng and told him the truth about Zhang Qiu. Yu Shifeng glanced at Zhang Qiu. No wonder he could not fight even though he followed Old Man Kai. Did he die of allergy or lack of medicine in his previous life? Are there any medicines at home? Yu Shifeng asked. Yes, don't worry. The last thing I lack is medicine. This is also his dowry. Yu Shifeng. Please stop talking. Her toes are almost built into a 3-bedroom and 1 living room. This old man has so many medicines, which are scarce resources nowadays. It is not impossible to seek protection from the higher-ups. Zhang Qiu is good-looking, and her dowry is even more amazing. The point is that she is weak and fragile. If she dies one day, all the things will be hers. Yu Shifeng's thoughts drifted away, but Zhang Qiu pulled him back angrily. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Things are not what you think. Xiao Yu. Yu Shifeng and I have nothing to do with each other. She is just a little girl. Don't take advantage of your age. That's right, Yu Shifeng straightened his body. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yu Shifeng firmly refused and explained it with Zhang Qiu. So the water was sent by Zhang Qiu. Yu Shifeng looked at Zhang Qiu in confusion. Old Man Kai couldn't tell whether he was relieved or disappointed. He rummaged through the cabinet and found an old-fashioned pipe. Where's my tobacco? Old Man Kai turned the box upside down. Zhang Qiu sat there without moving. What are you thinking about, old man? When did we bring that thing? It takes up so much space. Old Man Kai pointed at Zhang Qiu. You threw away my cigarettes. You rascal. Yu Shifeng also had cigarettes, which he collected in the business district. Not much, but not too little. Yu Shifeng glanced at Old Man Kai, who was very discerning, and pretended not to see it. Old Man Kai held the pipe and knocked it on the table. Yu Shifeng took a mint candy from his pocket and threw it to Old Man Kai. Forget it. Old Man Kai touched the candy, smacked his lips reluctantly, and his eyes fell on Yu Shifeng. Your body is weak. You have more than enough strength, but the foundation is insufficient. Old Man Kai thought for a long time. Well, come and learn boxing for me tomorrow morning. Yu Shifeng was not moved. It's not that she has never seen Old Man Kai boxing before. The old man in the park holds a watermelon and cuts it. You take half, and I take half. What's the point? With this kind of hesitation, people's heads would fall to the ground twice. Yu Shifeng sat there without saying anything. Old Man Kai tilted his head to look at her. Hey, you girl, don't be ungrateful. Come out and show me. Hearing this, Yu Shifeng jumped up, her face full of eagerness. She had long wanted to fight with Old Man Kai. In her previous life, she was skinny and skinny. In order to save energy, saving energy means saving food. She didn't have much time to practice. Today is different from the past. Zhang Qiu stood up and said, "Stop when you've reached a certain point. Stop when you've reached a certain point." There was no extra space at home, so Zhang Qiu asked a neighbor to look after the house, and followed with a small stool. When they arrived at the venue, Yu Shifeng was not polite to Old Man Kai and attacked first, clenching both fists and hitting him in the face. "The wind is strong enough, it's really fierce," Zhang Qiu muttered. Old Man Kai leaned back to avoid it, and the wind from his fist blew away the silver threads on his face. He took a step back, first made a standard starting gesture, and after a feint, he made a neat sweeping kick. "Zhang Qiu, this old man is not a good guy either." The two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Yu Shifeng's breath began to fluctuate. Yu Shifeng was a little anxious. She had always known that stamina was her weakness, and when she was close to someone, she always pursued a quick battle and a quick decision. Unfortunately, this move did not work well with Old Man Kai. Her attack was like being trapped in a swamp and was caught in an airtight net. Instead, she herself was brought into the rhythm of Old Man Kai. Old Man Kai's offensive was as light as his steps. To outsiders, there was no pattern at all, as if every step was a matter of luck. But in Yu Shifeng's eyes, Old Man Kai was full of flaws and traps. He was harmonious and self-contained. Yu Shifeng's eyes captured the throat, eyes, heart, and joints. She analyzed with concentration and gradually forgot that this was a competition.
Right now.
Yu Shifeng's palm was caught by Old Man Kai. Taking this opportunity, she elbowed outward and hit Old Man Kai's temple directly. Old Man Kai quickly let go of his hand and stepped back 2 steps. If the previous was not good, Yu Shifeng's hand would be in danger of dislocation. But Yu Shifeng used it without thinking. Zhang Qiu wore a mask and sat cross-legged on the bench. All that was missing was applause. Old Man Kai sighed. "I'm old and useless." Yu Shifeng was embarrassed. It was just a sparring match, and she was the first to fight to this point, so she had already lost. "Girl, I can't beat you in a fight of life and death. Are you still willing to learn from me?" Yu Shifeng didn't hesitate this time, and agreed very straightforwardly. Old Man Kai's kung fu is very powerful, gentle but strong. She has suffered a lot just now. Otherwise, she would not be forced to use this method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting herself by 800. The next day, Yu Shifeng brought 2 kilograms of meat and picked up a basket of sweet potatoes as a gift for apprenticeship. Old Man Kai looked at the meat, then at Yu Shifeng. He said in a deep voice, "I will teach you. It's not that I do and have any other intentions." Zhang Qiu stood aside with his arms folded. "Are you really thinking about it, hanging out with the old man? He never suffers hardship." Old Man Kai glared at Zhang Qiu, who was trying to sabotage him, and the rest of the words were neither right nor wrong.
Get lost.
Old Man Kai waved his hand. "It's too late to post today. Come over at 6 tomorrow morning." Yu Shifeng probably guessed what Old Man Kai wanted to say. At his age, the one who worries him the most is his only grandson, Zhang Qiu. Even if Old Man Kai didn't mention it, she wouldn't just leave Zhang Qiu alone. Yu Shifeng had a vague guess in her mind about Zhang Qiu's death in his previous life. Old Man Kai had medicine. Zhang Qiu didn't die from an allergy, but he might have died from that batch of medicine. The reason why Old Man Kai was so destitute in his previous life was not only because of the trauma caused by Zhang Qiu's death, but also because he was really poor. Logically speaking, once Zhang Qiu died, that batch of medicine would have lost its effect. If that batch of medicine was still there, Old Man Kai shouldn't have lived like this. Yu Shifeng remembered that once Old Man Kai had a fever and lay in bed for 3 days. He didn't take any medicine during this period. She didn't have any medicine, and neither did Old Man Kai. So the question is, where did that batch of medicine go after Zhang Qiu passed away? Yu Shifeng went there on time the next day. Old Man Kai asked Yu Shifeng to do horse stance. "You are old, and it's too late to get started. You can practice for half an hour today, and then go back." Old Man Kai's words occasionally revealed an old-fashioned sophistication. Yu Shifeng didn't hear clearly at first, but gritted his teeth and persisted for half an hour, thinking that the torture was over. Old Man Kai was half lying on the chair, eating the rice cakes brought by Yu Shifeng. Not bad, halfway through. There is still half an hour. Help. Zhang Qiu was cooking the meat that Yu Shifeng brought yesterday. This is also your luck. If it were outside, early in the morning, he would definitely take you to the ravine for a climb. It sounds nice to say that he found a place with beautiful mountains and rivers to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, but in fact, he would not stop until he refined you into a human being. What did you add to the meat that smells so good? Yu Shifeng stretched his neck. It's a bit like braised food, with the smell of wood, and it smells pretty good. Old Man Kai looked over as if he had eyes behind him. Yu Shifeng quickly tied it up properly. Chao Ko, xiangsha, and some other things that nourish the stomach and remove dampness. Such good meat cannot be wasted. The smell drifted out. Many people looked in the direction of Old Man Kai, but they only saw a young and beautiful girl, half squatting in place with sweat all over her forehead. Yu Shifeng sniffed, smelling the aroma of meat, and felt that time was even more unbearable. Yu Shifeng roughly estimated the time based on the hourglass in the space. The pot of meat was almost cooked and was placed on the fire barrel to warm. Old Man Kai looked at it with disdain. Who eats such greasy food so early in the morning? Zhang Qiu smiled and set the bowls, but did not take the chopsticks. The grandfather and grandson stared at each other. Their eyes fell on Yu Shifeng outside, and Old Man Kai said unhappily, "Okay, get up." Yu Shifeng wanted to stand up, but his legs seemed to be fixed to the ground. When he tried to lift them up again, he fell forward. Zhang Qiu was quick-witted and quick-handed. As if foreseeing this, he grabbed Yu Shifeng's hand and helped her pick him up. Old Man Kai stared at the flesh without missing a beat. Your way of exerting force is wrong. Blood circulation is blocked, and you are standing so rigidly. Do you think you are squatting in the toilet? It felt like ants were crawling up from the soles of his feet. Yu Shifeng supported Zhang Qiu and took a long time to stabilize before he could move his legs. You got up too quickly, just take it slowly next time, Zhang Qiu said. When the force passed, Yu Shifeng felt so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. She chewed the braised pork with gritted teeth. Old Man Kai asked her, "Are you coming tomorrow?" Yu Shifeng put down her chopsticks. Yes. She walked straight and upright. It's a good seedling. Old Man Kai stared at Yu Shifeng's back, a little absent-minded. Old Man Kai sat in his original position, not knowing what he remembered, and sighed with regret. Zhang Qiu lowered his head. There was only silence in the room. Zhang Qiu took the remaining braised pork and saved it for dinner. As soon as she walked out of the sight of Old Man Kai, Yu Shifeng's waist suddenly bent down. Her leg was also lame, and she limped. Who would have thought that today was not the end? She would stand in a stance for the next few days. You are eager for quick success and instant benefits, and you are impatient and irritable. I will ask you to calm down. That's what Old Man Kai said. Yu Shifeng suspected that he was taking revenge. Revenge for not agreeing to marry his grandson. She stood in a stance every day until her whole body was soaked, and she would add 10 minutes every day compared to the day before. Zhang Qiu would occasionally wipe the sweat from her eyes. After standing in a stance for half a month, Yu Shifeng felt that her body was much lighter. This feeling is hard to describe, as if the impurities were emptied and the body was refreshed inside and out. Because she found the changes in her body for the better, each time she stood in a stance became less unbearable. Yu Shifeng and Old Man Kai fought again. Although she still didn't win this time, Yu Shifeng realized that her chassis was much more stable. Her breath was also much longer. The increase in strength was even and permeated the whole body. Yu Shifeng was very happy. Zhang Qiu gave her a packet of herbs. Take this back and take a bath. It's best to soak it for a while so that the effect can be maximized. This is a recipe I saw before. I have used it myself to strengthen the body. I think you will get better results than me. After Yu Shifeng got started with standing still, she no longer went to Old Man Kai's place early in the morning. She stood at home for an hour in the morning. In the afternoon, she went to Old Man Kai's place to learn boxing. That day, Yu Shifeng went out and saw an older sister standing at the door. The older sister stretched her neck to look into the house. "Girl, you live here alone." Yu Shifeng closed the door and didn't say yes or no. What's the matter? Oh, my daughter lives there. My last name is Zhang. You can just call me Sister Zhang. The house that Sister Zhang pointed to was exactly where the two brothers lived. Her daughter might be the daughter-in-law inside. Yu Shifeng had no intention of greeting her. She was still in a hurry to practice boxing with Old Man Kai. Girl, how old are you? Sister Zhang asked. Why aren't your family members with you? Yu Shifeng said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. When Yu Shifeng came back, she saw Sister Zhang sitting at the door with a stool, facing the direction of her house. There was also a young man next to her. They looked like mother and son. Yu Shifeng frowned. When Sister Zhang saw Yu Shifeng, her eyes were like wolves seeing meat, and she suddenly pulled her son up. This is my son. He has a stupid personality. Don't look at him because he doesn't look that handsome. He is actually the most honest. You are all young people, make friends. What's going on recently? There are so many peach blossoms for no reason. Yu Shifeng glanced at the man standing behind Sister Zhang and didn't have any comments. Whether it was height, appearance, or temperament, he was very mediocre. Compared with him, Zhang Qiu was very pleasing to the eye. It's so late. Why did you come back just now? The area outside is very chaotic. You are a little girl. Don't be fooled by others. Sister Zhang scolded. Sorry, I don't make friends. Yu Shifeng said. Sister Zhang was about to say something else. But she felt that there was a long time to come, so there was no need to rush. She winked at her son and asked him to show his courtesy to the girl. Yu Shifeng was too lazy to watch the lawsuit between the mother and son. She stood in the morning and was beaten in the afternoon. Old Man Kai was a cunning man. He tied sandbags to her hands and feet. She was beaten every time. Yu Shifeng was beaten so hard that she had no temper. She was thinking about how to fight back every day, so she didn't have time to deal with these two people. Deng Feiyu smiled shyly and blushed to his ears. Seeing this, Sister Zhang felt uncomfortable again. After Yu Shifeng went in, she teased her son. You haven't made any progress yet. I think you will forget your mother after you get married. Deng Feiyu changed the subject. Mom, how long will we stay at my sister's place? Why are you in such a hurry? The conditions here are no better than those in District 5. Your sister steamed some buns today. I left one for you in the room. You can hide it and eat it at night. Yu Shifeng took a shower and fell on the bed exhausted. She gradually realized the beauty of this set of Liangyi boxing. These days, every day is very tiring. But Yu Shifeng can feel her improvement. Her body has been tempered, and her spirit is always high. Yu Shifeng's sleep has also improved a lot. She used to occasionally wake up in fear because of dreams about things in her previous life. Or the slightest movement would make her subconsciously alert. Yu Shifeng herself knew that her spirit was too tense. But she couldn't relax, always afraid that danger would appear in places she didn't expect. Now, she still worries about the future, but she won't toss and turn over in her sleep. Such an opportunity is rare. Yu Shifeng just wants to grab it as much as possible and make more progress. With more exercise, Yu Shifeng's appetite also increases. She would add a plate of braised meat or fried chicken nuggets and a small box of fruit to the dinner she had at Old Man Kai's house. That afternoon, Yu Shifeng went to see Old Man Kai as usual. She brought her own dry food, half a caddy of rice, and a handful of sweet potato vines. She had sweet potatoes planted in her room, so it wouldn't be a surprise to bring some green leaves. The extra ones were also considered tuition for Old Man Kai. Yu Shifeng. It was Zhao Yao who stopped her. Zhao Yao came to find Sister Yun and didn't want to run into Yu Shifeng, who came to Old Man Kai to get beaten. Zhao Yao's eyes swept over the bag in Yu Shifeng's hand, and he became more eager. I haven't seen you for a long time, Xiao Yu. I knew you were here too. Yu Shifeng looked at Zhao Yao coming over excitedly. Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Yao said, Don't go. Let's go to Sister Yun to talk. No, I have something else to do. Yu Shifeng refused. She had just talked to Sister Yun yesterday. She asked her and Fatty to help keep an eye out for anyone willing to exchange antiques for food. As long as the antiques are real, she can give a satisfactory price. Sister Yun and Fatty will take 10% of the food paid. Sister Yun doesn't want it. fatty is going to ask for leave from the unit and look for the previous way. Anyway, he is just a handyman in the unit, he is not the head chef, and the kitchen does not need him. The final agreed price is a 5% commission. Zhao Yao blurted out without thinking. What can you do? Everyone should revolve around you? Do you take yourself too seriously? Yu Shifeng asked. Zhao Yao's face flushed. I didn't mean that, I just said this, do you care? Yu Shifeng stared at her for a while and said casually, Don't you know what you did? This can be understood as Zhao Yao reselling fuel without her and Sister Yan's knowledge, or selling the medicine she gave her. The panic on Zhao Yao's face was too obvious, which made Yu Shifeng have a deeper guess. Yu Shifeng narrowed his eyes. Are you doing this to Sister Yan? Well, those are what she doesn't want, so I'm borrowing them. As expected. This idiot. The recent standing and boxing practice almost made Yu Shifeng lose her worldly desires. Even now, Yu Shifeng was still calm. She slapped Zhao Yao calmly. A red slap mark quickly appeared on Zhao Yao's face. Well, her recent practice was not in vain. Zhao Yao was stunned. Why did you hit me? What answered her was Yu Shifeng's second slap. One on each side, evenly and symmetrically. Sister Yun and I have done everything, regardless of how much we have helped your family, but at least we have never harmed you. Regardless of being grateful, at least you shouldn't covet Sister Yun's and my things. It's fine if you can't survive, but Zhao Yao, you know whether you really can't survive or you resent us. Yu Shifeng said softly. For the sake of Mother Hu, I will only give you 2 slaps. Stay away from me next time you see me. The 2 trips they went out with Hu Qiangyong alone were enough to keep the Hu family well fed until now. With that box of medicine, Zhao Yao's family could at least live in peace, if not comfortably. Zhao Yao was filled with resentment. Why did Yu Shifeng say that to her? She took Sister Yun and hid in the shelter early. When did she care about the life and death of the Hu family? The environment in District 2 is so good, with sufficient heating, spacious space, and not so many thieves. If Yu Shifeng had told her family earlier, why would her family go to squeeze into the dirty and messy District 8? Zhao Yao covered her face and said, I'm fine. She frowned and dared not look up. Hu Qiangyong said that Yu Shifeng had killed someone. Yu Shifeng had never shown his vicious side to Zhao Yao before, which made her mistakenly believe that Yu Shifeng could be controlled. Zhao Yao felt a sense of superiority when she was stalking someone she couldn't reach from behind. Yu Shifeng's slap brought her back to reality. She was terrified and regretful. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have offended Yu Shifeng. She should have listened to her mother-in-law and gotten along well with people and made friends. Only then could she get someone to help her at the critical moment. Seeing that Yu Shifeng had left, Zhao Yao wanted to save the relationship and shouted, It wasn't me. It was your stepmother. Yu Shifeng paused. It was her. She said that there were a lot of good things in your house. Sister Yun's quilt was also taken away by her. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. She is also in District 8.
Su Qingru.
It seems that her life is still too good. Yu Shifeng went to find Old Man Kai first as planned. There was an extra pattern at the door of Old Man Kai's house.
It was a very rough sand painting.
It looked like a hexagram array, angular, with a strong and mysterious concave effect. Yu Shifeng just took a look and stepped on it. The sand painting turned into a pool of meaningless sand. Yu Shifeng lifted the curtain and went in. Someone came to preach? Many churches have emerged in the underground shelters, and the gods they worship include, but are not limited to grains, the sun, light, pork, and the 4 seasons. The doctrines are all-encompassing. Each church claims that its own god is orthodox. The most touted one is the sun god. They advocate that whether it is a rainstorm or extreme cold, it is a punishment from the sun god. Because there are too many humans, they destroy the ecology, seize resources, reproduce disorderly, and anger the sun god, which leads to today's fate. Humans need to atone for their sins. The end of destruction is rebirth. Noah's Ark will take their souls to heaven at the end of death. This stitched-together doctrine is widely circulated. Of course, the reason why it is the most widely circulated is not because it is logically self-consistent. the largest number of people participate in prayer, nor is it because it purifies the spirits of believers or sublimates the souls of believers. Instead, everyone who listens to the divine teachings can receive a holy communion, a bowl of thin, sandy white porridge. With this generous hand, the Holy Word assembly held every 3 days is crowded. Zhang Qiu replied inside, I came here a few times, but was beaten out by the old man. Yu Shifeng said, stay away from them. Some people look like human beings, but they're no different from evil spirits under the skin. Fights often break out in underground shelters over a disagreement. Everyone is used to it. After not seeing the sun for a long time, many people's faces are sickly pale, with a sense of withering and sluggishness. Dullness and gloom spread to every corner like a virus, invisibly nourishing madness. It's like a space full of dust, with only one spark missing. Zhang Qiu said, next time you come, I'll pick you up. It's getting more and more chaotic recently. Some people are like mad dogs, biting everyone they see. When Zhao Yao returned home, she also saw the 6-pointed star sand painting totem at the door. With her face swollen from being slapped, she devoutly made a cross on her chest and cursed Yu Shifeng to be punished by the sun god. Hu Qiangyong said from inside, what are you talking about? Come in quickly. Zhao Yao is a believer of the sun god. She joined early and always got a front row seat. Occasionally, she could even take a pancake home. Zhao Yao told Hu Qiangyong about her encounter with Yu Shifeng. She was like a sick person. She came up and slapped me twice. I heard that Yang Rong was a respectable businessman in the past. How could he have a psychotic daughter? Which woman is like her? She would beat people up at the slightest disagreement. Hu Qiangyong said nothing, turned over, and yawned. Zhao Yao sat for a while, but still couldn't get enough of it, so he went out to chat with Su Qingru. Yu Shifeng came out from Old Man Kai this time. Old Man Kai gave her a day off. He said that practicing boxing should be done in moderation, and too much is as bad as too little. Yu Shifeng hadn't taken care of the space for a few days. Every time before going to bed, she dragged her body in, quickly added some food, and came out. Xiaoju came over and couldn't lift her hand to touch it. Yu Shifeng took advantage of this opportunity to go into the space and clean up the chicken coop and pig pen. She dug a pit of about 3 square meters and 1 meter deep in the barren mountain. She plastered it inside and outside with cement. In order to save the time staying in the space, the cement was mixed outside the house. If there were no tiles, she would have built herself a proper swimming pool. Although the style is a bit simple, it can be regarded as an open-air hot spring. Yu Shifeng added hot water to it herself, then sprinkled the bag of medicinal materials given by Zhang Qiu. Yu Shifeng sank herself into the water and squinted comfortably. I don't know if it was the effect of the hot water or the effect of the medicinal herbs. After a soak, it is really relaxing and relieving fatigue. It's a pity that she doesn't know Chinese medicine. She didn't stock up some medicinal herbs before the end of the world. All she picked up were Western medicines. About 20 minutes later, Yu Shifeng walked out of the pool wrapped in a bath towel. There were still some medicinal residues on her body. Yu Shifeng rinsed it with clean water. The chickens and ducks were let out for a stroll by the geese again. Yu Shifeng named the goose Dabai. Dabai circled around Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng was putting on clothes, and when he was not paying attention, Dabai jumped into the pool with a splash. The chickens and ducks behind it also jumped in one by one. The medicinal herbs were boiled brown and black by hot water, like dyes. One by one, they all turned into brown feathered ducks, brown feathered geese, and brown feathered chickens. Yu Shifeng's mind went blank for a second. I don't know why I remembered the braised pork that Zhang Qiu made with medicinal herbs that day. I was all dizzy with the fragrance. Can I send Dabai to him now? Dabai probably tasted the water in the pond, flapped its wings, and flew back. The chickens, ducks, and geese flew around, and finally lined up again. Following Dabai, it was time to call Dazhong, and follow Dazhong's ace back. Yu Shifeng resigned herself to picking up the debris on the ground. She glanced at the beasts who returned to the chicken coop and buried their heads in eating. Sooner or later, I will pluck your feathers and stew you. Aunt Zhang next door was giving her daughter earnest advice. I have been watching the girl next door for several days. I think her parents died outside. She only has a distant relative who lives in District 2. This girl can get a house here. She must have a strong relationship or a lot of things. Your brother is not young anymore. He finally likes a girl. You should help your brother. Deng Mifin said in embarrassment. I don't know her well. What's the point of giving birth to you, a blockhead? The two families are so close, but you don't even know which way to open the door. You just eat dry meals every day and don't think about your brother at all. Sister Zhang slapped Deng Mifin on the head. Hurry up and bring out something presentable. I will give it to the girl as a gift, and don't let her look down on our family. Deng Mifin couldn't argue with her own mother. The things are locked in the cabinet. The key is with Jun Chao. I am really going to be mad at you, Sister Zhang said. In the end, Sister Zhang managed to get a pack of biscuits and half a box of cheese sticks from Deng Mifin. That's Xiaowei's. Deng Mifin tried to stop him. Sister Zhang pushed her daughter aside. Xiaowei doesn't need this bite of food. His uncle's marriage hasn't been settled yet. Deng Mifin hugged her children and cried. Sister Zhang took the food and took her son out of the door triumphantly. She stuffed the food into Deng Feiyu's hand. Eat it smartly, and don't let your two greedy nephews see when you eat. Deng Feiyu was a little embarrassed. He really ate monotonously at his sister's place, and his mouth had no taste. But his dear mother forced it on him, and if he didn't eat, it would be difficult for his mother. Deng Feiyu ate reluctantly. Sister Zhang smiled and narrowed her eyes. Deng Feiyu asked her, Send the rest of these to her? Sister Zhang glared. Why give her what? When she gets married, she can't eat whatever she wants. Don't worry, Mom will definitely arrange it for you. The door was knocked, and Yu Shifeng just came out of a space. She put the things that shouldn't appear back into the space, and then opened the door. It turned out to be Wang Onmin outside the door. Yu Shifeng tensed up for a moment, then forced herself to behave as usual. Wang Onmin was still in uniform, and Yu Shifeng saw his chest. He had been promoted. Wang Onmin's eyes were scrutinizing, but not defensive. Neither the letter that was sent out nor Zheng Weiyang's factory were traced back to her. Yu Shifeng made a judgment, then relaxed her muscles. People who practice martial arts will subconsciously straighten their postures. They can relax, but they can't relax. This difference can be seen by experts. Liangyi boxing emphasizes no solid form and no constant state. With the skills of Old Man Kai, he looks like a sloppy old man, without the slightest immortal style of a master. This also allows Yu Shifeng to maintain her disguise better. She needs to remain harmless in front of Wang Onmin. Yu Shifeng does not intend to stand on the opposite side of Wang Onmin. She asked Wang Onmin, Why are you here? Can I call you Captain Wang now? Wang Onmin handed the canned meat in his hand to Yu Shifeng. Yu Shifeng didn't take it, so he had to squat down and put it on the ground. He looked at Yu Shifeng's small face, and his heart was indescribably soft. Just call me Wang Onmin. I was worried about you moving away from the community. It's too chaotic outside now. I'm sorry. I checked you and found out that you came here. You are very perceptive, Wang Onmin said. Yu Shifeng was surprised. When did their relationship become good enough to keep in touch? Wang Onmin said, Recently, there will be chaos outside. It's best not to leave the inner circle unless it is necessary. Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful, Yu Shifeng said. Wang Onmin stood at the door with a burning look in his eyes. Have a cup of tea? Yu Shifeng said. There was only one chair in the room. Wang Onmin didn't sit down. Yu Shifeng wanted to sit down, but felt a little strange. The tea was the bean sesame tea that Zhang Qiu sent. Yu Shifeng touched his lips, but he really didn't feel like drinking tea, so he put it back. Wang Onmin stood and finished the tea. After finishing it, it was time for him to leave. Wang Onmin walked halfway, but he held back again and turned back to ask, You never seem to want to come to me. Is there something I did wrong? Yu Shifeng looked up and saw a pair of clear and resolute eyes. This seemed to be the first time Wang Onmin saw Yu Shifeng's eyes clearly. They were so bright, as if they were wrapped in a ball of fire, burning without stopping. That sense of disobedience came back again. How could such a well-behaved skin have such a pair of perverse eyes? Who is she? What kind of person is she thinking about? Wang Anmin felt confused for the first time since he grew up. Yu Shifeng said, "You are very good, but I don't need your kindness, Wang Anmin. Don't come to me anymore. Take the canned food with you, and have a meal for yourself." Wang Anmin nodded, did not continue to pester him, and turned away. This was the first time Yu Shifeng called his name, but it was to refuse. Wang Anmin left, but the canned meat was not taken away. Yu Shifeng glanced at the tin can on the ground and sighed. The door was knocked again. Today is really lively. Outside the door is Sister Zhang, who wants to squeeze in when she sees the door is open. Yu Shifeng didn't tolerate her and kicked the meat out.
Ouch.
Sister Zhang was kicked and rolled into a ball at the door. It's me. I kicked you." Yu Shifeng acted horrified. "Oh, Sister Zhang, why is it you? I thought it was a thief. You came into my room without even saying hello."
I'm sorry.
Yu Shifeng held the door handle and showed no intention of giving way. Sister Zhang got up from the ground and saw the tin can in the bag with her sharp eyes. "What is this?" "The man just brought it here." "Oh my God, it can't be meat." Yu Shifeng slammed the door shut. Sister Zhang's hand was caught by the door, and she screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Yu Shifeng smiled. "Sorry, my hand slipped."
I didn't hear what you said just now.
Sister Zhang was hit twice and finally realized that Yu Shifeng was not a timid girl who would let her do whatever she wanted. She didn't feel embarrassed, patted her clothes and trouser legs, and got up. Deng Feiyu rushed over. "How dare you say that to my mother?" Yu Shifeng sneered. "How dare you talk to me like that when you are at my doorstep?" Deng Feiyu was distracted by Yu Shifeng's smile. The scolding he had prepared was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit it out. Sister Zhang tried to smooth things over. "It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your name is Yu Shifeng, right? I don't mean anything else. I saw that you live here alone and don't even have anyone to talk to, so I came to chat with you and visit you." Sister Zhang winked at Deng Feiyu. Deng Feiyu hurriedly took out biscuits and cheese sticks from his pocket and seemed to have finally regained his face. He looked very proud. "This is for you. I have more here after you finish eating. My mother is actually a very good person. You will know when you get familiar with her." Sister Zhang's eyes twitched and her eyebrows danced with joy. Her son was really something. Why did he take out cheese when he could just take out a biscuit? It would be fine. He would have to eat it himself in the evening. Sister Zhang took the lead and took the cheese sticks back. "I brought this for my little nephew." She stuffed the remaining half of the biscuits into Yu Shifeng's arms. "We are all neighbors. We often visit each other." Her eyes frequently glanced at the tin cans on the ground and in the bag. With this kind of packaging, it must be canned yellow croaker at the very least, maybe beef or mutton or even pork belly. I don't know what the relationship is between that man and Yu Shifeng. He looks so handsome and energetic. The top biscuit even has teeth marks on it. Yu Shifeng didn't even stretch out her hand. She held onto the door, and no matter how hard Aunt Zhang squeezed, she couldn't go any further. "You are a girl with no manners at all. I am so much older than you, and I have been standing at your door for a long time, but you didn't invite me in for a cup of tea." Yu Shifeng said, "I am really uneducated, just a little better than your son. Teach your son well. He is so grown up, but he is like a giant baby. He needs his mother to push him before he can speak. It's too ugly." When she said this, she only stared at Aunt Zhang and didn't even look at Deng Feiyu. Deng Feiyu exploded like a balloon that was punctured. He rushed out, waving his hands to grab Yu Shifeng's neck. "Say it again." Yu Shifeng grabbed his wrist, dragged his head in, and gently closed the door. He personally experienced the feeling of his head being caught by the door. Deng Feiyu's face was covered with tears and snot, and he curled up on the ground crying for his parents. Yu Shifeng was disgusted that he had dirtied his own land, so he kicked Deng Feiyu out again. You dare to hit my son? I will fight you." Sister Zhang rushed over. Yu Shifeng was tired of entertaining people today, and when he closed the door, Sister Zhang's had hit the door. She cried and screamed. Sister Zhang made such a big noise, but her daughter and son-in-law were next door. But there was no movement. "I've lived to such an old age, but a little stepped on my head, and on me. I won't live anymore. You are so cruel. You will not have a good death in this life. I have a miserable life. It's useless to raise a daughter. You are so ungrateful. People have bullied her own mother, but she can still enjoy a comfortable life in the house. I might as well die. What's the point of living? She repeated these words over and over again. Deng Feiyu felt ashamed of her and ran away quietly. Sister Zhang didn't dare to knock on the door. Her son couldn't beat Yu Shifeng, so she herself was even worse. She looked down on Yu Shifeng. Before, she thought that Yu Shifeng was an orphan, and after getting married, the house in Yu Shifeng's inner circle would belong to her son. Deng Feiyu could stay in District 1. Although he is also in the inner circle now, it is not right for him to live with his daughter. Now she thinks that Yu Shifeng is an unlucky person. She is so fierce, which man would dare to marry her? She wanted to extort compensation by pretending to be crazy. At least 2 tin cans. Yu Shifeng closed the door, lay on the bed, and started playing games on the handheld game console. It was the same Mario from before. After her fierce, agile, and smart operation, Yu Shifeng finally passed that level. Occasionally, she heard Sister Zhang crying and scolding Yu Shifeng for being unreasonable outside the door, but she just treated it as background noise. She didn't even raise her head. After dying again and again in the new level, Yu Shifeng put down the handheld game console. Aunt Zhang outside the door felt bored and had already left. Dinner was a simple meal of braised rice noodles and a handful of cold kelp shreds for starter. After a day of rest, apart from Wang Anmin, Sister Zhang was not included. On days when she didn't get beaten, even the air was fragrant. Yu Shifeng woke up very early the next day. Standing still pushed her biological clock to 6 o'clock. After standing still for 2 hours, Sister Zhang knocked on the door once in the morning, but Yu Shifeng ignored it. After lunch, she took a short rest and Zhang Qiu came. The day before yesterday, Zhang Qiu said he would come to pick her up, but Yu Shifeng refused. When she was about to get up to go to Old Man Kai, she saw Zhang Qiu waiting for her outside. He was wearing a mask, revealing only his hair and a pair of eyes. His hair was cut by Old Man Kai, but only the front was cut because the hair in front of his eyes would bring dust mites into his eyes, irritating his eyes and making them itchy and red. Old Man Kai's craftsmanship is not to be described as good, but it can only be said that it is better not to have it. With such a mess of hair, his eyes are still as bright as stars. Yu Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. This guy doesn't like her too, does he? She is really scared of Wang Anmin and Sister Zhang's son. She has a bit of love paranoia when she sees anyone. Yu Shifeng touched her chin. Did she take care of herself too well in this life? There are so many men. In her previous life, she was rolling in the garbage dump, and those who came to her either wanted to buy her or force her. Or if they couldn't buy her, they wanted to force her. Naturally, none of them had a good ending. Either she would lose her life or her second child. She never showed mercy to those who coveted her. So she had no experience in dealing with serious pursuits. Yesterday, she had exhausted all her life skills to persuade Wang Anmin to give up. Fortunately, Wang Anmin was a proud person and was straightforward when rejected. What about Zhang Qiu? Yu Shifeng only thought about it briefly and put it aside. This kind of thing is not important. Let's talk about it when it comes to the face. There was a big noise in Sister Zhang's room. The sound insulation of this house is not very good. Both Yu Shifeng and Zhang Qiu could hear it clearly. Sister Zhang accused her daughter of not standing up for her and letting her be bullied by Yu Shifeng. And her son-in-law's family has tolerated Sister Zhang for a long time. Let Sister Zhang take her son back to District 5. There are 2 families living in this house, and there is no place to step. Deng Feiyu is so old, it is not appropriate for him to share a bed with his niece and sister. She even snatched the food from her nephew's mouth. What a look! Sister Zhang fought alone, from giving birth to Deng Nifen in the 10 months of pregnancy, to tracing her son-in-law and the 8 generations of Deng's ancestors, and she was not inferior. The son-in-law couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't beat his mother-in-law, so he held Deng Feiyu and beat him. Deng Feiyu ran out in a panic. He saw Yu Shifeng and Zhang Qiu leaning against the wall side by side, listening to the noise in his house.
You, she.
Zixifeng. He stuttered. Yu Shifeng heard the lingering affection in his words and stood up straight in horror. Could this man have had his brain damaged by the door yesterday? Zhang Qiu lowered the corners of his mouth. He was wearing a mask and no one could tell. Who is he? Deng Feiyu asked, and there was a grievance in his words. This jealous tone? Are you okay? Yu Shifeng put down his arms and was about to drag Deng Feiyu over to give him another beating. Zhang Qiu took off his mask, walked over first, and put his arm around Deng Feiyu and walked aside. He was so handsome that Deng Mifin and her sisters-in-law kept looking at Zhang Qiu's face. Sister Zhang stopped scolding people. After a while, I don't know what Zhang Qiu said. Deng Feiyu ran away with a broken face. Deng Feiyu ran back to District 5. Sister Zhang had no intention of fighting any further, so she chased after her son. On the way to find Old Man Kai, Yu Shifeng asked Zhang Qiu, "What did you say to him?" Zhang Qiu had put on his mask again, and his eyes curved when he heard it. "Nothing, I just asked him to wean before he finds a girlfriend." Yu Shifeng. It takes a man to understand a man. Did you stand in a stance this morning? Zhang Qiu asked. Yu Shifeng asked, "How did you tell?" The breath, it sounds a little different. Yu Shifeng was a little puzzled. Didn't she breathe like this every day? When she arrived at Old Man Kai's place, Yu Shifeng first punched for almost 4 hours. Old Man Kai stood with his hands behind his back, half closed his eyes, and held a dead tree fork that he had picked up from somewhere. When he was practicing, he pulled it down and the taste was so sour and refreshing. Every time he pulled a place, Old Man Kai would tell Yu Shifeng the acupoint he had just pulled.
Qisha.
Zhongfu.
Jingmen.
Taiaoku. When someone came in from outside, Yu Shifeng looked at him. He saw a golden spot on the man's forehead. This was the mark of the sun god. This mark meant that this person was a small leader among the believers and was responsible for preaching. Old Man Kai said, "Don't worry about it. There are 2 more." Discussions about the glory of the Lord and the miracles of the Lord came from the room. Zhang Qiu was chatting with the missionary in it with great interest. From the origin of the Bible to the 10 Commandments, from divine punishment to the land flowing with honey and milk. The missionary came with a pious face and left with a confused face. It is estimated that he will convert to Jehovah when he goes back. Yu Shifeng said, "I didn't realize before that your grandson also has a talent for pyramid selling." Old Man Kai glanced at Zhang Qiu and said to Yu Shifeng, "Okay, get on the sandbag. The next part is Yu Shifeng's favorite part. Fighting. Isn't it for this time that I learned so much?" Yu Shifeng was also convinced. Every time they practiced boxing, they would come back after they had half of their strength left, and the sandbags they added were getting heavier day by day. Yu Shifeng tied them up with a grin. After 20 rounds of fighting with Old Man Kai, Yu Shifeng showed signs of decline. She took a deep breath and put 3 points of strength in her palm. The more she fought, the more Yu Shifeng retreated. When Old Man Kai's palm wind was about to cut into Yu Shifeng's forehead, Yu Shifeng suddenly tilted her head. A smile appeared on her lips. Then she quickly changed her palm into a fist and pressed down her body. The sandbag made her calculate every bit of her extra strength, and at this moment, she burst out. Old Man Kai's reaction was also very fast. He couldn't retract his momentum in time, so he changed his route and slashed at the middle door. Their wrists smashed together, and they both retreated at the same time. Yu Shifeng's hands were numb from the shock, and she grabbed at the air and grinned. Zhang Qiu popped his head out holding a pair of chopsticks. "Stop fighting, let's eat." Old Man Kai looked at Yu Shifeng in disbelief, and then he laughed again. "You little girl learns very quickly." After leaving Old Man Kai's place, Yu Shifeng went to see Sister Yun. Zhang Qiu also came along. On the way, he saw a lot of hexagrams. It was the same as the psoriasis that was randomly pasted and painted in the past. Sister Yun smiled and said, "I was just about to find you. Fatty has collected a lot of things recently. A few stones, a blue and white porcelain that was eye-catching, 2 bowls with a hole in them for bracelets and a pendant." Yu Shifeng first touched the most beautiful blue and white porcelain. As expected, it was fake. Fatty put his hands on his hips in front of the table. I am a rough man and don't know how to look at these things. They said they were old items and the price was not high, so I took them. If they're fake, I will return them. Yu Shifeng also couldn't distinguish these things, and he just looked at the feedback from the space. Yu Shifeng stood up and picked out 2 bracelets, a bowl, and the pendant. The pendant was a simple jade stone, soft to the touch and clear in color. Yu Shifeng also wanted the blue and white porcelain. Although it was fake, it was really beautiful. It would be nice to take it back and put it in the space. Fatty, are they so confident in giving you these things? Aren't they afraid that you will cheat them? The fat man said, No, I don't have any reputation. You can find out by asking around. The few things Yu Shifeng wanted, in total, were less than 8 kilograms of rice. The fat man said, If it was sweet potatoes, you would have to give 2 more kilograms. That thing is watery and doesn't fill you up. Okay, bring it over tomorrow. Yu Shifeng said. The fat man said, There are many more. This is just the first batch. I asked around, and they said there are some top-quality goods. Sister Yun took out a small box from the bedside. This is a string of wooden beads I got before. I don't know what wood it is made of, but it smells strange. Take a look. It was a string of wooden beads, dark in color and slightly sandy to the touch. It's a good thing. Yu Shifeng estimated the reaction of the space, and it was not inferior to the things brought back from the museum. I don't know which dynasty it is from. Although Sister Yun didn't know much about the ins and outs of antiques, she was indeed lucky. The copper coin she gave Yu Shifeng last time was also a good thing. If this wasn't the end of the world with frequent natural disasters, Yu Shifeng might have gone into the antique industry with such a space, making a fortune while fishing for lost pearls. It would be a very interesting life. Yu Shifeng talked about it aimlessly. Yu Shifeng didn't bring a bag today, so it was hard to give her anything. This thing is very valuable. I really need it, Sister Yun. Please name a price. Sister Yun said, If this thing is useful to you, you can take it. If you leave it to me, I won't be able to use it. Who knows, I might end up using it as firewood when I'm too cold to bear it.